With a plan formulated in his mind, Yufu finally initiated a friendly exchange with the chiefs of the Baiwu tribe. Chiefs, I heard from you, Quan, that you desire the technology of our Han tribe. I happen to share a similar thought. The taro your tribe cultivates is a crop we don't have. On behalf of the Han tribe, I am willing to trade one of our grain seeds for your taro. Furthermore, when the ice and snow melt, we can return to exchange farming methods. What do you say? Trading crops. The chiefs exchanged surprised glances. What this leader was saying seemed entirely different from what that man named Yu Quan had told them earlier. Didn't he say the Han tribe wanted unfamiliar tribes to join them? Of course, hoping unfamiliar tribes would join was just a polite way of putting it. In reality, it meant annexation, swallowing up every tribe they encountered. But this man named Yu Fu didn't seem to have any such intentions. After a brief moment of hesitation, the chief of the Yuqing clan spoke up again on behalf of the Baiwu tribe. Yu Fu, your companion previously mentioned that the Han tribe would force us to join. Is that true? Yu Fu looked at his gestures and let out a slightly contemptuous laugh. With a hint of arrogance, he replied, Our Han tribe has tens of thousands of newborns every single year. That alone is equivalent to dozens of your tribes combined. What difference does it make to us whether you join or not? Naturally, if you are willing to join, we welcome you. If you aren't, we won't bother inviting you. His words sounded incredibly arrogant, leaving the chiefs both astonished and furious. It felt like they were being despised and looked down upon. Yet, strangely enough, hearing this actually put their minds at ease. It made sense. If the Han tribe birthed more children in a single year than the combined population of dozens of their tribes, why would they even covet the Baiwu tribe? The Yuqing clan chief nodded and asked, Trading food is acceptable, but what kind of crops do you have to offer? Yu Fu glanced around and then asked Yu Quan. There should be a river nearby, right? Yeah, there is. It's not far to the east. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to farm. Yu Quan replied affirmatively. Good, then there's no problem. Yu Fu nodded again and turned back to the chiefs. The Han tribe has many types of staple grains. The easiest to grow and the highest yielding is corn. However, I didn't bring any with me this time. I can only give you the seeds next spring. But I must take some of your taro back with me first. I can trade other goods for it. White salt, iron pots, knives, whatever you want. What will it be? As he spoke, he waved at Yu Quan. A moment later, Yu Quan laid out several items in front of the chiefs. The chiefs looked at each other in bewilderment. This minor leader of the Han tribe seemed very fond of dealing with them through trade. Whether it was seeds for seeds or goods for seeds, it was always an exchange. This gave the chiefs a strange psychological comfort. The other party seemed to be placing the Baiwu tribe on an equal footing. No matter what they did, it had to be a fair trade. Although they couldn't take advantage of the Han tribe this way, it was incredibly fair, and they wouldn't suffer any losses either. The chiefs found this quite acceptable. However, to be honest, they weren't particularly interested in the iron pots, salt, or knives. Salt was a consumable, and an iron pot was just a cooking utensil. Their tribe had their own ways of obtaining salt and cookware. They just used salty rocks and pottery, which weren't as refined as the Han tribes. As for the knives, having one or two wouldn't make much of a difference. While they were sharp, trading crop seeds for them clearly wasn't worth it. After a brief discussion, the chiefs made their decision. Yu Fu, we don't want these. We want livestock and the methods to raise them. Can you provide that? Yu Quan said you are very close to your chief, so you should be able to make this decision, right? If you're willing to teach us how to raise livestock and give us some, I can tell you how to plant taro right now. The Yuqing clan chief laid out his terms, gesturing toward the Han tribe's horses as he spoke. Yu Fu frowned and immediately fell into deep thought. Trading a crop for horses and breeding methods? That was absolutely out of the question. Horses were incredibly difficult to raise. Even within the Han tribe, not every family could afford to keep one. Horses were a strategic resource. It wasn't that he was stingy, but even if he gave them horses, they wouldn't be able to raise them. They didn't even have a pasture here. What would they feed them? Furthermore, horses wouldn't be of much use to the Baiwu tribe anyway. Horses had a long growth cycle, making them highly uneconomical to raise for meat. Their hides weren't suitable for winter clothing, nor were they good for plowing fields. They were only good for riding or pulling carts. Simply put, horses were a mode of transportation. The Baiwu tribe's territory was only so big, and they never traveled anywhere else. What did they need horses for? They were completely useless to them. These people had merely seen the Han tribe's horses and assumed that was the only livestock they had. After some thought, Yu Fu addressed the chiefs again. You can't afford to raise these horses, and they wouldn't be of much use to you anyway. He detailed the massive amount of food required to feed a single horse, equivalent to the rations of several grown men, as well as the need for vast pastures and the specific uses of horses. This instantly dashed the chief's dreams of raising them. If you insist on trading taro for livestock, I suggest you trade for sheep. Sheep eat grass, and they aren't very big, about the size of a small deer. They grow fast and reproduce quickly. They can start breeding just a year after birth and can have 2 litters a year. With good luck, a single ewe can give you 4 lambs a year. You can eat their meat and drink their milk to feed the children in your tribe. Their fleece is also very thick and can be used to make winter clothes. What do you think? Yu Fu thoroughly explained the numerous advantages of sheep. The chief's eyes immediately lit up. It had to be said that compared to horses, sheep were far more suited to the Baiwu tribe's needs. Good. This is great. When can we get these sheep? The Yuqing clan chief asked impatiently. Not right now, obviously. We came out here looking for rocks. We don't even have enough food for ourselves, let alone sheep to bring along. Yu Fu spread his hands. Seeing the disappointment on the chief's faces, he continued. Like I said before, I must take some taro back with me this time. You can choose some of these items in exchange. When the ice and snow melt and we return next time, I will bring you some sheep. At that time, you will also teach us how to plant the taro. However, since we're trading sheep, we won't be giving you any other crop seeds. The elders didn't care at all about the Han tribe's crops. They had their own food. Compared to crop seeds, all their attention was now focused on raising sheep. After a final discussion, the deal was struck. Yu Fu traded 1 iron pot, 2 military shovels, and 3 caddies of white salt for 2 burlap sacks of taro, weighing roughly 200 to 300 caddies. He also promised to return next spring with 20 sheep to trade for the Baiwu tribe's taro cultivation methods. With the official business concluded, Yu Fu didn't leave immediately. He asked the chiefs about the red pigment, specifically, the location of the hematite mine. The chiefs gladly agreed and led them to survey the site. Naturally, Yu Fu had the 16th squad mark the location of the iron mine. Over the next 2 days, Yu Fu had many more discussions with the Baiwu tribe chiefs. He promised to secure more benefits for them, but on the condition of fair trade. The Han tribe had many good things, and if they wanted them, they had to trade items of equal value. If they didn't have items of equal value, they could sell their labor to the Han tribe, for example, by working for them to earn wages, which they could then use to buy what they wanted. Fundamentally, this was the Han tribe's classic strategy, trade and employment. Through a silent, gradual process, they would assimilate the other party. Eventually, even without an invitation, these people would actively beg to be absorbed into the Han tribe. That afternoon, as the group returned from the iron mine and arrived back at the Baiwu tribe's settlement, they found a man from the Han tribe waiting for them. You are? Yu Fu asked, puzzled, as he walked alongside the chiefs and looked at the sudden arrival. Captain, I'm a hunter from the 9th squad of the exploration team. I went to the 13th squad looking for you, but you weren't there. After asking around, I found out you were here, so I followed your trail. Captain, we found a coal mine. We've already hit the actual coal seam. It's only a little over 20 meters deep, a shallow mine. We've marked the location, but we haven't determined the exact scope and reserves yet. We're waiting for the other squads to come help, the messenger from the 9th squad said excitedly. Finding a coal mine was a massive achievement. Where? Yu Fu and the members of the 16th squad asked in unison, their voices filled with excitement and urgency. It's within the 8th squad's exploration zone. It was a joint discovery by the 7th, 8th, and 9th squads. We suspected there was coal beneath those 3 sectors, so we picked a central point to drill a test hole, and we actually dug it up, the messenger replied, equally thrilled. Fantastic. We finally found it. Yu Quan punched his palm in excitement. Great job. Once the news is verified, I will request merits for all of you. Yu Fu nodded happily. He then bid farewell to the Baiwu tribe chiefs, preparing to head to the coal mine. Chiefs, we have found the coal mine. Our mission is complete, and we must leave immediately. I won't forget our agreement. We will return next year. You're leaving? The Yuqing clan chief asked, his emotions complex. He wasn't sure if he was feeling reluctance to see them go or worry about the future. Yes, we need to report the location of the coal mine to our chief as soon as possible. Yu Fu nodded firmly. Then, can we know where the Han tribe is? The Yuqing clan chief asked again. Haha, the Han tribe is massive. If you walk south from here for a few dozen days and run into people, you've probably reached our territory. If you walk west, find a large river, and follow it downstream, you'll also find us. If you follow that large river north, you'll still find us. The Han tribe is incredibly vast, bigger than you can possibly imagine. The 5 elders of the Baiwu tribe watched with complex expressions as Yu Fu and his men disappeared into the vast mountain forest. They didn't know when this group would grace their small tribe again. Meanwhile, Yu Fu dispatched a few men from the 16th squad to head east and locate the 17th, 18th, 19th, and 20th squads, leading them toward the 8th squad's exploration zone. Along the way, they gathered the scattered exploration squads. Half a month later, all 20 squads of the exploration team finally converged at the coal mine discovered by the 8th squad. Where's the coal mine? Yu Fu immediately asked the crowd. Over there. Someone pointed to a large mound of dirt piled up on the flat ground. Everyone quickly looked over and saw a simple wooden tripod erected next to the mound. Ropes hung from it, and people were periodically hauling up burlap sacks filled with dirt and dumping them onto the pile. It was the remaining members of the 7th, 8th, and 9th squads widening the vertical shaft. This is where you found the coal? How deep have you dug? Yu Fu walked to the edge of the shaft and peered into the dark depths. It was pitch black, with only a faint light visible at the very bottom, the illumination from a carbide lamp. Reporting to the captain, we've hit 20 meters deep. Just 6 more meters, and we'll reach the actual coal seam. We previously used a Luoyang shovel to drill a test hole, so we know there's coal down there, but we couldn't see it with our own eyes. That's why we decided to dig a vertical shaft and send people down to confirm. If there really is a coal mine, we'll dig some up and take it back for the research institute to appraise. I heard the chief say there are several different types of coal. The leader of the 7th squad quickly explained. Good, you've done well. Let the men down there come up and rest. The other squads will take turns digging. The men can rest, but the pickaxes cannot. Break through those last 6 meters as quickly as possible so I can request your merits, Yu Fu ordered immediately. Yes, sir. The crowd responded and began organizing manpower to take turns descending the shaft. Since they didn't have rattan baskets here, they used burlap sacks to haul the dirt up one by one. The air was thin 20 meters down, and there was gas leakage, so people couldn't stay down there for long before needing to come up for a break. Fortunately, they had plenty of men. By taking turns, they finally hit the actual coal seam 2 days later. When the first sack of large, black coal chunks was hauled up from the shaft, everyone cheered in excitement. Yu Fu immediately wrote a letter and sent it via Eagle to report the good news and request merits from Han Feng. With this coal mine, there would be no more obstacles to the Han tribe's heavy industry layout in the south, and the construction of the capital city would accelerate. Most importantly, once the steel plant in Taiyang County was built, the Han tribe could attempt to use the manganese iron ore there to smelt high-hardness manganese steel. The issue of heavy-duty steel rails would finally be resolved. Captain, when do we head home? A squad leader asked excitedly, looking at the freshly dug coal. What, homesick already? There's no rush to go back. Finding the coal mine is only the first step. Now we have a very important task to complete, planning the transportation routes. We need to find a suitable road for transporting coal south, straight to Taiyang County in the Tang tribe's territory. Additionally, we need to carve out a route west to the Luoyang River. We also need to thoroughly survey the terrain around this coal mine, where the water sources are and where it's suitable to build a settlement. Now that we have coal here, we'll definitely need to establish a settlement and bring in a population to mine it. These are things we should be doing anyway. Rather than waiting for the chief to give us orders, it's better if we take the initiative. That way, we'll earn even greater merits. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, and they loudly voiced their agreement. Finding the coal mine was the achievement of the 7th, 8th, and 9th squads. The 16th squad had found an unfamiliar tribe, which also counted as a merit. But the other squads were out of luck. If they just went back like this, they wouldn't get much credit. But now, Yu Fu was giving them an opportunity. Carving out routes, finding water sources, and locating settlement sites. Completing these tasks would definitely earn them merits. Plus, this mission was much easier than prospecting for minerals. In late October of the first year of the Daming era, during the coldest time of the year in the north, Han Feng arrived in Luoyang County under the guise of an inspection tour. His original intention was simply to escape the noisy bickering of his 2 youngest sons, but to his surprise, he stumbled upon an unexpected harvest here. Luoyang County could easily be called the hometown of carpenters in the Han tribe. It boasted the largest, oldest, and most heavily staffed shipyard in the tribe, making immense contributions to the Han tribe's waterway transportation and military campaigns. At the same time, it had produced many exceptionally skilled carpenters. There were artisans who specialized in crafting ship models, and others who had invented disc bearings and screw threads. The artisan who invented the screw thread had even received a commendation from Han Feng, earning a noble title and a fiefdom, elevating him above the common folk. Because of this, Luoyang County, a hub for carpenters, had quietly birthed a wave of inventive fervor. The artisans here racked their brains, developing various machines and structures, hoping that one day their inventions would catch the chief's eye. On this particular day, the shipyard workers were on leave. Han Feng dressed in casual clothes and strolled through the city streets. To avoid being recognized, he didn't bring any local officials from Luoyang County, only 2 bodyguards who were also dressed in plain clothes. The 3 of them wandered aimlessly through the city, browsing the street stalls selling various goods. As the largest land and water transportation hub in the northern Han tribe, Luoyang County was flooded with goods from both the north and the south. The variety was staggering, almost too numerous to count. There were ceramics, brown sugar, and white liquor from Weishan County, soap and candles from my county, and a plethora of locally produced wooden goods from Luoyang County itself. Most of the local items were furniture and kitchenware, such as tables, chairs, cabinets, and even flower stands whose designs had originated from Han Feng's own home. The most common kitchenware included bamboo steamers, slotted spoons, and wrought tin-woven baskets, all of which were highly sought-after commodities. The clinking of blacksmith shops rang out endlessly, producing various tools and cookware for the locals. Cotton and linen fabrics from Hanyang County were equally popular. The 3 major specialties of Riyang County, silk fabrics, tung oil lacquerware, and sugar-roasted chestnuts, were also abundant here. Flat glass, glassware, and carbide lamps produced on Lake Hard Island were the most high-end goods available. However, due to their steep prices and the fact that they weren't consumables, they were only sold in specialized shops that offered custom glass window installations and the like. Cheese produced in the 3 Honghu counties had also opened up a market here. Commoners were beginning to try this dairy product with its sour, milky aroma. Leather and sheepskins transported from the grasslands were also bestsellers. The city felt like a massive distribution center. Walking down the street, one could see people buying sheep and cow hides everywhere, taking them home to make sheepskin coats or leather boots. However, the most common bulk commodity was the paper produced locally in Luoyang County. The Han tribe currently had only 3 paper-making bases. The oldest and largest was the paper mill in Luoyang County. The others were in Tuahai County and Hainan Island in the south, but those hadn't been established for long. The paper industry on Hainan Island was the newest and hadn't even officially started production yet. Thus, all the paper for the 8 northern counties was supplied by Luoyang County's mill. The sheer volume of paper produced here was unimaginable. Aside from that, there were local commoners selling agricultural products, mostly live poultry, pork, mutton, and eggs. Han Feng led his 2 bodyguards through the market and happened to stop in front of a street stall selling wooden wares. A 7- or 8-year-old boy was tending the stall, shouting out to customers while fiddling with some delicate wooden furniture. "Come take a look. Folding stools, only 50 cents each." Han Feng turned his head. The design of the small stool was quite interesting. When folded, it was just a wooden board about a finger thick, with a hole in it for carrying. If you hooked your fingers into the hole and pulled up, it instantly transformed into a stool. This type of stool didn't take up much space when folded, making it easy to carry around. It was sturdier than a typical camp stool and wasn't expensive. It seemed to be selling quite well. Intrigued, Han Feng stopped in front of the stall to take a closer look. The stall was filled entirely with wooden products, ranging from exquisitely crafted round tables and stools made of fine materials to cheap little trinkets like camp stools. Seeing that Han Feng was lingering and dressed quite respectably, the boy tending the stall asked, "Young master, do you see anything you like? If you like the craftsmanship but don't see a style you fancy, you can also place a custom order with us." "Oh, your little stall takes custom orders? What if I pay the deposit and you run off?" Han Feng chuckled, deciding to tease the kid. At only 7 or 8 years old, he already knew how to hustle for business. "We wouldn't do that," the boy retorted anxiously. "See that door behind me? That's my house. Our stall is set up right in front of our own door. My dad made all these things. If you want something, just tell my dad. He can make anything." The boy pointed to the courtyard gate behind him as he spoke. Han Feng glanced over and indeed saw a man in his 20s doing carpentry work in the courtyard. All right, I'll go in and take a look, he said. With that, he led his 2 bodyguards into the courtyard. The man inside quickly stopped his work and looked at the trio. Young master, are you looking too? Oh, I'm just browsing. Han Feng waved his hand and began to look around. Luoyang County was part of the second batch of cities built. Learning from the issue of cramped courtyards in Hanyang County, every household here had a courtyard measuring 5 zhang, about 16 meters, on each side, making it look much more spacious. The square courtyard had 4 main rooms. Near the gate was a pig pen, and one of the side rooms served as a kitchen. In the furthest corner was an outhouse. Smoke billowed from the chimney on the main house's roof, and the clacking of a loom could be heard from inside, along with the noisy chatter of children. A work shed had been erected in the courtyard, filled with timber and semi-finished products. Han Feng looked at the object next to the man and realized it was an unfinished loom. You know how to make looms too? How long have you been a carpenter? Must be quite a while, right? About 2 years. This is my first time making a loom, but my family bought one, so I'm just copying it. I can manage it, the man said with a simple, honest smile, seemingly quite proud of his profession. Do you make a living solely by selling these homemade wooden wares? Han Feng asked again. Not exactly. I'm a carpenter at the shipyard. I usually work there, but today is my day off, so I set up a stall at home. I just make these things in my spare time after work. Seeing that Han Feng didn't seem intent on buying anything, the man picked up his bao saw again and chatted while he worked. You're certainly hardworking. The shipyard job can't be easy, yet you don't rest even when you get home. As Han Feng spoke, his eyes suddenly caught sight of a strangely shaped object in the courtyard. The base of the object was a wooden tray that looked somewhat like a sled. A handle stood upright on it, and next to the handle was a crank with gears, connected to the lower components by a wooden chain. On either side of the lower gears were slanted trays with 2 bamboo clips attached. It looked like some kind of tool. What is that thing? What's it used for? Han Feng suddenly pointed at the object and asked. The man looked up. Seeing what Han Feng was pointing at, his attitude instantly changed. The look in his eyes showed a sense of validation, as if to say, you've got a good eye, kid, spotting my treasure right away. That's a treasure. I can't tell you what it's used for right now. It's a secret. Come next spring, I'm planning to use this thing to earn a noble title, the man said mysteriously. Just with that? You can get a noble title? Han Feng asked, feigning disbelief. He had stared at it for a while, but still couldn't figure out its exact purpose. Absolutely. Do you know what enrollment is this year? The first year of daming. Accumulating reserves is the tribe's top priority. If anyone does something that contributes to the tribe, the chief definitely won't be stingy with noble titles, the man reiterated, though he still didn't reveal the object's function. Accumulating reserves? Is this an agricultural tool? Han Feng's interest was piqued. If it was a newly developed agricultural tool, and if it proved to be valuable, it could indeed earn a noble title. No reward would be too great. I can't say, but you can guess. If you can guess what it's used for, I'll tell you, the man said smugly. Han Feng glanced at him. Seeing his smug expression, he was even more certain it was an agricultural tool. However, what exactly it did was still unclear. He began to analyze it seriously. This is definitely an agricultural tool. The man just looked at Han Feng without saying a word, seemingly waiting for him to continue guessing. It doesn't have a plowshare, so it's not for plowing. It doesn't have a hopper, so it's not for sowing seeds. A harrow is used for leveling ground, but it doesn't have that either. Looking at this handle, it should be operated by hand. On the other side is a crank. You turn it as you walk. The bottom doesn't have wheels, but a sled, and the sled faces backward. This means you don't push it forward, you pull it while walking backward. You walk backward while turning the crank. Am I right? Han Feng continued his analysis. Not bad. You do have a good eye, but you still haven't guessed its purpose. Just knowing how to operate it isn't enough. The man was quite surprised that Han Feng had figured out how to operate it in mere minutes. Many people had seen it, but none could make heads or tails of it. However, since Han Feng hadn't stated its purpose, he still refused to reveal it easily. Well, since it's an agricultural tool, it's quite easy to guess, Han Feng said, glancing at him again. This thing doesn't have a plow, nor does it have a hopper. It can't plow, and it can't sow, yet it's an agricultural tool that the Han tribe currently lacks. The fact that you keep saying it can earn you a noble title proves this point even more. Among all the crops the Han tribe currently grows, if it's not for plowing or sowing, but involves another step, I'm afraid that only leaves rice. Ah, the sled at the bottom confirms this. Wheels are the lightest for moving on dry land, but you used a sled. This means it's meant to move over muddy terrain, which perfectly matches the growing environment of rice. And rice only requires plowing and transplanting seedlings. This clearly isn't for plowing, so it must be a rice transplanter, something the tribe currently doesn't have. The slanted wooden boards on either side of the gears at the bottom are for holding the seedlings, right? There are bamboo clips on top to secure them, perfectly fitting 2 rows. Let me look at the back. Ah, just as I thought. There are 2 claws linked to the gears here. They must be for planting the seedlings. Han Feng pointed at the agricultural tool, analyzing it from top to bottom. When he looked at the man again, the man's mouth was hanging wide open in shock. He had made this thing 2 months ago, and many people had come to his house and seen it, but no one had guessed its purpose. Even when his own wife asked, he hadn't told her. He could swear to the heavens that he hadn't told a single soul in this world. Yet this young man in front of him had guessed it perfectly just by analyzing it. It was uncanny. The man's face flushed red. After a long while, he reluctantly admitted, "You guessed right. It is for transplanting rice seedlings. But I haven't reported it yet. Don't you go leaking this. I'm counting on this to get a noble title." I won't. Don't worry, I won't steal your credit." Han Feng waved his hand dismissively. He squatted right next to the transplanter, turning the crank as he asked, "Can this thing really transplant seedlings? How effective is it? How many times faster is it compared to manual labor? Will the planted seedlings survive? Does it plant them deep enough?" Hearing this, Yang Dashin also squatted down next to the transplanter and said with a hint of affection, "I'm not entirely sure yet. I haven't tested it. I finished making it 2 months ago, and by then winter had already set in. The ground was frozen solid, so I had nowhere to test it." He glanced at Han Feng, afraid of being looked down upon, and quickly added, "But it can definitely plant seedlings. Even if there are issues, they won't be major. I can just tweak the details, and it will definitely work. I'm confident about that. As for efficiency, compared to an experienced farmer, this transplanter can do the work of at least 2 people. Compared to an average person, it can do the work of at least 3. Look at the trays on top. I can plant 2 rows at the same time. Even the fastest experienced farmer couldn't possibly be faster than me." Han Feng nodded upon hearing this and asked curiously, "How did you come up with the idea to build this?" "Sigh. For a noble title and rewards, of course. Who wouldn't want to invent something useful if it meant getting a title? But that's only part of the reason. I work at the shipyard most of the time, so I don't have much time for farm work. My wife has to do most of it, and it's really hard for her since she also has to take care of the kids. So I thought about whether I could invent a transplanter. There are a lot of people like me at the shipyard, plus those with many children or noble titles who are allocated a lot of land. Most of them can't farm at all themselves. So if this thing really works, a lot of people will definitely need it. I won't have to worry about selling it. Our Han tribe's main staple is rice, and it has the largest planting area. Tell me, if this thing succeeds, wouldn't it be a massive contribution?" The man sighed and immediately began explaining his reasoning to Han Feng. Han Feng nodded in agreement. It was exactly as he said. The Han tribe's staple grains were rice, wheat, millet, and sorghum. Corn was considered a coarse grain and could only be stored for 3 years, so it wasn't counted as a primary staple. Peanuts and soybeans were oil crops or used for side dishes, so they didn't count either. Sorghum could technically be a staple, but its taste and texture were inferior to rice and wheat, so it was currently only used for brewing liquor. Among these husked staples, rice had the highest yield per mu, so it was planted the most. However, the Han tribe's rice transplanting process still relied entirely on manual labor, which was highly inefficient. If a practical rice transplanter could be developed, it would absolutely be a monumental achievement that benefited the nation and the people. It certainly deserved a reward. Furthermore, the Power Research Institute in Xing'an County was currently developing various agricultural machines and was in desperate need of such talent. Han Feng asked, "What is your name?" "Me? My name is Yang Dashin." "Why do you ask? You're not thinking of snitching, are you?" "Listen, little brother, you can't do that. You just promised to keep it a secret." Yang Dashin's eyes widened instantly, and he looked warily at Han Feng and the 2 burly men with long swords hanging from their waists who had followed him in. "What are you yelling about? Why are you so nervous? I'm just asking you a few questions. Can you read? Can you write? How many characters do you know?" Han Feng shot Yang Dashin a disdainful look and asked again. Well, I can write a few, but not many. I never went to school, so I don't know many characters. I learned some basic math from a master at the shipyard. Seriously, what are you trying to do? These two guys with you are carrying swords. Are you from the government office? Yang Dashin answered the questions, but threw out a probing question of his own. Han Feng nodded and said casually, "You could say that." After a pause, Han Feng asked again, "Do you know about the Power Research Institute in Xin'an County?" "Of course I do. They built the steam engine. We have over a dozen of them at the shipyard. The steam-powered circular saws are even better than the windmill saws, and they can drive air compressors too. We even use pneumatic hammers to drive nails at the shipyard now. How could I not know?" "Oh, right. And the train from Xin'an County to Weishan County. They built that too. I was lucky enough to see it once, though I've never ridden it. This year they even came up with water pumps. Now they're building pump houses all over the fields. I heard we'll never have to worry about irrigation water again, guaranteeing harvests regardless of drought or flood. Everyone there is a genius, incredibly smart people with great skills. Ordinary folks can't even get in. Why are you from the Institute?" Whenever Yang Dashin mentioned the Power Research Institute, his tone was filled with indescribable reverence and envy. You could say that. "Do you know what else the Power Research Institute has been working on this year?" Han Feng didn't answer directly, but pressed on with another question. Probably still building trains. I rarely go over there, so how would I know what they're doing?" Yang Dashin shook his head, indicating his ignorance. "Do you want to go? Join the Institute?" Han Feng asked, looking straight at him. Yang Dashin's eyes widened immediately, and he looked at Han Feng with excitement. "You can get me in? But I can't write. I heard they only recruit new people from the schools, and only the ones with the best grades. They probably wouldn't want me." The Power Research Institute has recently been developing agricultural machinery and other engineering equipment. Just a few days ago, they completed the initial testing of a steam-powered tractor. It's already capable of replacing draft oxen for plowing, and it's highly efficient. Right now, when it comes to plowing, dozens of oxen can't match a single tractor. Next, they're going to develop other automated agricultural machines, like seeders and combined harvester threshers. But they don't have a rice transplanter yet. I think you could definitely make a difference there. Once these agricultural machines are successfully developed, no matter what people are planting, they won't have to toil in the fields manually anymore. They can just drive a vehicle to do the farm work. A quick spin around the field, and everything is done, with incredibly high efficiency. 100% mechanized farming. One person could do the work of 1,000. Are you interested in this? Han Feng didn't reply to his doubts, but instead introduced the research projects currently underway at the Institute. Is what you're saying true? The Institute already has machines for plowing, and they're making other farm machines. Yang Dashin was both amazed and shocked, becoming somewhat incoherent for a moment. "Can you really get me in? But I don't understand steam engines. If I go, I might not be able to do anything." He sighed to himself as he spoke. "You don't need to understand them. Even if you go, everyone has their own specific tasks. You understand teamwork, right? No single project is handled by just one person, it's done by a team. Just like at your shipyard, some people make the keel, some lay the deck planks, some do the waterproofing, and some handle the outfitting. Not everyone needs to be an all-rounder who knows everything. Those are the grandmasters, the chief artisans. Even if you go, you won't have to manage everything, as long as you can get the rice transplanter working. Even if you spend the rest of your life just improving the transplanter and perfecting that one thing, you'll be useful. Look at this thing you've made. The chains and gears are all made of wood. They won't last long, will they? And you can't buy metal chains and gears. If you went to a blacksmith to custom order such precise parts, the labor cost would be several times more expensive than the iron itself. And this sled at the bottom, it's made of solid wood boards. If it gets soaked in water, how heavy will this transplanter be? I imagine it wouldn't be easy to operate. But what if you used steel rebar for the frame and welded a thin layer of sheet iron on the outside? It would definitely be much lighter. Instead of researching on your own here, wouldn't it be better to go to the Institute? They have funding and resources. As long as you can produce results, the tribe will pay for your research and you'll get a salary. The benefits there are the best, no worse than an average official's. Isn't that better than working behind closed doors here? So what do you say? One word, are you going or not? Hearing Yang Dashin still hesitating, Han Feng immediately guided him with enticing prospects. You can really get me in? Yang Dashin stared at Han Feng. To be honest, he was truly tempted by what Han Feng had just said. In the entire Han tribe, from school students to artisans in various workshops, who didn't want to work at the institute. The Han tribe's two research institutes were like the Chinese Academy of Sciences in the modern world. They represented the absolute pinnacle of society, enjoying a social status high enough to command the reverence of all the tribe's citizens. They were all people who had made outstanding contributions to the Han tribe. However, the current members of the institutes were still somewhat straightforward. They were primarily teams of senior technicians, which was directly related to the technological level. The higher the technological level, the more specialized the disciplines became, as no one could master every field. Thus, as technology advanced, the institutes and their researchers would become more complex. The Han tribe's two institutes were still in their primary stages, focusing only on practical work and development, with no real contributions to academia. If anyone had achieved anything academic, it was the older Comprehensive Research Institute, which had a higher level of expertise. In particular, the chemistry and optics teams led by A.O. Fei had produced theoretical science on optical phenomena that could already be written into textbooks. You really are blind. Even if you haven't seen the chief in person, haven't you seen money? The chief's portrait is right there on the coins. Now the chief is standing right in front of you, and you don't even recognize him, still asking if he can or cannot. If the chief can't get you in, who else in this tribe could? Seeing Yang Dashan still acting foolish, the bodyguard beside Han Feng couldn't stand it anymore. Impatiently, he revealed Han Feng's identity. After speaking, he carefully glanced at Han Feng. Seeing that the chief didn't mind, he finally relaxed and stood up straight. You're the chief. Yang Dashan jumped in fright and carefully looked Han Feng up and down again. Seeing him like this, Han Feng couldn't help but laugh out of exasperation. What? Do I not look like him? Is there anyone here who would dare impersonate the chief? Chief, please forgive me. Forgive my blind eyes for not recognizing you. It's just that you look much younger than the portrait on the coins. This concerns the chief's majesty. Even if I had suspicions, I wouldn't dare just randomly claim it was you. Yang Dashan immediately bowed deeply, clasping his hands in a plea for forgiveness. You certainly have a way with words. Get up. Answer my question from earlier. Are you going to the institute or not? Han Feng waved his hand dismissively, gesturing for him to rise, and asked again. I'll go. Since it's the chief's order, how could Dashan dare disobey? Yang Dashan was overjoyed and bowed again with clasped hands. Good. Is it convenient inside? Do you have paper and a pen? I'll write you a note. Yes. My son goes to school, so we wouldn't dare lack paper and pens. Please come inside, chief. Yang Dashan immediately led Han Feng and the two bodyguards into the main room, invited Han Feng to sit, poured a bowl of hot water, and quickly went to the inner west room to fetch a set of writing materials. Dashan, who's visiting? The loom in the east room suddenly stopped, and a woman's voice called out. Wife, come out quickly. The chief has come to our house. Come pay your respects to the chief. Yang Dashan shouted toward the inner room as he brought out the paper and pen. There's no need for that trouble. I'll just write you a note and leave. Han Feng stopped him, preventing the situation from turning into a spectacle where he was treated like a monkey on display. He then had the bodyguard add water to the inkstone and grind the ink. He asked for Yang Dashan's ID card and began writing the note. He copied the household registration information from the ID card and then wrote a transfer order, or rather, a letter of introduction. Finally, he asked the bodyguard for his jade seal and stamped it with his exclusive official seal. This note would allow Yang Dashan to enter the institute directly. Take this note to the manager at your shipyard and have him process your resignation. Then, report to the Power Research Institute in Xing'an County before December. When you get there, find Director Lin Fei and have him assign you to the agricultural machinery team. Don't forget to bring your invention. Once you're on the agricultural machinery team, I want you to produce a practical, hand-cranked rice transplanter within the 2 months before spring. Whatever resources you need, ask the team leader. Whatever artisans you need, have the team leader find them for you. Replace all these wooden parts with iron, and swap the solid wood boards for thin sheet iron. This current model is too heavy and isn't suitable for widespread use. Large-scale transplanters won't be popularized anytime soon, but every household can afford this small one. Hurry up and get it done. As long as you can produce a practical transplanter, I'll promote your noble title by 1 rank. Also, I'm giving you a month to wrap up your work at the shipyard and settle your family affairs. Han Feng pointed to the unfinished loom in the courtyard. Finish what you haven't finished. You can't take a deposit and then fail to deliver the goods. Yes, yes, yes. Rest assured, Chief. Thank you for the generous time allowance. Chief, why don't you stay for lunch before you go? I'll have my wife go buy a few caddies of mutton. Yang Dashin nodded repeatedly, eagerly offering his hospitality. No, that won't be necessary. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. I won't impose on you for a meal. Han Feng put away the jade seal, handed it to the bodyguard, and stood up to leave. Yang Dashin quickly followed him to the door to see him off. His wife also came out, holding a 2- or 3-year-old toddler, but Han Feng only let them walk him to the gate before telling them to go back inside. The three of them continued their stroll through the streets. Discovering a talent and knowing that the tribe would soon have a rice transplanter that could at least double the efficiency of planting rice made Han Feng very happy. As they were walking, they suddenly saw a low-ranking official in black robes from the Luoyang County office hurrying toward them. As soon as he got close, he blurted out, "Chief, where did you go? I've been running around the streets twice and couldn't find you." "What is it?" Han Feng asked briefly. "The exploration team, led by Yu Fu, sent a letter. They delivered a package. We opened it and found a letter inside, along with a piece of coal and a fruit. It seems they found a coal mine in the south. We haven't opened the letter yet, and I was just coming to find you to take a look," the official said breathlessly. "Where is it? Take me there quickly." Hearing that Yu Fu had found a coal mine, Han Feng's eyes instantly lit up, and he asked urgently. That was a coal mine, and a southern coal mine at that. With this card in his hand, he could completely revitalize the political situation, industry, and economy of the entire South. Previously, because they lacked this one coal mine, many things had remained stuck on paper, unable to be practically implemented. "It's right in the county governor's office. Please follow me, Chief." Hey, Chief, there's no need to rush." Before the official could finish his sentence, he looked up and realized the three men had already vanished. Turning his head, he saw them striding far ahead, and he quickly chased after them. When the group burst into the main hall of the government office, Han Feng's voice preceded him. "Where's the package Yu Fu sent? Show it to me quickly." As he spoke, the three of them entered the hall. Han Feng immediately spotted a blue burlap package on the table. It was already unwrapped, revealing 3 items inside. There was a letter in a craft paper envelope, its wax seal still intact. Next to it was an irregularly shaped chunk of coal, black as ink and gleaming with a metallic luster. Beside that was a round, yellow-skinned fruit about the size of an egg. Han Feng looked at the items on the table with a bizarre expression. Just as everyone in the room thought he was going to pick up the letter or the coal, they saw him pick up the fruit instead, muttering under his breath, "Isn't this a damn potato? Where did he get this?" The golden yellow potato felt squishy in his hand. This was what happened when it had been frozen and then thawed at room temperature. Simply put, this potato was ruined. It would never sprout again. Thinking of this, Han Feng felt a heartache so intense he could barely breathe. But it made sense. It was the coldest part of winter, and after taking a spin in the sky via Eagle delivery, it would be a miracle if it hadn't frozen. "Is this the only one of these?" Han Feng immediately asked the people in the room, holding up the potato. Shi Xin, the governor of Luoyang County, replied, "That's the only one. I opened the package, and that was all that was inside. When I saw it was a letter from Yu Fu, I immediately sent someone to find you, Chief." "What is this thing? Is it important?" "Well, it looks like a new type of crop. What do you think? Is it important?" Han Feng deflected with a rhetorical question. Naturally, he couldn't admit he recognized it as a potato, so he didn't press the issue and immediately opened the letter. The letter primarily discussed 2 things. The first was the coal mine Han Feng had been desperately hoping for. Yu Fu briefly described the process of discovering the mine and provided its approximate location. He also included a map marking the coal mine's position relative to Taigang County and the Tang tribe, providing Han Feng with reference material for future planning and deployment. The second matter was the 16th Squad's discovery of the Baiwu tribe. The letter detailed the tribe's population, their intentions, and their crop, the taro. This was the name the Han tribe's exploration team had given the potato. Since the Han tribe already cultivated taro, which also grew underground, it was understandable that they mistook this new underground crop for a new variety of taro. The letter also mentioned the hematite mine near the Baiwu tribe. However, the locals only used it as a pigment and hadn't mastered iron smelting technology. Normally, an iron mine wouldn't be a cause for much excitement. The Han tribe had discovered plenty of iron or resources, none of which matched the quality and reserves of the magnetite mine in Xin'an County. Therefore, This hematite mine had little development value. However, its close proximity to the newly discovered coal mine undoubtedly made it an asset. The enclosed map also marked the locations of the Baiwu tribe and the iron mine, giving Han Feng a clear picture of the layout. The letter further detailed the trade Yu Fu had struck with them, exchanging some salt and iron for 2 burlap sacks of taro, with an agreement to trade domesticated sheep for their taro cultivation techniques next spring. Han Feng already knew how to grow potatoes, but he wouldn't interfere with Yu Fu's trading operations. They still needed to interact with the tribe. How else would they eventually absorb them into the Han tribe? Since Yu Fu was confident, Han Feng would let him handle it. Seeing that Yu Fu had traded for 2 burlap sacks of potatoes, roughly 200 to 300 caddies, Han Feng felt relieved. Even if only a few had been sent back, it was fine. As long as they had seeds, they could propagate them endlessly. This meant the Han tribe would gain another staple crop and vegetable. After all, potatoes were versatile. They could be eaten as either a vegetable or a staple grain. Putting that matter aside, he spread out the map again and began examining the coal mine's location. The importance of a southern coal mine was self-evident. It would determine the Han tribe's industrial foundation in the south. Without coal, nothing could be accomplished. Someone, bring me a drafting ruler, Han Feng ordered without looking up from the map. Yes, sir. A minor official nearby acknowledged the order and quickly brought over a ruler. Han Feng took it and measured the map. He found that the straight-line distance from Taiging County in the Tang tribe to the coal mine was nearly 300 kilometers. However, this route was obstructed by 2 mountain ranges and a river. If they had to detour, the route could easily extend beyond 500 kilometers. That was too far, making it unsuitable for transportation between the 2 locations. Even building a railway would be extremely difficult. After all, this was the wilderness. Without even basic transportation infrastructure, getting construction teams and heavy machinery in there would be a nightmare. The Comprehensive Research Institute had already confirmed that the iron ore in Taiging County was manganese iron ore. Manganese steel was crucial for the Han tribe's heavy-duty railway construction. Even if they didn't need it right now, they would definitely need it in the future. Furthermore, the high hardness of manganese steel made it ideal for developing advanced machine tool cutting blades, which were vital for industry. Currently, the Han tribe's chemical engineering capabilities were insufficient to produce synthetic steel alloys themselves. Only natural alloy ores like this could solve their immediate problems. Although Yu Fu had mentioned in his letter that he was leading a team to scout transportation routes, Han Feng couldn't just sit idle. After all, he was the one who had to control the overall strategic layout. Given the current situation, there were only 3 options. First, transport the manganese iron ore from Taiging County to the coal mine and build the steel plant and coking plant there. Second, build the steel plant and coking plant in Taiging County and transport the necessary coal directly from the mine to Taiging County. Third, a compromise. Find a new settlement between the 2 locations to serve as the site for the steel plant and coking plant, and transport the raw materials from both the north and south to this central point. None of these options were inherently good or bad. Any of them could work. The key was determining which location offered the most superior geographical advantages. In his heart, Han Feng leaned toward the third option. He wanted to find a location near water to serve as the southern steel base, ideally along the Luyang River. This way, the finished manganese steel could be transported via the Luyang River, a major artery, to the entire Han tribe territory. Whether heading north or south to the capital, it would be incredibly convenient. The biggest constraint in choosing an industrial base was transportation. As the saying goes, if you want to get rich, build roads first. If they could rely on the already mature waterway transportation, that would be perfect. However, on this simple map, Han Feng couldn't pinpoint the most suitable location. Chief, what are you thinking about? Didn't we find the coal mine? Why do you look so worried? Shi Xian couldn't help but ask, seeing Han Feng frowning in deep thought ever since he finished reading the letter. Here, take a look for yourself. I just feel the coal mine is a bit too far, and I'm temporarily unsure where to place the steel plant, Han Feng explained, handing the letter to Shi Xian. Shi Xian quickly took it and began reading. When he saw that they had found a coal mine, discovered an unfamiliar tribe with a population of nearly 2,000, acquired a new crop, and located an iron mine, he couldn't help but click his tongue in envy. Although Yu Fu didn't hold a major, fixed official position, his constant exploring and adventuring had earned him countless merits. Aside from rice and peanuts, which Han Feng had found, Almost all the other crops in the Han tribe had been brought back by Yu Fu. That was a massive contribution. And now, he had added another one. How could anyone not be jealous? But Shi Xian's feelings were limited to envy. There was no hatred. He himself was a county governor, a high-ranking regional official with far more actual power than Yu Fu. It was just that, aside from administrative achievements, he had few opportunities to earn merits, making it difficult to climb higher. Then again, the position of county governor was currently the highest position of actual power in the Han tribe. He didn't really have much room to climb anyway. After a moment of sour envy, he comforted Han Feng. Chief, why stress over a simple map? Didn't Yu Fu write in his letter that he's leading men to scout the transportation routes? Even if you need to make a decision, shouldn't you wait until they send back the detailed information? Han Feng raised an eyebrow. He knew this logic perfectly well, but he was just anxious. Since he had nothing else to do, he wished he could personally go and scout the roads. But as the chief, he couldn't handle everything himself, which was why he felt frustrated. Taking a sip of tea, Han Feng finally said, "There's nothing to worry about. The cart will find its way when it reaches the mountain, and the boat will straighten out when it reaches the bridge. The construction of the capital has only just begun, and we aren't in desperate need of land transportation right now. A little delay won't hurt. However, there is another matter that needs to be handled next year, and it might require the efforts of your Luoyang County." What matter? Shi Xian hadn't expected Han Feng's thoughts to jump so drastically. Just a moment ago, he was racking his brains over a map of the south, and now he was suddenly pivoting back to Luoyang County. "Bring me a map of the 8 northern counties of the Han tribe," Han Feng ordered. Once the bodyguard brought the map, Han Feng pointed to the area west of Luoyang County and said, "Regarding the war in the north, although I only dispatched one guard unit, a force of 2,600 men, that doesn't account for the existing population in the north. To support this war, the 3 major camps in the north have practically mobilized every available man. More than half of the able-bodied men have been drafted as militia. Their agricultural level wasn't as advanced as ours to begin with, and this war won't end quickly. The first 2 phases alone are planned to take half a year, and that's assuming everything goes smoothly. The final mopping up phase will inevitably drag into next year. But if that happens, continuing the spring offensive next year will interfere with planting. Yet, if we temporarily halt the war and send the soldiers back to farm, we'll lose our advantage. We can't give the enemy a chance to breathe after finally securing a favorable strategic position. We must press the attack and crush them in one fell swoop. This will actually save time in the long run. The war in the north absolutely cannot drag on for more than 2 years. As a result, grain production in the north next year will inevitably drop, or even fail completely. They could only grow 1 crop a year to begin with, barely remaining self-sufficient. If their harvest fails next year, the food required for the original 30,000 northern residents, plus the 2,600 soldiers of the Divine Strategy Guard, and the ever-increasing number of prisoners, will be a massive figure. Next year, we must prepare at least enough rations to feed 50,000 people for a year, and we also need to organize a fleet to transport it. After finishing, Han Feng looked at Shi Xian. Shi Xian's mouth fell open, and he unconsciously swallowed hard. Rations for 50,000 people, for a year. Heavens, how much grain was that? An average county in the Han tribe probably couldn't produce that much. At the very least, it would require a major agricultural county like Weishan or Luoyang to provide that amount. But if they did, the reserves they had built up during the first year of daming would be completely wiped out. It would be like working a whole year for nothing, and they might even have to dip into the savings from before the daming era. He stood there stunned for a long time before finally speaking. "Chief, we shouldn't need that much, right? Didn't we already send a batch of grain with the army? And when the river thaws in the spring, the Divine Strategy Guard will definitely have the fleet escort the prisoners south. Then they won't need that much food up there. Just because they come south doesn't mean they don't need food. Are you expecting to use those prisoners for farming once they get here? And if the 3 northern camps have a total crop failure next year, they can't come south. How will they survive the winter? The northern winters are even colder and longer, a full 6 months. If we don't give them food, how do you expect them to live?" Han Feng glared at Shi Xian, reprimanding him. This guy was thinking too simply. Even if the prisoners were sent south, they would be used for hard labor and would still require the Han tribe to provide food. No matter who supplied it, this grain had to come from the Han tribe's overall reserves. For a moment, Shi Xian was speechless. He watched as Han Feng continuously tapped a specific spot on the map. Looking closely, he saw it was the Three No Cares zone west of Luoyang County. The so-called Three No Cares zone was a large plain located west of Luoyang County, east of Riyang County, and north of Nanjing County. Because none of the three counties had jurisdiction over this land, it was jokingly referred to as the Three No Cares zone. The soil here was fertile, and with a little modification, it could become prime farmland. All three counties coveted this land, but due to their limited populations, they simply didn't have the spare manpower to cultivate it. As a result, the area remained a pristine wilderness to this day. Now, the chief had suddenly asked for a map and pointed to this exact spot while discussing the northern food shortage. Could he be eyeing this land? Thinking of this, Xian tentatively asked, does the chief intend to open up new fields on the plain west of Luoyang County to increase grain production? Yes, that is the plan. Han Feng immediately nodded in acknowledgement. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought it up now. Well, we also want to open up new fields and expand our cultivated area. Unfortunately, our population is limited. No matter how much land there is, if there's no one to farm it, or if we can't manage it all, opening it up would be a waste of effort, Xian said helplessly. I know. Since there are no commoners to farm it, we'll just make it state-owned fields, Han Feng said casually. State-owned fields? Public farmland owned by the government? But even state-owned fields need people to farm them. Didn't the chief just say we can't use prisoners for farming? Where will the chief get the manpower to clear and cultivate the land? Xian asked, thoroughly confused. Han Feng waved his hand to interrupt him. Let's put that aside for a moment. Do you know what I discovered while strolling through the city earlier? What? I was actually wondering about that. The clerk said they searched the streets twice and couldn't find you. Xian asked, puzzled. I found a carpenter in the city. He built a hand-cranked rice transplanter that can increase transplanting efficiency by 2 to 3 times. As soon as Han Feng finished his sentence, everyone in the room froze, their jaws dropping in shock. A rice transplanter? 2 to 3 times the efficiency? When did this happen? It was right under their noses, yet the chief was the first to discover it? Everyone was dumbfounded, unable to process this sudden news. Is the chief telling the truth? Xian immediately stood up in excitement, staring at Han Feng. Of course it's true. When you sent someone to find me earlier, I was at his house. Han Feng nodded. Then, where is he? Where is his transplanter? Can it be popularized? Xian asked impatiently. Yeah, that guy built the transplanter 2 months ago, but he kept it hidden, hoping to exchange it for a noble title next spring. I just happened to stumble upon it while strolling through the market. His transplanter is very crudely made, and the materials aren't suitable, so it's not ready for widespread use yet. Plus, he hasn't actually tested it. By the time he finished it, winter had already set in, so he didn't have the chance. I've already arranged for him to start working at the Power Research Institute in Xingang County next month, specifically to focus on agricultural machinery development. I also ordered him to produce an improved version of the hand-crank transplanter before spring. I've seen the device. The required improvements are minor, and it has immense practical value. The small version can be rolled out next year, and it won't be too expensive to produce, at least cheaper than a seed drill or a curve shaft plow. Every household will be able to afford one. Seeing everyone staring at him in excitement, Han Feng quickly explained the situation. Finally, he added one more thing. I've already made all the arrangements regarding this carpenter. Don't interfere, and don't go bothering him at his house for no reason. If you cause him trouble and delay the development of the agricultural machinery, I won't forgive you. Yes, Chief. Can it really be popularized? Xian nodded repeatedly. As the head of a county, developing agriculture and population was his primary job. He knew exactly what kind of impact a new agricultural tool could have. I've already inspected the transplanter. When I say the issues are minor, I mean there are no major problems. When it comes to machinery, don't you trust my judgment? Han Feng glanced at him and asked rhetorically. Hee, I didn't mean it like that. I'm just excited. If the transplanter can really increase efficiency by 2 or 3 times, then we can genuinely figure out a way to farm more land. Xian quickly said with an obsequious smile. Oh, farm more land. What are your thoughts? Han Feng asked, testing him. It was important to note that the amount of farmland allocated to each person in the Han tribe was fixed. No one could just farm as much as they wanted. Given this, how could they increase the amount of new farmland? This was exactly why Han Feng posed the question. Naturally, we would clear wastelands to serve as state-owned fields. As for manpower, we can hire commoners to do the work. If they have transplanters, it will save them half their time. They can then use that extra time to help farm the state-owned fields, Xian hypothesized. I do plan to establish state-owned fields on the plains west of Luoyang County. However, I don't intend to plant rice there for now. Instead, we'll use it to grow wheat and corn, especially corn. Han Feng nodded, revealing his plan. Why is that? If we can expand the area of state-owned fields, wouldn't it be better to plant staple grains? Why choose corn? Xian asked, puzzled. Because we don't have the people. Didn't you just say we lack manpower? Han Feng countered. Xian was left speechless. Asterisk, if you know we don't have the people, what's the difference between planting rice and planting corn? We can't plant either way. Asterisk, but he didn't dare argue back, and before he could, Han Feng's next sentence arrived. The Power Research Institute has a new breakthrough. They've built a four-wheeled vehicle called a tractor. It's steam-powered, burns coal, and can replace oxen and horses. It can pull carts and also pull plows to till the land. Moreover, it's equipped with a new type of rotary tiller that can plow a width of 6 meters at a time. It's incredibly fast. One of these machines can do the work of hundreds, even 1,000 people. In our Han tribe, 1 mu of land is 600 square meters. Do the math. With a plowing width of 6 meters, the tractor only needs to drive in a straight line for 100 meters to plow 1 mu. And it takes less than a minute to drive 100 meters. What kind of speed is that? Hearing Han Feng's words, everyone in the room, except the 2 bodyguards standing at the door, was completely stunned. The shock caused by these things called a tractor and a rotary tiller was even greater than what they had felt hearing about the transplanter. If machines could be used to plow fields, and their efficiency was higher than that of oxen, then what was the point of having oxen? When did Xinjiang County, a place where not even a blade of grass grew, quietly produce such a treasure? Then, Chief, this tractor and the new plowing machine you mentioned, can they be popularized? Xian couldn't help but ask excitedly again. But Han Feng shook his head. These machines are too expensive to build, and their efficiency is too high. Unless you're prepared to popularize trains to the point where every household has a locomotive, then you can try popularizing tractors. The officials in the room fell collectively silent. Damn, so it's that expensive. From the chief's tone, it sounded like it cost as much as a train. But thinking about it, it made sense. It was equipped with a steam engine, let alone the other parts. Just the steam engine alone was something ordinary commoners could never afford. After a moment of suffocating silence, Han Feng spoke again. However, it's not that this machine can't be used. It's just that commoners can't afford to use or buy it themselves. Think about its efficiency. If it plows 1 mu per minute, a household with at most a few dozen mu of land would finish their work in about an hour. And then what? After that hour, it sits idle for months? So, it's not that it can't be popularized, but it needs to be managed like the government-owned draft oxen. The county offices can use their fiscal revenue to buy tractors from Xinjiang County. The purchased tractors will become public property of the government. When commoners need to use them, they can rent them out, charging by the mu, just like renting oxen now. The rental income will cover daily maintenance, including repairs and the cost of coal. When the commoners aren't using them, we can use them to farm the state-owned fields. During the agricultural off-season, the machine can also pull carts. Its load capacity isn't low. It can pull at least 1 train car's worth of weight. We can use it to transport grain, rent it to commoners to haul bricks, or at the very least, use it to haul dirt to pave roads or build house foundations. In short, if the tractors are kept in the hands of the county offices, their utilization rate will be massive. Commoners can't fully utilize them on their own, but in the hands of the government, their schedules will be packed full. They'll never sit idle. Everyone nodded in agreement. If popularized and utilized in the way the chief described, it was indeed the best method. Xian then pressed further. Chief, this tractor you mentioned, does it exist now? When can it be rolled out? After a moment of thought, Han Feng replied, half a month ago, I personally participated in the field test of the tractor. The basic functions are fine. It just needs some aesthetic and detail refinements. I imagine it's finished by now, though this prototype hasn't been finalized yet and requires further testing. However, if we want to finalize the design, it shouldn't be a problem. We can finalize it and produce a batch first, then continue to improve subsequent models. This way, we can quickly equip a fleet. We still have over 3 months until spring. We can push to produce a few vehicles first, using them while looking for ways to improve. By next spring, we can use these machines to clear the state-owned fields. Then, why did the chief say earlier that we should plant corn and wheat? Can't this tractor be used to farm rice? Xian asked, still confused. Because we don't have the technology for that yet. Han Feng paused before continuing. We have the tractor, which can replace draft oxen. We have the rotary tiller, which can plow the land. A seeder isn't a problem either. We can base the design on the existing seed drill, just scaling it up. That won't be difficult for the Institute. In other words, plowing and sowing are not issues. But there are still two major problems to solve: harvesting and the tractor itself. Currently, we don't have a suitable automatic harvester. For ear-bearing crops like wheat and rice, if we can't harvest them quickly when they mature, the grain will rot in the fields. Without a harvester, we'd have to hire commoners to harvest manually, and you know how efficient manual harvesting is. Sure, we could use tractors to plant more state-owned fields, but it's useless if there's no one to harvest them. Corn is different. A single corn stalk yields at most 2 ears. Even if it's not harvested immediately, the corn will just dry on the stalk. It won't rot, and the kernels won't fall off. We can just leave it there and harvest it slowly. Do you understand now? Then there's rice. Rice is even harder to deal with than wheat. Wheat only has the harvesting issue, but rice has problems with both harvesting and transplanting. Our tractors are steam-powered, massive, and very heavy. I suspect they wouldn't even be able to enter a paddy field without sinking straight into the mud. Furthermore, large-scale transplanters haven't been invented yet. Mechanized rice farming next spring is simply unrealistic. Getting the small, hand-crank transplanters popularized would already be the best possible outcome. Everyone nodded again, understanding Han Feng's concerns. As the saying goes, you can't eat hot tofu if you're impatient. No matter how eager they were, a great invention needed time to yield final results. In truth, the Power Research Institute was already working very hard. So, until the automatic harvesting issue is resolved, we can only plant corn? Xian asked, summarizing the situation. Han Feng nodded. Exactly. That's the gist of it. Then how much state-owned land does the chief plan to clear next spring to plant corn? Xian asked again. Didn't I just say? Next year, we need to prepare a year's worth of rations for 50,000 people in the north. How much cornfield do you think we need to clear to produce that much? Han Feng didn't answer directly, but posed a question instead. If we only plant corn, we can barely manage 3 crops a year here. And it's best not to plant continuously, or the soil fertility won't keep up. We don't have enough human and animal manure to fertilize the fields either. Based on past corn yields, to feed 50,000 people for a year, we'd need at least 20,000 mu of land, with 3 consecutive bumper harvests, to meet the demand, Xian calculated rapidly. Based on past experience, with intensive farming and sufficient fertilizer, 1 mu of corn in the Luoyang County area could yield 600 kilograms, or 1,200 caddies. In Tuahai County to the south, it was slightly higher, reaching 700 to 800 kilograms. However, considering large-scale mechanized farming with very few hands, intensive farming was impossible, and there wouldn't be enough fertilizer to supplement the soil. Therefore, the yield estimate had to be conservative. Let's assume 500 kilograms per mu. Subtracting 200 caddies, that leaves 1,000 caddies of corn per mu. In this world, a year had 14 months, or 420 days. If one person ate 1,000 caddies of corn a year, they would get a little over 2 caddies of corn a day. If they only ate corn, this amount was definitely not enough, especially for soldiers who required physical strength. This meant they had to rely on side dishes. Besides carbohydrates like corn, they needed sufficient protein, namely, meat. Counting only the corn, 60,000 mu of corn for 50,000 people would be just about enough. As for meat, 1.5 caddies of grain could produce 1 caddy of chicken, while 3 caddies of corn could produce 1 caddy of pork. Obviously, poultry was cheaper to raise. However, poultry was white meat, while pork, beef, and mutton were red meat. The difference was significant. Red meat provided iron and other trace elements, whereas poultry was slightly lacking in this regard. 20,000 mu of land. 6 meters by 100 meters is 1 mu. Multiply by 1 kilometer, that's 10 mu. 10 kilometers is 100 mu. Multiply that by a width of 6 kilometers, and that's 10,000 mu. So 20,000 mu would be a piece of land 10 kilometers wide and 12 kilometers long. Han Feng fell into deep thought as he calculated. That seems a bit too big. The working width of a tractor with a rotary tiller was 6 meters. At maximum output, traveling 100 meters in half a minute meant 200 meters a minute, or 12 kilometers an hour. In 1 hour, it would just finish running the length of the entire field. Dividing the 10-kilometer width by the 6-meter working width per pass meant the tractor would have to make 1,667 round trips to plow these 20,000 mu. At 1 hour per trip, that was 1,667 hours. In other words, to plow these 20,000 mu of land, even with a tractor, assuming the driver didn't eat, drink, use the bathroom, or sleep, it would take at least 70 days just to turn the soil once. And that didn't even include the subsequent sowing and irrigation. One vehicle, 20,000 mu of land, 70 days of plowing, and that was nonstop, high-intensity work where the men could rest but the machine couldn't. If 10 vehicles worked simultaneously, the time could be reduced to 7 days. 20 vehicles would take 3.5 days. But to do that, each vehicle would need at least 3 drivers. That was the bare minimum. That meant for 20,000 mu of land, 20 tractors, and 3.5 days of plowing, they would need 60 drivers, plus a 24-hour standby maintenance team. And for him to accomplish this task, Xing'an County would have to build 20 tractors in 3 months, averaging 1 tractor every 4 days or so. Material reserves shouldn't be a problem, but he didn't know if the Institute could pull it off. The more Han Feng calculated, the more worried he became. This plan was too crazy for the Han tribe. Maybe he should cut the state-owned field area in half. 10,000 mu. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Chief, isn't 20,000 mu too much? Can that tractor really plow that much land? Xian asked uncertainly, having never seen the machine himself. It is a bit much. One tractor can plow 240 mu every 2 hours. To finish 20,000 mu, it would have to run non-stop, day and night, for 70 days just to turn the soil once. Han Feng explained, his brow furrowed. When the others first heard that a single vehicle could plow 240 mu in 2 hours, they almost jumped for joy. What incredible efficiency! To plow the same area with oxen would take countless beasts and an unimaginable amount of time. This tractor was simply amazing. But before they could even cheer, Han Feng's second half of the sentence poured a bucket of cold water over them. Even with such efficiency, it would still take 70 days to plow 20,000 mu. That was 70 days, over 2 months. If they were in the south, the spring rice might already be entering the grain-filling stage by then. If plowing alone took 2 months, what was the point of planting? Xian sighed upon hearing this, then added, then we still can't plant it. I think we should figure out a way to gather grain from the warehouses across the regions. Fortunately, we've saved up quite a bit over the past few years. Otherwise, taking out this much grain would definitely impact our core counties here. There's no rush. We still need to plant the state-owned fields. I recalculated. 1 vehicle takes 70 days, but if we have 10 vehicles, it will only take 7 days. If we have 20 vehicles, we can compress the time to 3.5 days. That way, from plowing to sowing, we can finish everything in just 7 days. It's still feasible. Even if we only have 10 vehicles, we can plant 10,000 mu of corn in 7 days. With 5 vehicles, that's 5,000 mu. The Research Institute already has 1 experimental tractor model. Building 4 more in 3 months shouldn't be a problem. We must plant the fields. Having 5,000 mu is better than having none at all, Han Feng said, standing up and waving his hand. These words lifted everyone's spirits again. True, having 5,000 mu was good too. If 5,000 mu could yield 3 harvests, it could feed 15,000 people, saving the tribe a significant amount of reserve grain. Yes, having 5,000 mu is great. It will relieve a lot of pressure on everyone. Plus, with the rollout of the civilian rice transplanters next year, we might even see a significant increase in overall yield. Chief, give us our orders. How do you need us to cooperate? Xian was energized once more. There are indeed quite a few things that need to be done right now. Han Feng paced around the room a few times, his mind rapidly formulating plans for various aspects. The eyes of everyone in the room were fixed on him, but knowing the chief was deep in thought, no one dared to interrupt. After a long while, Han Feng finally began issuing orders. Guards. Chief, what are your orders? A bodyguard immediately entered from outside, clasping his hands and awaiting instructions. Select 60 Golden Seal Guard candidates from the orphanages across the regions to form a driver training class. Send them to the Research Institute in Xing'an County before December. I want them to master driving the tractors before spring and be proficient in using them for farming operations. Han Feng issued his first command. This, Chief, There might not be that many candidates of the right age. The bodyguard hesitated before speaking. Han Feng glanced at him. How old are the oldest ones? Reporting to the chief, the oldest orphans currently in the reserve talent pool are 15. They will be released into society when they come of age at 16 next spring. But there aren't that many 15-year-olds right now, maybe around 30. If we include the 14-year-olds, we should have enough, the bodyguard replied in a low voice. When Han Feng originally established the orphanages to take in the tribe's orphans, he had always placed them under the management of the Golden Seal Guards. These children were orphans created when their tribes first joined the Han tribe, for instance, mothers dying in childbirth or fathers dying from hunting injuries. Such situations were all too common. Since these children weren't yet adults and couldn't marry or establish their own households, they were gathered in the orphanages for centralized upbringing. It was just like Han Feng himself. When he first arrived in this world, he was only 10 years old and had no idea who his parents were. Even the father of Shoya, the former chief of the Han tribe, had died during a hunt. For tribes that still relied on hunting to survive, death was a very common occurrence. Han Feng's original intention in establishing the orphanages was twofold. First, to shelter these parentless orphans, and second, to centrally cultivate talent. Once they came of age, they would be given priority selection for the Golden Seal Guards to serve as his personal bodyguards. Those who didn't make the cut would enter society to establish their own households and become ordinary citizens. Therefore, the orphanages managed by the Golden Seal Guards always had a reserve of talent, though few local officials knew about this because they had no jurisdiction over it. Then include the 14-year-olds. When I was 14, I could already do everything. After a brief pause, Han Feng made his decision. Yes, sir. I will handle it immediately. The bodyguard clasped his hands and left to carry out the order. With the driver issue resolved, Han Feng turned back to Shi Xin and the other Luoyang County officials, issuing his next command. Starting today, Luoyang County will be responsible for preparing the state-owned fields. You are to select flat, easily irrigable land near water sources within the area west of Luoyang County, north of Nanzhong County, and east of Riyang County. Map out 60,000 mu of state-owned fields, design a rational irrigation canal system, and draft a water conservancy construction plan. Mark the boundaries on site. You can plant flags, string ropes, or draw lines. Then, post notices warning commoners not to trespass in this area, publicly declaring it an experimental mechanized farming zone. Shi Xin, you will be the general director for this project. I'm only giving you a little over 2 months. You must complete this work by the end of the 13th month. If it's not planned out by then, I will hold you accountable. Yes, sir. But, Chief, didn't you just say 5,000 mu? Why has it become 60,000 mu again? Shi Xin first bowed and accepted the order, then asked in confusion. 5,000 mu is the most conservative estimate, but we must prepare for 20,000 mu. Since we don't have enough fertilizer and the fields can't be planted continuously, we have to rely on fallow rotation to restore soil fertility. These 60,000 mu are preparation for 3 seasons of corn, planting only 20,000 mu at a time. Any other questions? Han Feng explained. No more questions. I guarantee the task will be completed. Shi Xin had only been confused, not incapable of completing the task. In the agriculture-focused Han tribe, government offices didn't have much to do during the winter, so there were plenty of clerks available. After hearing Han Feng's explanation, he immediately agreed. Seeing that they had no further questions, Han Feng nodded, turned, and walked out the door. Shi Xin quickly chased after him, asking from behind, Chief, where are you going now? To the Research Institute. I need to finalize the tractor design and give them their production orders, Han Feng said without looking back, leaving with his bodyguards. However, he didn't leave Luoyang County immediately. Instead, he took his bodyguards back to the home of Yang Dashin, the inventor of the rice transplanter. Upon seeing Yang Dashin for the second time, Han Feng got straight to the point. I'm heading to the Research Institute in Xin'an County right now. Do you want to come with me to see the tractor and the rotary tiller? You can come back in a couple of days to pack. The 1-month leave I granted you still stands. Oh, really? I can see the tractor right now? Yang Dashin wasn't upset about being called away so suddenly. On the contrary, he was incredibly excited at the prospect of seeing the tractor immediately. Of course, tell your family, dress warmly, and come with me right away. Oh, by the way, do you know how to ride a horse? Han Feng nodded, then added a question. And no, I don't. Yang Dashin scratched his head sheepishly. He was a carpenter, true, but he had never ridden a horse. Then arrange a carriage for him, one with a canopy. And bring that transplanter along too. You can move there later. This trip is primarily for you to see where you'll be working, and secondly, to list out all the materials needed for the improved transplanter so the Institute can prepare them for you, like chains, gears, sheet iron, and so on. Once all that is sorted, you can come back and arrange things at home. Hearing this, Hanfeng immediately had the bodyguards prepare a carriage and explained the purpose of the trip to Yang Dashin. Yang Dashin was thrilled. He quickly went inside to tell his family, put on a thick padded jacket and an overcoat, personally hoisted his transplanter onto his shoulder, and followed Hanfeng out the door. The group quickly left the city, heading straight for Sitong County, and then transferred from there directly to Xing'an County. It took them 2 days to arrive. Seeing the chief return to the Institute after only half a month, Lin Fei was delighted and eagerly ran over to claim credit. "Chief, we've perfected the tractor. Just one more test, and if there are no problems, we can finalize the design. We've also made significant progress on the loader. We've assembled the bare chassis of the first loader and are just waiting for you to test it. How about that? Are those 2 pieces of good news?" Lin Fei said cheerfully. "Is that so? Well, I have 2 pieces of good news for you too, along with a daunting task. Which do you want to hear first?" Hanfeng teased back. The chief has good news too." Lin Fei paused, then guessed. "Let me guess, another victory report from the north?" Hanfeng shook his head. Chu Bing and Yu Yi hadn't sent him any messages in the past half-month. "No? Then, has the Tang tribe agreed to merge into the Han tribe?" Lin Fei guessed again. Hanfeng continued to shake his head. The Tang tribe was currently undergoing comprehensive sinicization. Aside from lacking the official title of the Han tribe, they were essentially no different from the Han tribe's counties. However, Hanfeng had been holding off on taking the final step, preferring a boiling the frog slowly approach to make the transition more natural and avoid leaving any seeds of future trouble. Still no? Then, could it be that Yu Fu found a coal mine in the south? Lin Fei guessed once more. Hanfeng was taken aback. He had been so focused on the tractors and state-owned fields for the past 2 days that he had almost forgotten about the coal mine. He nodded and said, "Yu Fu did indeed find a coal mine in the south. I heard the coal seam is quite shallow, only a little over 20 meters deep. It's just that the location is a bit far, making transportation troublesome. They also found an iron mine as a bonus and discovered a new crop from an unfamiliar tribe. I suppose that counts as 3 pieces of good news, but they aren't the 2 I wanted to tell you." They really found coal? Does that mean our Xing'an County is going to undergo a massive reshuffle again? If a steel plant is going to be built in the south, we'll definitely have to transfer a lot of technical personnel over. And if the south needs railway transportation, our train production quota will have to increase again. Lin Fei was initially stunned, then overjoyed, but quickly became worried. Right now, both the steel plant and the research institute had extremely heavy workloads, and available talent was scarce. If too many people were transferred away at once, it would definitely impact the institute itself. His mind immediately focused on this, completely tossing Hanfeng's other 2 pieces of good news to the back of his mind. "Don't worry, the construction won't happen that fast. I'll give you 2 years to prepare. Use these 2 years to train more technical personnel. You can have your pick of the students from the schools," Hanfeng said, patting his shoulder. "But that's not what I wanted to tell you. I came here this time, first, to deliver a talent to you, and second, to assign you a new task." Hearing Hanfeng say this, Lin Fei finally let go of his heavy worries and refocused his attention on Hanfeng's words. "A talent? That's wonderful. I was just worrying about being short-handed. Anyone personally delivered by the chief must be exceptional." "Chief, who is this person?" Lin Fei asked happily, sweeping away his previous gloom. This is Yang Dashin, a carpenter from the Luoyang County shipyard. He invented a hand-cranked rice transplanter all by himself, and I happened to stumble upon it. I plan to assign him to the agricultural machinery team. What do you think?" Hanfeng pulled Yang Dashin, who was following behind, forward and introduced him. "A rice transplanter? Hand-cranked? Oh my, that's incredible. This is an invention that will benefit every citizen in the tribe. Just a couple of days ago, the folks in the agricultural machinery team were telling me that for plowing and sowing, they at least had the curve shaft plow and the seed drill for reference. But for transplanting, there's still no tool that can replace manual labor, and they were really stressing over it. With this brother's invention joining the team, everyone will definitely welcome him with open arms." Lin Fei immediately grew excited upon hearing this. This is Lin Fei, the director of the Power Research Institute, your future direct superior. Aren't you going to pay your respects? Han Feng patted Yang Dashan's shoulder and introduced him. Greetings, Director Lin. My family isn't from around here, so I hope the director can look after me in the future. I will definitely cooperate actively with everyone's work. Yang Dashan immediately bowed with clasped hands. Not at all, not at all. I can't accept a bow from a great talent like you. In the future, when your transplanter is popularized, every citizen in the tribe will be singing your praises. Having picked up a free talent, Lin Fei happily helped him up. With such an inventor joining their R&D team, he was overjoyed and would naturally take good care of him. After the two exchanged pleasantries for a moment, Lin Fei turned back to Han Feng and asked, Chief, what was that daunting task you mentioned earlier? I found a prime experimental field for you to test all kinds of agricultural machinery. It's a massive 60,000 mu, Han Feng said with a smile. Lin Fei was thrilled, but just as the corners of his mouth were rapidly turning up, he heard Han Feng continue. To farm this land, I need you to build 20 tractors and the corresponding agricultural machinery before spring. The smile that hadn't even fully formed on Lin Fei's face instantly collapsed into a bitter grimace. Chief, you're throwing me under the bus. That's not just daunting. Even if we all grew 4 extra arms, we probably couldn't finish it. I don't care about that. The order has been given. How you do it is your problem. I just want the tractors. Han Feng's blunt response nearly made Lin Fei jump in frustration. However, his next sentence immediately pacified the institute director. But you don't need to panic. This isn't a mandatory quota. My baseline for you is this. Before the first day of the 14th month, you must produce at least 4 more tractors. If you produce fewer than 4, it means you haven't been working seriously, and I will penalize you. If you can produce 10, every worker and researcher involved in the project will receive an extra month's salary as a year-end bonus. If you produce 20, the bonus will be 2 months' salary. Furthermore, those who work proactively and contribute significantly to the team will be given priority for official appointments when we open the new factories in the south 2 years from now. The baseline, the rewards, and the bright future prospects were all laid out. As for how far they could go, that was entirely up to them. Hearing this, Lin Fei was no longer anxious. Instead, he was filled with fighting spirit. He didn't care much about official titles. He was already at the top. As the director of one of the Han tribe's only 2 central research institutes, he might not govern as many people as a county governor, but his status was no lower. It was just that the nation hadn't been formally established yet, so the official ranks weren't clearly defined, making it hard to compare. But Lin Fei absolutely cared about that 2-month salary year-end bonus. That was no small amount of money. I see. Then there's no problem. If I tell the researchers and workers about this, they'll definitely work their hearts out. But Chief, the timeline is still a bit tight. Even if everyone works overtime day and night, we can probably only produce 10 vehicles at most. 20 is absolutely impossible, Lin Fei said, rapidly calculating the time in his head. Let me add one more thing. Before the end of the 13th month, you must deliver at least 4 vehicles. 10 would be even better. The remaining 10 must be delivered before the new year. You absolutely cannot drag this past the start of spring. If spring passes, how are we supposed to plant the fields? Han Feng explained as he led them toward the workshop at a leisurely pace. If that's the case, it's still a monumental task, but it's worth a shot. 20 vehicles might truly be impossible, but if everyone pushes hard, a dozen or so isn't out of the question. However, to do that, we need to finalize the design as soon as possible. Otherwise, how can we start mass production? Lin Fei pondered. I know. I came today specifically to finalize the tractor design. Didn't you say it was mostly perfected? Bring it out for a test drive. We'll finalize it today, Han Feng said decisively. All right, I'll go arrange for the engine to be warmed up. We can brief you on the situation while it's heating up, Lin Fei said, his face lighting up. He bowed to Han Feng and quickly ran into the workshop. Han Feng continued to walk unhurriedly into the workshop with the others. Along the way, he said to Yang Dashan, who was walking beside him, watch closely and learn well. The rice transplanter is your starting point, not your finish line. With your intelligence, you will definitely learn much more here, create greater value for the tribe, and serve our people. Yang Dashan nodded solemnly, then followed the chief's steps into the massive new workshop. The new workshop for developing the tractor was a factory building constructed from reinforced concrete. The materials were produced by the tribe itself, making it incredibly convenient. A reinforced concrete factory had another advantage. It could be built tall and spacious enough to install numerous heavy lifting devices inside. For developing heavy machinery like excavators and tractors, lifting equipment was absolutely crucial. Another benefit was its extreme durability and resistance to water and fire. Workshops with wooden roof beams were highly susceptible to fire. The sheer scale of the workshop instantly made young Dashin's eyes light up. Everywhere he looked, there were massive, intimidating steel machines. There were large lathes several meters long, capable of cutting entire axles. The large hydraulic cylinders used on the engineering vehicles were also machined on these lathes. The floor was laid with iron rails for transporting heavy equipment, and overhead was a massive steel gantry crane. As far as the eye could see, the entire workshop was divided into 4 large teams. Everyone was bustling around 3 bizarrely shaped, massive vehicles. The tractor was basically finished, pending only final testing and approval. The loader had its main body completed, all the hydraulic, power, and control systems were installed, and the bucket was attached. Like the early tractor, its cab lacked a roof and was still open air, but it was ready for some preliminary testing. The excavator had a chassis, but the massive mechanical arm had not yet been installed. The entire vehicle was currently suspended in the air as the team worked on assembling the tracks. The road roller was the least complete, as the team planned to use the experience gained from the loader's platform to build it once the loader was mostly finished. Young Dashin watched in stunned silence. He had never imagined that the work at the Power Research Institute was so magnificent. To his eyes, the scene before him was as advanced as another world. Compared to the shipyard where he used to work, this place was heaven, and the shipyard was earth. While the shipyard's products might look larger and more awe-inspiring, in terms of advanced technology and complexity, they couldn't hold a candle to the breathtaking scenes inside the institute. This is the tractor. It's a 4-wheeled vehicle. The front houses the steam boiler, which is the power system. Beneath the cab is the hydraulic system, which also serves as the transmission. The entire vehicle is powered by the steam engine, but driven by hydraulics. In the middle is the cab, which seats 2 people, a driver and a stoker who operates and maintains the boiler. The rear is where agricultural implements are attached. The tractor is essentially an ox. It can pull carts or farm machinery. Depending on the need, various implements can be attached to the back, rotary tillers, seeders, and eventually, your rice transplanter. However, I hope the transplanter attached to the back in the future will be able to plant 20 rows of rice at once. Take a good look and see if it gives you any ideas. Han Feng led young Dashin up to the tractor, walking him around it while explaining its features and assigning him his task. Young Dashin's heart swelled with excitement as he circled the tractor. Han Feng, meanwhile, observed the changes the tractor had undergone over the past half-month. The front of the vehicle was no longer an exposed, intimidating mass of machinery. It was now covered by a boxy hood with rounded edges, enclosing the main body of the steam engine. The hood could still be opened for easy maintenance. The cab was no longer open air. It had a roof and doors, with glass windows installed on all 4 sides. However, it wasn't curved glass. The Han tribe could produce curved glass, but it was expensive, required a new mold, and the quality wasn't reliable. It might be fine for stationary buildings, but a tractor was an engineering vehicle. The vibrations during off-roading and startup were massive, and curved glass could easily shatter. Therefore, Han Feng had opted for flat glass. At the back was a fixed glass window about half a square meter in size. It couldn't be opened, but it allowed the driver to monitor the status of the agricultural machinery behind them. The doors on both sides of the cab also had glass windows that could be opened. However, they weren't the roll-down type. Instead, the window was split into left and right panes, both of which could slide horizontally within the frame, allowing the window to be opened to a maximum of half its area. It was a very primitive design, but it was the most suitable solution for this era. Even so, it had experienced a failure before the improved design allowed this small detail to pass inspection. Unlike the front and rear windshields, which were fixed, installing movable glass windows required 2 things. First, the glass had to be thicker and sturdier, without a single tiny bubble, or it would easily crack from vibrations. Second, the installation had to be better, incorporating waterproof and windproof cushioning. For this, they had adopted Han Feng's suggestion of using rubber weather stripping. Rubber was elastic, windproof, waterproof, and provided cushioning. The movable windows on the doors were a different story. If they were too tight, they would shatter. If they were too loose, they would also shatter. Initially, they had simply slotted 2 panes of glass into the tracks. During testing, before the vehicle had even moved a meter, the vibrations from the steam engine starting up shattered them instantly. It was a disaster. Later, they thickened the doors, added small metal pulleys to the glass tracks, and inserted rubber strips for cushioning and friction. They also encased the entire glass pane in a metal frame lined with rubber strips. With this double layer of protection, they finally created a sliding window that remained intact even when the vehicle was running. Because the front windshield was too large, they adopted an early automotive design, adding a central pillar between the A-pillars to split the windshield into left and right panes. This ensured safety while lowering production and maintenance costs. Smaller panes were undoubtedly easier and cheaper to produce than large ones. Furthermore, in the event of an accidental breakage, if only one side cracked, they would only need to replace half of it instead of the whole thing. Thus, production and maintenance were cheap, and the smaller the glass area, the less likely it was to shatter. As for the vehicle's lighting system, since they didn't have electric lights, they used the Han tribe's most familiar and mature technology, carbide lamps. Truth be told, if they wanted electric lights, Han Feng could solve the power source issue. Generators were hard to build, but making a lead-acid chemical battery was entirely feasible. However, he couldn't make light bulbs because the Han tribe lacked the capability to produce tungsten filaments, and he couldn't find any other heat-resistant materials for now. If he had a heat-resistant metal comparable to tungsten, he would have built rapid-fire machine guns long ago, rather than the weak rifles that could only fire 4,000 or 5,000 rounds before failing. So, using carbide lamps for lighting was a move born of pure necessity. But to be fair, the Research Institute's design this time left Han Feng highly satisfied, even pleasantly surprised. They had learned to flexibly apply all the Han tribe's existing technologies and materials, combining them to create new design solutions. Han Feng only provided the requirements and standards. The specific designs were up to the Institute. Take the lighting system, for example. When Han Feng first made his request, he imagined 2 possibilities. First, these guys might just slap 6 carbide lamps directly onto the vehicle, the most half-assed design possible. Second, they might install 6 fixed lamp bases on the vehicle body and attach the carbide lamps to them. That wouldn't be impossible, but operating independent carbide lamps was incredibly tedious. To use them, you had to add water to each carbide box one by one, controlling the reaction speed between the carbide and water, the gas output, and the size of the flame. Plus, you'd have to keep a pot of water in the vehicle at all times and climb onto the roof whenever a carbide box needed a refill. The tediousness of this design was second only to the first option, but it was acceptable, considering the principles of a carbide lamp. What kind of advanced lighting method could you really design with it? If they evolved the second option a bit, they could cut 4 holes in the roof and make the carbide lamps retractable. You'd pull the lamp down to add water or adjust it, then push it back up to the roof. While still troublesome, at least you wouldn't have to climb onto the roof. The driver could handle it from inside the cab just by standing up and reaching out. But the geniuses at the Power Research Institute designed an even more brilliant system. They built 2 large acetylene generators, installing one inside the front hood and the other on the exterior of the cab's rear wall. The 2 large headlights on the hood were connected to the front generator via rubber hoses, which supplied gas to both lamps simultaneously. The 4 large lights on the roof were connected via rubber hoses to the rear generator, which supplied gas to all 4 simultaneously. This eliminated the hassle of adding water and adjusting each lamp individually. By using rubber hoses to pipe the gas, they divided the 6 lights into 2 systems. The rubber hoses were the same thin tubes previously used to make valve cores, safe, convenient, cost-effective, and space-saving. To be honest, even if they had switched entirely to electric lights, they would still have to run wiring. In Han Feng's eyes, running rubber hoses was no different from running electrical wires. The only drawback compared to electric lights was that electric lights only needed a switch to turn on, whereas carbide lamps required an open flame to ignite. But that wasn't a big deal. Walking around the vehicle with a lit stick could light all 6 lamps. At the very least, you didn't have to climb onto the roof. What pleased Han Feng the most was that they had figured out how to rationally use existing technologies and materials, like using rubber hoses for gas transmission in this instance. This solution was entirely their own idea. Han Feng had only specified the locations and the total number of lights. What kind of lights to use and how to install them was a testament to the Institute's skill. After listening to Lin Fei's introduction of these later refinement plans, Han Feng was full of praise, specifically commending the person who designed the lighting system. Before long, the boiler was sufficiently heated and the steam reached working pressure. Han Feng then began the test. He was still the driver, accompanied by a stoker. Han Feng also specifically asked Yang Dashin to ride along and observe, squeezing in with the stoker to give him a first-hand experience of the tractor. Yang Dashin was visibly excited. He eagerly climbed into the vehicle, not minding the cramped space, sitting with half his rear on the seat, his eyes curiously taking in Han Feng and the stoker's operations. The researchers following behind were even more curious about Yang Dashin's identity. They couldn't understand why the chief would let this man ride along for observation, an honor not even they, the researchers, had received. Director, who is that man? Why did the chief bring him on board to observe? Someone couldn't help but ask Lin Fei. Him? That's Yang Dashin, a carpenter from the Luoyang County shipyard, Lin Fei said with a smile. A carpenter? What's so special about a carpenter? Everyone was puzzled. Carpenters certainly weren't rare. Of course, excluding those who did odd jobs, there were probably only a few hundred true carpenters in the shipyard, but that was still a lot. What was so special about this man that the chief valued him so highly? A carpenter isn't rare, of course, but this carpenter built a hand-cranked rice transplanter. Now that is rare. His transplanter can plant 2 seedlings simultaneously, increasing the efficiency of transplanting to 2 or 3 times that of manual labor. Would you say that's rare or not? Lin Fei explained further. A hand-cranked rice transplanter? 2 to 3 times the efficiency? Director, are you telling the truth? The crowd immediately asked, pleasantly surprised. The chief said it himself. How could it be false? The chief came here this time, first, to finalize the tractor design, and second, to bring this man over. The chief has already transferred him to our institute, assigning him to the agricultural machinery group to specifically develop large-scale mechanized transplanters. From now on, he's our colleague. His family isn't from around here, so everyone should look out for him. Lin Fei detailed Yang Dashin's situation, though he himself didn't know much about Yang Dashin's background, only that he was a shipyard carpenter who had built a transplanter. He really built a transplanter? That's fantastic. We were just worrying about having no ideas to draw from for rice cultivation. Haha, we'll definitely look out for him. Besides, he's not the only one in our institute whose family isn't here. We're all in the same boat. There's no distinction between insiders and outsiders. We're all colleagues. Where is his transplanter? I really want to see it right now. It's a pity it's winter. Otherwise, we could find a plot of land to demonstrate it. Hearing this, the crowd engaged in a heated discussion. When Lin Fei heard them mention finding a plot of land, he immediately remembered the task Han Feng had assigned earlier and addressed the group. Speaking of finding a plot of land, I have something very important to tell you. You need to mentally prepare yourselves for overtime, and this overtime will likely last until next spring. A new task. What task requires overtime until spring? My wife is due to give birth in 2 months. I definitely have to go back then. Reactions varied, but everyone's attention was drawn to Lin Fei's words, and they all turned to look at him. To test the effects and efficiency of large-scale mechanized farming, the chief has mapped out a massive 60,000 mu experimental field for us. He plans to use tractors for actual farming to prepare for the future popularization of mechanized agriculture. To this end, the chief has given us a production quota of 20 tractors before spring. Lin Fei first explained the situation. Knowing this would make some people jump, he didn't keep them in suspense and immediately continued. The chief said this isn't a mandatory quota. As long as we can produce 4 more tractors before spring, we pass. If we can deliver 10 by the end of the 13th month, every worker and researcher involved in the project will receive an extra month's salary as a year-end bonus. If we can deliver 20 before the new year, the bonus increases by another month's salary. Furthermore, whoever contributes the most and shows the most initiative this time will be given priority for promotion within the next 2 years. Hearing this, everyone was naturally happy, but they weren't so blinded by the 2-month salary bonus and priority promotion that they lost touch with reality. Director, even with the incentives, motivation, and drive, and even if we work overtime every day, it's impossible to achieve such a high production volume. It's not that we're lazy or unwilling to work. It's just completely unrealistic. Someone couldn't help but point out. I know the situation, but the chief has given the order, and we must find a way to complete it. If there are no difficulties, we complete it. If there are difficulties, we find a way to solve them and complete it. There are always more solutions than problems. As long as we are willing to work, no task is impossible. We shouldn't complain that the chief's task is too arduous. We should help the chief find ways to solve the problem. Everyone here is the elite of the tribe, researchers of the institute. You normally receive 3, 4, or even 5 times the salary of an ordinary worker. The tribe spends so much money to support us precisely so we can find ways to solve difficulties. If we retreat at the first sign of trouble, do we still deserve the highest salaries in the Han tribe? In all fairness, your salaries and benefits are higher than those of the soldiers fighting on the front lines, ready to die at any moment. Am I wrong? Of course, I don't deny that your contributions to the tribe are greater than those of the soldiers. Every invention of yours can have a massive, positive impact on the tribe. But everyone must also recognize their position and be worthy of their salary. When faced with a problem, the first thought should be how to solve it, not complaining, escaping, or passing the buck. Hearing the complaints, Lin Fei immediately transformed into a military political commissar or a party school instructor, beginning to criticize the team's flawed thinking and correct their mindset. However, reprimands and criticism aside, you ultimately have to provide practical solutions. Otherwise, people won't respect you. Looking at the silent researchers, heads bowed in reflection, Lin Fei spoke again. Regarding the solution for this task, I already have some ideas. Additionally, I have another important piece of news to share with everyone. Seeing the crowd look up again, Lin Fei continued. When the chief came over earlier, he told me that the tribe has discovered a new coal mine in the area north of the Tang tribe in the south. Combined with Taigang County, which produces iron ore in the Tang tribe, I think you should know what the future holds, right? Exactly. A new steel plant will definitely be built in the south. Our tribe's largest capital city is also located in the south. Once the steel is smelted, it's impossible to transport it all the way back to the north for processing. That would defeat the purpose of having a steel plant in the south. Therefore, various mechanical processing plants related to steel will definitely relocate to the south or simply establish branches there. Establishing branches will create a massive number of jobs, and at that time, personnel will certainly need to be drawn from us. In other words, whether considering this current task or the long-term perspective, we will only become increasingly short-handed in the next few years, while our workload will only grow heavier. It won't just be this one task. At this point, Lin Fei laughed, mocking himself. Did you think the chief only wanted 20 tractors? Are those loaders, excavators, and road rollers just for show? That's only because they haven't been finalized yet. Once they are, just watch. The chief will definitely ask for dozens more of those too. These machines were developed by everyone here. No one knows the functions and efficiency of the excavators and loaders better than you. Whether used for mining or building water conservancy projects, roads, or railways, they are absolute game changers. When the time comes and they are finalized, and we clearly have the capability to produce them, do you think the chief won't want them? Therefore, we must plan ahead. Hearing this, everyone agreed. Coupled with the situation in the south and the analysis of future trends, a shortage of personnel would be the unchanging theme for the next few years. This conclusion was actually easy to deduce because no matter how many people or how much production capacity you had, the chief would always throw more work your way. After a pause, Lin Fei continued. So, based on considerations for the future and this current task, I plan to implement a multi-role system on top of our existing foundation, starting with dual roles, and even moving to triple or quadruple roles. Director, what is a multi-role system? Someone asked, puzzled. It means assigning 2 or 3 people to work simultaneously on a single position, not taking turns, but 2, 3, or 4 people working together. You can also think of it as an upgraded version of the master-apprentice system. The purpose is twofold. First, to solve the problem of insufficient production capacity by increasing the number of workers. Second, to train talent. Not just senior technicians, but researchers as well, need to be rapidly expanded. We must be fully prepared for the future division of the Institute. As for the personnel needed to supplement this, we'll need the chief's strong support. If we want to expand production capacity, we have to be given more hands. Otherwise, even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. Lin Fei explained his solution and future development policy, ending with a sigh before concluding. Don't worry about this matter for now. First, go and finalize the tractor design and make the chief happy. I'll go talk to the chief about expanding the workforce. We must get his support. Increasing personnel isn't just about getting more people. If the number of people doubles, the payroll has to double too. This is a major issue. Once I've sorted it out with the chief, I'll hold meetings with each group, and then we'll discuss the specific production plan. Yes, the crowd agreed in unison. They had no say in this matter and could only let the director step forward to speak with the chief. They just needed to actively cooperate and complete the task well. However, from what Lin Fei said, the next few years were going to be very busy, but the room for future development would certainly be greater. The South was preparing a new industrial base, requiring a large number of personnel and officials. If they worked hard now and stood out, they could definitely secure an official position in the South in the future. Meanwhile, Han Feng was busy test driving. There wasn't much left to test on the tractor itself. The chassis performance and the vehicle's off-road capabilities had been tested long ago, so there was no need to repeat that. The main focus of this test was the improved agricultural machinery. The first-generation rotary tiller had undergone a series of modifications. Now, not only did it spin faster and operate more efficiently, but it also had sheet iron splash guards installed. Additionally, a harrow had been attached, adding the function of leveling the land. A hopper interface had also been added to the front, allowing a hopper to be temporarily installed so that fertilizing, plowing, and leveling could be completed in one go. Han Feng took Yang Dashin to personally experience the plowing effect of the complete rotary tiller. Yang Dashin's attention was entirely focused on the mechanical operating principles, while Han Feng's attention was entirely on the efficiency of mechanized farming. After testing, Han Feng found that the actual efficiency of mechanized farming was close to his estimate. At maximum power, it took just over 20 seconds to plow 1 mu of land. At a slower pace, it took half a minute. Therefore, as long as there were enough tractors, it was entirely possible to plow 20,000 mu of land in a few days. Besides the rotary tiller, they also tested the first-generation seeder. This was a machine developed based on the principles of the seed drill. It also featured a 6-meter-wide truss frame, beneath which was a row of small plows for trenching. These could be detached at will, and the trenching depth and row spacing could be adjusted. On top of the seeder were hoppers that could be flexibly installed and adjusted in position. Seeds were placed inside, and iron tubes ran down from them. The openings at the bottom of the hoppers sowed seeds at a constant rate based on the machine's operating speed. Finally, there were the paddles and unpowered rollers behind the seeder. The overall workflow was trenching in the front, sowing from the hoppers in the middle, then the paddles pulling the soil plowed to the sides back to cover the seeds, and finally, the unpowered rollers rolling along the sowing lines to lightly compact the covering soil. Once the sowing step was completed, a final round of irrigation was all that was needed. Han Feng tested all of these and evaluated the work efficiency, gaining a clear understanding of their capabilities. Then, he had them demonstrate the lighting system. After confirming that everything was flawless, he called Lin Fei over and told him that the tractor could be finalized in its current state. However, after finalizing the tractor, Han Feng didn't leave immediately. At Lin Fei's suggestion, they also tested the loader, commonly known as a bulldozer or front-end loader. The loader's platform was developed based on the tractor. If the tractor had its power system in the front and hydraulic operations in the back, the loader was essentially a reverse tractor. Its power module was installed in the rear body, behind the cab, while the massive bucket was in the front. The bucket's movements were restricted by articulated arms and powered by several thick hydraulic cylinders. The vehicle could only perform 3 actions: pushing flat, loading, and lifting high. This vehicle had a single function, and its chassis and platform were entirely derived from the tractor, so it didn't require extensive testing. The only things that needed testing were its loading capacity and balance, primarily to see if the rear counterweight was sufficient, lest lifting a bucket full of dirt caused the entire vehicle to tip forward. After testing these 2 aspects and finding no issues, Han Feng immediately made the decision to finalize the loader as well. It only needed a roof added to the cab, following the tractor's design. As for whether the loader should be put into production immediately, Lin Fei didn't ask, and Han Feng didn't say. The two had a tacit understanding. Even if they placed an order for loaders now, there was no way they could produce them. The current progress of the R&D projects was quite fast. Of the 4 types of mechanical equipment Han Feng had proposed, 2 were already completed, and their development followed a very logical progression. The tractor was built first. The loader was then derived from the tractor, and only after that would come the road roller and the excavator. After all, the four-wheel tractor was the foundation. Only with a solid foundation could they start adding more complex components. After finalizing the two vehicles, Han Feng didn't leave immediately. Instead, he assigned them a new R&D task, the harvester. If they were going to use mechanized farming, they had to use mechanized harvesting. Otherwise, they might plant a lot, but if they couldn't harvest it in time, the crops would just rot in the fields. Han Feng defined two types of harvesters for this R&D task. One was a grain harvester, capable of simultaneously harvesting all ear-bearing crops, such as rice, wheat, and millet. These waist-high crops with ears on top and husked grains could collectively be called grains. The harvesting principles for grains were basically the same, so a single machine could harvest them all. Han Feng had seen such machines in the countryside when he was a child. Although he had forgotten the exact details, as long as he remembered the working principles, he could figure out a way to recreate them. The main principle could be divided into three parts. First, cutting the stalks. At the very bottom of the harvester's header was a cutter bar with blades. Above it was a horizontal reel made of several iron bars. During operation, the reel would first contact the top of the grain, then rotate inward to press the stalks down. The cutter bar below would catch them, and the rotating blades at the front would slice the stalks cleanly at the base. This completed the first step. The second step was threshing. The threshing mechanism consisted of 3 stages of rollers. The first roller pulled the cut stalks in, the second roller beat the grain off the stalks, and the third roller pushed the threshed stalks out the back. However, during this threshing process, a forced air system, a blower, had to be added in the middle to blow away the chaff and straw debris. At this point, the harvesting was basically complete, but there was still a final finishing step. The third step was the finishing process, which was divided into 2 aspects. Depending on different requirements, different design solutions would be generated. First was the handling of the threshed straw. At this point, the grain had been removed, and the straw was pushed out by the rollers. There were 2 different ways to handle it. The first was to discharge the whole stalks directly. Such straw could be used as livestock feed, bundled into thatch for roofing, or woven into straw hats, the kind with wide brims that farmers often wore in the 70s and 80s. The other method was to chop it into pieces and discharge it directly. Chopped straw could also be used as feed, since even whole stalks had to be chopped with a guillotine before feeding them to cattle and sheep. Alternatively, it could be burned directly or thrown into a manure pit to ferment into fertilizer. Both methods had their pros and cons, depending on what was needed. The final part was the handling of the grain. There were also 2 solutions for this. The first was to carry a grain bin on the vehicle. The threshed grain would be sent into the bin through a pipe, and when it was full, it would be spit out through a pipe into another truck. This handling method was very advanced and suitable for large-scale operations. However, it was almost impossible for the existing loader platform. The loader had its working parts in the front, which could be used to mount the harvester module, the cab in the middle, and the massive steam engine power module in the back. There was simply no room to install a large-capacity grain bin. To achieve this solution, there were only 2 options. First, the Han tribe would have to build an internal combustion engine right now, which would free up the massive space occupied by the steam engine to install the grain bin. Second, they would have to build a completely new platform vehicle, lengthening the loader and leaving an empty space between the cab and the steam power module to mount the grain bin. Both of these solutions were detrimental to rapid development, so Han Feng chose neither. He opted for the most primitive operational method. The threshed grain would be spat out directly through a pipe on the side. No grain storage equipment would be installed on the vehicle itself. Instead, an external platform would be mounted on the side of the vehicle, where an operator would sit to catch the grain. In other words, a small platform on the side, a person sitting on it, and a stack of burlap sacks next to them. When the harvester was working, this person would hold a sack open. Once it was full, they would swap it for an empty one, tie the full sack shut, and drop it directly onto the ground. Later, these grain-filled sacks would be collected and transported away. As for spitting the threshed grain directly into another vehicle, without an onboard grain bin, the efficiency would actually be slower. After all, the harvester could only take in so much grain at a time, and the output of grain kernels was limited. It wouldn't be enough to spray out continuously. Even if caught with sacks, it would just fall sparsely. Ultimately, the solution Han Feng provided was to discharge the straw whole. This was more useful. If it needed to be chopped, it could be chopped later. The grain handling would be direct discharge, caught in sacks. However, When Han Feng drew the simple blueprints and explained the working principles to everyone, someone raised an objection. Chief, regarding the grain bagging, I think there's a better solution. Freshly harvested grain is wet. If you bag it, tie it up, and transport it like this, you'll have to untie it and pour it out again for drying later. Only after it's dried can it be stored. The workload in between is huge, and it's completely unnecessary. A member of the agricultural machinery team said bluntly. What's your suggestion then? If you have an idea, just say it. In a discussion, everyone has the right to speak. Let's hear everyone's opinions. Han Feng said encouragingly, not upset by the interruption. Yes, my idea is, since we can't carry a grain bin on the vehicle body, why don't we just hang an external grain bin? We can weld a frame out of rebar or iron strips and line it with sheet iron. We can calculate the weight of the grain to determine the volume of the bin. Since it's hanging on the side of the vehicle, we just need to control the fully loaded weight of the bin so it doesn't tip the vehicle over. When one bin is full, we stop the vehicle, take it down, and swap it for an empty one. The full bin is left in place. Later, we can use a loader or other machinery to dump it into a dump truck towed by a tractor. Once the truck is full, it goes straight to the threshing floor, and the dump truck just tips it out. This would save a lot of manual labor. After the man finished explaining his idea, the group began discussing it in low voices, then all nodded in agreement, indicating that this solution had great practical value. Han Feng thought about it for a moment, agreed it was a good idea, and nodded his approval. Well then, the plan for the grain harvester is settled. Using the loader's chassis as a platform, develop the grain harvester as quickly as possible. This way, we can rotate corn and wheat in the experimental fields. Seeing that everyone agreed, Han Feng summarized and confirmed this new R&D project. Then, he pulled out another blueprint and addressed the group again. Next, let's discuss the corn harvester. The corn harvester is more complex. Let's brainstorm some ideas together. Modern corn harvesters can be structurally divided into two types, integrated and portable. The integrated type is easy to understand. It's a dedicated machine used solely for harvesting corn. The portable type, also known as backpack or external, is usually mounted on the side of a tractor. Both models have their own characteristics. In terms of efficiency, the integrated type is naturally the highest. It can harvest 16 rows of corn at once, with a working width of 12 meters. It pulls the corn stalks in at the front and directly outputs corn kernels and chopped stalks at the back. The advantage of the portable type is its compactness and ease of use. It can adapt to complex terrain where large machinery cannot enter. Additionally, the portable type has a lower cost, making it suitable for widespread civilian use. Large integrated machines, on the other hand, only serve massive farms. However, in the context of the Han tribe, neither of these was entirely suitable. First, the portable type was too inefficient, and the argument that its low cost made it suitable for civilian use didn't apply to the Han tribe. Commoners couldn't afford to buy tractors, and even if they couldn't afford to maintain them. Without a tractor, an external harvester was useless. They would be better off paying rent to hire official agricultural machinery to help with the harvest. The most suitable corn harvester for the Han tribe was, of course, the integrated machine. Cost didn't matter. After all, they were producing it themselves to sell to themselves, so no matter how expensive it was only at cost price. However, the Han tribe didn't have the technology to produce an integrated machine. More accurately, they lacked a suitable platform. A corn harvester is different from a grain harvester. Its header doesn't have that iron bar reel to press the stalks down. Instead, it looks like a giant comb, and the space between each tooth is where the corn stalks are pulled in. As for the principles, it shares some commonalities with the grain harvester, but it's much more complex. At the bottom is the receiving tray, which is a must. Then there's a row of rotating blades specifically for cutting the corn stalks cleanly at the base. This is also similar, but the rest is different. Because corn stalks are so tall, a conical, gear-like auger must be placed between each comb tooth to pull the cut corn stalks in bite by bite, rapidly lowering their height until the entire stalk is pulled in. During this downward pulling process, a layer of iron grating must be added in the middle to forcefully rip the corn ears off the stalks. The final result is that the stalks are pulled whole into the machine, while the corn ears are left in the middle layer above, thereby separating the grain from the stalk. And that's just the header of the harvester. The middle section is similar to the processing part of the grain harvester. Either several interlocking bladed rollers chop the stalks to pieces, or they are discharged whole. But even if they come out whole, they will definitely be bent and mangled because they've already been rolled through the augers at the front. So it's better to just chop them up and spray them out. Then comes the processing of the corn. Threshing corn is very troublesome. It's not like grains, which are ear-bearing and can be separated just by smashing them and blowing them with a fan. Corn ears are wrapped tightly in several layers of husks. The header's job is only to cut the stalks and snap off the ears. To thresh them later, the ears must first be husked, then threshed. But these are two separate steps. One more step means one more system, and one more system takes up more space. But obviously, on the loader built from the tractor blueprint, there was simply no extra room to house two systems. It was the same problem. Unless the vehicle body was lengthened, it was impossible to achieve. Therefore, the corn harvester Hanfeng proposed could only stop at the stage of husked corn ears. In other words, this vehicle would spit out husked corn ears. It wouldn't have a threshing function. Corn threshing would have to be done by other machinery, though that wasn't hard to build. As for the final corn collection method, they would use the same method as the grain harvester, but this time they would attach a wheeled hopper cart to the side. Once a cart was full of ears, they would swap it for another, and finally collect them all into a dump truck to be transported away. As for corn threshing, it was actually very simple. Just place the ears between a few rotating rollers, or make a metal cage and put the corn inside to rub against the cage walls, and the kernels would be snapped off. After finalizing the plans for the harvester and thresher, Han Feng asked the group again. That's roughly the plan. You guys figure out the specific details. I just need it to be usable and highly efficient. Do you have any questions now? Ask quickly while I'm still here. The group didn't answer immediately. Instead, they quickly scrutinized the two blueprints and discussed them in low voices. After about 2 minutes, someone raised a question. Chief, the grain harvester is fine, but the header of this corn harvester is too complex. It has too many moving parts. According to your standards, one header needs to pull in over a dozen rows of corn simultaneously. Each row requires at least 4 moving parts: a rotary blade for cutting, a rotating paddle to pull it in, and at least 2 augers to roll the stalk in. This structure is too complex. Not only will the header be very heavy, but with so many moving parts, the transmission mechanism will only be more complicated. Whether it's a rigid connection or a soft connection with gears and chains, 4 moving parts per row means 60 or 70 parts for the whole row. Getting all these parts to run synchronously will make the transmission system heavy and troublesome. Hearing this, Hanfeng couldn't help but laugh. I just praised you guys for finally opening your minds and knowing how to flexibly use existing materials and technologies, and in the blink of an eye, you've forgotten it all. The group looked at each other in dismay. For a moment, they couldn't think of any existing technology that could be applied here. After all, it was dozens of synchronously running parts. The transmission system would inevitably double in weight and be structurally complex. With machinery, the more complex the structure, the easier it is to break, and the harder it is to fix. So, from the design phase, it should be as simple as possible. Seeing no reaction, Hanfeng couldn't help but sigh and said, "Since you think the transmission is complex, then use the simplest pneumatic transmission. Do you know what a pneumatic hammer is? A pneumatic screwdriver? Just replace the front bit with an auger. Wouldn't that work? You can connect a rubber air hose to each moving unit, then link the rotary blades and augers of each group with connecting rods or gears. Then, install an air compressor on the steam engine in the back. This way, with just over a dozen hollow soft hoses, you can solve the transmission problem for dozens of moving parts on the header." Hearing this, everyone's mouths formed an O shape, looking as if they had just been enlightened. So it could be done like this. The chief's mind was truly too flexible. After finalizing the R&D plan for the harvester, Hanfeng didn't leave immediately. He stayed at the institute for another 2 days, introducing Yang Dashin to the team and discussing the improvement plan for the hand-cranked rice transplanter with the agricultural machinery group. In truth, there wasn't much to improve. They simply replaced the wooden components with iron ones and scheduled tests to finalize the design as soon as possible, aiming for a full rollout across the Han tribe next year. But how do you test a rice transplanter in winter? This was a problem, though not a significant one for Shingon County. Hanfeng came up with an idea. They simply cleared half a mu of land right inside the newly built casting workshop of the steel plant to serve as an experimental plot. This was a newly constructed workshop, essentially an extension of the original casting facility. The floor hadn't been hardened with concrete yet. It was still just dirt. So, they just cleared a section, watered it, and it was ready for testing. The temperature inside the casting workshop was very high, certainly well above freezing. As long as the water didn't freeze, it could be used for experiments. As for the seedlings needed for the test, Han Feng suggested using the leaves of rice straw. Tying a few leaves together with thin thread would simulate a seedling. Half a mu of land wouldn't require that many anyway. They organized some women to make them at home, and within a day, the fake seedlings were ready. Of course, Han Feng only provided the ideas. He wasn't about to do the manual labor himself. The experiment was naturally a great success. However, the leader of the agricultural machinery group discussed it with Yang Dashin and pointed out that fake seedlings were still fake. If an issue arose when using real seedlings later, all the mass-produced transplanters would have to be reworked. Therefore, neither of them recommended immediate mass production. It would be best to test it again with real seedlings in the spring. The two sought out Han Feng, reported the issue, and asked for his opinion. Testing in the spring and then starting production meant that widespread adoption before the spring planting season would be impossible. Han Feng thought for a moment before replying. Let's do this. Hold off on mass-producing the assembled hand-crank transplanters, but you can start manufacturing the individual components now. I understand your concerns, but this recent test did prove its feasibility to a certain extent. So, even if there are issues with real seedlings that require modifications, they will only be minor adjustments, right? The two nodded immediately. The test results were indeed excellent, but they were just afraid of taking responsibility in case something went wrong. Since they would only be minor issues, they wouldn't affect the vast majority of the components. Even if you make fine-tuning adjustments, the overall design won't change drastically. Therefore, parts like gears, chains, the bottom iron sleds, the upper iron seedling trays, and the steel pipe pillars can already go into production. You can stockpile the components first. Then, when the temperature rises in the spring, rush to plant a batch of seedlings before the main field planting season and use them for a test. Once the test is successful, immediately fire up production at full capacity. With all those components ready, you'll only need to do some simple assembly and welding, and you can roll them out immediately. What do you think of this idea? It just means your workload will be a bit more intense, Han Feng suggested. That's a great idea. This way, we can roll them out before the transplanting season. While we might not be able to popularize them everywhere instantly, we can at least meet the needs of 1 or 2 counties, Yang Dashin said excitedly. The leader of the agricultural machinery group thought it over and also agreed the method was viable. Yang Dashin only knew about the transplanter, but he wasn't familiar with industrial manufacturing. The group leader had much more experience in that area. It's doable. Producing the components isn't complicated. However, our Power Research Institute isn't very familiar with manufacturing gears and chains. Those are produced by the Comprehensive Research Institute. If possible, it would be best if the chief could have them send a few people over to guide us. Otherwise, I'm afraid our workers won't know how to make them, the group leader added, nodding. No problem. That's easy to arrange. I agree to it, Han Feng promised on the spot. While Han Feng was discussing the transplanters rollout and testing with the agricultural machinery group, Lin Fei wasn't idle either. He spent half a day compiling all the finalized data for the tractor and loader, establishing unified production standards. That afternoon, he convened a production meeting with all the R&D group leaders and worker foremen to formulate the production plan for the 20 tractors, clearly defining the tasks and responsibilities for each group. For example, the steam engine factory needed to know how many steam engines to produce according to the standard model, the average number of days to produce one, which lathes and equipment would be needed, and how to coordinate the usage time and access rights of tools with other departments. Similarly, the air compressor factory, responsible for producing hydraulic plunger pumps, needed to know how many to produce daily to meet the quota, which machine tools were required, and which departments to coordinate with if they fell short, and so on. The entire production plan was detailed down to every single part of the vehicle. It specified how many supervisors each group had, how many workers, how many days it would take, how many parts to produce, and what tools and equipment were needed. Everything was clearly delineated and coordinated together. This meeting lasted well into the night. They worked by lamplight, even eating dinner at the conference table. But the more they analyzed it, the more confident they became. Initially, they thought this was an impossible task. But after breaking it down, they realized it wasn't actually that difficult. As long as everyone completed their assigned tasks with guaranteed quality and quantity within the specified time, the rest wasn't their concern. The true difficulty of this plan lay in interdepartmental coordination. The general director needed absolute authority to coordinate the work of all departments, as well as a strong sense of responsibility and confidence. Regardless of whether others thought it was possible, the director had to believe in it and strive for it. Lin Fei, as the director of the institute, perfectly fit this role. He stated at the meeting that he would personally oversee this task. Any department with problems could come to him. If there were difficulties, they should raise them, and he, as the chief steward, would find a way to solve them. But he also demanded that every group go all out to complete their assigned tasks. The production meeting lasted until around 10 o'clock that night, ending only after the carbide lamps had been refilled with water twice. Han Feng was extremely satisfied with this. Han Feng had introduced the assembly line production method to the Han tribe long ago, and it had been practically applied across various industries: shipyards, steel plants, cement factories, steel rolling mills, paper mills, mints, and so on. Influenced by these existing production models, it wasn't incomprehensible for Lin Fei to come up with such a planned production scheme. In fact, it was a logical progression. If he hadn't been able to think of it, it would have been a dereliction of duty. A leader couldn't be completely devoid of foresight. However, the very next day, this guy came crying to Han Feng for one specific purpose. He wanted people. Industrial construction is inseparable from skilled workers, and a massive number of them at that. This was crucial not only for the present, but also for the future layout in the south. Therefore, Han Feng didn't object. He decided on the spot to allocate 70% of the graduates from all the Han tribe schools to the Power Research Institute, leaving the remaining 30% to supplement local government offices as minor officials. The reason for this decision was that the Han tribe would halt outward expansion for the next few years, at least until the Daming Era name was changed. Halting outward expansion meant no new counties would be established. Without new counties, there was naturally no need for many new officials. Therefore, the number of officials could be appropriately reduced, and channeling more talent into industrialization was the right path. In addition to this, Lin Fei shamelessly asked Han Feng for more slaves. The Divine Strategy Guard had gone north to fight the cannibals, and one of their strategic goals was to capture slaves. As the supplier of their weapons, Lin Fei knew this better than anyone. He knew that a large batch of slaves, at least several thousand, would be shipped down after the spring thaw. However, these slaves were useful, and Han Feng wouldn't give them to him easily. Lin Fei didn't ask to keep them permanently. He said he wanted to borrow them for a period of time. Lin Fei's plan was to use these slaves to replace all the miners currently extracting ore in Xing'an County. The miners who held Han tribe household registrations would then be transferred to various factories to work, starting as apprentices and being trained into skilled workers, thereby stockpiling talent for the future division and expansion of the factories. The reason he said borrow instead of ask for was explained by Lin Fei like this. Chief, lend these slaves to me first. I'll train the replaced miners into workers. Once we have enough workers, we can mass-produce excavators, loaders, tractors, and dump trucks. Then, all the mines in the Han tribe can use these large engineering machines for extraction, which won't require much manual labor. At that point, we can swap the slaves back out. The logic was sound. Han Feng wanted those slaves primarily for the construction of the capital city, and they didn't have much other use. Besides, these slaves had no human rights in the Han tribe. Han Feng wouldn't treat them as human beings. They were different from the prisoners of war from the grasslands or the Exine tribe. Those POWs could be reformed and treated as ordinary citizens, given household registrations, allowed to reproduce, and put to work producing grain, meat, and fabric to contribute to the Han tribe's growth. But these cannibal slaves had no right to reproduce. Han Feng's goal was their genocide. They only had two uses. First, work for the Han tribe until they died. Second, before they died, be dragged to the medical academy to serve as anatomical specimens or subjects for live human drug trials, continuing to contribute to the Han tribe's medical advancement. Of course, this wasn't voluntary, it was forced. For these man-eating monsters, there was absolutely no need to treat them as human. Han Feng thought about it and agreed directly. He wasn't in a huge rush to build the imperial palace, nor was he in a hurry to officially ascend the throne and declare an empire. The key was that there was no need to rush. So, lending these slaves to Lin Fei for a few months didn't bother him. Given the capabilities of the Second Institute, as long as they had enough workers, he believed they would soon produce a batch of engineering machinery, and the slaves could be swapped back out then. After agreeing to this, Lin Fei pulled out a small booklet and handed it to Han Feng. saying, "Chief, this is a summary I've put together in order for the first institute. It contains all the components needed to produce the tractors, mainly hydraulic oil delivery pipes, high-pressure air hoses, hydraulic oil, rubber tires, glass for the windows, carbide lamps, and so on. These all need to be produced by the First Institute and its affiliated factories. We can't make them here. I've listed the specific parameters, production quantities, and delivery times for each component. It would be best if the chief could hand this over to them quickly. Otherwise, I won't be able to complete the 20-vehicle plan on my end." Han Feng flipped through a few pages, nodded, and said, "All right, I understand. Don't worry. Is there anything else?" "Nothing else. We will definitely do our utmost to complete the task assigned by the chief," Lin Fei immediately promised. "Good, then I'll be leaving. I'm heading to the First Institute right now to arrange their production plan." Han Feng said his goodbyes and left Xing'an County that very day with Yang Dashan, taking the train to the Weishan County docks. This was Yang Dashan's first time riding a train, and he was incredibly excited. The thought that he would soon be joining the department that developed this train filled him with even more enthusiasm. The two of them, along with Han Feng's bodyguards, arrived in Weishan County that evening. They stayed the night at the Weishan County relay station and parted ways the next day. Han Feng and his guards took a sailboat to the Comprehensive Research Institute on Lake Hart Island, while Yang Dashan boarded a cargo ship heading to Luoyang County to return home. It took Han Feng another 2 days to arrange all the production tasks at the Comprehensive Research Institute before he took a boat back to Luoyang County. Upon arriving in Luoyang County, he rode out on horseback with the county governor, Shi Xian, to inspect the experimental fields they had planned. It was a massive plot of land, 10 kilometers wide and 36 kilometers long. It was so huge that just riding a horse around its perimeter would take half a day, several hours. One could only imagine its sheer size. However, they didn't need to clear it all at once. Only 20,000 mu were needed for the first season. The rest was reserved for fallow rotation. Following Han Feng's requirements, Shi Xian had found a piece of land with flat terrain, few woods, and close proximity to existing villages and previously developed artificial rivers to provide irrigation water. However, the ditches still needed to be dug, and irrigation would require water pumps, but none of these were problems for the Han tribe. After inspecting the land, Han Feng issued 2 more tasks. You can organize the nearby commoners and contact the logging teams to cut down all the trees on this land. As for the shrubs and dry grass, just set a fire and burn them all. We've used fire to clear wasteland before, but the winter winds are strong, so you must send enough people to keep an eye on it. It's best to set up fire prevention measures around the perimeter, pile up some snow on the downwind edges to create a fire break. The tractors can plow the land directly, but it's best to do some preliminary clearing first. Additionally, select another piece of land, also large, level it, pave it with concrete, and harden the surface to create a threshing floor. With so much experimental farmland, drying the harvested grain will be a major issue, so we must plan ahead. Around the threshing floor, build a garage and housing. The garage will be for parking the future agricultural machinery, and the housing will be for the drivers and stokers of those machines. You also need to prepare a simple repair workshop and a small warehouse to store spare parts and coal. Those machines all run on coal. A threshing floor, garages, a rest area, a maintenance workshop, and warehouses. These were all essential facilities. After Han Feng finished giving his instructions, Shi Xian immediately agreed and prepared to start the arrangements as soon as he returned. As for the management of this unit, Han Feng decided to place it under the jurisdiction of the Court of Agricultural Affairs, Sinangsi. It would be a central government department, currently reporting directly to Han Feng and dedicated solely to mechanized crop experiments for the short term. Historically, the Court of Agricultural Affairs held immense power. During the Han Dynasty, the concept of the 9 courts didn't exist yet, but there was the position of Grand Minister of Agriculture, de Sinong, formerly known as the Internal Officer of Grain Management. This official managed the nation's granaries, material supplies, price regulation, state treasury receipts and disbursements, and the farming of imperial estates. Furthermore, the state monopolies on salt and iron also fell under their purview. They were the undisputed heads of finance, wielding even more power than the later ministers of revenue, who managed money and grain. However, the Han tribe's Court of Agricultural Affairs was different. It functioned more like a Ministry of Agriculture. Its scope of authority hadn't been clearly defined yet, as the nation hadn't been formally established. The current Court of Agricultural Affairs operated more like a scientific research institution. It was responsible not only for breeding superior crops, but also for the selective breeding of livestock. In summary, its duties were researching higher-yielding crops, developing better farming methods, selectively breeding more valuable livestock, and researching improved animal husbandry techniques. The Han tribe's Court of Agricultural Affairs currently had staff, but not many. Just a handful, really. Back at Fuma Pass, a man who discovered that captive-bred antelopes could produce one more litter per year than free-ranging ones was recruited into the court by Han Feng. His discovery directly doubled the reproduction rate of antelopes, proving him to be an absolute talent suited for agricultural and pastoral research. Over the following years, a few more individuals were gradually recruited into the court. They were all experts in agriculture and animal husbandry, some skilled in planting various grains, vegetables, and fruits, and others adept at raising poultry and livestock. In total, there were about a dozen people, led by a man named Jiang Er. Yes, this guy was a member of the Yujiang clan. Although the Yujiang clan was a tribe that joined the Han tribe later, their history of farming was significantly longer than the Han tribes. The Han tribe had only been farming for a few years, whereas the Yujiang clan had been doing it for who knows how long. While their farming techniques weren't as advanced as the Han tribes, their passion for agriculture was clearly greater. Coupled with the fact that this man loved delving into the cultivation of various crops after joining the Han tribe, Han Feng selected him for the Court of Agricultural Affairs. Though it was called the Court of Agricultural Affairs, it didn't even have a fixed office. Its research projects and development plans were undefined, and most of the time, the staff worked part-time. But now, with the mechanized experimental fields, this department could be formally established. Jiang Er's current title was merely Assistant Minister of the Court of Agricultural Affairs, Sinong Sicheng. The positions of Chief Minister, Sinong Sicheng, and Deputy Minister, Shao Qing, were still vacant. The organization wasn't that large yet, and there wasn't that much to manage, so for now, there were only 2 assistant ministers and a dozen or so clerks. One assistant minister handled agriculture, and the other handled animal husbandry. Jiang Er was the one in charge of agriculture. Hearing that the tribe had developed machines capable of automated farming, Jiang Er was incredibly excited. The experimental fields were currently just a vast wasteland, so there was no point in going there yet. Instead, he proactively requested to take the other members to the Research Institute in Xing'an County to observe and learn how to use the various agricultural machines. Han Feng thought about it and agreed. After all, if he didn't understand agricultural machinery, how could he manage the experimental fields? With the management of the experimental fields, the clearing and planning of the land, the R&D tasks for the machinery, and the training of the drivers all arranged, the plan to prepare a year's worth of rations for 50,000 people in the north next year was finally set in stone. The next step was to monitor the progress of each department's tasks. After some thought, Han Feng wrote a letter to Yu Yi and Chu Bing in the north. He first inquired about the war situation, then informed them that the tribe would continue to supply grain to the north next year. This resolved their worries, allowing them to focus entirely on fighting the war at the front. He also told them to write back if they needed any other supplies, promising to send them up as soon as the river thawed in the spring. Once the letter was written, Han Feng immediately had a bodyguard sent it via Eagle. Given the vast distance, it would take 2 or 3 days to arrive. Meanwhile, the north had already entered the coldest part of winter. In early November of the first year of Daming, the 4-month winter in the 8 Hanyang counties had just passed its first month. But here at the 3 major northern camps, the 6-month winter was only 2 months in, leaving 4 more months of bitter cold ahead. The first 3 months of the northern winter saw the heaviest snowfall. Before Chu Bing even arrived, 2 heavy snowstorms had already hit, and that was before the Divine Strategy Guard officially went to war with the cannibals. Since sending a victory report back to Han Feng last month, 2 more heavy snowstorms had blanketed the north. For consecutive heavy snowfalls, combined with the Divine Strategy Guard's relentless ambushes, finally inflicted a severe impact on the cannibals in the forest, starvation. Hunting parties venturing out disappeared inexplicably, leaving those who should have received abundant prey and meat to huddle in their villages with empty stomachs. The salt ponds they controlled had been seized by the Han tribe, and the forces they sent to counterattack were completely wiped out. Even the scattered elderly and weak who went out to forage often vanished without a trace, never to return. Left with no choice, the starving, dizzy cannibals had to continue searching for food. Villages that had lost their hunting parties could only send women, the elderly, and the weak to check the traps in the forest. Some were lucky enough to catch a little prey, allowing them to barely cling to life, while waiting for the men to return with massive amounts of food. For villages whose traps yielded nothing, the elderly, weak, women, and children had to risk going to the large river outside the forest to catch fish. The timid ones who didn't dare approach the river bend managed to survive, but the bolder, more numerous groups who braved the danger were immediately wiped out by the 3rd Battalion of the Divine Strategy Guard. Some villages still had a fair number of able-bodied men. They attacked neighboring villages, ate the elderly and weak, replenished their strength, and then banded together to head to the eastern hunting grounds. The enemy's reactions were playing out exactly as Chu Bing had deduced. However, what surprised him slightly was that the enemy seemed to have recently abandoned the salt ponds. The 2nd Battalion guarding the area hadn't seen a counterattack in over half a month. Initially, they had annihilated a counterattacking force of over 1,000. About half a month later, they faced another attack of 700 or 800. Both counterattacks were completely wiped out. It seemed the enemy realized they couldn't take it back. Even the giant apes they brought along had all been killed, so they stopped organizing forces to attack. For the latter half of the month, the 2nd Battalion didn't encounter a single cannibal counterattack. Only the elusive giant apes appeared a dozen times, but they too died miserably under the 2nd Battalion's guns. It was unclear what those monsters were trying to achieve. If they were trying to retake the salt ponds, sending only a dozen or a few at a time was pointless. It felt more like they were seeking revenge. The 3rd Battalion guarding the river bend had fought quite a few battles recently. Because few cannibal hunting parties returned, the people left behind in the forest ran out of food, and more came out to catch fish. In just 1 month, the 3rd Battalion had annihilated over 20 groups of varying sizes, some with 30 or 40 people, others with over 100. In a month, they had captured over 1,200 prisoners alone. In the most recent encounters, they had even captured quite a few women. It seemed Chu Bing's strategy was highly effective. The enemy's food shortage had reached a point where even women had to risk coming out to forage. But the greatest achievements undoubtedly belonged to the 1st Battalion, responsible for the hunting ground war zone. Their success wasn't just measured in captured prisoners, but also in the massive amount of wild animals they had caught. To coordinate with the local economic development plan Chu Bing had proposed, and to snatch prey away from the cannibals, the 700-plus soldiers of the 1st Battalion and the 1,000 hunter militiamen from the hunting ground camp were constantly active outside. If they spotted a cannibal hunting party, it went without saying, they would track them down and wipe them out completely. If they didn't find any cannibals, that was fine too. Hunting animals serve the same purpose. Aside from the 3 hunting parties annihilated initially, in this past month, the 1st Battalion, personally led by Chu Bing, had ambushed and wiped out 4 more cannibal hunting parties, each numbering over 200. At the same time, they captured over a dozen herds of wild animals, primarily the old 4, yaks, wild donkeys, alpacas, and megaloceros, giant deer. These 4 would be the primary livestock domesticated in the north in the future. Right now, before the war ended, the more they caught, the better. This led to a bizarre phenomenon. In over a month of campaigning, the 1st Battalion had captured only about 1,800 prisoners, but the total number of wild livestock they had caught exceeded 3,000. They had caught more animals than prisoners. But this created another problem. The number of animal herds in the eastern hunting grounds was limited. The more prey the Han tribe caught, the harder it was for the cannibal hunting parties to find food. The harder it was for them to hunt, the longer they went hungry, and the more time they had to spend searching for prey. Consequently, when they finally encountered the Han tribe, their resistance was much weaker. So, overall, the more animal herds the Han tribe caught, the greater their advantage became. Now that all 3 battalions of the Divine Strategy Guard had gained some combat experience, Chu Bing no longer needed to lead them personally. He stayed at the hunting ground camp with his direct guard platoon, while the 3 companies of the 1st Battalion, each leading 200 to 300 militiamen, were sent out on missions. Currently, across the 3 battalions and 3 battlefields, the total number of captured prisoners had reached 4,300, and the number of enemies killed was around 1,000 to 2,000, bringing the total to nearly 6,000. It was now early November. According to the information provided by Yu Yi, the cannibals' hunting activities were primarily concentrated in the first 3 months of winter. With 2 months already gone, the enemy only had 1 month left to operate outside. During this month, the enemy would definitely hunt frantically, which could put significant pressure on the 1st Battalion. According to Yu Yi, the animal herds in the hunting grounds followed a pattern. The first 3 months were their main active period, during which they foraged for dry grass. After 3 months, when the vegetation in the area was mostly consumed, the herds would migrate south, not returning until spring or summer of the following year. Another scenario was if the snow was too heavy, burying the grass so deep the herds couldn't dig it out. Running out of food early, they would migrate south ahead of schedule. But this year was slightly different. Because the Han tribe had captured so many animal herds early on, the vegetation in the hunting grounds wouldn't be consumed as quickly. So, as long as the snowfall wasn't too heavy, the remaining vegetation would be enough to sustain the remaining herds for a longer time. It was entirely possible that their usual 3-month stay before migrating south could be extended by another month. If that happened, as long as the herds didn't leave, the cannibals would spend more time out hunting, allowing Chu Bing's first phase strategic goal to achieve even greater results. However, he still had one problem he couldn't quite figure out, so he sought out Yu Yi today to ask about the situation. Uncle Yu, do you know exactly how large the cannibal population is here? We've already wiped out nearly 6,000 enemies across the 3 battlefields. How many do they have left? How many more able-bodied men can they send out? Well, that's really hard to say. I've been here for a few years, but I've never really ventured deep into enemy territory. If you ask me exactly how many people the cannibals have, I guess even they don't know. They have almost no effective organization internally, so who could possibly know? Yu Yi could only spread his hands helplessly. Chu Bing frowned in distress. How could they fight a war without even knowing how many enemies there were? Although he wasn't afraid of fighting, if they kept fighting a guerrilla war without a decisive battle, when would this war ever end? Moreover, the enemy lacked strict organization. They were just scattered stragglers and a disorganized mob. There was no one to rally them for a decisive battle against him, which was frustrating. He couldn't stop fighting a guerrilla war even if he wanted to. This was completely different from the situation with the Ecchi tribe. The Ecchi tribe, at least, was organized and purposeful. The war he was managing now felt more like a hunt. Seeing him frowning in silence, Yu Yi tried to comfort him. Don't worry so much. Isn't the war going smoothly? The enemy's reactions are following your strategy perfectly. Once we've wiped out their effective forces and they can't send out any more men, we'll launch an active offensive. Based on the current situation, the fighting in the hunting grounds will last at most another 2 months. After 2 months, the enemy will definitely retreat and start organizing their migration south. So, we just need to annihilate as many hunting parties as possible within these 2 months, and then we can shift the battlefield. I know. I'm just worried the chief will get anxious. If we can't end the war this winter and it drags into next year, it will definitely affect farming here. Then the entire north will face a collective food shortage. I don't know if the tribe will be able to send us grain then, Chu Bing said worriedly. Just then, a guard walked in from outside, holding a bamboo tube. Reporting to the commander, a letter from the chief has arrived. It was delivered by Eagle to the River Valley camp, and they forwarded it here. Where is it? Bring it here quickly, let me see. Hearing that a letter from the chief had arrived, Chu Bing immediately called out. The soldier quickly handed over the bamboo tube. Chu Bing opened it, scanned the contents rapidly, and finally let out a sigh of relief. It seemed the chief had already considered the food issue. He handed the letter to Yu Yi and said, "Take a look, Uncle Yu. The chief says we don't need to worry about food and should just focus on fighting the war well. More grain will be sent over next spring when the river thaws. We won't have to worry about our rations for next year." Yu Yi also read through it quickly and felt equally relieved. He then said, "Well, the food issue is solved. The chief also asked you to report on the battle situation. You'd better write a reply quickly. Oh, right. You can also send the chief some of the photos taken on the battlefield to put his mind at ease." Yes, if you hadn't mentioned it, I almost forgot. It's just that our troops have been out in the field constantly, so even I receive battle reports with a delay, which means my reports to the chief are even later. It seems I need to send battle reports back more frequently from now on. Chu Bing nodded in agreement. He had indeed brought several cameras on this campaign, at least one for each battalion, plus one for himself, along with plenty of film. The ship they arrived on even had a photo enlarger and a darkroom set up on board. However, developing the photos required sending the film back to the River Valley camp. Fortunately, a batch had already been brought back during the recent transport of prisoners and ammunition. So, Chu Bing wrote a detailed report on the recent battle situations, including many photos with explanatory notes for each. Once finished, he stuffed everything into a bamboo tube and had someone send it back to Han Feng. 2 days later, when Han Feng received the reply, he too felt relieved. According to Chu Bing's report, the war in the north was proceeding smoothly. The report also included Chu Bing's predictions for the war's trajectory over the next few months and his corresponding strategies. The rest of the report detailed their combat achievements. The letter contained several photos. One was taken at the salt pond defensive position, showing dozens of giant ape corpses lined up in front of the trenches, with soldiers holding their guns and posing triumphantly beside them. This was hard evidence of their success. With photos, there could be no faking it. Otherwise, where would they get so many giant ape corpses? And it was obvious at a glance that they had been killed by shotguns, their bodies riddled with bloody holes. There was also a set of photos from the hunting ground camp. The 3 companies of the 1st Battalion were each shown escorting a group of prisoners back. Judging by the prisoners' attire in the photos, they were undoubtedly cannibals. Additionally, there were many wild animals captured by the 1st Battalion, including yaks, wild donkeys, megaloceros, and alpacas. Finally, there was a set of photos from the River Valley main camp, which housed a prisoner of war concentration camp. All the prisoners captured by the 3 battalions of the Divine Strategy Guard were eventually sent here. One photo showed a massive group of over 4,000 prisoners huddled together in the freezing snow, surrounded by numerous armed soldiers standing guard. This was to show Han Feng the total number of prisoners they had captured, and it certainly looked like a substantial amount. It had to be said, the camera was a wonderful invention. In ancient times, to claim military merit, one had to cut off the enemy's heads and bring them back. But here in the Han tribe, a few photos were enough to prove their achievements. It was incredibly convenient. Someone, have this battle report and the photos copied, reprinted, and distributed throughout the tribe so the citizens of every county can see them. Han Feng ordered the bodyguard outside the door after reviewing the report. Yes, sir. The bodyguard acknowledged the order, took the materials, and left to make the arrangements. This was a good thing that would boost the citizens' confidence, showcasing the Han tribe's formidable military might. Appropriate displays could enhance national pride. Although the concept of a nation or ethnicity didn't exist yet, even before Emperor Wu of Han, there was no concept of the Han people. National pride was something that had to be cultivated gradually. It was through these successive foreign wars and the overall achievements of the tribe that all citizens would feel proud to be part of the Han tribe. Only then would they proudly declare, "We are the Han people." After the bodyguard took the battle report and photos away, Han Feng pondered whether he should also write a report on the trains and various agricultural machines in the spring, complete with photos, and send them to the counties for exhibition. The citizens needed to know how powerful the Han tribe was. Casually noting this down in his memo, Han Feng returned to contemplating his grand layout for the Han tribe. The war in the north was going smoothly and was expected to conclude completely next year. He had already begun preparing the food for the north for next year. By reallocating some from various counties and growing more in the experimental fields, there would definitely be enough. Train production was proceeding methodically, though the first batch of orders hadn't been completed yet. Currently, the Han tribe had opened the Xianwei railway line, connecting Xingang County to Weishan County. 2 trains were running on this circular track. There was also the Pingdong railway line, opened in late autumn of the first year of Daming, connecting Pingyao County and Dongxin County to the Dongxin County capital. This was a dedicated coal transport railway, part of the mining transport system. 2 trains were also running on this line. With this, the northern mining transport railway layout was basically complete. Next up were the southern railways. The most urgent line in the south was the Jingtua line, connecting Tuahai County to the capital city. This line was primarily meant to support the construction of the capital, though, of course, this was only its short-term purpose. The capital was currently still a wasteland. Both the construction of the imperial palace and the city itself required massive amounts of building materials and heavy equipment. Since the capital couldn't produce these materials itself, they had to be transported from Tuahai County, the Han tribe's largest base in the south. Materials like reinforced concrete and various steam-powered equipment, like cement mixers, produced in the north, as well as stone quarried in the Tang tribe, whether bluestone for millstones, white marble for construction, or stratified rock for inkstones, mostly had to be shipped across the river to Tuahai County first and then transported to the capital. However, even after the capital was built, The Jingtuo Line would remain the vital transportation artery and economic expressway connecting the capital to Tuahai County. It would never become obsolete. Once the Jingtuo Line was completed, the next step would be the railway lines within the Tang tribe's territory. The most important of these was the Pantang Line, though this route was a bit complex. Starting from the stone quarries in Panjshir County, it would pass through the iron-producing Taigeng County, the water-rich Gangquan County, the rubber-producing Longxi County, and the major grain-producing Jinpu County, traversing 16 county towns before finally reaching the eastern bank of the Luyang River opposite Tuahai County. It was a bit troublesome, but it would be absolutely invaluable for the future development of the Tang tribe's territory. The Tang tribe already had a massive population, which was the foundation for development. If the outputs of all these areas could be connected, the future potential would be limitless. As the saying goes, if you want to get rich, build roads first, and this was exactly why. The Tang tribe had many specialties, whether it was grain, rubber, or high-hardness manganese steel, all of which were urgently needed by the Han tribe. But this was only the first phase of the construction plan. The second phase would extend the Pantang Railway to Haizhou County and Ningbo County in the Tang tribe. Once these two port cities were connected to the inland, they could supply endless marine resources. If the Han tribe discovered other nations or human civilizations overseas in the future, these port cities could also become international trade hubs. Then there was the railway heading north from Taigeng County to the coal mine Yufu had just discovered. This railway was also essential, but since the Han tribe's need for manganese steel wasn't desperately urgent right now, delaying it by a couple of years wouldn't matter much. Once the mainland was fully developed, a railway would need to be built across Hainan Island from east to west. Then, from Jiahai County on the northwest tip, it would cross the strait, connect to the mainland, traverse the grasslands, pass through the narrow corridors south of Honghu Lake, and finally reach the capital. This railway might be longer than all the others combined, but it had to be built. It would be the foundation of the Han tribe's long-term rule over Hainan Island. As long as this railway existed, even if Han Feng died and dynasties changed, Hainan Island could never break away from the mainland. But it was too early to talk about that now. Han Feng planned to spend his entire life completing this railway. If nothing else, he had to finish the cross-sea bridge first. Otherwise, even if the railways on both shores were laid, cross-sea traffic would be impossible. Then there was the cross-sea bridge project itself. The bridge was currently under construction, and they hadn't encountered any insurmountable difficulties so far. It would definitely be completed in another 3 or 4 years, so Han Feng wasn't too anxious about it. Finally, there was the development plan for the grasslands. Currently, the Han tribe's influence on the grasslands was limited to the 3 Honghu counties. They were called the 3 Honghu counties because they essentially controlled the central and southern regions of the western shore of Honghu Lake. These 3 counties alone occupied half of the most lush and fertile pasture land on the western grasslands. This was the Han tribe's largest animal husbandry base. Coupled with the backing of the Honghu Lake water system, water transportation was incredibly convenient, making travel in any direction easy. Land travel was also very smooth, as the grasslands had no shortage of cattle and horses and were entirely flat. But this wouldn't be the end. Once the cannibals were defeated and the Han tribe had 2 or 3 years to recover, they would definitely seize the northern region of the western shore as well. The Han tribe had to control all the lakeside areas of the grasslands to ensure no hidden threats remained behind the capital. As for whether to incorporate the entire grassland into their territory, that would depend on whether there were any interests in the western grasslands that caught the Han tribe's eye. Of course, the more land, the better. Who knew what might be hidden beneath the ground? Some minerals might be unexploitable with the Han tribe's current technology, but that didn't mean they couldn't be exploited in the future. Just like the deserts in the Middle East, in ancient times, no one cared about that land, but now people fight tooth and nail over it. In a few decades, if the Han tribe's population could grow to several million or even 10 million, Han Feng would definitely push the borders all the way to the western edge of the grasslands. Having mentally reviewed the situation in each region and finding the layout satisfactory, Han Feng turned his attention back to the construction of the capital. At the beginning of the year, he had dispatched Yu Ji, the commander of the Golden Seal Guard, to oversee the capital's construction. However, in reality, they were only building the imperial palace. The scale of the capital city was too massive, so it was better to build the palace first. Construction naturally had to proceed from the inside out. Otherwise, if the outer city walls were built first, transporting materials inside would become difficult. The imperial palace was modeled primarily after the Daming Palace of the Tang dynasty, complemented by the Sino-Western hybrid garden architecture of the Old Summer Palace. The front was for official business, and the back was for private life, separating the royal court from his own home. The scale was grandiose, designed to be built once and last for centuries without worry. Currently, due to a shortage of manpower, Yuji only had over 1,000 Golden Seal guards and about 3,000 cannibal slaves under his command. These slaves had been transferred from various regions and were currently working on the first phase of the project. The first phase was actually quite simple: digging dirt and laying foundations. They dug pits in the empty lots of the backyard to extract dirt, which was then used to build up the foundations for the palaces in the front. Later, water would be diverted into the large pits in the backyard to create artificial lakes. This was what Yuji was currently doing. However, due to the lack of manpower and inadequate tools, progress was agonizingly slow. Their method of digging was literally one shovel at a time by hand, then transporting the dirt using wheelbarrows, horse carts, and ox carts. Once the dirt reached the palace foundation site, it had to be manually pushed up and then tamped down by human labor to solidify the platform. The foundation for the Hanyuan Hall in the outer court alone was 15 meters high, 200 meters long, and 100 meters wide, requiring roughly 300,000 cubic meters of dirt, and that was after it was compacted. The actual volume of dirt excavated was definitely far more than 300,000 cubic meters. And that was just one hall. There were also the Xianzheng Hall and the Z Hall, whose foundations were equally massive. Add to that dozens of other side halls, pavilions, and terraces, and just digging the dirt and laying the foundations was a colossal undertaking. This was what constituted the so-called first phase. According to Yuji's recent report, they hadn't even finished the foundations for the 3 main halls yet. The scale was simply too massive. Although it was said that the chief was building a house for himself, constructing such a massive residence should have drawn complaints from the commoners. But in reality, there were none, because Han Feng barely used any commoner labor for the construction. He relied almost entirely on slaves, plus a small number of artisans. The other counties of the Han tribe also provided some materials, but that was their regular business anyway. Even if Han Feng wasn't building a palace, they would still be working. After exchanging another letter with Yuji, Han Feng realized the palace construction was still moving very slowly. The work was currently focused on 2 areas: digging dirt for foundations and stockpiling building materials. The digging was self-explanatory. As for stockpiling materials, they had built a dedicated brick kiln on-site that produced various bricks day and night. There was also a massive amount of timber transported from the surrounding areas and other counties, including wood for structural beams and wood for doors, windows, and furniture. The sheer volume of timber required was staggering. In his letter, Yuji couldn't help but complain, wondering when the construction of this imperial palace would ever end. Reading this made Han Feng feel quite awkward. After all, he was building a house for his own family, and making such a huge fuss about it made him feel a bit embarrassed. So, he could only write back to comfort Yuji. He explained that the tribe had recently developed some new engineering machinery and acquired more slaves, which would definitely be sent over next year. The construction speed of the palace would surely accelerate, and he urged Yuji to stay patient and maintain a steady mindset. Han Feng wasn't in a great hurry regarding the construction of the imperial palace. The Han tribe was developing well in all aspects, and he couldn't disrupt the stable lives of the entire tribe's citizens just to build a house for his own family. Since there were no major pressing matters at the moment, Han Feng shifted his focus to cultural development. The Han tribe currently lacked cultural depth. The entire tribe had only a handful of books. You could count them on your fingers and toes. There was the Han Code, which focused on laws, the Han Rights, which focused on etiquette, morality, and social hierarchy. The textbooks selected poems and lyrics used in schools for literacy, primary arithmetic and intermediate arithmetic, and nature, which taught basic physics. These were the books popularized in schools and the most widely printed books in the Han tribe. There were also many books currently being compiled, such as the 7 major textbooks for the medical academy, covering anatomy, herbal medicine, maternal and child health, trauma, orthopedics, and so on. However, these had not yet been finalized. This kind of knowledge naturally required learning and progressing simultaneously. Because technology was constantly advancing, there was no need to blindly pursue absolute completeness or novelty. The compilation of medical texts at the Academy had been ongoing for over 2 years, and it was time to finalize the materials and begin mass printing. Once these medical books were printed, the Han tribe could officially open the medical academy and train a large number of medical professionals. Regardless of how advanced their medical skills were initially, Han Feng had to set a good precedent and establish the right developmental path. Even if he died in the future, he couldn't let the medical practices of this world devolve into chaotic nonsense. However, even including these soon-to-be completed medical texts, the Han tribe's collection of books remained pitifully small. For such a massive tribe, one transitioning into an empire, to have so few books, and for most of them to have been written by Han Feng himself, was simply unacceptable. This definitely wouldn't do. To enrich the Han tribe's collection of books, supplement its cultural foundation, and leave behind more classics, especially classics unique to this world, Han Feng finally made a decision. What constituted a classic unique to this world? Naturally, it would be something written by the natives of this world themselves. To achieve this goal, Han Feng launched the Han tribe's first ever call for submissions. In mid-November of the first year of Daming, Han Feng issued an order across the entire Han tribe territory, a call for writings. It wasn't mandatory, but rather an encouragement for literate citizens to write books themselves. Writing a book was a monumental task. Currently, not many people in the entire Han tribe were literate, even fewer could write, and those who could write and think of writing a book were practically non-existent. Han Feng couldn't possibly memorize every book he had read in his past life word for word, so this required the collective effort of the entire tribe. To encourage the citizens to write, Han Feng's call for submissions had virtually no barriers to entry, provided, of course, that the person could write. The official document distributed to all regions read as follows. Asterisk to enrich the Han tribe's collection of books, knowledge, and cultural foundation. We are now soliciting articles, letters, and books from across the entire tribe. There are no restrictions on literary style, content, or subject matter. Citizens are encouraged to write whatever comes to mind. All submitted manuscripts will be personally reviewed by the chief. Those selected will receive a minimum manuscript fee of 5 yuan. Works inducted into the Han Tribe Library will earn the author a noble title and the opportunity to be appointed as an official. Asterisk. Asterisk suggested topics for submission. Asterisk. Asterisk 1. Travelogues. You may write about your travels, migrations, observations while on missions, including local customs, different climates in various regions, unfamiliar tribes encountered, wondrous landscapes, or bizarre wild animals. The content can be in the form of a diary, a ship's log, or an adventure story. There are no restrictions on format. Asterisk. Asterisk 2. Observation reports. You must have observed something closely in your daily life. It could be the stars in the sky, a strangely shaped cloud, a large tree, an inconspicuous blade of grass, an insect, or even the livestock raised at home. The sun, moon, stars, animals, plants, minerals, or even water. You must have noticed these things. When you look at them, what do you think of? What are their characteristics or patterns? Everyone is welcome to record their observations in text or illustrations and share them with the chief. Asterisk. Asterisk 3. Work experience. You might be a farmer, a herdsman, a miner, a carpenter, a blacksmith, a minor official in the government, or even a cart driver or sailor. In your daily work, what troubles have you encountered, and what solutions have you devised? These are valuable experiences. These experiences could be technical skills, personal work insights, or work history. Anything you find interesting or meaningful can be written down and shared with the chief. If your experience is selected, it could be widely disseminated throughout the tribe, making a contribution to everyone. Asterisk. Asterisk 4. Personal suggestions. In your daily work, studies, or labor, have you encountered things you couldn't understand, felt were difficult, or deemed unreasonable? Or perhaps you have dissatisfactions with your current life and hope for specific solutions. If you have any good suggestions, you can write them down and share them with the chief. Once the chief understands your difficulties, he will certainly consider adopting your suggestions. Asterisk. Asterisk 5. Aspirations and ideals. Born as a human, you must have had personal life goals, dreams, or aspirations. Perhaps you wanted to become a doctor, saving lives and rescuing loved ones. Perhaps you wanted to become an official, governing the people and ensuring their peace and prosperity, or maybe a ship captain, steering a large vessel to explore this unknown world, or a teacher, educating the people and opening their minds. Or perhaps you even dreamed of growing wings and soaring through the blue sky like a bird to see the vastness of this world. Whatever wild and imaginative ideals or aspirations you have, whatever thoughts you've had, things you've done, or plans you've made, you can write them down and share them with the chief. Asterisk. Asterisk 6. Social philosophy. Academic thoughts are bizarre and diverse, with different purposes. In your mind, what kind of person should one become? How should the tribe develop? 100 people will have 100 different ideas. Soldiers think about how to defeat the enemy. Farmers think about how to achieve a bountiful harvest. Artisans build palaces and houses or manufacture machines and ships. If you have unique insights into a certain matter, why not record them in a book, spread them widely, and seek out like-minded individuals? Asterisk. The densely packed notice spanned a large page. Han Feng had provided prompts for almost everything he could think of, all to encourage mass creation. When this notice was distributed, some officials in Hanyang County felt the prompts were a bit absurd. If the goal was to enrich the Han tribe's knowledge reserves and better pass down technical ideas, why solicit things like travelogues? They seemed completely useless. However, Han Feng had a different perspective. Who said travelogues were useless? Who said personal observations couldn't become classics? Wasn't Confucius's Analects essentially a travelogue written by his students about his journey through various states giving lectures? Who would dare say the Analects wasn't a classic? Whether something was a classic wasn't defined by an individual, but by whether the book was useful. Anyone capable of using words to summarize the aforementioned topics definitely had their own unique way of looking at things. What Han Feng was doing now was getting the citizens to express these thoughts, filtering out the dross, selecting the useful pearls of wisdom, and compiling them into books for widespread dissemination. Before seeing the actual submissions, no one could say for sure who was a genius and who was a mediocrity. Moreover, if the philosophical prompts he provided could take root in people's minds, it might even spur the development of 100 schools of thought in this world. Who knows, they might actually produce a batch of philosophers. Having ideas was a good thing, and even having wrong ideas was a good thing. If he encountered good ideas, they could be widely spread. If he encountered crooked paths detrimental to his rule and the Han tribe's development, Han Feng could take the opportunity to nip them in the bud, preventing people from even entertaining such thoughts. The call for submissions was quickly dispatched to government offices across the Han tribe. The local officials then broadcasted it far and wide, informing every citizen of the Han tribe. Initially, these officials were somewhat dismissive, believing that since the literacy rate in the Han tribe was already low, mostly concentrated among industrial workers and officials, such a campaign could never take root among the common folk. However, reality slapped them hard in the face. Han Feng's call for submissions sparked massive discussions among the populace. The reasons were not hard to deduce. First, it was winter, the agricultural off-season. The commoners had nothing to do, so naturally, their minds wandered. Therefore, this was the season when people loved to think the most. Second, there was a manuscript fee. As long as they wrote something, it might catch the chief's eye, earning them a sum of money. Plus, it was very easy to write. They could write about anything, with almost no barrier to entry. Third, whatever they wrote would be seen by the chief. If they managed to gain the chief's appreciation, they could change their current circumstances, perhaps even elevating their noble title or securing an official position. Fourth, it was an outlet for their thoughts and emotions. With a population base of hundreds of thousands, there were bound to be people with bizarre ideas. Normally, their ideas might not be accepted by those around them, and no one wanted to listen to their rambling. But now it was different. Not only would someone read it, but the chief himself would read it. How could these people not participate enthusiastically? Fifth, it was purely for Han Feng. The Han tribe's territory was vast, and the population was huge. Very few people had actually seen Chief Han Feng in person. His image mostly existed in hearsay. Now that the citizens had a chance to communicate directly with the chief, they definitely had things to say. Even if they didn't write a book or a biography, just sending a letter to greet the chief was good enough. Besides, didn't the notice say the chief was asking if they had encountered any difficulties in life or had any suggestions? Look at that. Even the chief was asking them for advice. If the chief adopted their suggestions, what an incredible honor that would be. In summary, as soon as Han Feng's notice was released, it immediately caused a massive response among the populace. Those who could write had ideas sparked by the prompts on the notice. Those who couldn't write also had things they wanted to say after hearing the contents of the notice. It didn't matter if they couldn't write. They could just find someone to write for them. Every county in the Han tribe had schools and was popularizing education. The students in those schools might not have work experience or broad horizons, but they could certainly write characters for others. Thus, during this cold and long winter, a wave of creation suddenly surged through the Han tribe. Stalls offering ghostwriting services even appeared on the streets of various counties, with students on winter break setting up brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones to earn some extra money. Never underestimate the clever people in this world. Once one person started doing this, others immediately followed suit. For a time, those who could write became highly sought after. They could make money just by writing letters on the street. Some ghostwriters even offered advice, filtering out obvious nonsense before it reached Han Feng. Those who had been to school were different, after all. If they knew the chief wouldn't pay for certain drivel, they advised people not to waste their money hiring a ghostwriter for it. It would be a purely loss-making venture. The call for submissions began in mid-November. By the end of the month, Han Feng had already received a massive amount of manuscripts sent from local offices. This thrilled Han Feng. He sat in his study at home every day, flipping through the manuscripts from all over, reading about all sorts of strange and wondrous things without ever leaving his house. For example, there was a manuscript from a man named Yu Guang in Chaoyang County on Hainan Island. This man was a native of the fishing tribe on Bamboo Island. He had grown up hunting and catching fish and had a keen interest in marine fish. He also possessed a talent for drawing. Ever since he defected to the Han tribe ahead of time last year, traded for 4 fishing boats, and came into contact with the Han tribe's culture and Chinese characters, this guy had developed an interest in recording his fishing trips. Every time he returned from the sea, he made sure to document it. His writing lacked structure. You could treat it as a work log of his fishing trips, an adventure travelogue, or even a marine biology observation report. It wasn't a book, but it recorded a massive amount of content. Just the illustrations and descriptions of various marine creatures filled a huge pile of paper. For every type of sea fish he caught, he would draw a detailed picture and provide a written description. The content was extensive, ranging from sea beasts, which Han Feng suspected were large marine mammals like seals, fur seals, dolphins, or even whales, to various sea fish, shrimp, crabs, shellfish, coral, and so on. It also included the names Yu Guang had given these creatures. Setting aside the other content, just this section describing marine biology could be compiled into a standalone book to be passed down. In his past life, there was Bo Lu who could judge horses. Now, there was Yu Guang who could judge the sea. If the contents of this man's descriptions were summarized and compiled into a book, Han Feng believed its value would be no less than a masterpiece like the Compendium of Materia Medica or Souvenirs Entomologiques. Yu Guang's manuscript held immense value for posterity. However, as a book, it was still a bit unpolished. If it were to be printed in large quantities, it would be best to have someone refine the prose, summarize the content, and then publish it. Books that were printed were meant to be sold. The Han tribe couldn't give every book away for free. Furthermore, Han Feng had promised the citizens who submitted manuscripts that they would be paid a fee upon acceptance. Where would this money come from? From selling the books, of course. Han Feng certainly wasn't going to pay for it out of his own pocket. Therefore, Han Feng summoned Bai Qi from the Hanyang County School. Bai Qi had always been in charge of the Han tribe's printing department, so naturally, the task of printing books fell to him. "Chief, you sent for me?" Bai Qi asked, bowing as he was led into Han Feng's study. "Yes, it's about the call for submissions. We've received quite a few good pieces this time. Some are suitable to be printed as books, but the manuscripts are still a bit rough. They need to be polished and reformatted before printing. You can handle this, right?" Han Feng got straight to the point. "Of course, no problem. However, Chief, there must be a lot of books that need editing and polishing. Coupled with the printing, I'm afraid the school's printing department won't be able to handle it all. Could we recruit some teachers from the school to help? They're on winter break anyway and have nothing to do at home," Bai Qi suggested. All right. You handle the recruitment. Offer an extra month's salary as overtime pay for those willing to come. Just get enough people. You don't need to recruit everyone," Han Feng said after a moment's thought. "Yes, sir. I'll get right on it." Bai Qi agreed immediately. Han Feng then began explaining the details of editing and printing the manuscripts. He ordered Yu Guang's manuscript to be split into 2 books. One would primarily introduce marine biology, their characteristics, and the vast variety of species. The core theme of this book was to highlight the phrase, abundant resources, inspiring readers to explore and develop the ocean's bounty. Han Feng even personally wrote a preface for this book. The opening line read, Asterisk, the ocean embraces hundreds of rivers. Its capacity is vast. Beneath those azure, fathomless waves lie countless hidden treasures. Asterisk. The preface then broadly introduced the various marine resources available. For instance, the Han tribe was already evaporating seawater to make salt, an inexhaustible resource. It also mentioned the various edible fish, shellfish, and algae, as well as beautiful ornaments like coral and pearls. Finally, it transitioned to the main subject of the book, marine biology. Han Feng officially titled this book Observing the Sea. The other part of Yu Guang's manuscript, his personal experiences at sea, was separated into its own volume. This was essentially a ship's log, presented in a diary format. While it lacked scientific value, it allowed people who had never seen the ocean to understand what life at sea was like. Simply put, it broadened their horizons. Broadening horizons was useful in itself. Han Feng titled this book The Boy and the Sea. With the tasks for the two books assigned, Han Feng instructed Bai Qi to have the manuscripts polished and revised first. Once the revisions were complete, Bai Qi was to bring them back for Han Feng's final approval before setting the type and printing. For the following days, Han Feng buried himself in his study, continuing to read through the submissions. Xiao Dai and Zhang Ying had both given birth, and now that the children were a bit older, they had little to do besides taking care of them. With so many manuscripts arriving, and both of them being literate, they joined in the fun, reading the submissions to pass the time and helping Han Feng filter out the useless ones. Seeing that Han Feng had selected Observing the Sea and ordered it to be printed and sold throughout the tribe, Zhang Ying's interest was piqued. She said to Han Feng, Husband, I want to write a book too, but I don't know what to write about. Do you think I could do it? Han Feng was currently reading an account of work experiences from a minor official in Tuahai County. This guy worked in the criminal division of the county governor's office, in charge of criminal investigations and arrests. Coincidentally, this man seemed born to be a detective. He had summarized many investigative techniques and creatively proposed a theoretical framework for criminal investigation. Supported by actual cases he had handled, his work experiences read like a thrilling detective novel. Hearing Zhang Ying's words, Han Feng reluctantly tore his eyes away from the manuscript and said, You want to write a book? Sure. What do you want to write about? I can help you brainstorm. I don't know what to write. It's just that seeing other people's writings turned into books, even little sister Tang Yao, is helping compile medical books at the academy. As the elder sister, I can't fall too far behind, right? Husband, help me think of something good to write, Zhang explained. What to write? Let me think. If you're going to write, it should be about something you're good at. How about you write a cookbook? Han Feng suggested, struck by a sudden inspiration. He elaborated. Our Han tribe is growing larger, and we've expanded into many new territories. Many of the people who joined us recently aren't familiar with our dietary habits and methods. They don't know how to process or eat certain ingredients. Even when they do eat them, they just cook them simply. There's a lot of potential here. You can write a cookbook using common, existing ingredients. Format it into 4 sections. First, the origin of the dish or a specific ingredient, or its significance in sacrifices or festivals. Second, the ingredients needed for the dish, specifying the exact amounts in catties and tails, and how many teaspoons of seasoning to use. Third, the cooking method, how to prep the ingredients, what kind of pot to use, whether to steam, boil, pan fry, deep fry, stir fry, or stew. Write down the process in detail. The goal is simple, teach the people how to eat. The 4th section can be for little tips and tricks, adding one after each recipe. For example, when rendering pork fat, add a little water to the pot to prevent it from burning. Or, before stir-frying green beans, blanch them in boiling water first so they stay greener and look more appetizing. Xiao Dai and Zhang Ying's eyes lit up as they listened. A cookbook. That's a brilliant idea, and it suits me perfectly. I know how to make so many delicious foods. I didn't know cooking could be turned into a book. I'll start writing today, and you have to help me review it later, husband, Zhang Ying said, incredibly excited. All right, go start writing. I'll help you polish it later, Han Feng nodded. He was about to return to his detective notes when Xiao Dai eagerly chimed in. Husband, what about me? What should I write? I know how to weave and dye fabric, but that's not a cookbook, and I can't exactly put a loom in a book. How should I write it? Xiao Dai asked for help. Han Feng had no choice but to put down the manuscript again. After a moment of thought, he said, Technical subjects are indeed harder to write about. But it's not impossible to write about something like a loom. It's just that you'd have to draw a lot of blueprints, and then it becomes a carpentry manual, straying from the weaving techniques you want to write about. How about this? Write about the history of the Han tribe's textile industry. Start from the earliest days of gathering hemp and hand weaving. Move on to mechanized spinning and weaving, then to full cloth dyeing, and finally to the latest openwork wax-resist dyeing and printing techniques. You can also include wool spinning, cotton spinning, and silk. Organize the history of these textiles from their discovery to their development. But just the history of textiles might not be enough for a whole book. It depends on how detailed you get. If you feel it's not enough, you can also write about garment cutting and sewing. How to take measurements for different styles of clothing, how to cut the fabric, how to sew it, the various techniques involved, stitching methods, and so on. Zhanning will teach the people how to cook and eat, and you will teach them how to weave and dress. Both are incredibly important. You should give it a try, Han Feng suggested. Xiao Dai's eyes sparkled as she listened, feeling a sudden sense of enlightenment. She had been spurred by Zhang Ying's words earlier. Tang Yao had already written books and made significant contributions to the Han tribe's medicine. Now Zhang Ying was going to write a cookbook to teach the people how to cook. As the eldest wife in the household, she couldn't be left behind. Hearing Han Feng's advice, she finally knew what her book should be about. Husband, you're amazing. You always have the best ideas. But we have a deal. If I need to draw diagrams, you have to help me. I know you draw the best blueprints. Xiao Dai quickly drafted him into service. No problem. As long as nothing major happens, I won't be leaving home this winter, Han Feng readily agreed. After coaxing his two wives away, he finally returned to his reading. That detective notebook was a real gem. It was highly worthy of being promoted within the system, perhaps even used as a textbook for criminal investigation work. Of course, it still needed some polishing and additional content. A textbook-level work like this couldn't be treated as casually as Observing the Sea. Observing the Sea was essentially a popular science book, but this detective notebook was for educational purposes, so it had to be rigorous and careful. After some thought, Han Feng immediately called for a bodyguard and ordered, "Send an order to all government offices in the 8 Hanyang counties. Have them summon the chief officials of their criminal divisions to gather in Hanyang City. Their duties will be temporarily handled by their deputies. Order them to depart immediately upon receiving the message. They must arrive in Hanyang City within 2 days." "Yes, sir." The bodyguard took the order and left. Han Feng remained in his study, continuing to read. He then jotted down some questions based on the detective notebook, along with other points he felt needed to be added, listing them all on a piece of paper. 2 days later, when over 20 criminal division chiefs from the 8 counties arrived in Hanyang City, Han Feng received them in the conference room of the Hanyang City government building. Sitting at the head of the table, Han Feng addressed the group. "You all know about the call for submissions I issued half a month ago, right?" Everyone nodded, but they didn't understand why Han Feng had summoned them or what it had to do with the call for submissions. Then, they saw Han Feng slap a stack of manuscripts onto the table and continue. "Since the call for submissions was issued, many excellent articles and books have emerged from various regions. Among them, the chief of the criminal division in the Tuahai County Governor's office wrote a detective notebook. The content is quite good. The various investigative methods and their practical application in specific cases are highly worthy of promotion. However, I feel it's not yet complete, so I brought you all here to study and discuss it together. You are all chief officials in charge of criminal investigation and arrest. Your jurisdictions are the earliest developed counties in the Han tribe, so you must have handled many cases. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. I want you to study and discuss this first, along with some supplementary details I've listed. Let's pool our wisdom to perfect this book. It will then be used as an internal textbook to forge a faster path for training professional criminal investigators in the future." Hearing this, the group finally understood what was going on and simultaneously felt a pang of deep regret. They hadn't taken the call for submissions seriously at all. Who knew a colleague from the South would steal the spotlight? A detective notebook. They could have written that too. Who knew this kind of stuff could be turned into a book? Sigh, it was too late to say anything now. The notes and experiences had been summarized by someone else. Now that they were brought in, they naturally wouldn't get authorship credit. They could only provide supplementary input from the sidelines. Unless, of course, they could write something completely different themselves. Despite their deep regret, they still had to complete the task assigned by the chief. Han Feng had already read it, so he didn't read it with them. The group spent an entire day reading through the notebook together, then held a meeting to research and discuss it based on the prompts and details Han Feng had provided. When the discussion meeting convened the next day, Han Feng reappeared. To show off in front of the chief, everyone held nothing back, eagerly sharing classic cases they had handled and various investigative techniques. After a full day of discussion, they finally summarized a comprehensive theoretical framework for handling cases. The content was broadly divided into several sections: case analysis, how to find clues, how to gather evidence, and how to interrogate without using torture. Interrogation without torture was particularly emphasized. The highest level of interrogation was getting a criminal to confess and accept their punishment without resorting to physical force. Once torture was used, it was considered a lower-tier method, as it inevitably led to the possibility of false confessions extracted through pain. It also meant you hadn't produced ironclad evidence that would leave the suspect speechless. If you could slap ironclad evidence in their face, they couldn't deny it even if they wanted to. Finally, there was technical content, primarily focusing on the detection, analysis, and recording of traces at the crime scene, and even content related to autopsies. Speaking of autopsies, there really hadn't been many murder cases in the 8 Hanyang counties. Over the years, there had only been a handful, occurring in Dongxin, Mai, and Weishan counties. The murderers were a miner, a herdsman, and an ordinary citizen of Weishan County, respectively. In Tuahai County, however, there had been quite a few murders. Despite being established for only 3 or 4 years, Tuahai County had seen over a dozen murder cases. A quick summary revealed that the places where murders occurred were all areas with complex demographics and later cultural assimilation. For example, the murderous herdsman in my county had originally come from the grasslands and hadn't yet adapted to the Han tribe's lifestyle or temperament. The same went for the miners in Dongxin County. The population there had been recruited by County Governor Jing Yin himself. These miners hadn't been systematically educated, nor had they studied the Han Code. They didn't know the consequences of murder, so when conflicts arose and blood rushed to their heads, it resulted in irreversible tragedies. Finally, there was Tuahai County, where the demographic makeup was even more complex. There were herdsmen from the grasslands, citizens who had migrated from the northern Han tribe, boatmen, and a large number of formerly hostile clans from the Tang tribe. Those people used to be independent small clan tribes. After joining the Han tribe, there were even cases where a verbal altercation escalated into a massive armed brawl between two clans. To put it bluntly, it all came down to a lack of education, especially the popularization of the Han Code. Legal education had to be put on the agenda. After 2 consecutive days of meetings and discussions, the content of this criminal investigation textbook was finally finalized. Han Feng officially titled the book Criminal Investigation Techniques and designated it as an internal publication for the bureaucratic system. Its primary target audience would be interns newly joining the criminal divisions of local government offices, and its external distribution was strictly prohibited. The reason for prohibiting external distribution was to prevent commoners from learning the government's investigative procedures and then committing high IQ crimes with anti-reconnaissance techniques, causing unnecessary trouble for law enforcement. This was a necessary precaution. In the modern world, there were many such examples: people watching police dramas, mimicking what they saw, and executing flawless anti-reconnaissance maneuvers. Their unpredictable tactics caused immense trouble for the police in the era before widespread surveillance cameras. Although the Han tribe occasionally saw homicides, there hadn't been a single case of premeditated murder yet. Most were cases of manslaughter resulting from brawls escalating out of control. While still homicides, they were fundamentally different from premeditated murder. If criminal investigation techniques were to spread among the populace, the likely consequence would be, *O, you can do that? So if I do this, the government won't be able to prove I'm the killer. *. Of course, such measures could only prevent problems temporarily, not permanently. Ultimately, social order had to rely on legal education, making the commoners familiar with the law, or at least aware of the severe consequences of breaking it. Coupled with effective conflict resolution, if there were ways to resolve issues without breaking the law, who would willingly risk severe punishment to commit a crime? Therefore, after determining the printing and usage scope of this textbook, Han Feng issued an internal directive requiring all counties to strengthen legal education. They could collaborate with schools, using students to disseminate the contents of the Han Code to their parents. With another book finalized, Han Feng dove back into the piles of paper in his study. As time went on, more and more letters and manuscripts arrived from all over, requiring Han Feng to spend a massive amount of time reviewing them every day. Among these piles of paper, letters still made up the largest proportion. The reason remained the same. The literacy rate in the Han tribe wasn't high, and some people didn't even know what writing a book entailed. But seeing others writing, they wanted to join in. Knowing that whatever they wrote would be read by the chief, they simply wrote letters to chat with him. It was simple and cheap. Many of these letters were expressions of gratitude or complaints from the commoners, sometimes leaving Han Feng not knowing whether to laugh or cry. However, some contained valuable information. For instance, a herdsman from Zhongwu County wrote to Han Feng, claiming he raised a breed of goat with exceptionally fine, snow-white fleece, like clouds in the sky, basically praising it to the heavens. However, the officials in Zhongwu County told him the tribe didn't encourage raising goats, and only shepherds raising sheep could receive priority feed subsidies in winter. He felt this was very unfair, so he wrote to Han Feng seeking justice. This was essentially a petition, filing a complaint against local officials. However, Han Feng himself had issued that order. Goats tend to eat grass down to the roots, and when desperate, they even gnaw on tree bark. If raised on a large scale, they could easily cause desertification of the grasslands, which would be a disaster. Sheep, on the other hand, didn't pose this risk. They only ate the grass above ground, leaving the roots intact. Plus, they fertilized the land as they grazed, allowing the grass to grow back quickly without damaging the grassland environment. Furthermore, sheep produced wool for textiles and large quantities of dairy products, making their economic value significantly higher than that of goats. That was why Han Feng had ordered their promotion. But then again, goats weren't entirely useless. Currently, their biggest use in the Han tribe was providing hair for writing brushes. The writing brush was the official writing instrument of the Han tribe, and with universal education, the demand for brushes was unimaginably huge. So, some goats still needed to be raised. However, while raising them was fine, large-scale grazing was absolutely forbidden. Raising them in pens and feeding them fodder was acceptable. The goat breed this man mentioned was worth paying attention to. Local officials could be sent to investigate, and if it truly was exceptional, it could be handed over to the Court of Agricultural Affairs for selective breeding research. Han Feng casually pinned a reply with his handling suggestions, placing it with the original letter to be sent back later. He processed the submissions by region, returning them to their origins as soon as he finished a batch. For manuscripts that caught his interest but weren't written as books, Han Feng would provide guidance. He would tell the authors how to write a book, what to focus on, just as he had guided Zhang Ying in writing her cookbook, providing templates and formats. He would then send them back, encouraging the authors to rewrite and continue creating. As for those who wrote purely for fun, Han Feng would simply reply on the letterhead, *read. Thank you for your letter, *. A few days later, at the end of November, Bai Qi brought the final drafts of Observing the Sea and The Boy and the Sea to Han Feng for approval. After checking that everything was in order, Han Feng immediately ordered 1,000 copies of each to be printed. The Han tribe's 8 northern counties, plus the 3 Honghu counties on the grasslands, the 8 counties of the Tang tribe, and the 6 counties on Hainan Island, totaled over 70 counties and hundreds of villages. Distributing 1,000 copies meant each county would only get about a dozen books, which really wasn't much. They would sell them first to test the waters. If sales were good, printing more later wouldn't be an issue. While Han Feng was busy increasing the Han tribe's book reserves, Chu Bing, far away at the northern hunting ground camp, was executing his strategic plan. The 1st Battalion, personally led by Chu Bing, had run into a bit of trouble. They weren't in any danger themselves, but the situation had exceeded their expectations, and they were finding themselves short-handed. According to Yu Ye's intelligence, the cannibals' hunting activities in the hunting grounds were mostly concentrated in the first 3 months of winter. If they didn't secure enough food for the winter during this time, they would risk migrating south. However, this year, due to the Han tribe's disruptions, the situation had changed. Throughout November, because the Divine Strategy Guard's 1st Battalion had continuously ambushed 5 hunting parties in October, at least 5 enemy villages had lost their men and food supplies. Their situation became increasingly dire. The starving elderly, weak, women, and children had no choice but to venture out to find food themselves. Otherwise, they would remain in their villages only to become food for other villages. This led to more and more enemies appearing at the River Bend position guarded by the 3rd Battalion. The scale and frequency of their appearances increased as massive numbers of cannibals flocked to the river bend to catch fish for survival. To minimize losses, they even organized themselves, some dedicated to fishing, others to standing guard against enemy or wild animal attacks. For a time, the 3rd Battalion had no good countermeasure. To avoid being discovered, they chose to abandon their position, wait for reinforcements, and then plot against the cannibals before them again. If they didn't abandon the position, there would be only one outcome. The cannibals, fearing the 3rd Battalion's firepower, would abandon this fishing spot and choose another location to gather food. This created a paradox. Either the 3rd Battalion left or the enemy left. Peaceful coexistence was impossible. But if they drove the enemy away, all the 3rd Battalion's preparations here would be wasted. In that case, it was better to simply retreat, preserve this battlefield for future plans, rather than moving to an unfamiliar environment and setting up all over again. Meanwhile, the enemies encountered by the 1st Battalion had suddenly started banding together. Thousands of people were hunting simultaneously, mixed with many giant apes. A fat piece of meat had appeared in the 1st Battalion's sights, but with their current numbers, they couldn't swallow this enemy force. Yet, Chu Bing was unwilling to just let the enemy walk away, which left him troubled. The main reason was that in October, the 1st Battalion had annihilated 5 enemy hunting parties, and in November, they had wiped out 6 more, capturing over 1,000 prisoners. The massive losses over 2 consecutive months were becoming unbearable for the cannibals. The loss of manpower was secondary. The main issue was that they hadn't received much food resupply for over 2 months. With winter already half over and the animal herds soon to migrate south, if they couldn't catch some prey now, many of them would truly starve to death. Consequently, the cannibals united the hunting parties from various villages. Thousands of people headed to the valley in the south of the hunting grounds to set up defenses, hoping to intercept the southward migrating herds there. The northern part of the entire hunting ground region was an endless forest, the southern part was an east-west mountain range, and the middle consisted of mountainous gorges and basins. There was only one valley in the central south, which was the inevitable path for the herds migrating north and south. Every year at this time, even without the Han tribe causing trouble, the cannibals would come here to intercept them. Blocking this path was like crocodiles waiting for wildebeests on the African savanna. They had to take a bite. According to frontline reconnaissance, the herds hadn't shown obvious signs of moving south yet, but they were grazing while slowly shifting southward. The cannibal hunting parties had stopped hunting entirely and were waiting in advance at the valley. Their total numbers had reached over 4,000, roughly the entire able-bodied main force of 10 to 20 large villages. The 1st Battalion, however, only had a little over 1,700 men. Swallowing these 4,000 or 5,000 people was definitely impossible. If they just wanted to kill them, their superior firearms would make it a breeze. But capturing them all alive? Out of the question. What do we do now? These 4,000 or 5,000 people are probably the last batch of hunting parties the cannibals will organize this year. If they escape back, our next strategic goal will be very hard to achieve, and it will cause us heavy casualties later. Yu Yi asked Chu Bing, looking worried. 1,700 trying to capture 4,000 to 5,000 alive. Don't even think about it. We must gather a larger force than the enemy to have any certainty. Even if we don't outnumber them, we need at least equal numbers. That way, relying on our equipment advantage, we might have a chance, Chu Bing analyzed, frowning. True, but where are we going to get that many people right now? Sigh. Yu Yi chimed in. Chu Bing didn't speak. He stood up and paced back and forth in the command post, occasionally looking up at the map of the north hanging on the wall. After a long while, he suddenly asked Yu Yi, Uncle Yu, what would you say our strategic goal is? Yu Yi was taken aback, not understanding why Chu Bing was suddenly asking this. Chu Bing had proposed the strategic goal himself. How could he not know? But he answered anyway. Strategic goal, to annihilate the enemy's effective forces in large numbers on the periphery first, preparing for the subsequent offensive and targeted mopping up operations. Exactly. Therefore, I believe tactical goals are secondary. All tactics should center around the strategic goal. So, our primary objective is to annihilate these 4,000 or 5,000 enemies outside their occupied territory, not whether we capture them alive or not, Chu Bing explained. You mean just kill these 4,000 or 5,000 enemies directly? That won't do, right? Will the chief agree? Yi said, shocked. Yes, that's what I mean. You have to understand, the enemy has set up many traps in the forest, and that's their territory. They know the terrain, while we know nothing. If we let these 4 or 5,000 people go back, we'll have to pay a much higher price to eliminate them later. So we absolutely cannot let them go back. To achieve this, I wouldn't hesitate even if it means killing them all. Right now, these people are all in a battlefield shared by both sides. In terms of geographical advantage, we are on equal footing. In fact, because we'll be launching a sneak attack, we have a slight edge, Chu Bing explained. I understand your reasoning, but will the chief agree? The chief has written multiple times emphasizing the need for prisoners, Yu Yi said, still hesitant. The chief should agree. He's the one who taught me how to fight wars, especially the concepts of tactics and strategy. He emphasized them to me constantly. As long as we explain the situation, the chief will definitely understand. Furthermore, what I just said is only one aspect, the determination to swallow this enemy force. Even if we don't take prisoners and kill them all in the hunting grounds, we absolutely cannot let them return to the forest. The second point is that everything must center around the strategic goal. When necessary, we must abandon what needs to be abandoned. Giving up some things is for the sake of better achieving the strategic goal, Chu Bing explained further. Abandon? Wait, what exactly do you mean? What are you going to abandon? Yu Yi asked, thoroughly confused. Abandon the positions of the 3rd and 2nd battalions. There are no opportunities for the 3rd battalion right now. Although there are many enemies there, they are all elderly, weak, women, and children. Compared to the 1st battalion's target, these 4 or 5,000 able-bodied men are clearly much more valuable. Besides, keeping the 3rd battalion there won't accomplish much. Rather than wasting manpower there, it's better to transfer them all here to help us encircle and annihilate this enemy force. Chu Bing pointed to the river bend position guarded by the 3rd battalion on the map. Wait, let me think about this for a second. Yu Yi quickly interrupted upon hearing Chu Bing's words, then stared at the map, deep in thought. Because the campaign in the hunting grounds had been so successful, wiping out numerous hunting parties, the cannibal villages were now facing severe food shortages. As a result, the elderly, weak, women, and children had mostly fled their villages to forage for food themselves. The area where they were active was precisely the river bend guarded by the 3rd battalion. This was a cause and effect relationship. It could be said that the 3rd battalion was now facing the same problem as the 1st battalion. Too many enemies and too few of their own troops. Killing all the enemies would be easy, but capturing them alive would be incredibly difficult. At this point, a choice had to be made. They either had to concentrate their forces to swallow one target and abandon the other, or risk failing to swallow either. Yu Yi quickly grasped Chu Bing's strategic intent. However, he still asked, what about the 2nd battalion? Are you saying we should abandon the 2nd battalion's position too? Yes. The 2nd battalion is currently guarding the salt pond area, but the enemy has launched 2 heavy counterattacks, both resulting in total annihilation. They don't dare send anyone to attack anymore, and can only use giant apes to harass us, which doesn't cause any effective casualties. Therefore, keeping the 2nd battalion, there is a pure waste of troops. We can completely abandon the salt pond for now, pull the 2nd battalion, the 3rd battalion, and the militia supporting them, and concentrate all our forces to deal with the enemy elites here in the hunting grounds, Chu Bing analyzed, pointing at the map. If we concentrate the entire Divine Strategy Guard, that's 2,500 men. The hunting grounds can provide 1,000 militia, the salt pond can provide another 1,000, and the River Valley camp should be able to spare 2,000 militia, leaving 2,000 to guard the prisoners there. That gives us a force of 6,500 men. Throwing all of them into the battle here in the hunting grounds, 6,500 against 4,500, annihilating them completely will definitely not be a problem. The only question is how many we can capture alive. After hearing Chu Bing's plan to concentrate all forces, Yu Yi immediately did the math. To his surprise, he found that they actually had a numerical advantage. However, he still had some concerns. This works, but if we abandon the salt pond position and the enemy returns to occupy it, won't our previous battles have been for nothing? Chu Bing smiled at this and immediately began his analysis. Not for nothing at all. A temporary retreat is for the sake of greater gains. Through these 2 months of fighting, I've realized that our previous deployment at the salt pond was a mistake. Since occupying the enemy's salt pond, we've only fought 2 defensive battles, killing a total of about 1,000 enemies. But if we abandon the salt pond, we can actually create more combat opportunities. Oh, how so? Yi asked, puzzled. Think about it, Uncle Yu. Right now, We occupy the salt pond. The enemy came to attack, realized they couldn't beat us, and stopped coming. But we still keep our troops stationed there. The enemy doesn't dare approach, so aren't those troops just being wasted? But what if we capture the salt pond and then abandon it? What do you think the enemy will do? Chu Bing didn't answer directly, but asked a rhetorical question. That goes without saying. The enemy will definitely send people to retake the salt pond, and they might even send more people to defend it. Yu Yi replied without hesitation. Smack. Chu Bing clapped his hands together forcefully and praised. Exactly. That's the result we want. If we can capture the salt pond once, we can capture it a second time and a third time. And the enemy won't abandon this place because people need to eat salt, unless they have another source. This way, we can use the salt pond area to fight a war of attrition with the enemy. We capture it, wipe out a wave of enemies, and then abandon it. The enemy will have to send people to replenish their defenses, and then we can wipe them out again. We abandon it again, attract the enemy to replenish their troops, and repeat this process. Let's see just how many people they have to send out. Yu Ye's eyes immediately lit up. Yes, their previous tactics had indeed been flawed. They hadn't fully utilized the unique nature of the salt pond. Because it was a highly contested strategic location, the enemy couldn't abandon it. Even knowing it was a trap, they had no choice but to jump in. And as Chu Bing said, fighting a war of attrition with the enemy would not only allow them to deploy their troops more flexibly, but also create more combat opportunities. What was the point of defending that place to the death now? The enemy knew they couldn't beat the Han tribe, so they simply stopped coming, and the Han tribe couldn't do anything about it because it wasn't time to attack the enemy's main base yet. Not bad. What you're saying makes sense. This is indeed much better, and it aligns with your strategic goal. We want to create more combat opportunities on the periphery of the enemy's forces. After wiping out the enemies here in the hunting grounds, even if the enemy stops sending hunting parties here, we can still use the importance of the salt pond to repeatedly draw the enemy into sending their able-bodied men into this bottomless pit. Yu Yi nodded in agreement. Exactly. Bottomless pit is the perfect term. We'll use this bottomless pit to see exactly how many people these cannibals have to throw into it. Once they truly have no one left to send, we'll launch the second phase of the campaign, Chu Bing said, nodding as well. All right then, should we start moving the troops now? Do you think we should report this to the chief? Yu Yi asked, nodding. We definitely need to report it, but not right now. We need to start moving the troops immediately, along with a large amount of supplies and food, otherwise we won't make it in time. As for the chief, reporting a couple of days late won't be a problem. Once we explain the plan clearly, the chief will understand, Chu Bing suggested. All right, then let's move the troops. Issue the orders. Chu Bing nodded and immediately signed several orders. He then had messengers ride fast horses to deliver them to the 2nd and 3rd battalions, instructing them to bring sufficient food and supplies, along with their militia, and force march toward the 1st battalion's location immediately. After issuing the orders, Chu Bing commanded the 1st Battalion to closely monitor the thousands of enemy elites in the southern valley, reporting their movements constantly. Once their forces were fully assembled, they could launch an attack immediately. However, when the 1st Battalion's scouts returned with their reconnaissance results, another difficulty presented itself to Chu Bing. The terrain of the gorge was extremely unfavorable for encircling and annihilating the enemy. Even with a numerical advantage of 2,000 men, it probably wouldn't be enough. The valley itself was narrow, making it perfect for setting up an ambush to block passing enemies. But all the good ambush spots were currently occupied by the enemy, who were waiting there to ambush the animal herds. If the Han tribe wanted to encircle and annihilate them, there was only one way. Send half their forces over the mountains to attack from the inside out, blocking the enemies in the valley from both ends. But this was clearly unrealistic. If they split their superior forces into two, both sides would have to face all the enemies independently. This would put the Han tribe at a numerical disadvantage in localized areas, essentially crippling themselves and throwing away their advantage. Furthermore, the mountains were currently sealed by heavy snow. Having thousands of men cross the mountain range was impossible. The danger was too great, and it could lead to unnecessary casualties. Thirdly, the uncertainty of the animal herds' southward migration. No one knew exactly when the herds would move south. If they attacked the enemy from both ends of the gorge, and the herds suddenly migrated and tried to pass through the gorge during the battle, the Han tribe's troops would face 4,000 or 5,000 cannibal warriors in front of them, and the frantic charge of the southward migrating herds behind them. let alone rifles. Even with machine guns, they would be trampled to death by the herds. Therefore, the valley was not the best battlefield. Chu Bing was stressing over this when Yu Yi surprisingly came up with an idea first. I have a suggestion. See if this works. Chu Bing immediately looked at him. Uncle Yu, tell me. The battle might start in a few days. If you have a plan, out with it quickly, or we won't have time to prepare. Here's what I'm thinking. Think about it. Our goal is simply to prevent those thousands of cannibal, able-bodied men from returning, right? Yu Yi analyzed. Chu Bing nodded immediately. Then it's much simpler. Our target is the enemy, not the animal herds. So why do we have to ambush them in the valley? We're not here to hunt the herds. We can completely ambush them on their way back. Don't forget, these enemies are out hunting, and after they finish hunting, they have to bring the prey back. So why don't we just let them hunt in peace? Once they're heading back with their prey, we can ambush them halfway. That way, we get to choose the battlefield, giving us much more room to select and prepare. Moreover, when they head back, they'll definitely be carrying a massive amount of prey. Since they have to carry the dead animals themselves and don't have live livestock to help transport them, they'll definitely move very slowly. And they won't be willing to abandon that meat, which makes it even better for our operation. In fact, if they catch an exceptionally large amount of prey and can't transport it all back at once, they'll definitely send a portion of their people back with some of the meat, while the rest stay behind to guard the remaining prey. If that happens, the enemy will divide their forces, giving us an even greater advantage. Yu Yi explained his plan in detail. Yes, that's a great idea. This is perfect. This way, we'll have much more time to prepare. We can choose any spot along their return route to ambush them. Uncle Yu, your plan is brilliant. Chu Bing praised after hearing it. Hee, the feeling is mutual. You're not bad yourself. My plan is just tactical flexibility. When it comes to strategic vision, you're still better. You see further and understand the big picture. Yu Yi said, feeling proud but maintaining a modest tone. After a round of mutual flattery, the plan was finalized. Chu Bing once again dispatched the 1st Battalion to scout, first to monitor the enemy's movements, and second to scout the enemy's return route to see which locations were suitable for an ambush, selecting the spots in advance. Another 3 days passed like this, and heavy snow began to fall from the sky again. This was the first heavy snow of the 4th month of the northern winter, but counting the previous ones, the hunting grounds had already experienced 6 heavy snowfalls this year. This snowstorm lasted for 2 consecutive days. Coupled with the howling, freezing winds, the cannibal hunting army lying in ambush in the valley suffered immensely. Fortunately, the snow also brought them an advantage. Massive amounts of snow buried the entire hunting ground region. Most of the moss and dry grass were covered by thick snow, and the freezing wind turned the snow hard. Unable to dig through the surface snow to find food, the animal herds lingering here finally began their massive southward migration. And the cannibal hunting army finally awaited their prey. The only passage south, that deep gorge, was about to host a gluttonous feast. At the same time, following Chu Bing's troop movement orders, the 2nd and 3rd Battalions, each leading their militia, were force marching toward the hunting grounds. The 2nd Battalion from the Salt Pond area arrived first. Besides the 700-plus regular soldiers of the Divine Strategy Guard's 2nd Battalion, they also brought 1,000 militia conscripted from the Salt Pond camp. The 3rd Battalion arrived later due to the long distance, but they brought ample food and ammunition, along with a full 2,000 militia from the River Valley main camp. Adding the 1st Battalion's own men and the 1,000 militia from the hunting ground camp, the forces gathered around Chu Bing now exceeded 6,500 men, an absolutely formidable force. After the forces assembled, they took a temporary rest, waiting for news from the front while allowing the soldiers who had force-marched to recover for 2 days. On the 3rd day after the snow stopped, the southward migrating animal herds finally reached the gorge where the cannibals were lying in ambush. The herds thundered forward, kicking up endless snow and ice particles. From a distance, it looked as if the entire gorge was covered in white mist, and from within the mist came the ceaseless roar of thunder. Crack, rumble. From the cliffs on both sides of the gorge, boulders, solid ice, and snow were hurled down all at once, instantly blocking the narrowest part of the passage. The herds panicked and became even more frantic. Some saw the blockage ahead and tried to turn back, but those behind them charged forward regardless. The narrow passage instantly descended into chaos. Some alpacas and megaloceros, relying on their long legs and agile bodies, desperately leaped forward. But just as they managed to break free from the chaotic herd, they were met with a barricade of wooden spears. The wooden spears were planted at an angle in the ground, frozen solid by the bitter cold, as if they had grown there. Countless deer and alpacas charging bravely forward were impaled on the wooden spikes before they could even react. Some managed to break through the multiple obstacles, only for a series of tripwires and massive rope nets to suddenly spring up from the snow ahead, trapping large numbers of the herd once again. First, they used massive boulders to block the passage, then wooden barricades to inflict casualties on the animal herds, and finally, a combination of tripwires and rope nets. This series of coordinated attacks instantly caused massive casualties among the herds. Countless alpacas, horned deer, wild donkeys, and yaks collapsed in the chaos, ultimately being trampled or crushed to death by the surging stampede. However, despite paying a heavy price, the herds eventually broke through, successfully clearing the path southward. The cannibal hunting army never expected to stop the entire herd. Their sole purpose was to hunt. Besides, even if they managed to kill all the animals, they wouldn't be able to transport them back, nor could they store them. It would just be a waste of food, and they wouldn't be able to catch new prey in the future. The thunderous roar of the stampeding herds echoing through the gorge lasted for about half an hour before all the animals had passed. However, the gorge was still littered with a massive number of animal corpses and injured cattle, deer, and other large beasts. The cannibal hunting parties quickly rushed forward with their long spears to finish off the prey. After half a day of frantic work, the gorge finally fell silent. On a high vantage point not far away, several groups of Divine Strategy Guard scouts were observing the situation through binoculars. Seeing the enemy processing the animal corpses, they immediately sent someone back to report. The thousands of cannibal hunters were busy processing their prey. They needed to skin the beasts, remove the internal organs, and butcher them into clean cuts of meat to transport back together. This would significantly reduce the weight of the prey, allowing them to carry more food back in one trip. The extracted internal organs became a feast for the young and strong men of the hunting parties. The elderly and weak left behind in the villages were not worthy of enjoying the organs of the prey. While processing the prey, the cannibal warriors began eating right then and there. Some even drank the steaming fresh blood directly, drenching themselves in gore. Others ripped out the hearts of the prey, still beating in their hands, and bit right into them. They were indeed short on food, and it was inconvenient to start a fire here. Most of them had been lying in ambush for over 10 days, and the meager rations they brought had long been consumed. Now, faced with so much fresh prey, their eyes turned green with hunger. Who had the patience to wait for cooked food? Moreover, the steaming blood and organs provided much-needed warmth and energy. It was fortunate that humans of this era had incredibly robust digestive systems. If a modern person ate raw meat like this, they would likely get severe diarrhea and die. As for parasites, they had absolutely no concept of such things. The skinning and butchering process took 3 full days, but they still weren't finished. There was simply too much prey, and the cannibals lacked sharp metal knives, making their efficiency extremely low. Take skinning, for example. It was relatively easy at first when the carcasses were fresh, but in this freezing, snowy environment, the bodies froze solid in less than a day. The skin and flesh froze together, making it impossible to separate them no matter how hard they tried. In the end, they had no choice but to transport a batch of the processed prey back first. This harvest yielded a total of 4,000 to 5,000 animals of various kinds, roughly equal to their own numbers. But no matter how strong the cannibal warriors were, it was impossible for each person to carry a yak back alone. Even dragging them across the snow was impossible, so they had to transport them in batches. Their final decision was to send 3,000 people to transport 1,000 animals back first. Of course, it wasn't 3 people carrying one animal. They used makeshift sleds to drag them. They wove sleds out of branches and ropes, tying a layer of freshly peeled animal skin to the bottom to reduce friction. The 3,000 people were divided into 2 groups. One group pulled the sleds, while the other walked alongside to protect the convoy. The 2 groups took turns to maintain their stamina and speed. When hungry, they simply ate the meat they were transporting. Only after reaching the villages in the forest would they organize more people to come and help carry the rest. The remaining 1,000 or so people were to stay in the gorge to guard the untransported prey, preventing it from being stolen by others or carnivorous beasts. On the Han tribe side, As soon as the cannibals began making the transport sleds, the scouts reported the situation. The enemy was preparing to return, but it was temporarily unclear how many people were going back. However, knowing their transportation method made things much easier. After all, sleds couldn't travel just anywhere. Since the enemy chose sleds, there were only a few viable routes they could take, making it much easier for Chu Bing to decide on an ambush location. On the cannibals' side, their return transport convoy had just set off when Chu Bing received another report from the scouts. The enemy had split into two groups. About 3,000 people were heading back, while the rest stayed behind to guard the prey. The returning convoy was divided into two teams, one pulling the sleds and one protecting the convoy. The scouts also marked the enemy's return route and direction. Upon receiving the news, Chu Bing and Yu Yi immediately gathered around the map to find a suitable location to ambush the enemy. They can't escape now. With our 6,500 men ambushing their 3,000, we're guaranteed to wipe them all out. Chu Bing, hurry up and take a look. Where should we strike? Yu Yi said happily, standing by the map. Chu Bing studied the map for a moment, then looked at the intelligence report from the scouts in his hand. Suddenly, he turned to everyone in the room and said, "We're not attacking this transport convoy. Let them go back." Why? Such a great opportunity. How can we let them go? We abandoned 2 battalion positions just to wipe out this elite enemy force. Now that our troops are gathered, how can we let them go? What exactly do you mean? Yu Yi didn't process it at first, but when he realized what Chu Bing was saying, he immediately voiced his opposition. To maximize our gains, of course. Uncle Yu, don't panic. Look at these intelligence reports and listen to my analysis. Chu Bing quickly said, trying to calm Yu Yi down. All right, speak. If what you say doesn't make sense, I definitely won't agree to let this enemy force go, Yu Yi said, somewhat angrily. Look, Uncle Yu, right now, they're using sleds for manual transport, right? Every time, they dispatch 3,000 people for transport, leaving over 1,000 behind to guard the remaining prey. Chu Bing began analyzing with the intelligence reports in hand. Yes, isn't that normal? And it's within our expectations. That's no reason for you to suddenly change your mind, Yu Yi continued to emphasize. I know. That was before we knew how much prey the enemy could catch. Ambushing them on their way back was based on the assumption that they would all return at once. But now the enemy has split up, the situation has changed, so we must adapt our plan accordingly. Also, according to the scouts' observations, the enemy sent 3,000 people as a transport convoy this time, but they only took away about a quarter of the prey. So, let's calculate. How many trips will it take for them to transport all the remaining prey back? Chu Bing asked Yu Yi rhetorically. Yu Yi was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly realized. Oh, I understand what you mean. You're saying the enemy can't transport it all at once. Even if we let them go now, they'll come out again, right? That way, we'll have another chance to ambush them. Yu Yi quickly grasped Chu Bing's meaning, but upon further thought, it still didn't seem right. Wait, Chu Bing, that's not right. Think about it. Even if they come out again next time, they've already transported a quarter of the prey away this time. That's all meat. If we ambush these 3,000 people right now, all their prey will be ours. They won't be able to send a single scrap of meat back. If you let them go now, aren't we taking a huge loss? All that meat would be great for our citizens to eat, Yu Yi shouted anxiously. Uncle Yu, don't get excited. Listen to me first. We were talking about how many trips the enemy needs to make. Why are you bringing up the meat again? Chu Bing pressed Yu Yi's shoulder, making him sit down again. But Yu Yi still wore a pained expression. Those are our spoils of war. So much meat. Just letting it go back like that? My heart aches. I can't take it. You have to give something up to get something in return. Uncle Yu, listen to me. They used 3,000 people to transport a quarter of the prey at once, right? Chu Bing guided Yu Yi's thoughts again. Yes, and then? Then tell me, how many round trips will it take for them to transport all this prey? Chu Bing asked again, guiding Yu Yi's train of thought. A quarter at a time, for trips? Yu Yi didn't understand why Chu Bing was asking this, so he answered tentatively. Wrong. 3 trips at most. Don't forget, 3,000 people transport a quarter, but on the last trip, everyone will go back together, so they'll definitely transport more. Therefore, it will take 3 trips at most to transport everything. Chu Bing immediately shook his head and said, 3 trips it is, then. What does that have to do with you letting them go? Yu Yi asked, still puzzled. I'm talking about normal circumstances, where they would transport it in 3 trips. There's another scenario. They could transport it all in 2 trips, Chu Bing explained. 2 trips? Impossible. Didn't you just say yourself that it would take at least 3 trips? Wait. Oh, I get it. You mean these 3,000 people going back might call more people to come help transport, and then next time they'll take all the remaining prey back at once? You're targeting the people coming to help, Yu Yi said, suddenly enlightened. Hee. Uncle Yu is sharp as ever. 1 hint, and you get it. Chu Bing nodded and smiled. You don't need to flatter me. Hold on a second. There's still one thing I haven't figured out. Yu Yi quickly waved his hand and said, Go ahead, Uncle Yu. How can you be sure they'll definitely call more people to help next time? What if they don't call anyone, and just do what you said earlier, making 3 round trips? Wouldn't we be taking a loss then? Yu Yi asked, still not fully understanding. Chu Bing shrugged nonchalantly and said, I can't be sure, and I can't guarantee it. This is just my guess, a gamble. If they don't call people to help, we lose at most a quarter of the meat. That meat wasn't ours to begin with, so I won't feel bad about losing it. I can completely accept that loss. But if they really do call more people to help, then we might be able to ambush even more cannibals. Uncle Yu, you have to understand, the opportunity to draw the enemy out and annihilate them in the open, rather than letting them hide in their lairs, is rare. We'd rather lose some meat spoils to get more enemies to come out. First of all, you have to know one thing. They will definitely come out again. There's still so much prey left behind. They can't possibly not come out. At worst, no one comes to help, and we just lose a batch of meat. Trading that cost for more prisoners is absolutely worth it. Chu Bing continued to persuade him. Yu Yi pondered for a moment and felt it made sense. This was a gamble, using a quarter of the meat to gamble for more prisoners. If they lost the bet, they only lost the enemy's prey. If they won, the Han tribe would gain more prisoners. After thinking for a while, Yu Yi began to be swayed by Chu Bing's plan. All right, let's do it your way. Let them go back, and hope they call more people to help. But what do we do now? So many soldiers have come over, and they've all been deployed into the mountains of the hunting grounds. We can't just leave them hiding in the freezing snow forever, right? Who knows when the enemy's transport convoy will return? Yu Yi finally decided to agree to Chu Bing's plan, but he immediately raised another question, asking about the current arrangements. Of course we can't let the army sit idle there. We need to send some scouts to continue tracking the transport convoy and monitor their movements constantly. Meanwhile, the 2 of us will immediately lead the main force to the southern valley and wipe out the 1,000 or so guards the enemy left there. Chu Bing gave a sly smile and immediately revealed his plan. Ha. You're a devious one, kid. But it's a great idea. We'll wipe out the guards there now, and it won't affect our ambush of the next transport convoy. After all, when they come over, we'll annihilate them halfway, so they won't even notice anything wrong at the valley. Yu Yi burst out laughing as soon as he heard it, but then asked, But to deal with just over 1,000 guards, there's no need to bring the entire main force, right? For 1,000 troops would be more than enough to crush them. No, if we go, we all go. Of course I don't care about those 1,000 or so guards, but Uncle Yu, don't forget, there are nearly 4,000 various animals there. We have to transport all those spoils of war back too. Chu Bing immediately reminded him. Oh, right. If you hadn't mentioned it, I almost forgot. Sigh, that quarter is gone, but we absolutely must get the remaining 3 quarters. That's a lot of meat. Yu Yi swept away his previous pained expression. Now knowing they were about to acquire so much meat, his entire face wrinkled into a wide smile. Having finalized the battle plan, the 2 immediately began organizing their forces to move toward the southern valley. This time, they not only brought the entire main force, but also a large number of sleds, horses, and yaks, all prepared to transport the meat spoils. This amount of meat was no small figure. Even if it were distributed to every household across the entire northern Han tribe, each family would receive a substantial portion. Moving a large army naturally meant a slower pace, but Yu Yi and Chu Bing were in no rush. The troops marched leisurely toward the valley, simultaneously dispatching numerous scouts to monitor the surrounding area. The cannibal hunting party relied entirely on manual labor for transport, so they moved extremely slowly. The Han tribe had to be careful to stay out of sight, ensuring the enemy didn't discover that their remaining prey had been hijacked. Otherwise, they would never return. Thus, Chu Bing and his men deliberately suppressed their marching speed. After marching like this for 5 days, the scouts returned with a report. The 3,000-strong cannibal transport team had reached the edge of the northern forest and was about to enter their own territory. Even if they turned back now, it would take them several days. This was the perfect time for the Han tribe to strike. Upon receiving the news, Chu Bing and Yu Yi immediately led their main force of over 6,000 men toward the southern valley. The 2,500 regular troops of the Divine Strategy Guard, along with a full 4,000 elite militiamen, carrying a massive amount of equipment, sprinted toward the valley. When the troops reached the northern outskirts of the valley, they immediately concealed themselves, awaiting Chu Bing's order to attack. Chu Bing, how do you plan to fight this? If we charge straight in, won't they all just flee out the other end of the valley? Yu Yi asked directly. When it came to combat operations, Chu Bing was the commander-in-chief appointed by the chief, while Yu Ye's role was merely to assist and coordinate. Therefore, direct combat orders had to come from Chu Bing. Here's what I'm thinking. This battle is actually quite simple. First, we secretly move 1,000 or 2,000 men to the outside of the valley, and then send a few hundred men up to the high ground on both sides. When the battle starts, we'll simultaneously attack inward from both ends of the valley. Of course, it won't be a real attack, just enough to herd the enemies together. Then, we'll drop large nets from the cliffs on both sides. Once the enemies are trapped, our main forces at both ends of the valley will swarm in and subdue them. This will minimize enemy casualties, allowing us to capture more prisoners alive, and we won't suffer any casualties ourselves. What do you think, Uncle Yu? Chu Bing thought for a moment and immediately made his decision. To show respect for Yu Yi, he proactively asked for his opinion. That works. I think it's a good plan. We just need to be careful when crossing the mountains. Right now, the mountains are covered in ice and snow, making the paths slippery and difficult to traverse. It would be terrible if we didn't lose anyone in battle but suffered non-combat casualties while crossing the mountains, Yu Yi agreed, while also voicing his concerns. That's easy to solve. Didn't we bring a lot of ropes and rope nets? We can completely use these rope nets as rope ladders. Let alone snowy mountains, we could even scale sheer cliffs, Chu Bing said, completely unconcerned. The Divine Strategy Guard had trained specifically in climbing rope nets back in Hanyang County. All right, as long as you're confident. I completely agree with the rest. Yu Yi stated his position again. Good, then let's act immediately. It'll be hard to manage once it gets dark. Chu Bing nodded and immediately began making arrangements. Crossing the snowy mountains was quite difficult, so it wasn't suitable for too many people, and those who went had to be carefully selected. Too few wouldn't be enough, but too many was unnecessary. Ultimately, Chu Bing's plan was to send 1,000 regular troops from the Divine Strategy Guard and 1,000 militiamen. The 1,000 men from the Divine Strategy Guard could be dispatched at will, as they had all undergone this type of training. As for the 1,000 militiamen, Chu Bing selected them from the conscripts of the hunting ground camp. The militiamen from the hunting ground area were semi-professional hunters. They had ample wilderness survival and hunting experience, had encountered all sorts of terrain, and were quite agile. In fact, the rope nets being used this time were provided by them. While they might be slightly inferior to the professional soldiers of the Divine Strategy Guard, they were vastly superior to the militiamen from the Salt Pond and River Valley areas. Once the orders were issued, everyone immediately sprang into action. The Divine Strategy Guard took the lead in crossing the snowy mountains. Using their daggers as ice axes and assisted by ropes, a few men quickly climbed up. These men then secured the ropes and dropped them down, allowing the rest to be quickly pulled up. After a few hundred men reached the top of the cliff, everyone worked together to pull the rope nets up. These rope nets were no light burden. They were massive nets woven from thick hemp rope, normally used for hunting. They had to be strong enough to withstand the violent struggles of dozens of large wild animals without breaking. If they weren't sturdy, they couldn't be used for hunting. Once the rope nets were hauled up, they were dropped down the southern face of the mountain, hanging against the cliffside. The men who had climbed up then descended to the bottom of the valley using the rope nets. It took half a day for the 2,000 troops to complete this grueling process, finally transporting everyone to the other side of the mountain. Simultaneously, Chu Bing dispatched another 400 Divine Strategy Guard soldiers to climb the high ground on both sides of the valley. These were the men responsible for casting the nets from above. After everything was set up, it was past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The soldiers on both sides of the valley finished their meals and rested for half an hour. A few minutes before 3 o'clock, Chu Bing officially issued the order to attack. Bang! A deafening shotgun blast echoed through the valley. Chu Bing fired the first shot of the battle, which also served as the signal for the troops on both sides to attack. The 1,000 or so cannibal warriors left behind in the valley were instantly startled, looking warily in the direction of the sound. They didn't even know what that sound was, as these people had yet to encounter the Han tribe's firearm-equipped army. However, in the very next moment, intense gunfire erupted from both ends of the valley, and countless figures suddenly appeared. At the front and back were two shield walls made of solid wooden shields, half a person high. The shield walls were seamless and perfectly aligned, completely blocking both ends of the valley, not leaving even a gap for a single person to pass through. It was obvious they intended to trap everyone inside. Behind those shield walls stood rows of soldiers uniformly dressed in dark green military overcoats, wearing Leifeng hats, and holding rifles with fixed bayonets. The gleaming silver bayonets reflected the cold light, almost blinding them. Bang! Just then, fire and a massive roar erupted from the front of the sticks, with bayonets held by the opposing forces, startling the cannibal warriors. One of them was horrified to discover that in that instant, something seemed to fly out of the enemy's strange weapon, instantly piercing through a dead donkey on the ground. That dead donkey had been frozen for nearly 10 days. It was frozen solid, essentially a block of ice. Hacking it with knives or axes, or stabbing it with spears, wouldn't even leave a dent, let alone using bows and arrows. Yet the enemy's weapon had pierced right through it in a single shot. How could he not be shocked? Bang, 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 bang. The Divine Strategy Guard soldiers on both sides of the gorge stood behind their shield walls and opened fire toward the center. However, they didn't aim at the bodies of the cannibal warriors. Instead, they shot at the ground near them or right at their feet. The bullets shattered the icy, rocky ground, sending fragments flying. The debris struck their legs, but the real impact was the terror it struck in their hearts. It's the Han people. A minor cannibal chieftain recognized the identity of these people immediately upon seeing their equipment and attire. Yi had been building his forces here for several years, so they naturally knew that the Han tribe had settlements nearby. Moreover, the Han people were very easy to identify. First, all Han men tied their hair up. Second, Han people exclusively wore clothes made of woven fabric. They rarely wore animal skins. This was obvious at a glance. Furthermore, the solid wooden shields forming a wall before them could only be crafted by the Han tribe, who were skilled in carpentry. Other tribes simply couldn't produce such refined solid wood shields. Grab your weapons. Everyone, fall back carefully. Take your positions and prepare to throw stone axes and javelins. On the cannibal side, several chieftains were shouting orders in their unique language, constantly waving the bone spears in their hands to direct their men. Take out their leaders. Fire. Shoot the ones shouting orders. Chu Bing yelled to his soldiers from behind the shield wall. According to the plan, they were supposed to force the cannibals to bunch together. But now, under the direction of their chieftains, the enemy was actually forming up and preparing to counterattack. How could this be tolerated? Hearing Chu Bing's order, the Divine Strategy Guard soldiers immediately began searching for and aiming at the enemy chieftains. This was actually quite easy. The ones shouting the loudest, holding their bone spears the highest, and wearing the most bone ornaments, especially those with large necklaces made of human skull caps, were basically the chieftains. Since it was winter, they were wearing more animal skins. If it were summer, when they were all stark naked, it would be even easier to tell, because upon closer inspection, the white totem patterns painted on the bodies of these totem warriors varied, and the patterns on the chieftains were particularly conspicuous. The Han soldiers quickly locked onto the cannibal chieftains ahead. Hundreds of men at each end of the gorge raised their rifles and shotguns. They were only 70 or 80 meters away from the cannibals, well within the effective range of a shotgun, and extremely close for a rifle. Given the Han tribe's training intensity and the marksmanship of the Divine Strategy Guard, missing at this distance was simply impossible. The cannibal warriors in the middle were listening to the orders of a dozen or so chieftains, preparing their weapons, and stepping back. To prepare for throwing their short spears, they spread out their formation, which provided the Han soldiers with even better fields of fire. Consequently, intense, popping gunfire erupted simultaneously from both the front and the rear. Countless bullets and buckshot poured from both directions. Over 2,000 rounds converged on those dozen or so cannibal chieftains. In the next instant, right before the eyes of their surrounding men, the chieftains were blown into minced meat. Their mangled corpses collapsed to the ground like sacks of sand with a sickening splat. Their bodies were riddled with holes of all sizes, not a single piece of intact flesh remaining. Their heads were blown apart, and warm blood instantly pooled on the ground. The superheated bullets had scorched their flesh and the animal skins they wore, causing the corpses to emit white smoke in the freezing, snowy environment, as if they had been instantly roasted. It was an incredibly bizarre and terrifying sight. A chorus of screams erupted from the crowd of cannibal warriors. Over 100 men instantly fell to the ground. These were the victims of stray bullets from the volley. Most of the rounds had passed clean through the chieftains and struck the people around them. Some were killed outright, while others fell to the ground, howling in agony. This single volley completely terrified the cannibal warriors. Some stumbled backward in fear, slipped on the snow, and landed hard on their rears. Others reflexively hurled their weapons. Seeing them throw, the surrounding men, now leaderless, blindly followed suit, hurling their weapons forward. For a moment, the air in the gorge was filled with flying stone axes and javelins, raining down toward the Han soldiers at both ends. But the distance between the two sides was a good 80 or 90 meters. An average person could throw a stone axe maybe 30 or 40 meters, or 50 to 60 meters if they were particularly strong. Javelins, which required more technique, were even less effective. Normally, a good throw might reach 50 or 60 meters, but in their panic, some threw at the wrong angle, landing the javelins less than 10 meters away, or even driving them straight into the ground right in front of them. This blind volley of throws instantly depleted most of their limited weapons. After all, each person could only carry a few stone axes or javelins. Seeing the time was right, Chu Bing issued his next command. Shield wall, advance slowly. Drive them toward the center. Divine strategy guard, fire at their feet. Force them back. Huh. Hearing the order, the soldiers at the front immediately began to advance. The shield bearers in the front row drew their short wooden batons. Everyone took a step forward, stomping their right feet in unison, while simultaneously striking their large shields with the batons in their right hands. They let out a synchronized, earth-shattering roar. This triple threat of auditory, visual, and psychological pressure terrified the enemy into retreating step by step. The Divine Strategy Guard soldiers closely following the shield wall also aimed at the enemy's feet and pulled their triggers. Bang, 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 bang. A dense hail of bullets struck the ground at the cannibal warriors' feet, terrifying them into retreating continuously. The Han soldiers from both the front and rear of the valley closed in simultaneously, quickly forcing the cannibal warriors in the gorge to bunch tightly together. Drop the nets. Seeing the enemy clustered together, Chu Bing tilted his head back and roared from the rear. His voice echoed endlessly through the gorge. The Divine Strategy Guard soldiers positioned on the cliffs above heard the order and instantly hurled over a dozen massive rope nets toward the mass of enemies below. The massive rope nets descended from the sky, enveloping the clustered cannibal warriors. Layer upon layer of nets piled on top of each other. The trapped enemies instantly panicked, thousands of them screaming and struggling in terror. But because they were already packed tightly together and now covered by the nets, no matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't break free from the rope's constraints. Seeing the enemy successfully subdued, the Han soldiers on both sides cheered briefly, just as Chu Bing's roar echoed again. Militia charge. Capture them alive. Doot 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 doot. Charge. Hearing the order, the bugler immediately sounded the charge, and the soldiers on both sides roared as they surged forward. Over 1,000 soldiers on each side, armed with shields and short batons, charged into the enemy ranks like a riot squad suppressing a mob. Holding their shields in their left hands and batons in their right, they smashed and bashed anyone they encountered. Their batons swung relentlessly, beating the trapped cannibal soldiers until they cried for their mothers and howled in misery. After the first wave of shield bearers charged in, the second wave of militiamen, carrying ropes and handcuffs, followed closely behind. They stayed right on the heels of the shield bearers, ready to immediately handcuff any enemy knocked to the ground. The Divine Strategy Guard soldiers in the rear, however, didn't move. They kept their rifles raised, vigilantly watching the battlefield. If they spotted any danger, they were ready to fire immediately to eliminate the threat for the militia. With 2,000 men responsible for the capture from both the front and rear, and the Divine Strategy Guard providing overwatch, the cannibal warriors in the gorge were quickly subdued. However, some had been handcuffed directly to the rope nets, so they now had to be untangled and tied up one by one, much like untangling fish from a fishing net. It took quite a bit of time. It took about 2 hours to completely separate and tie up all the cannibal warriors. Chu Bing had his men bring thick hemp ropes, tying a loop every 1.5 meters to slip around the prisoners' necks. Then, their handcuffed hands were secured to the rope in front of them. They were tied together in strings of 50, with divine strategy guard soldiers assigned to guard them. Once the prisoners were secured, the militia began gathering the animal carcasses scattered across the ground. There were megaloceros, wild donkeys, yaks, alpacas, and argali sheep, along with other herbivores, totaling over 3,700 animals. All of these were now the spoils of the Han tribe. The militiamen assembled their solid wooden shields into makeshift sleds, neatly stacking the sorted prey onto them. They then secured the loads with rope nets and used the yaks, wild donkeys, and horses they had prepared in advance to tow them. While the Han tribe went about these tasks, the tied-up cannibal prisoners watched them intently. When they saw the Han people bring in a large number of live, domesticated livestock to help transport the prey, they were utterly astonished. These prey, which would have required them to make several grueling trips to transport, were being moved all at once by the Han tribe, and without even using human labor to pull them. How could they not be shocked and envious? Some were even inspired, realizing for the first time that wild beasts could be tamed to work for humans. But it was too late for them to learn this now, having fallen into the hands of the Han tribe, who knew what fate awaited them. They were also deeply puzzled as to why the Han people hadn't just killed them outright. Wouldn't it be more normal to kill them and take their prey? Why go through the trouble of capturing them alive? Were they planning to feed them? Wasn't that a waste of food? They couldn't figure it out. Looking at the shiny handcuffs on their wrists, noting the exquisite craftsmanship, sturdy material, and precious metal, they couldn't fathom what the Han tribe was plotting by using such valuable items just to bind them. Some even stared at their handcuffs and began to speculate. Could this be some precious sacrificial artifact of the Han tribe? Are they going to drag us all off to be sacrificed in some terrifying ritual? The mere thought of this possibility made their scalps tingle with dread. After all, human sacrifice was a very common practice among tribes in this era. But having been captured, there was nothing they could do. They could only hope they wouldn't be tortured and try to survive one day at a time. They rested in the valley for the night. At daybreak the next day, the convoy set off, taking the main road toward the Han tribe's hunting ground camp. They needed to deliver these prisoners and prey back to the camp quickly, as they had to set out again immediately to ambush the returning cannibal transport convoy. During the week-long journey, the cannibal prisoners were left utterly bewildered by the Han tribe, because not only did the Han people, after escorting the prisoners to the Han tribe's hunting camp, Chu Bing left 500 Shin's guard soldiers behind to defend the camp and guard the POWs. He also had the civilians in the camp skin and butcher the transported prey, freezing the meat outside so it could be distributed to the 3 camps later, ensuring every household in the north received a piece of meat. The POW's meal standards were also changed. Instead of 2 meals a day, they now received 3, but the corn cake per meal was reduced from palm size to half that size. Although they were eating 3 times a day, their total food intake was actually reduced by a quarter. Even so, the cannibal POWs remained obedient and didn't dare cause any trouble. After arranging the captives and the loot, Chu Bing and Yu Yi set out again with the remaining 6,200 plus men. This time, they planned to ambush the cannibals on their way to the southern valley and capture the enemies coming for the second trip. As the group marched, Yu Yi asked about Chu Bing's battle plan. Chu Bing, we're ambushing them in the open wild this time. We don't have that canyon terrain anymore, and we can't surround them. How do you plan to fight this battle? Their transport team already has 3,000 people. If your guess is right, and they bring helpers, it'll be another 3,000 or 4,000. That's 6,000 or 7,000 in total, maybe even more than us. How do we fight them then? Yu Yi asked from the side. Chu Bing looked entirely confident. Riding his horse, he turned to Yu Yi and said, "This battle is hard, but also very simple. Uncle Yu, look, I don't plan to ambush them at a fixed spot this time. I'll let the enemy find the battlefield themselves, and then we'll launch a sneak attack." A sneak attack? On their convoy? But what's the difference between that and an ambush? Isn't an ambush a sneak attack too? If they have more people, how do we sneak attack? We can't even surround them. Some of them will definitely escape, Yu Yi asked, puzzled. No, you misunderstood. By sneak attack, I mean a night raid. Chu Bing waved his hand and began to explain. Uncle Yu, look, they're coming from the northwest forest to the southern valley. It'll take them at least 8 or 9 days, right? Yeah. But what does that have to do with a sneak attack? Wait. Do you mean we attack their camp while they're sleeping at night? Yuye's eyes suddenly lit up as he realized the plan mid-sentence. Exactly. We attack them while they're sleeping at night. They have to sleep every day during their multi-day journey. We pick a good spot, sneak up on them in the dark, and wipe them all out in one go, Chu Bing said with absolute certainty. Good idea. A night raid. They'll definitely be sleeping. Even if they have sentries, there won't be many. We can quietly take out the sentries with knives or arrows first, then deal with the sleeping ones. Wait, that's not easy either. What if they wake up? If someone makes a fuss, everyone will wake up. In the dark, some might still escape, and catching them will be hard. Yu Yi analyzed Chu Bing's train of thought, but quickly found a flaw in the plan. With so many people moving together, it was impossible to make no noise. Once the enemy woke up, things would go wrong, and it would turn into a chaotic melee. Hee. While Yu Yi was still worrying, he suddenly heard Chu Bing laughing wickedly beside him. It was a sleazy, cunning laugh that clearly meant he was up to no good. Yu Yi couldn't help but laugh along, pointing at Chu Bing. Hee. Looking at that smile, you've already thought of a way, haven't you? Tell me, what is it? Chu Bing nodded affirmatively, then suddenly pulled a transparent glass bottle from the leather bag on his saddle. We'll use this. What? Liquor. You're not thinking of getting the enemy drunk, are you? How much liquor would that take? Plus, they don't even drink. What kind of terrible idea is this? Yu Yi rolled his eyes upon seeing the bottle. No, this isn't liquor. It's called ether, Chu Bing quickly explained. Ether? What's that? Yu Yi asked, confused. It's a reaction between dilute sulfuric acid and ethanol, or alcohol. It's one of the raw materials for making gunpowder, and also a powerful inhalational anesthetic. Just one sniff, and a person passes out immediately. Actually, not just pass out, but anesthetized. Once they smell this, they fall into a deep sleep. They can't hear anything and can't feel pain. Once they're down, you could stab them twice or cut their flesh, and they wouldn't wake up. Uncle Yu, don't underestimate this one bottle. Just this one bottle is enough to knock out tens of thousands of people, Chu Bing explained again. Yu Ye's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the bottle. He subconsciously swallowed hard and said, Is this stuff really that powerful? Where did you get it? Isn't it too dangerous? It is dangerous, but used right, it can save lives. I told you it's an anesthetic. It was originally meant for treating the wounded. If one of our men is badly hurt and needs treatment, and they're afraid of pain, we can let them sniff this and knock them out completely. It all depends on how you use it. I told you earlier, this is one of the raw materials for making the smokeless powder in our bullets. It was brought from our armory ship for mixing gunpowder. I was worried we might have severely wounded soldiers who needed treatment during the battle, so I asked them for a bottle. I didn't expect to use it like this, Chu Bing elaborated. Oh, I see. So how do we use this thing? You said one sniff knocks them out. So how do our men use it? And how long does it last? Will it kill them? Yu Yi nodded, pressing for more details. It's simple. We find the enemy's campsite, surround them with our main force, and send a few hunters to take out the night sentries with arrows. Then we send a few dozen men in to drug all the enemies. After that, we can take our time dealing with them. When using it, our men will cover their noses and mouths with several layers of cloth. Then they'll pour some ether on towels or handkerchiefs and cover the enemy's noses and mouths. A few breaths, and they're out. You can beat them, and they won't wake up. As for the time, I heard the workers who mix gunpowder got knocked out by it before. It lasts about 2 to 4 hours. They'll wake up fine after that. Chu Bing laid out his plan. Oh, that's good stuff. So it knocks them out for a couple of hours. Will they be okay after waking up? The chief wants us to capture slaves to work. Don't break them, Yu Yi said, still a bit worried. Don't worry, no side effects. The gunpowder workers woke up perfectly normal, just like anyone else, Chu Bing said, patting his chest. All right, I don't know this stuff, but as long as you're sure. I completely agree with your plan. If we don't have to fight, we can reduce unnecessary casualties, Yu Yi nodded. Chu Bing nodded as well, and they continued marching, constantly sending out scouts who returned periodically with updates. 3 days later, they received news that the enemy had emerged from the northwest forest again. Just as Chu Bing had predicted, not only did the 3,000 young hunters return, but they also brought 5,000 to 6,000 cannibal civilians. Among them were many young women, half-grown children, and even the elderly, all coming to help with transport. This time, the cannibals brought their whole families to move the food. The old, weak, women, and children left in the village were probably starving, so they just came along. My God, good thing you have that ether, otherwise we'd be in trouble this time. 3,000 young men, plus 5 to 6,000 old, weak, women, and children. That's 8 to 9,000 people, half again as many as us. A direct fight would be a real problem, Yi said in surprise after hearing the scouts report. Just as I thought. Don't forget, it takes several of them to pull one prey. We captured over 3,700 prey in the valley. Without that many people, how could they transport it all at once? Chu Bing said, completely unsurprised. True. So how do we arrange this? The chief wants slaves. Do we take the old, the kids, and the women back too? Or just kill them? Yi thought for a moment and asked. Chu Bing pondered briefly before making a decision. We want them all. If the old can still come out to carry prey, it means they can still work. We take them back, and they can do hard labor for a year or two. As long as they can work for a year or two, they have value. We want the kids too. We can take them back and assign them light work. When they grow up, they'll work until they die, just like the other slaves. As for the women, we definitely take them back. The chief has a use for them. Let the chief figure out how to arrange them, but he definitely has a use, Chu Bing said firmly. Yi looked at Chu Bing strangely, not understanding what he meant. What do you mean by that? What does the chief want these women for? The Han tribe has plenty of women. The chief wants these. Uncle Yu, it's not what you think. If you say that in front of the chief, he'll definitely beat you up. It's for something else. Classified. Don't ask, it's not something you should know. Chu Bing explained, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Oh, classified. Then I won't ask. Since the chief has a use, we'll capture them all. Yi dropped the subject, knowing he didn't have the right to know. But Chu Bing was different. He had served as Han Feng's royal guard for over a year, helping him send and receive confidential letters daily and handling many of the tribe's secrets. He knew some things. For example, he knew Han Feng used offending slaves for medical research, though he didn't know the specifics. He only knew the medical school needed live humans for research, especially for studying human anatomy, which he didn't fully understand either. He didn't know the details of the research, just that they needed live people and even corpses. However, most of the Han tribe's slaves were male. There were hardly any female slaves. Because of this, the medical school often couldn't conduct female anatomical research due to a lack of experimental materials. He had heard Han Feng mutter about this when he was by his side. Now that they had finally caught cannibal women, even if they didn't make them work, the chief would definitely have other arrangements. Actually, Han Feng did think this way. Even if he just took these women back and had them constantly bear children with the male slaves, once they got pregnant, they could be sent to the medical school for research. They could perfect midwifery, C-sections, and the like. Before, they didn't dare practice on civilians, and the doctors lacked experience. Now, they could use this batch of women to practice. Of course, Han Feng wasn't entirely inhumane. He didn't necessarily want to kill them. They would definitely give birth, but doing some research within reasonable limits and practicing wasn't a problem. After all, giving birth was giving birth. Moreover, few people knew about the medical school's affairs. Although many knew they were conducting human research, the methods weren't public. Even though they used cannibal slaves, it wasn't exactly a good thing, so Han Feng neither promoted it nor deliberately hid it. His attitude was, know if you want, but I won't volunteer the information. As long as it benefits the people, it's fine. And even if people die, it's the cannibal slaves, which doesn't harm the citizens' interests. On the other side, Chu Bing and Yu Yi confirmed the enemy's numbers and route. Based on their marching speed and time, they deduced their campsite and hid nearby in advance, waiting to deal a fatal blow at night. When the cannibal hunting party first returned, they dispatched over 3,000 people to transport the prey. But they weren't just a simple transport detail. Knowing they would need to bring more people on their next trip, they had to account for food along the way. They couldn't haul the game all the way back only to drag some of it out again. So, they buried a significant amount of their haul in the snow along the route, creating supply caches for the journey. These supply points, however, were meticulously recorded by the Shin's Guard scouts who had been shadowing them the entire time. Based on this intelligence, Chu Bing deduced that the enemy would certainly follow the trail of their own supply points southward. He also predicted they would make camp for the night at one of them. All he had to do was calculate their speed and determine which cache they would reach by nightfall. 2 days later, as the cannibals marched south, Chu Bing had already moved his main force into position near their next likely campsite. He concealed his troops in a small mountain hollow where a natural cave, though not large enough to house all 6,000 men, provided a perfect spot to cook. They could prepare hot food for everyone, A life-saving measure in this freezing weather where subsisting on dry rations alone could be fatal. As evening approached, Chu Bing and Yu Yi were warming themselves by a fire in their temporary camp when a scout from the front line ran up. "Commander, the enemy is here," the scout reported breathlessly. "They've arrived? At the supply point I marked?" Chu Bing asked, instantly alert. "Yes, sir. Exactly where you said. They're about half a shurchen's journey away from it now. The sky will be dark by then, so they'll definitely be camping there for the night. I left a squad of our men watching the cache. If the enemy stops there, a soldier will report back immediately," the platoon leader in charge of reconnaissance added. "Good. Keep watching them. Report any changes immediately," Chu Bing said with a nod. "Yes, Commander. We will complete the mission." The platoon leader saluted and turned to leave. Finally, Yu Yi grumbled once the man was gone. "Any longer, and our men would have frozen solid. At least the enemy is on the move, staying active and warm. We've been hiding in this ice and snow for 2 days straight. If we don't move soon, we'll all turn into fulsicles." "Patience, our wait wasn't in vain," Chu Bing said, nodding in agreement. "Uncle Yu, have someone go into the cave and get some food ready. Hot noodles would be best. Lots of meat. Let the soldiers have a warm drink and a good meal. We move tonight." "You got it. Leave it to me," Yu Yi replied, immediately getting up to arrange for the meal. Around 5 in the evening, another report came from the front. The enemy had stopped at the supply point. They had dug up their buried prey and firewood and were setting up simple tents. Some were even digging snow shelters. It was clear they were settling in for the night. The sky had already darkened, and the moon was rising. Soon, the stars would be visible. Chu Bing nodded. He began to call his own soldiers to eat. They were planning a night raid, so there was no need to rush. They would eat, let the food digest, and then sneak over. A strike in the middle of the night would be perfect. By 7 o'clock, the scouts sent another update. The enemy had finished their meal and showed no signs of moving on. The old, the weak, the women, and the children in their party were already preparing to sleep. At once, Chu Bing had his troops pack their gear and begin their stealthy advance toward the target. They marched without a single torch or lamp, guided only by the moonlight and the scouts leading the way, ensuring they wouldn't lose their bearings. After more than half an hour, they reached the outskirts of the enemy camp. A few scouts were waiting there to meet them, a precaution to prevent them from overshooting and alerting the enemy. Under the bright, clear moonlight, several thousand men crouched silently in the snow. Chu Bing whispered to the scout who had met them. "What's the situation? Any movement? Are they all asleep?" "Not all of them." The scout whispered back with a suppressed chuckle. "Some are sleeping. Others are making people. They brought women with them this time." "Yeah," Chu Bing smirked. "Good. If they still have the energy for that, it means they haven't sensed the danger. All right, here's the plan," he commanded immediately. "Send men to guide our militia. Have them swing around the flanks and encircle the camp. Tell everyone to be quiet and not to startle the enemy. No one moves without my order. The signal will be a gunshot. Until they hear it, they stay hidden." "Understood, Commander." The scout nodded and went to relay the orders. Chu Bing then turned to Yu Yi beside him. "Uncle Yu, the sentries are your responsibility. Take them out silently, but don't move yet. Wait until our encirclement is complete." Yu Yi nodded and began to select his men for the task of eliminating the enemy's night watch. When Yu Yi had explored the north years ago, his expedition had been equipped with numerous divine arm crossbows. These weapons were still incredibly effective, and Yu Ye's men were well-versed in the art of silent takedowns. After Yu Yi left, Chu Bing summoned the commander of his personal guard company. "Uncle Yu's men are going for the sentries. Once they're dealt with, you'll move your men in and take care of the rest, quietly. Remember, 2-man teams. One man uses a towel to cover the enemy's mouth, the other stands guard. If the target struggles violently or someone nearby wakes up, the guard uses his knife to finish it. My only requirement is that not a single person screams. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir. Don't you worry, Commander. This is easy work," the company commander declared, slapping his chest. Chu Bing shot him a glare and smacked him on the back of the head. "Did you not understand a word I said?" he scolded. "This operation requires caution. No arrogance, no underestimating the enemy. If you screw this up, I'll have your hide. And another thing, make sure the soldiers wear their masks and cover themselves properly. I don't want you knocking yourselves out before you get to the enemy." "Yes, sir. I remember. Be cautious. Don't underestimate the enemy," the commander muttered, rubbing the back of his head. "Good. Now go." Be careful when you distribute the ether. Chu Bing nodded, waving him off. The company commander hurried to prepare his men. The unit tasked with infiltrating the camp and drugging the enemy was the Shin's Guard's headquarters guard company. 200 men were deployed for the operation, forming 100 two-man teams. With all the units assigned their tasks, there was nothing left to do but wait. Half an hour later, a scout reported that the 4,000 militia were in position and the encirclement was complete. Another 10 minutes passed, and a second report came. The main Shin's Guard force was also in place. 2,000 men, divided into 4 teams, were positioned on all 4 sides of the enemy camp to cut off any escape. After another half hour, the campfires in the enemy camp had mostly burned down to glowing red embers. They had no more wood to add. The heavy panting of people-making had gradually subsided, leaving only the crackling of burning charcoal. The sentries, exhausted from a full day's march, sat by the dying fires, their heads nodding with fatigue. Seeing his chance, Chu Bing gave a slight nod to Yu Yi. Yu Yi nodded back and waved his hand. A dozen men, carrying divine arm crossbows, crept forward like cats. The dozen men entered the camp's perimeter, their eyes fixed on the figures dozing around the fires. They moved with extreme care, some close to within a dozen meters of their targets, others to within 10. The most skilled among them managed to sneak right up behind the enemy sentries. At that range, a crossbow was unnecessary. A dagger would do the job just as well. Asterisk swoosh. 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 Asterisk. After a quick exchange of hand signals, the men pulled their triggers simultaneously. The crossbow bolts flew through the air with little more than a whisper. Fired from close range and aimed directly at the head to prevent any outcry, the bolts struck true. The sentries collapsed without a sound, their brains pierced. Those who had snuck up from behind dispatched their targets with a swift slice of a dagger. Once the night watch was eliminated, the team cautiously swept through the camp, ensuring no one else was awake or moving. Confirmed, the dozen infiltrators slipped back out and gave a hand signal to Chu Bing and Yu Yi. It was time for the Shin's Guard soldiers with the anesthetic to move in. Seeing the signal from afar, Chu Bing nodded and waved to his guard company commander. The commander immediately led his soldiers forward. 200 soldiers, 100 teams. 1 man on guard, the other with the anesthetic. They quickly fanned out and began their silent work within the enemy camp. The operation proceeded in absolute silence. Chu Bing and Yu Yi watched through their binoculars, monitoring the progress. With nearly 9,000 people in the camp, each team had to incapacitate over 90 individuals. It was a massive undertaking, and it had to be done without making a sound. Fortunately, the Han tribe's ether was potent. The cannibals, jolted awake by the cold, wet towels clamped over their mouths and noses, would only have time to open their eyes and glimpse a Han tribe soldier before their eyes closed again. They were unconscious in less than 2 seconds. After nearly 20 minutes, the soldiers inside the camp finally completed their mission. The fastest teams had knocked out nearly 100 people each, while the slower ones still managed several dozen. Now, there was hardly a single person left standing in the entire camp. The soldiers finally gave the signal, pulling out a torch and waving it in a few circles towards Chu Bing's position, indicating mission accomplished. At that moment, Chu Bing and the others finally relaxed. The enemy was completely unconscious. Now, no matter what they did, there would be no resistance. Chu Bing no longer bothered to hide, standing up and shouting, "Guard company, withdraw from the camp. Burn all the towels, and mind your own safety." "Yes, sir," came the muffled replies from the distant camp, the soldiers' voices unclear through their masks. After the soldiers withdrew, Chu Bing waited another 5 minutes for the wind to clear the air in the enemy camp. Then, he issued another command to the surrounding Shin's Guard. "Shin's Guard, advance and secure the perimeter." The Shin's Guard soldiers, who had been lying in ambush, quickly rose with their guns and surrounded the enemy camp, watching vigilantly for anyone who might suddenly wake up. Once the security cordon was established, Chu Bing took a short-barreled shotgun and fired a single shot into the air. The massive blast echoed through the night sky for a long time. The militia on the outermost perimeter received the signal and immediately charged forward. But when they arrived, the battle they expected never happened. Everyone in the cannibal camp was sleeping like dead pigs, impossible to wake even with a kick. This saved everyone a lot of trouble. If these people had been awake, they would have outnumbered the Han forces, and unnecessary casualties might have occurred. Chu Bing issued his next order. "Cuff everyone with manacles and leave them where they were for now." They were still unconscious. If they were dragged out into the freezing snow to sleep on the open ground, they would likely freeze to death. He had orchestrated this entire operation, capturing every last one of them without a single casualty on his side. It would be a huge loss if he let them all freeze to death now. Ha ha ha, your plan was brilliant, Yi exclaimed happily. I can't believe how smoothly it went. We only killed a few sentries and captured nearly 9,000 people alive. This is a major victory. When the sun comes up, we have to take a lot of pictures. We'll send them to the chief. He'll be thrilled to see so many captives. We should also tell him to prepare to receive this batch. They'll need to be sent back as soon as spring arrives. Of course, Chu Bing said with a proud smile. Otherwise, all that ether would have been wasted. That stuff isn't cheap, you know. He then turned to his soldiers and gave new orders. Everyone, light your handheld lanterns and find the prey the enemy buried. The rest of you, gather some firewood and get these campfires roaring again. Set up the large pots. We've been freezing out here half the night. Let's get some late-night supper going so no one gets sick. The rest of you, find a place to rest. We're not leaving tonight. We'll wait for these captives to wake up. We'll head back at dawn tomorrow. All right. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Commander. The soldiers cheered with delight. The battle had been far too easy. Seeing the scale of their victory, everyone was filled with admiration for Chu Bing. Not only had they captured the enemy, but more importantly, not a single one of their own had even been injured. How could anyone not be happy? Chu Bing and his men had captured nearly 9,000 cannibals in one fell swoop. They rested at the temporary camp that night. Around 3 in the morning, the prisoners of war began to stir and wake up, but by then they were already in manacles. Waking up now was useless. The Han tribe forces paid them no mind, simply waiting until dawn the next day. Yi had someone prepare meat broth and corn cakes for the captives. After watching them eat, he had them tied together in a long, snaking line, just as before. 9,000 people, even bound together and standing still, formed a dense, sprawling mass. With the 6,000 Han tribe soldiers surrounding them, the scene was truly spectacular. As the saying goes, when a crowd exceeds 10,000, it stretches as far as the eye can see. Chu Bing had the captives herded together and photographed from multiple angles. Then, he gave the order for the column to set off, beginning the long march back with their prisoners. This moment marked the official completion of the first phase of Chu Bing's strategy. All objectives for the first 3 months of the northern winter had been met. The beast herds in the hunting grounds had all fled south and wouldn't return until the following spring or summer. Without the herds, the cannibals would have no reason to hunt in that region again. Thanks to the Han tribe's interference, the cannibals had not only suffered significant population losses, but had also failed to secure their food reserves for the first 3 months of winter. It was now predictable that in the latter 3 months of winter, the cannibals would be forced to band together and migrate south. With no food in the north, they would have to risk venturing into more distant lands to hunt, just as they had once ventured into Han tribe territory. The second phase of Chu Bing's strategy was to set up ambushes along their path and intercept these southward-bound cannibals, annihilating another portion of the enemy's effective strength. Simultaneously, the forces at the salt ponds were to implement a new strategic deployment. They would periodically feign retreats, abandoning their positions to lure the enemy into continually committing more troops to the area. This way, the Han tribe could bleed the enemy's strength on 2 fronts, at the salt ponds and against the southern migration. By spring at the latest, when the cannibals could no longer field any more forces, they could begin the final cleanup of the cannibals' home base. After escorting the captives back, Chu Bing compiled the latest battle results, a detailed report, the photographs, and his predictions for the future course of the war, including his proposed strategic objectives. He wrote it all down in a letter and sent it to Han Feng, telling him to prepare for the reception and transport of the prisoners, as his own ships were insufficient to move so many people at once. After sending the report, Chu Bing divided his forces again. He ordered the 1st Battalion, along with 1,000 militia recruited from the hunting grounds, a total force of about 1,800 men, to reinforce the salt pond camp. They were to engage the enemy in a war of attrition on their own initiative. If the enemy sent troops to occupy the salt ponds, they were to wipe them out. But the Han tribe was not to occupy and hold the position. They were to cede the ground, waiting for the enemy to commit more forces to the region. Meanwhile, Chu Bing took the remaining 2nd and 3rd battalions, the guard company, and the other 3,000 militia to the riverbend position. According to Yu Yi, This was the main route the cannibals used to travel south. Every time those bastards migrated, they followed the river to avoid getting lost, ensuring they could always find their way back, no matter how far they went. This riverbend position would now become the Shin's Guard's main battlefield. Over the next 3 to 4 months, large groups of cannibals were certain to pass through here on their way south. Their job was to intercept them and capture every last one. A few days later, in the early days of December of the first year of Daming, the battle report Chu Bing sent from the north reached Han Feng. He learned of their tremendous victory, annihilating over 10,000 enemies in a single engagement. The numerous photographs that came with the report filled Han Feng with delight. As was his custom, Han Feng once again distributed the news of the victory to every county and prefecture in the Han tribe, sharing the good news with the common people. He wanted them to know of the great deeds their soldiers were accomplishing in the north. Moreover, the Han tribe's continuous string of victories served to boost public morale and foster a sense of national confidence. Of course, this depended on how the news was framed and guided, a skill Han Feng had honed from observing countless similar events in his past life. By mid-December, Yu Fu, who had been searching for coal mines in the south, returned by ship with his team. They had found a coal mine, and from a tribe they discovered called the Baiwu, they had also found potatoes and an iron ore deposit. Additionally, they had mapped the surrounding area, identified transportation routes and habitable locations, and were bringing the maps back for Han Feng to personally plan the development. They also brought back samples of the ores and crops. Upon hearing of Yu Fu's return, Han Feng personally led a group to the docks in Luoyang County to welcome him, bringing along many of the photos Chu Bing had sent from the north. "Chief, I have not failed my mission. I have finally found the coal mine you wanted." These were the first words Yu Fu spoke upon disembarking and seeing Han Feng. He bowed deeply, but Han Feng immediately stepped forward and helped him up, a gesture of closeness. "You've worked hard," Han Feng said, taking Yu Fu's hand in a warm greeting. "Look at your face. You must have endured a lot of wind out there. You've gotten darker. It is my duty to strive for the development of the tribe. I dare not speak of hardship," Yu Fu replied humbly. "Rest assured, I remember all of your contributions. Your rewards will not be forgotten," Han Feng said, addressing both Yu Fu and the men behind him. "When we get back, submit a list of all who performed meritoriously on this expedition. Those who deserve a promotion in rank will get one, and those who deserve a reward will be rewarded. I will never be stingy with rewards for anyone who contributes to the tribe's development." Yu Fu's men were naturally overjoyed to hear this. They had spent nearly a year eating in the wind and sleeping in the dew out in the wilderness. Wasn't it all for this merit and reward? "Thank you, Chief," Yu Fu said. "Oh, right, Chief. On our way back, we brought some mineral samples we collected. Basically, anything we saw, whether we recognized it or not, we brought a piece back. We also brought back nearly 200 gene of the fragrant taro from the Baiwu tribe. But when we were about to unload it just now, we found that the fragrant taro had turned green. We don't know if it's still edible." "Turned green? That's a good thing. It means they're about to sprout," Han Feng immediately explained, sharing the knowledge he possessed. "You may not know how to plant this thing yet. What you call fragrant taro, its fruit is actually its seed. In a warm environment, it will turn green and sprout. After it sprouts, you cut off the buds along with a piece of the flesh, bury them in the soil, and they will grow into new fruits. Also, it shouldn't be called fragrant taro, since it grows in the earth and is shaped like a bean. I've named it Tudo potato." Yu Fu was stunned. He hadn't even had a chance to ask, and the chief had already figured out how to plant the thing. "Potato? That name is simple and easy to understand," Yu Fu said with a nod. "So the chief has already mastered the cultivation method. In that case, we won't need to rush to trade for their planting techniques next year." "Yes, no need to rush. We won't talk about this today. I've already arranged a welcome banquet for all of you in Luoyang County, just waiting for our heroes to return. You must not have eaten well on the ship. I'll treat you all to hot pot later to warm everyone up." After discussing the potatoes, Han Feng led Yu Fu and his men into Luoyang City for the meal. At the docks, he ordered his personal guards to wrap the potatoes in cotton quilts to protect them from the cold. The mineral samples Yu Fu brought back were loaded onto a small boat and sent directly to the Comprehensive Research Institute on Lakehart Island. As per standard procedure, all new minerals collected from the field had to be sent to the laboratory for analysis to determine if they were new discoveries, as many rocks look identical to the naked eye, making it impossible to discern their internal composition. The welcome banquet for Yu Fu was held in the official guest house, as the government office couldn't accommodate his retinue of 200 men. Han Feng had also invited Shi Xian, the governor of Luoyang County, to join them. He had arranged all the food and drinks. Han Feng had only given the order. In the main hall of the guest house, more than 200 people took their seats. On each table was a charcoal hot pot, various meats, winter-stored cabbage, and frozen tofu. There wasn't much else. Fresh vegetables were scarce this season. Fortunately, there was plenty of wine and meat. Once everyone's cups were filled, Han Feng stood up, raising his glass. Today, we welcome you all back from your journey. You generals and soldiers have expanded the tribe's territory, toiling and traveling far from home. You have worked hard. As your chief, it is only right that I toast you. Everyone quickly rose to their feet, raising their cups in unison. Thank you, chief. Good. Eat. Everyone, please be seated. After they all drank together, Han Feng let them be, gesturing for everyone to sit down and starting to eat and chat with the people at his own table. Han Feng reached back, and a guard immediately handed him a paper pouch. He took it and placed it in front of Yu Fu. This is a battle report from Chu Bing in the north. He also took many pictures of your younger brother, Yu Yi. They are doing very well up there. A few days ago, they captured another 10,000 cannibals. You and Yu Yi haven't seen each other in years, have you? These photos are for you, to ease the pain of your brotherly separation. Yu Fu immediately opened the pouch and took out the photos. He saw his brother looking spirited and full of vigor. It was clear he hadn't suffered much. It was interesting, the two brothers. The elder one roamed everywhere, accumulating great merit, but holding no stable position. His younger brother, Yu Yi, was now in charge of tens of thousands of people in the north, overseeing 3 settlements, wielding considerable power. Thank you, chief. Seeing that Yu Yi is well, I can rest easy, Yu Fu said, setting the photos aside. Yes, he's doing fine. Let him and Chu Bing fight for now. In a couple of years, when the war is over, the north will likely be formally established as counties and prefectures. We'll see what he wants then and arrange something for him. But enough about him. What about you? What did you discover on this expedition? Tell us all about it, Han Feng said, tossing some mutton into the pot and swishing it around. Since the chief asks, I do have something important to report, Yu Fu said, immediately putting down his chopsticks. Oh, what is it? Let's hear it. Yu Fu untied a small cloth pouch from his waist and placed it on the table. Chief, while we were surveying transportation routes, we discovered another large mine about 100 kilometers west-northwest of the coal mine. We initially suspect it's a new metallic or vein, but it's not any of our existing metals. It's a new type of metallic ore. As he spoke, he opened the pouch and took out a silvery gray rock with a distinct metallic sheen. The eyes of Han Feng, Shi Xian, and the others were immediately drawn to it. The rock still had some granite attached, clearly mined from a granite formation. Shi Xian looked at it for a moment and said, Isn't this tin ore? Our tribe has it. The Babaishan mine produces this kind of tin ore. Why do you say it's a new metallic or vein? Han Feng held it in his hand and examined it, but couldn't make heads or tails of it. Among metallic ores, there were 2 many silvery gray rocks with a metallic sheen. Tin ore looked like this, as did lead ore and some silver ores. There were many others too, like rhenium, nickel, molybdenum, and so on. It was impossible to identify by sight alone. He looked at Yu Fu, waiting for an explanation. Seeing everyone looking at him, Yu Fu explained. Chief, we discovered this by accident when we passed by and saw the mountainside glittering in the setting sun. I figured that if there was a metallic reflection, there must be a metallic or vein. So I led some men to investigate and found this rock. At first, I also suspected it was tin, lead, or silver ore. But I tested it, and it's none of them. As you know, tin has a low melting point, turning to liquid at 300 or 400 degrees. Lead is even lower, melting at just over 200 degrees. But this rock doesn't melt when heated. How could it be lead or tin? Han Feng and Shi Xian nodded. Shi Xian added, That makes sense. Could it be silver ore? No, I've seen silver ore. Although it looks similar, silver ore is harder. Look at this rock. It's extremely soft as graphite. I even tried it myself. You can use this rock like a pencil to draw marks on paper. How could it be silver ore? Yu Fu explained again. Han Feng frowned in thought. Silvery gray, metallic sheen, soft texture, yet heavy in the hand, indicating high density. And it doesn't melt with fire, ruling out lead and tin. At this thought, Han Feng suddenly recalled a rare metal. He asked. You said you did an experiment. How did you heat it? Did you heat it with carbon in a furnace, or some other way? I built an earthen shaft furnace with mud and heated it with coal. Nothing smelted out, and the ore itself just disappeared. There was no metal in the coal ash, Yu Fu replied, describing his experiment. But hearing this, Han Feng became excited. Are you sure the ore just burned away? Could it be that the residue mixed with the coal ash, and you couldn't distinguish it? Well, Yu Fu thought for a moment. He hadn't really paid attention to that at the time. That's possible, but I didn't notice. I was only looking for metal. Han Feng's suspicion grew stronger. He immediately called out. Someone, chip a small piece off this rock. Use iron chopsticks to hold it, and roast it in the flame of a carbide lamp. See if any white powder appears. And be sure to wear a mask to prevent toxic fumes. Upon hearing Han Feng's order, a guard immediately came over, used a knife to cut off a piece, and took it away to conduct the experiment. The rock was very soft, similar to graphite, and could be easily cut with a dagger. Mining it would likely be very easy. Shi Xin and Yu Fu, hearing Han Feng's command, asked in confusion. Chief, what is this stone? Do you recognize it? Shi Xin asked, puzzled. Chief, is this new type of metal very important? By the way, I remember that reagent number 17, which the Research Institute took to use as a developing agent, also seemed to be a metallic mineral. Have they still not been able to extract the metal from it? Yu Fu followed up. Han Feng took a bite of food and said, that reagent number 17 is indeed a metallic mineral, but its properties are extremely unstable. Extracting it is not easy. It cannot be reduced with charcoal fire. It requires lightning. That's called barium, and it's different from what you've brought. A metal that can only be extracted by being struck by lightning? Shi Xin was dumbfounded, his face a picture of disbelief. Then what metal is this one? Don't tell me it can't be extracted either. How would we use it then? Yu Fu asked with some concern. It's hard to say for sure what you've brought back this time. I'm not certain what it is. But based on the properties of this, ore, it's very likely a new type of metal material with high hardness and high temperature resistance. However, every advantage has its disadvantage. Precisely because it's resistant to high temperatures, its melting point is far higher than that of copper and iron. A standard blast furnace might not even be able to melt it. And because of its high hardness, even if we manage to extract the metal, subsequent processing will be very difficult. Han Feng explained to the two of them. So you're saying this metal is very useful, even stronger and sharper than steel, but we can't use it? Shi Xin now understood the crux of the matter. Not necessarily. We might have difficulty utilizing this metal in its pure form, but we can make it into an alloy. For example, we can add it to steel to create a high-temperature, high-hardness alloy steel. Of course, all of this is just my analysis and speculation. We'll have to wait for the experimental results to be certain. Han Feng explained again. Alloy steel. So it's like the manganese steel the chief mentioned for making rails? But is this thing really a high-hardness metal? Then why is it so soft? Yu Fu muttered to himself, somewhat doubtfully. The ore is soft now because it's just a metal compound, not the pure elemental metal. All metal ores are essentially metal compounds. The process of extracting metal is actually finding a way to return them to their original state. This is called a reduction reaction. Heating them with carbon is the condition for reducing most metals, but we have other methods, such as displacement reactions, using other metals to displace it from an acid. Han Feng once again explained other extraction methods to the two, who nodded continuously. As long as the chief had a way to use it, that was all that mattered. Otherwise, it would be a great loss to have such a good metal that the Han tribe couldn't utilize. Meanwhile, Han Feng ate while trying to guess what this mineral could be. Based on the known properties of the ore, Han Feng strongly suspected it was molybdenite. Of course, it could also be rhenium or some other rare metal. The reason he suspected it was molybdenum ore was that he knew quite a bit about it, especially as someone who had once specialized in weapons research. He was all too familiar with the metal molybdenum. In the field of metallic materials, the melting points of copper and iron, both around 1650 degrees Celsius, serve as a dividing line. Metals with melting points exceeding this temperature are generally called refractory metals or heat-resistant metals. High-hardness, heat-resistant metals are essential materials for modern firearms and artillery. This is extremely important, directly affecting the weapon's accuracy and service life. For instance, the bolt-action rifles the Han tribe currently made from carbon steel would lose most of their accuracy after about 3,000 shots, precisely because they lacked high-hardness, heat-resistant metals. Among high-hardness, heat-resistant metals, tungsten is the most famous, with a melting point around 3,400 degrees Celsius, more than double that of copper and iron. Next is rhenium, with a melting point also around 3,000 degrees Celsius. A step down from that is molybdenum, Mu, with a melting point of about 2,600 degrees Celsius. Although its heat resistance is somewhat lower, it's still 1,000 degrees higher than copper and iron. Interestingly, in Han Feng's previous world, 80% of the Earth's tungsten was in China, and 80% of China's tungsten was in Jiangxi. The distribution of this strategic resource was extremely uneven, almost entirely cornered by China. But does that mean foreigners couldn't make modern weapons without tungsten? Did they have no weapons for war? Of course not. During the era of rapid firearms development in World War I and World War II, the Western countries primarily used molybdenum steel to make their firearms. Although they lacked tungsten, the automatic weapons they made with molybdenum were still excellent. Of course, during World War II, the United States did acquire a fair amount of tungsten ore from China. Most of the international aid Chiang Kai-shek begged for was exchanged for Sichuan's tung oil and Jiangxi's tungsten ore. However, due to the transportation conditions and mining technology of the time, not much was extracted. Western weapon manufacturing still primarily relied on molybdenum steel. During the Japanese invasion of China in World War II, they also plundered China's molybdenum mines in the northeast and northern regions. Many molybdenum mines were directly emptied by the Japanese army, with all the ore shipped back to Japan to make weapons. As for Jiangxi's tungsten, they wanted it, but until the end of World War II, the invading Japanese army never fully occupied Jiangxi, so those tungsten mines were saved. It was precisely because of war and weapons that Han Feng knew a little more about molybdenum, which led him to suspect that the ore Yu Fu brought back might be molybdenum or due to its properties. Molybdenum is a very important metal, not just for making weapons. In the field of machining, metals like molybdenum and tungsten, which are particularly heat-resistant and have very high hardness, have always held an irreplaceable position, especially for making cutting tools for various machine tools. If the Han tribe could truly control a molybdenum mine, the level of their machine tools would certainly rise to a new level. They ate and chatted. After about a quarter of an hour, the guard who had run out to do the experiment returned, bringing good news for Han Feng. The guard came back holding a piece of paper, on which lay a small pile of impure white powder. "Chief, I did as you said and roasted the stone directly in the flame of the carbide lamp. At first, the stone began to decompose, turning into some yellow powder, and then it didn't change anymore. When I put the yellow powder on the paper and let it cool, it really turned into this white powder. Oh, and Chief, the stone smelled of sulfur when it burned," the guard said, pointing to the white powder. Han Feng nodded in satisfaction. At this point, he was 100% certain that this was undoubtedly molybdenum ore, also known as molybdenite, which is essentially a crystalline form of molybdenum sulfide, a metallic or vein formed by the solidification of geothermal magma flows. The guard's mention of a sulfur smell when burning the stone also confirmed from another angle that it was a sulfide ore. As for the remaining white powder, this was the crucial evidence for Han Feng's identification of it as molybdenum. The oxide of molybdenum, molybdenum trioxide, crystallizes as white crystals or a white powder. This is different from the oxides of tungsten and rhenium. Only molybdenum's oxide is like this. "Well done. You may go." Han Feng nodded and dismissed the guard. Yu Fu and Shi Xian stared intently at the small pile of white powder on the paper. They hadn't paid much attention when Han Feng was talking earlier, but now, to their surprise, Han Feng's speculation had come true. The silvery gray ore had actually burned to produce white powder. Han Feng immediately said, "See? White powder. When you did your experiment, you must have produced this stuff too, but it got mixed in with the coal ash. Coal ash is also grayish-white, so you couldn't tell them apart." "It really is. Chief, what metal is this then?" "This white powder doesn't look like metal to me," Yu Fu said with a nod, still puzzled. "How should I put this? It is and it isn't. At least, it's not the pure elemental metal. You know about iron oxide, right?" Han Feng thought for a moment, unsure how to explain, and decided to use iron as an example. The two nodded in response to his question. This is similar to the relationship between iron oxide and iron. Iron is silvery white, but iron oxide, which is rust, is red. And the hematite you know is actually rock formed from accumulated rust. The white powder you see now, its elemental metal is called molybdenum. And this white powder is molybdenum oxide. You can think of it as the rust of the metal molybdenum, or molybdenum rust for short. It's just that iron rust is a red powder, while molybdenum rust is a white powder. After Han Feng's comparative explanation, the two simultaneously let out an "oh," looking as if they had a sudden realization. So this white powder was the rust of a metal. It was strange that a metal's rust could be white. Then, Chief, can this metal called molybdenum be purified? Does it have any practical value? Yu Fu pressed on. Of course it has value, and great value at that. It's just that refining the pure element is quite troublesome. Because this molybdenum is what I was just telling you about, a high-hardness, heat-resistant metal. To melt it, the required temperature is probably at least half as high again as that for iron. Our furnaces might not even be able to melt it. Moreover, this thing generally doesn't react with carbon. You can't smelt molybdenum the way you smelt iron. If we want to use it, we can use this white powder of molybdenum trioxide just as it is. There's no need to purify it further. Han Feng immediately explained the properties of molybdenum to the two. Then how do we use it? What can this molybdenum rust be used for? Does it have some special effect? Shi Xin asked doubtfully from the side. Not at all. You should be familiar with the steelmaking process at the steel plant now, right? First, you use coke to smelt iron or into molten iron. Then, you transfer the molten iron into a ladle and blow oxygen-rich air from the top, allowing the oxygen to react with the excess carbon in the molten iron, forming carbon dioxide, which is then expelled. This reduces the carbon content of the molten iron. Now, if we want to make molybdenum steel, we can directly add this molybdenum trioxide to the molten iron. The oxygen in it will react with the carbon in the molten iron, forming carbon dioxide waste gas that is expelled. This way, molybdenum is left in the molten iron and carbon is removed, finally resulting in a molybdenum iron alloy, a high-hardness, high-temperature resistant molybdenum steel. To put it simply, we use this molybdenum rust to improve the properties of steel. However, this will require a lot of experimentation. We don't yet know the optimal ratio of molybdenum to iron in the alloy, which formula produces the best final product. This will have to be handed over to the Research Institute for experiments. Han Feng explained the use of molybdenum trioxide to them, and both wore expressions of sudden understanding. So that's how it is. Doesn't that mean this mine is very valuable? And its uses are very great? Shi Xin asked with some excitement. That's right. With this mineral, I can't say for sure about other things, but the service life of our firearms will at least double or triple, reaching an accurate firing life of over 10,000 rounds. And we can also develop some other weapons, Han Feng affirmed with a nod. With molybdenum steel, the Han tribe could try to develop automatic weapons. That's great. Chief, this mine is very easy to excavate, and it's relatively close to the Luyang River, even easier to mine than that coal mine in the south. Plus, this molybdenum ore is particularly soft. You don't even need picks and hammers. You can knock off a lot with just an entrenching tool. It's extremely easy to dig. And the location is good too. After it's mined, it's only 30 or 40 kilometers west to the east bank of the Luyang River. We can build a dock there and transport it directly by water to both the northern and southern ends of the Han tribe. Hearing Han Feng say that this molybdenum ore had such great uses, Yu Fu also became excited. He quickly took out the map he carried with him and showed Han Feng the location of the mine and the convenience of its transportation. Han Feng looked at the densely marked map and nodded. Good, your records are very detailed. Let's eat first. After we finish, we'll discuss the layout of the various mines and factories in the south. Also, by late spring or early summer next year, the cannibal slaves captured in the north will be sent over. There might be 10 or 20,000 of them in total. We need to discuss how to arrange these people as well. All right, we'll talk about it later. Shi Xin and Yu Fu quickly nodded. They knew this wasn't the place to discuss official business. They began to encourage everyone to eat. It wasn't until after the meal, when all the accompanying personnel had been settled, that the three of them took the map and went to the government office of Luyang County to discuss matters. After the meal, Han Feng, Shi Xin, Yu Fu, and the others went to the government office of Luyang County. There, Han Feng personally wrote down some information about the properties of molybdenum, its extraction methods, and how to use it to make molybdenum steel alloys. Finally, he attached an order for the chemistry group of the Comprehensive Research Institute and the steel mill in Xin'an County to jointly develop the new molybdenum steel. After finishing, he immediately had a guard deliver it to the Research Institute. Then, he began discussing the southern industrial layout and the arrangement of next year's cannibal prisoners with Yu Fu and Shi Xian. The group arrived at the council hall within the government office. Yu Fu immediately had his men bring out the maps they had surveyed in the south, along with several thick volumes of map annotations explaining the characteristics of each location. However, Han Feng didn't start with that. Instead, he said, "Let's talk about the cannibal slaves first. That's simpler and easier to allocate." Please speak, Chief, Shi Xian and Yu Fu quickly responded. According to the battle report from Chu Bing, they have currently captured over 14,000 men, women, old, and young. Among them, there are about 2,500 women. The rest are men capable of work, about 11,000. These are the ones already accounted for. But there are still 3 months until spring, and the fighting continues. We don't know how many more they'll bring back. Let's plan for 15,000 able-bodied slaves. Of these 15,000, 5,000 will go to the mines in Xing'an County. However, they only need these slaves until the end of August. After September, they can be reassigned. Another 5,000 will be sent to the capital. The construction progress in the capital is severely slow due to a lack of manpower. That leaves 5,000. What are your suggestions for them? Han Feng explained the total numbers and his own arrangements, then asked for Yu Fu and Shi Xian's input. Shi Xian had no pressing need for labor here, so he remained silent. Yu Fu thought for a moment and said, "Chief, how long will it take for these 15,000 people to arrive? Can the North send them all at once?" "I don't think so." Han Feng nodded and did a quick mental calculation. The North currently has over 60 ships in total. Yu Yi initially took 6 small boats. Later, a batch of supplies and officials were sent over with about a dozen more. Plus the ships for the Shin's Guards expedition, including troop transports and grain ships, that's over 40. Altogether, there are about 60 large ships. A 3-masted sailing ship can carry at least 500 people at a time, including their supplies. 2 ships for 1,000 people, 20 for 10,000. They have at least 40 large ships. Transporting them all at once is not a problem. Yu Fu nodded upon hearing this. In that case, we can have at least 5,000 slaves available for use by March of next year. If the chief has no other arrangements, I think we should just have them build cities in the south. In the future, we will definitely be mining and building factories in the south. We can't have people move into a wilderness. If we build the cities first, when the chief migrates the population over later, they can settle in immediately. What do you think, Chief? This? Han Feng thought for a moment. Have the slaves build cities? I think that would be difficult. These cannibal slaves don't speak our language, and building houses is a skilled job. To expect them to build houses right after being captured, I think that's asking too much. Then what is the chief's opinion? Yu Fu frowned. He hadn't considered that problem. Now that Han Feng mentioned it, it was true. These slaves didn't know how to build houses, so they could only be used for mindless, heavy manual labor. Building cities isn't out of the question. Of course, having them build houses would be difficult, but we can have them do some basic preparatory work first. Migrating people will need farmland, so we can start preparing by clearing land and digging irrigation channels. Also, leveling the land for the city and digging the sewer system. Additionally, there's preparing the earthworks for foundations, firing bricks, felling trees, and repairing roads. These preparatory tasks don't require much skill. With some people to supervise, they should be able to do it well. Let them do this. After this is done, we can transfer them to build railways or work in the mines, Han Feng said after some thought. Yes, that will definitely work. Yu Fu agreed with a nod, indicating no problem. All right, the slave arrangements are settled. Next, let's talk about the southern mining and factory layout. How is your survey of the surrounding terrain and roads? Seeing no objections, Han Feng made the decision and began to inquire about the southern mineral deposits and surrounding terrain, preparing to plan the factories. Currently, they knew they needed to develop a coal mine, the manganese iron mine in the Tang tribe's Taiyang County, the newly discovered molybdenum mine, an iron ore mine near the Baiwu tribe, and a limestone mine within the Tang tribe's territory. Limestone was essential for iron making, used for slagging in the blast furnace, and also as a flame retardant during coke production, so it was very important. That made a total of 5 mines. The required supporting factories were 1 coal washing plant, 1 coking plant, 2 iron or pre-grinding plants, 1 large steel mill, and 1 supporting rolling mill. That was a total of 6 large factories. Of course, this was just the initial layout. Once these factories were up and running, and as the population grew, other factories would certainly need to be built. For one thing, Within 3 years after this batch of factories is completed, a machining plant must be established in the south. At the very least, it must ensure that the south also has the capacity to produce trains. The repair and maintenance of the entire southern railway system would also require such a factory. Otherwise, would they have to haul broken trains all the way to the north for repairs? That was completely unrealistic, too costly, and a waste of time. Han Feng first listed the first batch of factories needed for the southern industry, then asked the two to help analyze the site selection for those factories. However, Yu Fu suddenly reminded him, "Chief, don't we need to add a cement plant? The South needs to build so many factories, as well as roads, bridges, houses, cities, and water conservancy facilities. It will definitely require a large amount of cement. Transporting it all from the north is slow, and the transportation cost is not low. Do you think we should build the cement plant before these other factories?" "Cement?" Han Feng frowned, then said, "Making cement requires a large amount of gypsum, iron powder, as well as coal and limestone, and clay. The latter few are not a problem, but are there gypsum mines in the south?" "Yes, the Tang tribe's Panjshir County has gypsum mines. It was mentioned in a previous mineral report," Yu Fu reminded him again. "If we have it, then it's easy. Let's build one, a big one. It will be useful for building bridges and paving roads in the future," Han Feng nodded. The South did indeed need a cement plant, but he had forgotten about it earlier. Yu Fu also nodded. "Then, including the cement plant, there will be a total of 7 factories in the initial phase. Based on the principle of proximity to resources, I think we should build this cement plant in the Tang tribe's Panjshir County. If that's the case, then the coal washing plant and coking plant should be built near the coal mine." Xian interjected. "Yes, that's right. But it must also be near water, preferably a tributary or something similar. And the transportation between this place and the Tang tribe must be convenient. Making cement requires calcining limestone, which requires a large amount of coal. The coking plant on the other side also needs a large amount of limestone as a flame retardant. So these two plants need to exchange raw materials. The scale of transportation will definitely be very large," Han Feng added. "Not only that, steelmaking also requires limestone for slagging. TSK, this limestone is really too useful. Fortunately, there are many limestone mines. It's not something rare," Xian added. "Then in the chief's opinion, where should the steel mill be built? And the rolling mill? These should be the most important, right?" Yu Fu nodded and finally asked about the location of the steel mill and rolling mill. Han Feng looked at the map and frowned in thought. It's best to connect all these factories with roads. And there must be suitable habitable areas nearby. Even if there aren't, it must be a place that is easy to transform. We must first ensure the survival of the population, then comes the matter of the factories. Without people, no factory can be built." Xian and Yu Fu also looked at the map. Yu Fu was the most familiar with this matter, as he had led the team to survey the transportation, water sources, terrain, and soil quality there. After thinking for a moment, Yu Fu spoke again. "Chief, what do you think of this? We first designate 2 new cities. One city will be placed next to this molybdenum mine. The molybdenum ore here can be mined directly without much processing before being transported away. This means no factory needs to be built here. Moreover, this place near the molybdenum mine is only about 40 kilometers from the main channel of the Luyang River. It's an hour's horse ride to the riverbank. There's also a sizable tributary here, so there's no shortage of water. In terms of terrain, there's a considerable river alluvial plain, with flat land and fertile soil, suitable for farming and irrigation. There are also mountains, forests, and mineral resources nearby, making it very suitable for immigration and city building. Then there's the coal mine, about 100 kilometers southeast of here. To mine the coal, we will definitely need to migrate people and build a city around the mine. This place needs a residential area, an industrial area, a water source, and farmland. My suggestion is to place the industrial area around the coal mine and the residential area slightly to the east, where we discovered the Baiwu tribe. Building a city here has an advantage. It will be convenient for us to directly absorb the Baiwu tribe. Then we can repeat the operation we used when building Luyang County, hiring them to work for us, or buying their grain with goods. We can also grow other crops to attract them to join. This way, we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone, build a city, and increase the population. The 2 new cities are over 100 kilometers apart. It's about 160 kilometers from the Baiwu tribe to the bank of the Luyang River. We can build a railway directly here. The project is not very large, about the same length as the Sinway line. It just needs to cross a tributary of the Luyang River twice, which would require building 2 small railway bridges. Otherwise, taking a detour would be much longer. Then there's the railway from the coal mines Baiwu tribe area to the Tang tribe's Taigeng County. The straight line distance is less than 400 kilometers, but there's a mountain range in the middle. To get through, we'd have to take a detour and possibly build bridges. The actual length might be over 600 kilometers. As long as we open up this railway, we can then extend it from Taigeng County to Panshir County to obtain various stone and mineral resources there, especially limestone. Then the railway can turn south from Panshir County and connect with the Tang tribe's railway network, opening up this southeastern railway transportation network. Yu Fu gestured at the map while explaining the local situation to Han Feng and the others. The road you're building, its shape looks like a lowercase number 7, Xiexine said, looking at the route Yu Fu was tracing. A horizontal line from the molybdenum mine to the coal mine, then a turn south to the Tang tribe. Yes, something like that. This is the most suitable route. It not only connects the southeastern transportation, but also leads to the main channel of the middle and lower reaches of the Luyang River. It's very convenient for both water and land routes, Yu Fu said with a nod. But this road from the coal mine to the Tang tribe's Taigeng County will be difficult to build, Xiexine said, pointing at the southern map again. As you said, there's a mountain range in the middle. You'll have to build bridges and take detours. A 300-kilometer road will be doubled to over 600 kilometers. This is not an easy job, and it's expensive. Then what do you suggest? We don't build this road? We load up at the coal mine, transport it over 100 kilometers by rail to the middle and lower reaches of the Luyang River, then load it onto ships, go by water to the Tang tribe, then unload it, and load it onto trains again to go to the Tang tribe's Taigeng and Panshir counties? Don't you think that's even more troublesome? Yu Fu said, exasperated. Xiexine shut up, getting on and off trains and boats, then getting off the boat shortly after to load onto a train again. Never mind actually doing it, just hearing about it was troublesome enough. Forget it, it was better to find a way to build the road. The two looked at each other and suddenly realized the chief hadn't expressed his opinion for a while. They didn't know what Han Feng was thinking, so they both looked at him. Han Feng was still looking at the map. Noticing them looking at him, he understood they wanted his opinion. I agree with Yu Fu's view. Building just 2 cities can connect these strategic locations. The route planning is also good. The key is that by building only 2 cities, we can use the minimum population and lower costs to perfect our southern industrial layout. I am very much in favor of this railway from the molybdenum mine to the coal mine. Building 2 railway bridges is no problem. These are tributaries of the Luyang River. The channels are not wide, so building 2 small bridges is very easy. However, for the railway from the coal mine to the Tang tribe, I have a different opinion. Let's build it basically in a straight line. The straight line distance is about 370 kilometers. We should try to control the total length of this railway to within 450 kilometers. Han Feng immediately stated his opinion. Yu Fu frowned. Chief, that's impossible. We've actually surveyed it. There's simply no place to build a railway there. With so many mountains in the way, the only way is to take a detour. Who said the only way is to take a detour? We can also dig tunnels and blast the mountains open, Han Feng said unhurriedly, pointing at the mountain range on the map. Beside him, Yu Fu and Xiexion's eyes widened in disbelief. What? What did he just say? Tunnels. Blast the mountains. Blast the mountains. What's a tunnel? Xiaxian and Yu Fu were stunned by Han Feng's words, never imagining the chief would propose such a method. A tunnel is a man-made mountain passage. You dig straight from one side of the mountain to the other, connecting both ends to create a road. Isn't there a saying, build a road when you meet a mountain, build a bridge when you meet water? Digging a tunnel is just another way of building a road. Han Feng explained to the two, seeing their surprised and confused expressions. Build a road when you meet a mountain, build a bridge when you meet water? Xiaxian and Yu Fu had never heard that before. They had no idea where the chief had heard it, but it did make sense. If there's no road, just make one. But, digging through a mountain? Wasn't that too massive of an undertaking? Yu Fu spoke again. Chief, digging a mountain passage isn't impossible, but to complete the entire railway line, who knows how many tunnels we'd have to dig. The workload would be immense, the difficulty high, and it would take a long time. Building the road this way would indeed shorten the total length, but the time required might be several times longer. It won't be. Didn't I just say? We'll use explosives. First, we'll send people to survey the terrain and find the most suitable locations. Then, we'll start digging from both ends towards the middle. When digging the tunnel, we'll first use pneumatic hammers to drill holes in the rock face. Then fill those holes with explosives and lay fuses. We'll detonate them all at once, blasting away a layer of the rock face in one go. Once the middle is hollowed out, we'll use pneumatic hammers to manually trim the tunnel walls. Just a rough shaping will do. Then, we'll use rebar to form arch supports, set up wooden molds, and pour concrete into them to reinforce the tunnel and smooth the walls. Hearing Yu Fu's concerns, Han Feng laid out the construction method. Xian and Yu Fu were left speechless. It seemed the chief had even figured out the construction process, speaking as if he had seen how tunnels were dug before. But they were long used to it. They knew the chief was a man of divine abilities. Basically, anything Han Feng said could be done. Even for things they had never seen, the chief could describe them in great detail, as if he had witnessed them with his own eyes. Since the chief has a plan, then there's no problem. But digging a tunnel must be a skilled job. Who would be suitable to take charge of it? Yu Fu nodded, accepting the chief's idea, and then asked about the personnel for the tunneling project. We can gather people from various places. We can call some people from the cross-sea bridge construction site in Cheongzhou. They have very rich experience with explosives. The stones they use for bridge construction are all blasted from the mountains on the shore. They are also the most experienced in using reinforced concrete. Additionally, we'll transfer some people from the coal mines in Dongxing County. The coal shafts they dig are actually similar to tunnels. It's just that this time, they'll be digging through rock instead of coal seams. The technical difference isn't that great. Finally, we'll transfer some people skilled in machinery operation from Xing'an County. I'll see if I can get them to rush produce a large rock drilling machine. That should help speed up the project, Han Feng added, outlining his arrangements. A rock drilling machine was essentially a tracked excavator with the bucket on its mechanical arm replaced by a large pneumatic hammer the size of a man's calf. This tool would be very convenient for excavating the top of the tunnel. Otherwise, they would have to build scaffolding for people to go up and chisel, which would be not only unsafe, but also slow. Modern rock drills were basically the same thing, just specialized for tunneling rather than being temporary modifications of excavators. The most obvious difference was that professional rock drills usually had 3 or more mechanical arms on their chassis. Some could even have 5 or 6, looking like a spider with its claws spread wide. As for the professional tunnel boring machine, that thing could only be used for digging underground, through soil layers, not rock. It was generally used only for digging underground tunnels, like subway tunnels, and didn't have the function of excavating rock. Even in modern times, excavating mountain tunnels still relied on the combination of chisels and explosives. It's just that the chisels had become large machines, and the power of the explosives was considerable, but the essence hadn't changed. Xian and Yu Fu both nodded again. Yu Fu then said, "In that case, I'll take on the task of surveying. I've walked through there once with my men, so I'm more familiar with the situation." Han Feng agreed and added a reminder. For this tunneling project, you must carefully survey the local geological conditions. If it's an earthen mountain, just cut a flat section out of it to make a road. And the sides can't have steep slopes to prevent landslides during heavy rain from blocking the road. Ground collapse is even more unacceptable, so you must check the geology carefully. If it's a rock mountain, you also need to look at the mountain structure. Never dig a tunnel on the side of the mountain's center of gravity, or you might dig out the bottom and have the top collapse. And when planning the route, just because we can dig tunnels doesn't mean you should go straight through the middle of a mountain. Avoid digging if you can. Only consider how to dig a tunnel if there's no third option besides detouring or tunneling. When digging a tunnel, try to find the mountain's weak points, closer to the edge, not right in the middle. Also, pay attention to water sources on the mountain, like springs. And bring plenty of water pumps when digging. If the mountain seeps water during tunneling, you must pump it out in time. You'll also need to do proper waterproofing later. Don't turn the tunnel into a water curtain cave. Then there's bridge building. In some places with water, where you need to cross rivers or some canyons in the mountains, if detouring is very far, then build a bridge over the canyon. So, the planning of this route is very important. You must be serious and responsible. The principles are fourfold. First, shorten the route as much as possible. Second, reduce the cost as much as possible. Third, shorten the construction period as much as possible. And fourth, the above 3 must be carried out while ensuring the safety of construction and future use. Han Feng listed the precautions for tunneling and surveying, and Yu Fu listened attentively. After a while, feeling he couldn't remember it all, he quickly took out a pen and paper to take notes. After Yu Fu finished writing everything down and asked Han Feng about some things he didn't understand, Han Feng then said, "All right, for now, this is the plan for the southern industrial layout. Next, you two will come with me to Weishan County. Then we'll call on Governor Liu of Weishan County and take the train together to Xing'an County for a look, to learn. I'll also show you the scientific research achievements of our Han tribe this year, especially several types of engineering machinery. Yu Fu, you must see them. After you see them, you'll know how simple and fast road construction will be in the future." "Hee hee, I'd love to see that," Yu Fu said with a grin. This is great. I wonder how their tractors are coming along, how many they've produced, and if they can complete the production task before the Zhongdan festival." Shi Exine also became cheerful. He was in charge of the 60,000 mu experimental field to the west, and he had long been keenly interested in mechanized farming and large-scale cultivation. Han Feng's suggestion to visit Xing'an County at this time was mainly to check on the development progress of the two types of harvesters. If they had harvesters, he could harvest more straw for fodder or green manure. Without harvesters, he could only hire people to pick the corn cobs, and the remaining straw would have to be burned, a complete waste. The group set out that afternoon, taking a boat to the Weishan County dock. They stayed overnight in Weishan County, having dinner with the Weishan governor, Lu Guangzhu, and telling him they would all be going to Xing'an County for an inspection tour the next day. That night, Lu Guangzhu had the train heading to Xing'an County carry a message back, asking them to bring a passenger car when they came over the next morning, as the chief would be taking the train for an inspection. At 5 o'clock the next morning, Han Feng and his group arrived at the train station on time. A train loaded with coke and limestone was already parked at the platform, puffing white steam. A passenger cargo car was attached to the end of the train. Knowing the chief was coming, the people in Xing'an had placed an iron coal stove in the car for warmth, with hot water boiling on top for the passengers to drink. Han Feng and the others, wearing heavy overcoats, boarded the train. It ran for a whole morning, arriving at the Xing'an County train station just before lunch. As soon as they arrived, Dali, the governor of Xing'an County, and Lin Fei, the director of the research institute, came up to greet them. "Greetings, chief," the two said, bowing with their hands clasped. "It's so cold, and you still came out to greet me? What, you all have so much free time. No work to arrange?" Han Feng asked with a smile as his first words after getting off the train. "The chief has graced us with his presence. No matter how busy we are, we must come out to greet you. Besides, the work has long been arranged. All the factories are now implementing a dual-shift system, with the old teaching the new, to train more workers as quickly as possible," Lin Fei replied with a wry smile, explaining the situation here. Did you receive the task document I sent down yesterday? The one about the molybdenum steel research and development task," Han Feng said as the group disembarked, walking and talking with them. "We received it. It's just that the Comprehensive Research Institute hasn't sent anyone over yet, so we don't know what to do. We'll just wait for them to bring the experimental materials. We will definitely cooperate fully." Dali was in charge of this matter, so he was the one to answer. Han Feng knew that this formula wouldn't be worked out in a day or two, so he nodded and asked Lin Fei on the other side, "What about the Research Institute? Any progress on the harvesters? How is the tractor task coming along?" Lin Fei's face soured a bit, because he had no outstanding progress to report on either of the two things Han Feng asked about. But since the chief asked, he had to answer. Reporting to the chief, "We are currently building the first prototype of the corn harvester. The progress is quite fast, but we can't test it. There's no corn for us to experiment with at this time of year, so we can't guarantee that what we make will work. As for the grain harvester, it's still in the stage of drawing up component blueprints, because you said this wasn't urgent, to get the corn harvester done first. As for the tractors, we don't have a single finished product yet. The entire factory is producing various components according to standards. We'll assemble them all at once when we have enough parts." The group walked and talked, with Lin Fei reporting on the current task progress, and Han Feng nodding from time to time. As they passed by the outside of a factory, he noticed a group of 14 or 15-year-old boys tinkering with a tractor. He said, "All right, let's go eat first. We'll talk about the tour after lunch. Also, don't just wait for all the parts. Assemble a few units first and let those students start training. With just this one vehicle, how are you going to teach dozens of them to drive?" Lin Fei turned to look over there and nodded in agreement. "Yes, I'll go arrange it in a moment and see how many units we can assemble with the current materials. He knew Han Feng was right. With just one vehicle to train dozens of people, even a driving school wasn't that tight. They needed at least 10 vehicles, so 6 people could train with one. During lunch, they chatted about the various vehicles being developed this year. Yu Fu, having been away for years, was unfamiliar with the tribe's technological development. He was utterly shocked to suddenly hear that the tribe had developed vehicles that could travel on their own on dirt roads. Although the Han tribe had developed steam trains a couple of years ago, trains were huge and heavy and could only run on tracks. They were completely incapable of traversing dirt roads. Therefore, the Han tribe's land transportation still mainly relied on horse-drawn carriages. And now, not only were there trucks that could go on dirt roads, but the tractor unit could also be used for farming, and there were even self-propelled harvesters specifically for harvesting grain. How could he not be shocked? When Lin Fei told him they had also developed a small, hand-cranked rice transplanter, Yu Fu was even more excited. This was different from the tractors and harvesters. Those were big machines, and it was obvious they couldn't be popularized among the common people. But a hand-cranked transplanter was different. Its practical value was higher, and its cost was low. Even ordinary people could afford it, making it very suitable for widespread promotion throughout the tribe at this stage. As soon as lunch was over, Yu Fu couldn't wait to drag everyone to see the machines. He was truly curious about these mechanical monsters. Lu Guangzhu was the same. Although he was the governor of Weishan County and often received news from the Xingang Research Institute, he had only heard about these magical machines and had never seen them with his own eyes. Now that the chief had brought him here, how could he not be interested? After lunch, Han Feng led the group to tour the research institute. Lin Fei had gone ahead to arrange for the assembly of the tractors as per Han Feng's order and rejoined them a short while later. When the group arrived at the driving class's training ground, Lu Guangzhu, Yu Fu, and Shi Xian couldn't help but marvel. It was the first time any of them had seen a tractor. So this is called a tractor. Why did the chief give it such a strange name? Lu Guangzhu asked curiously as he watched the trainees operate the tractor to plow the land. Because the tractor itself has no function. Its only purpose is to provide power, like a locomotive. It serves to replace oxen and horses for traction and pulling. If you attach a trailer to the back, it becomes a truck. If you attach a plow, it can be used for plowing and sowing. What function it serves depends on what is attached to it, Han Feng explained to them. I see. In that case, the name tractor is quite fitting, Lu Guangzhu said with sudden understanding. Since it's a replacement for oxen and horses, why not call it an iron ox? Wouldn't that be more descriptive? Yu Fu suggested with a smile. Haha. Iron ox is a good name, but the chief has already used it. Our steam engines have models called iron ox and iron horse, Lin Fei explained from the side. Han Feng was watching the trainees practice and turned to a young man warming himself by a fire, waiting for his turn. How is your driving class going? Is this tractor easy to learn? How long do you get to drive it each day? Greetings, Chief. Greetings, my lords. The young man, seeing a group of high-ranking officials surrounding the chief, became a bit nervous and excited. He clasped his hands in a salute to Han Feng and said, reporting to the chief, this tractor is easy to learn. It just has a few control levers. You just pull a lever to make it go where you want. It's very convenient. It's just that there are too few vehicles right now. I only get to drive for half a shounen a day and only once every few days. Then study hard. You are the first batch of tractor drivers in the tribe. Your future is limitless. Once you've mastered this skill, it will be easier to start a family in a couple of years. The young women will be lining up for you to choose from. Han Feng patted the young man's shoulder encouragingly. Hearing Han Feng mention getting married, the young man's face turned red with embarrassment. He chuckled shyly. Thank you, Chief. Han Feng asked a few more trainees, and their situations were all similar. But he remembered that when he had ordered the formation of the driving class, he had set the quota at 60 people. However, there were only about a dozen here. So Han Feng asked Lin Fei, I remember when we formed the driving class, the quota was 60 people. Where are the others? Reporting to the chief, we only have one vehicle right now. If each person practices for half a shounen a day, the rest would just be idle here. So I organized them to help out in the production workshop. They can learn about the tractor's working principles and the manufacturing process at the same time. In the future, when they are using them, if there's a minor problem, they can find and fix it themselves, Lin Fei replied immediately. Han Feng nodded. There was nothing wrong with this arrangement. It was good for them to learn. But the training progress was indeed a bit slow. So he said, "This arrangement is not bad, but the training progress is too slow. It must be changed. I have a few points for you to note down. First, starting today, add night operation training. Training cannot stop at night. When they start working in the spring, they will also have night shifts. Let them get used to night operations now. Second, you can also let them drive that loader. Although it's not a tractor and can't be used for plowing and sowing, the mechanical principles are the same. No matter what they drive, they need something to drive first. This way, when they come back to learn the tractor, they will learn faster. Third, assemble a batch of tractors as soon as possible. Before they start working, each person must have at least 1 or 2 shurchen of driving time per day, including daytime driving, field operations, farm machinery operation, and night driving. Every person must meet the standard in all these subjects. Yes, I'll arrange it right away." Lin Fei thought for a moment, found no problem with the plan, and immediately agreed. He said a few words to the person beside him, who immediately went to get the loader and arrange for a group of trainees to start practicing with it. While Han Feng was discussing the driving class training with Lin Fei, Dolly led the other 3 to get a closer look at the tractor. They even stood on the ladder outside the tractor's cab to watch the operator inside, finding it all very novel. They all wanted to try driving it, but with so few vehicles and the trainees' heavy training schedule, they had to give up the idea. After a short while, another large vehicle drove out of the factory building. It looked very similar to the tractor, but was slightly larger. The more obvious difference was that this machine's steam engine was located behind the cab, with a chimney on the side facing outwards. The working mechanism was installed at the front, a huge steel bucket. "Chief, what is this?" Yufu immediately ran over when he saw this behemoth. This is also a sub-project of this year's program, called a loader. See that bucket in the front? It's for loading things. Dirt, river sand, coal, or grain. All loose materials can be shoveled up by this bucket, then lifted by the mechanical arm and loaded onto a truck. It can also be used to level the ground. Just lower the bucket and push, so it can also be called a bulldozer, Han Feng introduced. "So this is the thing you said would be used for road construction. With this, our road building will be really fast. A machine this big must be worth so many men." Yufu immediately remembered what Han Feng had told him yesterday about construction machinery. "Brother, you probably doesn't know yet, but for construction, we have more than just this loader," Lin Fei said proudly from the side. "Oh, what other good things are there?" Yufu, Lu Guangzhu, and Shi Xian's interest was piqued. "There's also an excavator and a vibratory road roller. The excavator is specifically for digging things. It can be used to dig ditches, excavate, or in earth. It's useful in both engineering and mining. The vibratory road roller has a single function, only for compacting road surfaces, for leveling and compacting land. It's a master at road construction. With this, we can completely eliminate the use of ceramic and stone rollers," Lin Fei immediately introduced. "Really? Where are they? Can we see them?" Yufu asked immediately. With these machines, construction would be much easier, and they could save a lot of manpower and livestock. "Of course, but those 2 machines are not yet finished, nor have they been tested and finalized. We can't demonstrate them for you right now." Lin Fei nodded and then led them towards the workshop. The group followed, with Han Feng also trailing behind. He didn't know the development progress of those 2 vehicles either. When the group entered the workshop, they found that more than half of the huge space was bustling with activity. All the machine tools and workers in the workshop were busy fulfilling the tractor order. The excavator and road roller in the corner could only be left to gather dust. However, judging by their appearance, these 2 behemoths were very close to completion. Although the cabs had not yet been installed, the main bodies were almost finished. When they got close to the machines, they could already tell which was the excavator and which was the road roller without anyone telling them. The features were very obvious. One had steel rollers at both the front and back, while the other had a huge mechanical arm at the front with an iron bucket at the end. It was clear what it was for. "This excavator is great. How much dirt can it dig with one scoop? It's so much faster than manual digging. I heard on my way back that they are still digging earth for foundations at the capital's construction site. With this thing, it would probably have been done long ago," Yufu said with emotion, stroking the huge mechanical arm. "It's not bad, but why doesn't this excavator have those rubber wheels? Why does it have 2 flexible steel plate tracks?" Shi Xian asked curiously from the side. This was the chief's idea. The chief said that most places where excavators are needed are undeveloped construction sites or mines with complex terrain, some without even roads. Rubber tires have poor passability, not as convenient and safe as these tracks, Lin Fei immediately explained. That's right. That's true. The chief thinks far ahead. Lu Guangzhu also nodded in agreement. Han Feng paid no attention to their flattery. Instead, he pointed at the excavator's bucket and said to Yu Fu and Shi Xine, "See this bucket? It can be detached at this joint. Remove the bucket, replace it with a large pneumatic hammer, and install an air compressor on the engine at the back, and it can be used for tunneling or breaking rocks. With the length of this mechanical arm, even digging a 6 or 7 meter high tunnel would be no problem." Yu Fu had a sudden realization. So this was the tool the chief mentioned yesterday for tunneling. With this thing to dig tunnels, the project progress would indeed be much faster. With a boring machine plus explosives, he was confident he could open up the railway to the Tang tribe in a very short time. Tunneling. What's a tunnel? Dolly and Lin Fei, who were following along, were a bit confused. They didn't know what they were talking about. They hadn't been informed about the southern matters yet, as it was a decision made just yesterday. It's about building a railway, a southern railway. We just discussed it yesterday. We're going to build a railway from the middle and lower reaches of the Luyang River to the Tang tribe. This railway will start from the plains by the river, cross 2 tributaries of the Luyang River, then turn south, cross a mountain range, and some canyons. The total length is about 600 kilometers. If we don't build it this way, we'd have to take a long detour, and the length might increase to about 900 kilometers. So, to cross that mountain range, I plan to dig tunnels directly through the mountains, creating a passage with openings at both ends for the train to pass through. This can save a lot of distance, Han Feng explained to them. Lin Fei and Dolly's mouths dropped open in surprise, just like Yu Fu and Shi Xian's reaction yesterday. Lu Guangzhu was also very surprised, thinking the chief's idea was too crazy. He actually wanted to dig through a mountain. How could it not be shocking? Dig through a mountain, dig a tunnel? Is that possible? The workload would be immense, Lin Fei said in astonishment. Dolly, after his initial surprise, quickly smiled and said, "I don't see why not. If it's too hard, we can use explosives. The chief is no stranger to blasting mountains. Remember when our Han tribe first started mining salt? It was the chief who blasted it open with explosives. And now, here in Xin'an County, when we mine iron, don't we use explosives from time to time?" Lin Fei, after his surprise, heard Dolly's words and also remembered this point. He added, "So the chief wants to modify the excavator into a rock drilling machine? But the method the chief just mentioned is indeed not difficult. It's just replacing it with a large pneumatic hammer. But the chisel for that pneumatic hammer is not easy to make. A few days ago, we processed another batch for the bridge construction site in Cheongzhou. I heard their pneumatic hammers wear out very quickly, and they have to be replaced often." Han Feng nodded and said, "That's up to you guys. Didn't I assign you the task of developing molybdenum steel? You need to get that molybdenum steel out as soon as possible. It's a high-hardness, high-temperature-resistant alloy steel. With this, you can increase the service life of those steel consumables. You must take this project seriously. So molybdenum steel is also high-hardness and high-temperature-resistant. That is indeed important," Dolly said with some surprise. "Chief, is it true? Is that molybdenum steel really that good? How does it compare to carbon steel?" Unlike Dolly's reaction, Lin Fei was very excited. He knew the actual service life of the Han tribe's rifles. It was precisely because they lacked high-hardness, high-temperature-resistant metal materials that the excellent rifle Han Feng designed was crippled, becoming useless after not many shots. A good weapon was turned into a consumable. It's true. According to my estimates, the heat resistance of that molybdenum steel should be at least 3/5 higher than that of carbon steel. If the melting point of carbon steel is 1600 degrees, then the melting point of molybdenum steel should be at least 2600 degrees. As for the hardness, it will definitely be very high, but I don't know to what extent. That's for you to find out through experiments." Han Feng spouted nonsense, presenting what he knew as his own speculation, but what he said was all true. And when Lin Fei heard Han Feng say this, he immediately became excited. As the person in charge of firearm production, this guy was actually a staunch gun enthusiast. After they finished discussing how to modify the excavator and the development of molybdenum steel, Han Feng had Lin Fei take them to see the unfinished corn harvester. Both the corn and grain harvesters were modified from the loader platform. The huge front bucket was removed, and the harvester's working system was transplanted onto it. It was the same vehicle, just with a different function. As per Han Feng's suggestion, The dozens of moving modules at the front of the corn harvester were all driven by pneumatic power. This would eliminate the need for a bulky, heavy, and extremely complex mechanical transmission system. A new loader chassis had already been built and was being modified by the Agricultural Machinery Research Group and the Pneumatic Tool Group. They had installed an air compressor on the steam engine at the rear of the vehicle and laid rubber hoses to guide the high-pressure air to the front. The Agricultural Machinery Group was responsible for designing the function and appearance, while the Pneumatic Tool Group was responsible for developing the internal moving parts. In fact, there wasn't much to develop. They just had to copy the internal structure of the existing air wrench. The only difference was the size and the addition of several layers of air filters. The working environment of agricultural machinery was different from that of pneumatic tools and factories. Factories mostly had oil and iron filings, while farmland had a lot of dust and straw debris. These things floating in the air could easily cause the air compressor valves to clog. The harvesting system had not yet been installed on the vehicle body but was placed on a nearby frame, powered by an external mobile air compressor, where they were checking the moving modules. The entire harvesting device already had a crude prototype. Although it looked ugly now, all the important components were there. The outer layer of decorative iron sheeting was secondary. This thing can automatically harvest corn? Can it thresh the kernels? What do the harvested corn cobs look like? Yufu asked with great interest. It can harvest corn, but it can't thresh it. Look at this row of blades at the bottom. This can roll the corn stalks in from the root. Then the corn will be cut off at the root and quickly lowered. This row of iron bar grates can then break off the corn cobs with the husks on, and then guide them to the back through vibration. The corn stalks that are rolled in will be directly shredded and sprayed out. The corn cobs with the husks still have to go further back. Here is a roller bed for husking the cobs. As soon as the corn goes in, the husks will be rolled off by that row of steel rollers, finally becoming bare cobs, which are then discharged from the side and piled into baskets. Lin Fei explained upon hearing Yufu's question. Lu Guangzhu, Shi Xin, and Yufu all marveled at it, sighing in admiration. Incredible, truly incredible. Once a machine like this is made, how much manpower will it save? No, it should be said, how much more grain will be produced? With this, we will no longer have to worry about food. With an endless supply of food, we can focus wholeheartedly on development. The future of the Han tribe is promising. I really don't know how powerful our tribe will become in the future, Yufu said with emotion. Haha, I can't say for sure about other things, but in another 10 years, it's absolutely no problem for our population to multiply several times over, Shi Xin said with great certainty from the side. Everyone nodded in agreement. The population issue was clear to all. As long as there was food, coupled with the establishment of the Han tribe's current fertility and medical systems, a population explosion was almost inevitable. Even if not every family of childbearing age had one child a year, having 2 and 3 years was certainly possible. In 10 years, a couple of childbearing age could have at least 6 children. Even if the number of women of childbearing age only accounted for 1/5 of the total population, at this rate, it was certain that the population would double in 10 years. Just look at the generation of the 50s and 60s when the rabbit was founded. Which family didn't have 7, 8, or 9 children? It was common for a young uncle to grow up drinking his sister-in-law's milk. Daughters-in-law and mothers-in-law competed in childbirth. The eldest son would be married with children, while the mother-in-law, already a grandmother, was still having babies. Such things were not uncommon. Yufu and the others only saw the efficiency and convenience of the harvesters and tractors, knowing that there would be plenty of grain in the future. But Han Feng was thinking about something else, the potatoes Yufu had brought back this time. And what he brought back were not wild potatoes, but potatoes that had been domesticated by the Baiwu tribe and planted for who knows how many generations. The Han tribe didn't need to domesticate or improve them again. They could be used directly. With this, even if the Han tribe didn't have tractors and harvesters, as long as potatoes were widely promoted, the Han tribe would no longer be at risk of starvation. After seeing the harvester, Han Feng took them to see the improved hand-cranked rice transplanter. The entire machine body had been replaced with iron parts. The skids at the bottom became iron sheets, the uprights became steel pipes, the gears became thin, hollow iron gears, and combined with steel chains, the whole machine was not only lighter than before, but also more sturdy and durable. It just hadn't been actually operated in a large field, so it couldn't be finalized for mass production. However, Han Feng had already had them start stockpiling various components. Once the experiments were completed, they could immediately mass-produce them for promotion. Chief, you should just wait patiently. We know you want to promote it early, but you can't rush the seasons. No matter how anxious you are, you can't turn winter into spring, can you? Lin Fei knew Han Feng wanted to promote this transplanter early, but the season was wrong, and there was nothing they could do. So he could only comfort him this way. But he didn't know that his words had just reminded Han Feng. That's right. Why can't I turn winter into summer? No, I clearly can. Although I don't have plastic film greenhouses at this time, I can use glass to make a conservatory. Han Feng was suddenly inspired by Lin Fei, and his mind began to race. Chief, what's wrong? Lin Fei, seeing that Han Feng wasn't paying attention to him but was staring blankly at the workers in the workshop, called out to him twice. Oh, I'm fine. But you were right just now. Why don't I turn winter into spring? If it were spring now, couldn't we do the experiment immediately? You're right. I'm going to do it right away, Han Feng said, coming back to his senses. Huh? Everyone looked at him in astonishment. What was going on? The chief had this ability? He could even change the seasons at will. Han Feng saw their expressions and knew what they were thinking. He immediately explained. It's not what you think. I'm planning to set up an experimental plot and build a glass house over it. The walls, doors, windows, and roof will all be made of glass, transparent from top to bottom. Then I'll light stoves inside to raise the temperature. Wouldn't the inside of the house become like spring then? It might even become like summer. The group listened, dumbfounded, all shocked by Han Feng's idea. This can work, Xin said in shock. I think it's feasible. When we burn the Kong in our houses, can't we make the room as warm as spring or summer? As long as the Kong is burning, even the snow on the roof won't stay. This proves that the temperature inside the house is high enough, Lu Guangzhu said affirmatively, expressing his support for Han Feng. It's not that I think it will work, it definitely will. My wife planted some flowers in the summer, and when winter came, she dug them up and planted them in pots. Now she keeps them in our bedroom every day, and the flowers are still alive and well. Oh, by the way, my house has glass windows, so there's sunlight inside. Dolly, who hadn't spoken for a long time, now chimed in. Shingon County was all saline alkali land, unable to grow grain. All food, meat, and vegetables had to be transported from other counties. The people here didn't farm. All they saw all day were mines, iron, or machines. There was not a speck of green in sight. So Dolly's wife especially loved to grow flowers. Even the soil for the flowers was brought from elsewhere. That's why Dolly was very clear about this matter. If that's the case, then it's really feasible. But the cost of this glass house is not low. If we build it over a few mu of land, how much glass will it use? It's not cheap, Yu Fu said with a frown. He didn't doubt the truth of what Han Feng said, but was considering whether it was worth it. Would they build a glass house, use it once, and then throw it away? The cost doesn't matter. No matter how expensive it is, as long as we can successfully finalize the transplanter and start promoting it before spring next year, then the cost is not high. We'll recoup it immediately. And even if the experiment fails, or after it's completed, this greenhouse won't be wasted. We can grow vegetables in it during the winter. Fresh vegetables in winter, how much would they sell for on the street? We could recoup the cost in at most one season. What's the cost of a glass house? Han Feng immediately explained to them. The group nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. That's right, it could still be used after the experiment was over. If they could grow fresh vegetables in winter, the people would definitely buy them. Although the price would be high, if they only sold them for a few days during the new year, people would be willing to pay no matter how expensive. Besides, the people in the 8 old counties of the Han tribe were very wealthy and had a lot of savings. Thus, the matter of building a glass greenhouse was decided by the group. Then another situation arose. Lu Guangzhu and Xin actually started arguing over where to build this greenhouse. Both wanted to bring it under their own jurisdiction. If nothing else, if it was in their own county, at least it would be convenient to eat vegetables in the winter. All right, stop arguing. Luoyang County and Weishan County will each build one. Weishan County has more paddy fields. Lu Guangzhu, you find a suitable place in Weishan County's official fields to build a greenhouse with a paddy field structure inside, specifically for the rice transplanting experiments. Xin, your Luoyang County will also build one. Make it a dry field, responsible for cultivating the potatoes Yu Fu brought back this time. Those potatoes are probably afraid of waterlogging. Remember to find a slightly drier place with higher ground. Choose a spot in Luoyang County's official fields as well. Han Feng waved his hand to stop their argument, then gave them their assignments. The two were overjoyed and clasped their hands in agreement. However, Xin asked another question. Chief, how should this greenhouse be built? How large should it be? Hanfeng wasn't exactly sure how a glass greenhouse should be heated. It certainly couldn't be by burying heating pipes underground, or the soil would get too hot and nothing would grow. Although he hadn't studied glass greenhouses, he had visited a rural plastic greenhouse, organized by his school during a middle school agricultural training session. Building a plastic greenhouse was much simpler and cheaper than a glass one. In the north, greenhouses were generally built facing south, with a rammed earth or brick wall on the north side. Then, bamboo poles were extended from the top of the wall, bent, and inserted into the ground on the south side. Finally, it was covered with plastic film. Heating was generally provided by the north wall. The specific method was to build stoves next to the wall, or simply make it a heated wall. Another point was that both ends of the greenhouse must have antechambers to isolate it from the outside. The antechambers served as buffer rooms to avoid entering the greenhouse directly from the outside, which was beneficial for heat preservation and preventing drafts. As for the size, it didn't need to be too large. A large area meant a large space, which was not conducive to heating and heat preservation. So Hanfeng thought for a moment and decided to build the glass house in the style of a plastic greenhouse. The area of the greenhouse will be 10 meters by 24 meters. The standard for one greenhouse is 2 mu. The length will be east-west and the width north-south. 1 mu of land in our Han tribe is 600 square meters, which is 6 meters by 10 meters. The width of our greenhouse is 10 meters, to leave a 1 meter empty space on each side. Firstly, it will definitely be cold next to the glass, and secondly, to leave room for walking. The remaining 2 meters will be for a path down the middle and 2 water channels. That adds up to exactly 10 meters wide. 1 mu is 10 meters long, so 2 mu is 20 meters. The greenhouse is 24 meters long, also to leave borders and paths. In addition to the windows, this greenhouse must have 2 doors, one at the east end and one at the west end. Outside the doors, antechambers must be built, creating a double-door system. When entering and exiting, the 2 doors are not allowed to be opened at the same time to prevent heat loss and cold drafts. Then there's the structure and construction method. The north side of the greenhouse must be a wall, either brick or adobe. Then make the wall hollow. Every 5 meters on the outside of the wall, build a stove. That's 4 for one greenhouse. Use the heated wall to warm the greenhouse. This north wall must be 4 meters high. Then, don't use bricks for the south wall. Use wood or square steel tubes as pillars. Insert a row of 2-meter-high pillars, then pull diagonal beams from these pillars directly to the top of the north wall. Finally, inlay glass on top. As for how large the gaps between the pillars and diagonal beams should be, it mainly depends on the width of the glass used. To put it simply, this is a single-slope roof house. Only the north wall is a brick wall. The east, west, and south walls, as well as the roof, are all made of glass curtain walls. You should understand now, right? Once Hanfeng explained the construction method for the glass greenhouse, they understood immediately. Even without having seen one, it was easy to grasp. It was essentially like taking a regular single-story house, cutting it in half along the roof ridge, then enlarging and elongating it, and replacing the ordinary brick and earth walls with glass curtain walls. There was nothing particularly special about it. If that's the case, it should be easy to build. But winter isn't a good time for construction. In such cold weather, it's hard to even lay bricks properly. I think it's better to use rammed earth walls instead, Lu Guangzhu suggested after some thought. Hanfeng considered it and nodded in agreement. Brick walls were certainly sturdy, but what the Han tribe needed now was time. They had to finalize the design of the rice transplanter before spring, so they had to forego the brick structure. Then let's use rammed earth. You too. Each county will build one greenhouse for now. If the results are good, then after spring, we'll build a few more with brick structures for other experiments in the future. Yes, sir. Rest assured, Chief. The 2 men immediately agreed. After touring the research achievements of Xin'an County, Hanfeng left with the 3 of them. Yu Fu wanted to lead a team to survey the Southern Railway route again in preparation for the actual construction, but Hanfeng stopped him. It was already early December, with only about 2 months left until the new year. It would take 10 days just to get there by boat, and he wouldn't get far with the survey. Besides, the survey team had been working hard for a year. Letting them rest for 2 months was fine. Furthermore, the Southern Railway wasn't urgent right now. Even if the route was planned, there were no workers to start construction. You should just rest at home for 2 months. It's a good time to celebrate the Zhengdan festival at home and spend time with your wife and children. If you're really bored, you can write about your experiences exploring over the years. You should know about the tribe's current essay contest, right? We've received a lot of good submissions from all over. I'll get you a few to read in a while. Write an exploration log, huh? That works. I'll rest for 2 months then. Yufu agreed after a moment's thought. He had written a sailing log before, years ago on his first boat trip to the Ecchi tribe. But the Ecchi tribe was gone now, replaced by the Han tribe's Cheongzhou Island. After arranging for Yufu to go home on leave, Han Feng took Shi Xian and Lu Guangzhu to build the glass greenhouses. Winter was indeed not suitable for building houses, but it also had its advantages for construction, namely, no shortage of manpower. It was the slack season for farming, and people were idle at home. As soon as the 2 counties posted notices recruiting construction workers, many people came to sign up. But they didn't need that many, as each county was only building one. With these hired workers to level the land, compact the foundations, and build the adobe walls, the foundations of the 2 greenhouses were laid. Han Feng then had his personal guards find the craftsman who had built his own house to handle the glass curtain wall portion of the greenhouses. Han Feng's current 3-story villa had a small glass sunroom, as well as floor-to-ceiling windows and glass curtain walls, so those craftsmen had some experience. Then, Han Feng had Shi Xian find some carpenters from the shipyard who were skilled at making doors and windows to be responsible for the beams and columns of the greenhouses, as well as the doors and windows. Although the main purpose of the greenhouse was to retain heat, it also needed operable windows for ventilation. So, some windows that could be opened needed to be installed, both on the side walls and on the roof. Finally, Han Feng brought in some skilled craftsmen from the Comprehensive Research Institute on Lakeheart Island to help, the same ones who had built the lighthouse. The searchlight room at the top of the Han tribe's lighthouse was a glass curtain wall on all sides, front, back, left, and right. The entire room, except for the roof, was transparent. These craftsmen also had experience building glass curtain walls. With the land selected and various craftsmen recruited, the next issue was building materials. Soil was easy to solve. Steel was brought directly from Xin'an County by train. The shipyard had plenty of wood, more than they could use, of any specification, and if they didn't have it, they could process it immediately. As for glass, there was even more of that. The Han tribe's glass factory now mainly produced 5 types of glass products. First, glass lampshades for carbide lamps. Second, glass tableware. Third, flat glass, used for windows on one hand, and for making mirrors on the other. Fourth, glass wine bottles, the demand for which was gradually increasing. And fifth, custom-shaped glass, mainly for special shapes, produced only when someone placed a specific order. Among these, flat glass and glass wine bottles had the largest production and reserves. Flat glass was a building material. Who knew when someone might want to replace their windows? After all, it wasn't just for new houses. Old houses could also be fitted with glass windows. Nowadays, any common person with a little money wanted to switch to glass windows. It was a matter of face, and more importantly, it was pleasing to the eye. Plus, this stuff had no shelf life and wouldn't spoil, so a lot was produced and stockpiled. When one batch was sold, another was shipped out. Therefore, the inventory was huge. Now that they heard the chief needed it, the glass factory directly sent a ship's worth of stock on a 2-masted sailing ship, all of the largest size, 6 square meters per piece, 2 meters by 3 meters. As per Han Feng's request, they mainly brought 2 thicknesses, an extra thick one, 1 centimeter thick, to be used as the vertical curtain wall, and another, 5 millimeters thick, to be used for the roof. A slightly thinner one was used for the roof mainly to reduce its weight and the pressure on the beams and columns. However, such a roof also had a weakness. It wasn't strong enough. It was fine on normal days, but if they encountered a hailstorm, it might shatter all the glass on the roof. But there was no solution for now. They couldn't find a lighter material, so they could only take precautions. If they encountered a hailstorm, they could cover the roof with a thick layer of straw mats in advance, which might prevent damage. With sufficient manpower and materials, the rice paddy greenhouse in Weishan County was completed in just 5 days. The dryland greenhouse in Luoyang County was also completed 3 days later. Han Feng immediately transferred several researchers from the Ministry of Agriculture. These guys were all experts, at least in farming. If nothing else, they had a very good grasp of the seasons and temperature. By sticking their hands into the soil, they could feel its temperature and know if it was suitable for sowing, a veritable human thermometer. In this era, without temperature and humidity measuring instruments, they could only rely on the rich experience of these old farmers. Before the people from the Ministry of Agriculture arrived, Han Feng had Shi Xian and Lu Guangzhu each recruit 2 old men from the local area. 2 were placed in each glass greenhouse, specifically responsible for guarding the greenhouse and for chopping firewood and tending the stoves. Each person would be on duty for 1 day and 1 night, then rest for 1 day and 1 night, rotating between the 2. They would eat and live in the side room of the greenhouse during their shift. It was also very warm in there, so there was no worry about freezing. It's just that they had to get up frequently at night to check the stoves, but older people sleep less anyway, so getting up at night wasn't a difficult task for them. Moreover, the pay for this job was very good. Work 1 day, rest 1 day, just responsible for tending the stoves, with no heavy physical labor. 5 meals were provided per day and night, 3 during the day and 2 at night. In addition, they could get 10 yuan a month. The average salary in the Han tribe was only 30 yuan a month, and usually didn't include meals, or at most 1 meal. Here at the greenhouse, not only did they get 10 yuan, but also 5 meals. The work was easy, and the rest time was long. It could be said to be a very satisfactory job, because the pay was good and the workplace was close. Just on the outskirts of the city, they could walk home after their shift. So there were countless applicants. Shi Xian and Lu Guangzhu had their subordinates, probably the local constables who were very familiar with the local people, picked 2 honest and hard-working old men each. Before the people from the Ministry of Agriculture even arrived, they had already been heating the greenhouses for several days. Now, the entire glass greenhouse looked as if it had been pixelated, opaque from both inside and out. The originally transparent glass now looked like frosted glass, because the temperature inside the greenhouse was relatively high, and it was an experimental field, so the soil was moist. This warm, moist air couldn't escape and condensed into mist on the glass curtain walls. After the people from the Ministry of Agriculture arrived, they also got busy turning the soil, applying fertilizer, sowing seeds, and raising seedlings. The paddy field in Weishan County first needed a seedbed to grow the seedlings, which would then be transplanted into the large field for the transplanting experiment. Although the experimental field in Luoyang County was not the best sandy soil, it was chosen for its higher elevation and relatively dry soil. It was not suitable for growing rice, but it was fine for growing potatoes. However, the people from the Ministry of Agriculture had never seen potatoes and didn't know how to plant them. Han Feng couldn't help with this problem either, but he knew the general idea. So he instructed them to divide the potatoes into 3 piles. 1 pile was placed directly on the ground in the greenhouse, maintaining a warm and humid environment to see if it would sprout on its own. Another pile was buried in sandy soil, covered with watered straw, also kept moist, to see if it would sprout. The last pile was stored separately, so if the other 2 piles were ruined, they would still have some to start over. As long as the potatoes could be induced to sprout, it would be easy. Han Feng had them turn the soil in the large field, apply fertilizer, and make furrows and ridges. Once the potatoes sprouted, they would cut the sprouts along with the potato into chunks and plant them in holes on the ridges. Then they would water and weed, and watch them grow. Of course, these people from the Ministry of Agriculture also had to record every step, observe carefully, and summarize a set of feasible cultivation methods to promote potato planting techniques to the public in the future. This kept them busy until late November, by which time both projects were on track. The potatoes in Luoyang County had sprouted and now filled the entire greenhouse. The seedlings in Wenshan County had also grown. Now they just had to wait for the seedlings to grow 7 or 8 leaves before they could be transplanted. At this rate, the rice transplanter experiment would definitely be completed before the end of the month. Even if there were any problems, they could be improved immediately. Throughout December, even if they wanted to experiment more, the greenhouse could sprout seedlings twice more, giving them 2 more experimental opportunities. In short, it was definitely no problem to start promoting it before spring. If the progress was fast, they might even be able to rush out a batch before the Zhengdan Festival and put them on the market for sale. On the other side, at the Xing'an County Research Institute, with Han Feng's instructions, Lin Fei also personally drew up a plan. They had originally planned to produce all the parts first and then assemble the tractors all at once at the end. But Han Feng required them to assemble a batch first for the driving class to train with. Lin Fei had no choice but to make adjustments, promising to deliver 5 units before November 30th, another 5 in December, and the remaining 10, along with the matching farm implements, all at once in the 13th month. With matters in the heartland arranged in an orderly manner, and with progress on the southern coal mines and transportation, plus the lucky acquisition of a molybdenum mine, Han Feng had been feeling quite at ease recently. With everything developing steadily, he had nothing to worry about. So he once again holed up at home reading. He had been away for a while, and a lot of submissions for the essay contest from various places had piled up in his study, requiring his careful attention. At the same time, in the north, Chu Bing was leading 5,000 men in the second phase of his strategy, intercepting the cannibals planning to move south. Another new objective was to turn the salt pond area into a battlefield of attrition with the enemy, or in other words, a meat grinder to consume the enemy's effective strength. After the final battle in the hunting grounds, Chu Bing personally led the main force to escort the 10,000 captives back to the prisoner of war concentration camp at the River Valley camp. Then, he led the main force of the Shin's Guard's 2nd and 3rd battalions, as well as the Guard Company, a total of about 2,000 men, plus 3,000 militia recruited from the Salt Pond area and the River Valley area, gathering a force of 5,000, and headed straight for the riverbend position. That was the main passage for the cannibals to go south. As long as they blocked it here, it would be impossible for the enemy to go south. No matter how many came, they would all be devoured. On the other side, in the Salt Pond area, the Shin's Guard's 1st Battalion, along with 1,000 militia recruited from the hunting grounds, were fighting together. They first made a big show of dismantling the camps and positions around the salt ponds, showing that they were going to abandon those 3 salt ponds. Even if cannibal scouts came to investigate, they pretended not to know. Their purpose in doing this was to lure the cannibals over. After their grand retreat, they only left a few scouts hidden in the vicinity, watching from a distance with binoculars. The next day, there was no movement at the salt ponds, as if the enemy didn't know the Han tribe had withdrawn. On the 3rd day of the Han army's retreat, the cannibals finally sent people, but not many, only 20 or 30. It seemed they were still here to scout. The enemy was not completely at ease, mainly because they couldn't figure out why the Han tribe had suddenly abandoned such an important salt pond. Although the cannibal scouts were suspicious of the Han army's reasons for abandoning the salt ponds, they couldn't figure anything out. After a thorough investigation, they found that the Han tribe's people had truly all withdrawn. Not only had they dismantled the military camp, but they had also filled in the previously dug trenches. They had left so cleanly and decisively that it was baffling. However, their only task was to report back. Whether or not to reoccupy the area was not their mission. The scouts quickly returned with the news. 5 days after the Han army's withdrawal, the cannibals sent about 300 armed men to probe. When they arrived, they found that the Han tribe had indeed not come back to occupy it. The Han army that had once been stationed here had now returned to the vicinity of the salt ponds occupied by the Han tribe on the opposite side, as if they intended to completely abandon the salt ponds on their side. However, they still did not dare to be careless. The 300 men stayed here for another 3 days. The Han army still did not come to attack again. Only then did the cannibals feel somewhat relieved. They quickly sent someone back with a message, asking the tribe to send more guards and civilians responsible for salt production. The cannibals' cautious behavior thoroughly infuriated the 1st Battalion commander on the opposite side. He cursed the cannibals in the camp every day, calling them cowards. What was the deal with sending only 300 men? Commander Xie had already instructed them to use the strategic position of the salt ponds to fight a war of attrition with the enemy. After wiping out one wave of enemies, they were to retreat and let them send more people, then wipe out another wave. By repeating this, they could consume the enemy's effective strength. Now the enemy had only sent 300 men, which he looked down upon. He had over 1,700 men on his side. 300 wasn't even enough for his own battalion to handle. He wouldn't even need the militia. The 1st Battalion's political instructor advised him not to be anxious. "Commander, don't be anxious. Didn't the scouts up front say? For the past 3 days, the enemies in front have only been vigilantly watching us and have not engaged in production. What do you think they are doing? Since they sent people to occupy the salt ponds, they must be sending people to make salt. What's going on now? So I'm sure they are observing our reaction. If we can hold our nerve for a few days, they will definitely send more troops or civilians over in the next few days. Otherwise, how will they make salt?" The 1st Battalion commander nodded. He knew the instructor was right, but he was just frustrated. With no battle to fight, he was bored. And how could he earn merit without fighting? Now the commander-in-chief was leading the 2nd and 3rd battalions in a major battle, while he was stuck here with 1,000 militia fighting a war of attrition. What kind of attrition was this? The enemy was too cowardly to even come over. However, things turned out just as the instructor had said. After another 3 days, the enemy did indeed send more people. They sent another 700 troops, making a round number of 1,000 with the original 300. Then they moved in over 1,000 civilians, old, weak, women, children, and even the disabled. These people were responsible for making salt here. After a batch of salt was refined, they would dispatch 500 men to transport it back. But they didn't know that transporting the salt back was already a pipe dream. That night, the Han army stationed opposite the salt ponds acted again. The 1st Battalion commander, having seen the success of the previous night raid with ether, thought of trying it himself. The main reason was that using ether to knock out the enemy resulted in fewer casualties on both sides. This way, the Han tribe could avoid unnecessary sacrifices, and with fewer enemy deaths, they could capture more prisoners. The 1st Battalion commander didn't have any ether, but the medics with the army did, which solved the problem. So, that night, while the enemy was all asleep, the Han tribe used their old tactic again. First, they sent out 12 militia hunters to take out the enemy's night watch sentries with bows and arrows, ropes, and daggers. Then, the 1st Battalion commander dispatched a platoon of soldiers with ether to knock out all the enemies. Thus, by the next morning, the 2,400-plus people sent by the cannibals to the salt ponds had once again become prisoners of the Han tribe. They didn't even know how they were captured, because after knocking them out that night, the 1st Battalion directly carried them over to their side. The two sides weren't far apart anyway, and not only did they tie up the people and take them back, but they also took the salt they had produced in the past 2 days. The purpose of this was naturally to prevent the cannibals from obtaining salt. If they wanted salt, they would have to send more people over, otherwise they couldn't complete their mission. In addition, the 1st Battalion commander left about 12 people at the enemy's camp. These were either old or disabled. Capturing them would be of little use, so it was better to leave them there to report back. Otherwise, the cannibals wouldn't know the situation here, and who knows when they would send the next batch of people. The 12 or so disabled and old men who were left behind were dumbfounded. They had slept well last night, but when they opened their eyes in the morning, the entire camp was empty. Everyone had disappeared, leaving only them and 12 or so dead bodies. It seemed they were the guards, but everyone else had vanished, which caused them some panic. Some suspected it was some kind of monster or some unspeakable existence. Everyone was suspicious, but no matter what they suspected, they couldn't stay here any longer. With such a large salt pond and only 12 old men and disabled people left, there was no way they could hold it. So the 12 or so people hastily buried the 12 or so corpses and immediately fled back to the cannibal tribe. As for whether they would come again, when they would come, and how many would come, that was unknown. For now, they could only wait. But capturing over 2,000 prisoners at once was a great achievement. Reporting it would show that he hadn't been doing nothing. And the prisoners captured by the 1st Battalion were also very confused. They had been sleeping soundly on their own side last night. Nothing had happened. The next day, when they opened their eyes, they found themselves handcuffed and locked up in the Han tribe's camp. What the heck happened? When were they captured? Why didn't they know anything? But no matter what, these people were now prisoners. After starving them for 2 days, even if they had any ideas, they wouldn't have the strength to carry them out. On the other side, the main force personally led by Chu Bing had also come to like the tactic of night raids. For no other reason than that the results of the one in the hunting grounds last time were too great. Capturing nearly 10,000 people overnight with a few hundred men was an incredible thought. With such a temptation, not only Chu Bing, but also Yu Yi and the officers and soldiers of the Shin's Guard wanted to repeat this method. Although ether was precious, it couldn't be exchanged for such a great victory. If it could be exchanged for tens of thousands of prisoners, what was a little wasted ether? So, Chu Bing and his men really did repeat this operation. On the second night after the main force arrived in the Riverbend area, they launched another night raid, using anesthetic to knock out the tens of thousands of old, weak, women, and children of the cannibal tribe gathered here. These were from villages that had lost their able-bodied men. With no food in the village, they had taken the initiative to come out and forage in groups. These people had been fishing here for more than half a month and could barely sustain themselves. It was just that it was extremely cold in the wilderness, and many froze to death every day. And those who froze to death were eaten by each other, a truly tragic sight. Now, being captured by the Han tribe was, in a way, saving their lives. After all, the Han tribe would not let them starve to death. These were all slaves for labor. These tens of thousands of old, weak, women, and children were once again escorted back. At the same time, the River Valley camp was also having these slaves build more houses. Now, with these 10,000 people plus the 2,400 captured at the salt ponds, and the approximately 16,000 accumulated before, the total number of slaves captured by the Shinsguard in these 4 months was about to exceed 30,000. So they had to expand the prisoner of war camp. Otherwise, these slaves would freeze to death before they could be transported to the south. Fortunately, there were plenty of hands now, so the Han tribe was not in a hurry. However, although such results were exciting, they also surprised Chu Bing. They had already captured nearly 30,000 people, but it seemed there were still many cannibals. He didn't know when they would finish capturing them all. Fortunately, there were only 2 months left until spring. As long as they did their best to stop the enemy from going south in these 2 months, they could organize an attack after spring next year. After escorting these prisoners away, Chu Bing organized his troops to blow up the ice on the river bend and threw a large amount of shrubs and withered grass into the river. This was to prevent the river from freezing over again, which would allow the enemy to go south directly along the ice surface without them noticing. Now that the ice was broken, the enemy could only go south along the 2 banks of the river. This way, the Han tribe only needed to blockade the riverbanks, and the enemy wouldn't be able to pass. And at the salt pond camp, after the 1st Battalion soldiers had captured the enemy on the opposite side, the remaining dozen or so old men and disabled people quickly fled back to the forest in the north. After returning to their village, these people immediately reported the strange situation at the salt ponds. More than 2,000 people had disappeared overnight, with only a dozen or so dead bodies left behind. Judging from the wounds, they were probably shot with arrows, but there were no arrows, so they must have been taken by the attackers. After all, arrows were not easy to make and could be reused, so it was normal for them to be taken. The only force around the salt ponds with the ability to attack them and with bows and arrows was the Han tribe. But they were very confused as to how the Han tribe had managed to capture more than 2,000 people overnight. And if you were going to capture them, why not capture them all? Why leave a dozen people behind? The most crucial thing was that the dozen or so people who were left behind didn't hear a thing. Anyone who heard about this would find it strange. Furthermore, when the sun rose the next day, those dozen or so people found that the Han tribe on the opposite side had no reaction at all. They ate breakfast and drilled as usual. The whole thing was very strange. However, no matter how suspicious they were, they still had to eat salt. Since the Han tribe had occupied the salt ponds a few months ago, their villages had not had any salt supplements for a long time. They had been eating their old stock, and now that was almost gone. How could they go on without salt supplements? So the salt ponds had to be retaken. But given the previous strange events, the cannibals were also suspicious and didn't know what to do. Finally, they gathered the leaders of several villages to discuss it. They decided it was better not to send so many people this time. This way, even if they lost another batch of people, it wouldn't hurt their vitality. So, several cannibal villages once again gathered a group of people, divided into 3 parts. The first echelon was 500 totem warriors, responsible for seizing the salt ponds. The second echelon was 500 laborers. After the first echelon occupied the salt ponds, they would immediately go up to collect salt. The third echelon was another 500 warriors. They would stay behind. If something unexpected happened in front, they could go to support. If everything was normal, then these people would be responsible for transportation. No matter what, they had to transport a batch of salt back. Their mouths were about to taste like birds back home. A few days later, the vanguard of the cannibals once again arrived at the salt ponds. The Han tribe scouts lurking in the vicinity immediately sent the news back. The 1st Battalion commander couldn't help but laugh after hearing the report. These cannibals still haven't learned their lesson. It's the same old trick as before. First, send a small force to probe, and then send a large force to collect salt a few days later. Too bad they don't know that all their actions are under the surveillance of our scouts. The militia leader Zai just smiled, also sneering at the cannibals. A bunch of animals that eat their own kind. It was normal for them not to learn. However, things did not develop as they had thought. After the 500-man vanguard reoccupied the salt ponds, they immediately sent someone back with a message. In just half an hour, the 500 laborers who were trailing behind caught up. These people didn't rest after arriving. but immediately started making fires and carrying water, preparing to boil salt, as if they were in a great hurry. The third echelon at the very back received the news and also began to move forward, but still maintained a distance of 1,000 meters, ready to support or run away with the salt at any time. After the scouts discovered that something was wrong, they immediately sent the news back, causing the 1st Battalion commander to frown. What are they trying to do? They don't want the salt ponds anymore. Just collect a batch of salt and run. Zai also frowned. This is not going to be easy. The intention of their vanguard is very clear. They obviously don't plan to stay long. They just occupied it, and the salt collectors followed right behind. They started working as soon as they arrived, and there are still 500 people trailing behind, not coming over. They are being too cautious. I don't care how cautious he is. Since they're here, they all have to stay, the 1st Battalion commander said angrily through gritted teeth. Just now they were saying that the enemy hadn't learned their lesson after suffering a loss, but less than an hour later, they were slapped in the face by the enemy. How embarrassing would that be to say out loud? Then what do you plan to do? If we attack now, we have no advantage in the daytime, and they have a team following behind. It would be difficult for us to surround them. The enemy has a total of 1,500 people, and we only have about 1,700. Our forces are about the same. If we want to surround them, we have to disperse our forces. Then our local forces will be at a disadvantage. We might suffer casualties, the 1st Battalion's political instructor also analyzed. Hearing the instructor's analysis, the 2 military commanders present fell silent. After a moment of thought, the 1st Battalion commander clenched his fist and said fiercely, "Since we don't have an advantage fighting in the daytime, we'll stick to night raids. I refuse to believe they won't sleep." Militia Captain Zai raised an eyebrow and shot him down without hesitation. "I actually think they won't sleep. Look at their posture. They might just refine some salt before dark and then retreat for the night. Then they'll come back tomorrow. What can you do about it?" The 1st Battalion commander was at a loss for words. The scenarios I described was entirely possible. Given how cautious and cowardly the enemy was acting today, they might very well just pack up and leave at nightfall, and there would be nothing he could do. The commander paced anxiously in the room, his mind racing. If their commander, Chu Bing, were here, what would he do? Thinking this way, he actually came up with an idea. He would imitate the battle Chu Bing had led them in last month in the hunting grounds. If a frontal assault was difficult, then they would ambush the enemy on the move. The more the commander thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. He immediately made up his mind. "I have a plan. We can borrow the tactics from last month's battle in the hunting grounds. Since we can't gain an advantage here, and the enemy is determined to avoid a fight and just wants to run, then let them run. We'll set out now and circle around behind them. They have to transport the salt back anyway. We'll ambush them on their way back. I'd like to see if they don't sleep then." Zai and the battalion instructor's eyes lit up. That's right. If a frontal attack was difficult, they could just circle around and ambush them from the rear. Isn't that what Chu Bing had them do last time? They could learn and apply it right now. Good idea. But what if all 1,500 of them retreat together? Or what if only 500 retreat, leaving 1,000 behind? What do we do then? Or what if they don't retreat at all and attack us, seeing that our forces are depleted? The instructor first praised the idea, but then quickly raised 3 possible consequences. Before the battalion commander could speak, Militia Captain Zai beside him answered, "That's easy. If the enemy retreats all at once, that's even better. It's at least a 3-day walk from here back to the northern forest. They will definitely have to camp on the way. That will be our chance to strike. If only 500 retreat, we'll first take out those 500 on the way. The remaining 1,000, since they're not leaving, will have to camp here, right? We'll have plenty of opportunities to deal with them then. As for the enemy not retreating and attacking us directly, that's also easy. Leave one of your companies here to defend. You have firearms and are in a defensive position. It shouldn't be a problem for 200 men to hold off their 1,500, right? As long as that company can hold out for a day or so, we can bring the main force back to support. Not bad. Let's go with this plan. We'll leave the 2nd company here to defend. I'll take the 1st and 3rd companies, along with the battalion's reconnaissance team and Zai's 1,000 militia, to circle around and ambush them. Instructor, you stay here with the 2nd company and guard the camp." The battalion commander thought for a moment, found no flaws, and made the decision. Hearing that he was to stay and guard the camp, the instructor couldn't help but roll his eyes. He wanted to go to the front and fight too. But the task of guarding the camp was also very important, and as the political officer from Sima's faction, Staying behind was part of his duty. So he nodded and agreed. Fine. I'm the instructor, after all. I'll guard the camp. But you guys be careful too. Report any situation in time, so I can support you. Better not. If we run into a problem that 2 of our companies plus 1,000 militia can't solve, what's the use of telling you? You'll just get dragged into it, the battalion commander said dismissively, waving his hand. The instructor frowned. You still have to send someone to tell me. It's better if there's no situation. But if there really is a problem we can't solve, even if I can't help, I can ask the commander-in-chief for reinforcements. Fine. If there's a situation, I'll definitely tell you. But I'd rather there be no situation, the battalion commander replied helplessly, as if anyone wants something to happen. This is just a precaution, the instructor muttered, also speechless. And so, a detailed plan was formulated to deal with the cautious and cowardly enemy. Once the plan was confirmed, the battalion commander and militia captain Zai immediately began to gather their forces separately, calling the soldiers to assemble in the woods behind to prevent the enemy from discovering their troop movements. After the troops were assembled, everyone took their weapons, ammunition, dry rations, and handcuffs, and immediately began to march on a detour. At the same time, the battalion instructor led the soldiers of the 1st Battalion's 2nd Company to perform the empty fort strategy. He had the soldiers of the 2nd Company drill vigorously in the open area around the salt pond, running and target practicing, to create the illusion for the enemy that their main force was still at home, unaware that the main force had already circled around behind them. While the main force of the 1st Battalion was moving and inserting behind the enemy, the cannibals were still working hard at the salt pond, carrying water and boiling salt. It was unknown where these people got their pottery, whether it was looted during previous southern expeditions or made by themselves. But there wasn't much pottery, so their efficiency was low. There were 7 or 8 ponds in the salt pond area, all previously controlled by the cannibals. A few years ago, after Yi arrived, he seized most of them, leaving only 3 for the cannibals. These salt ponds contained highly saline brine. Simply scooping it up and boiling it dry would yield salt. However, to get cleaner salt, it had to be filtered several times, but the cannibals clearly did not have this process. The cannibals on the other side were all busy. They already knew about the strange disappearance of the previous group, so no one wanted to spend the night here. They just wanted to finish their work and leave as soon as possible. The laborers felt this way, and the totem warriors were equally anxious, nervously watching their surroundings and the Han tribe on the other side, afraid they would suddenly attack, or that a group of man-eating monsters would suddenly appear. But fortunately, until evening, the Han tribe on the other side made no unusual moves, which put them slightly at ease. However, as night fell, these guys became even more nervous. The last group had disappeared inexplicably at night. The 1st Battalion instructor, who was in charge of guarding the camp, was not idle either. Although there was only one company of about 250 soldiers left at home, he had the soldiers light more than 300 bonfires. Under the dark night sky, the 300 bonfires were very conspicuous, once again creating the illusion for the enemy that the Han tribe's main force was at home. But even so, those guys did not dare to stay here long. They thought that since they could come back to collect salt during the day next time, why should they spend the night here, facing unknown dangers? So this group packed up their salt-boiling tools, ate dinner in the camp, and at around 8 o'clock that night, they left directly with torches. But marching at night was a major taboo. First, it was not easy to distinguish directions. Second, it was extremely cold at night. The cannibals' warm clothing was certainly not as ridiculously effective as the Han tribe's military greatcoats. The Han tribe could withstand the cold in the wild, but they might not be able to. Third, it was easy to be attacked by carnivorous animals in the wild at night. So the 1,000 people in front didn't go far. They first met up with the 3rd echelon, which was 1 kilometer behind. Then the 3 echelons retreated another 5 kilometers together to a campsite they often used. Only then did they prepare to spend the night there. If there were no problems that night, they planned to send a few dozen people to transport the salt back tomorrow, and then continue to collect salt at the front tomorrow. Although this was very troublesome, it was relatively safe and put most people at ease. However, their decision also gave the 1st Battalion the opportunity for a night raid. After the scouts confirmed the enemy's final camping spot, at 12 o'clock that night, the 1st Battalion commander led 2 companies and 1,000 militia to quietly approach, preparing to launch another night raid. It was late at night. The forest was filled only with the whistling of the wind blowing through the branches and the crackling of the bonfires in the camp. Away from the salt ponds, the cannibal warriors relaxed a little, but the night watch sentries were still indispensable. The 1st Battalion commander first sent a dozen or so militia archers to take out the sentries. With the background noise of nature as cover, the militiamen successfully infiltrated the camp. Some even managed to sneak up right behind the enemy's sentries, and without even using their bows and arrows, they directly killed the enemy with their daggers. After dealing with the sentries, the 1st Battalion commander once again used the previous tactic, sending the 1st Company to knock everyone out. The process was also very smooth. Although the wind was stronger tonight, it also covered the soldiers' footsteps. Not a single enemy was awakened during the entire process, but that was not surprising. They had been busy all day. The totem warriors guarding the salt ponds were under high mental stress, and the laborers responsible for collecting salt were also working against the clock. Everyone was tired from the day's work and was now sleeping like dead pigs. After knocking out all the enemies in the entire campsite, the 1st Battalion commander once again adopted a similar approach as before, carrying all the prisoners away and leaving only a few old men to report back. Of course, it was impossible to carry them all back directly this time, because the distance was too far. This place was a full 7 kilometers from the Han tribe's camp at the salt ponds. They couldn't possibly carry these prisoners that far, so they could only hide these people in a secluded place first and escort them away at dawn tomorrow. But another most important thing was the white salt the cannibals had refined today, which was also taken away by the Han tribe. The Han tribe had to ensure that the enemy was completely cut off from the supply of white salt. Only in this way could they force the enemy to send more people over. Otherwise, if they let them transport this batch of salt back, who knows how long they could eat it. Given their cautious and cowardly attitude this time, they might not come back until the next salt famine. The next morning, the few old men who were left behind woke up to suddenly find that everyone in the camp had once again mysteriously disappeared. They were so scared that they ran for their lives, as if being chased by wolves, without looking back. The scout watched the figures of the few people disappearing into the distance and smiled, then went back to report the situation. After confirming that the messengers had been released, the 1st Battalion commander began to lead the main force to escort the prisoners back. At the same time, he sent someone to report the victory to Chu Bing. As for the prisoners captured this time, it would be a while before they could be sent to the River Valley camp. On the other side, after Chu Bing had his men blow up the ice on the river bend, he also established blocking positions on both banks of the river. His tactic was also very simple. He would openly block the road here. All the blocking positions were not concealed at all, just placed on the road, to tell the enemy that he had sealed the road. If they wanted to pass through here, they had better be careful. The reason for doing this was, of course, not to really fight a positional battle with the enemy, but to prevent the enemy from going directly south. As long as the enemy wanted to go south from here, they would definitely discover the Han tribe's positions. Then the enemy would have to hesitate, whether to take a detour or to gather more troops to break through the Han tribe's blockade. And on Chu Bing's side, he didn't care what the enemy planned to do. The purpose of doing this was just to delay the enemy's southward speed. If the enemy hesitated, then his purpose was achieved. As long as the enemy dared to rest nearby for a night, Chu Bing would definitely lead the main force to launch a night raid. As for the frontal positions, they were just a display to scare people. Although it was a bit despicable and old-fashioned to always play night raids, a good tactic has always been the right one since ancient times. As for whether it was old-fashioned or not, it didn't matter, as long as it could achieve the goal. Night raids had great results for the Han tribe, were easy, and had few casualties. So of course, this tactic had to be carried forward. When there was an opportunity, they would launch a night raid. When there was no opportunity, they would create an opportunity to launch a night raid. Time entered the beginning of the 13th month of the first year of Daming. The war in the north had stabilized. Chu Bing didn't have many battles to fight this winter. Only the river bend and the salt ponds had occasional skirmishes. On the 5th, Han Feng received a victory report from Chu Bing, reporting the results they had achieved during this period. They had captured another 10,000 prisoners, and the total number of prisoners was now close to 30,000, with the hope of breaking 30,000 by the end of the year. However, Chu Bing also mentioned in the letter that not all of the prisoners this time were able-bodied young men of the cannibal tribe. Most of them were civilians, old, weak, women, and children. This kid said in the letter that since the chief wanted population, he had captured them all for him. As for how to use them and how to arrange them, he would let Han Feng decide. Chu Bing also said in the letter that if the old, weak, women, and children were useless, he could kill them himself to save food. And it was troublesome to transport them back, taking up ships and so on. In the future, when they encountered such teams, they wouldn't capture them, but just kill them, which would be much easier. A few rounds of gunfire could kill them all. Of course, Han Feng wanted these people. Compared to labor, what was food? Was the Han tribe short of food? At the end of the 12th month last month, the rice paddy greenhouse in Weishan County had just completed the practical application experiment of the rice transplanter. They encountered a small problem, but it was solved by the Agricultural Machinery Research and Development Team on the same day. Now it has been finalized for production, and they are preparing to promote it to the public before the Zhengdan Festival. The people in the various counties of the Han tribe also began to prepare New Year's goods for the upcoming Zhengdan Festival, which was the most important festival of the Han tribe. The Han tribe's Zhengdan Festival falls on the first day of the 14th month. It was now the beginning of the 13th month, leaving about 3 weeks until the festival. After Zhengdan, there would be another month before the spring planting season began. During this slack season, the common folk were idle at home and began preparing goods for the festival. The markets in every county and prefecture bustled with activity. Pigs and sheep raised for a year were all slaughtered and sold at the market. The official granaries were also packed, with large numbers of people coming and going to buy grain. Of course, most of what they bought wasn't staple grains. Some bought things their families didn't have, like rare millet, foxtail millet, or sesame seeds. Others brought their own grain for processing, like bringing wheat or corn to be ground into flour, or soybeans and sesame seeds to be pressed for oil. Cloth was another hot commodity during the new year. Making new clothes for the new year was not only for good fortune, but also a sign that the family was doing well. Otherwise, without a surplus, where would the money for cloth come from? Speaking of cloth, the best-selling items on the market now were colored and patterned fabrics, as well as wide-format cloth. Plain cloth, the undyed kind, could be woven by many families who had their own spinning wheels and looms, but the dyeing process was still largely controlled by the tribe. Of course, some people dyed their own cloth, but without the capital to establish professional dyeing factories and equipment, the colors they produced were not appealing. Currently, the colors dyed by the common folk were basically limited to 3. Black cloth dyed with chestnut shells, blue cloth from indigo plants, and red cloth from madder root, in addition to plain white cloth. These homespun cloths were monotonous in color, and the shades varied from family to family. Some pieces were even dyed unevenly, and they faded easily. Most importantly, they couldn't be printed with patterns, so they were very cheap. In contrast, the fabrics produced by the dyeing factory under Shao Dye's management were vibrant, came in many colors and patterns, and most importantly, the official textile mills had large, wide-format looms that could weave cloth over 2 meters wide. This gave them a direct monopoly on all home textile fabrics, especially things like bedsheets and duvet covers. These items had to be pieced together if made from narrow cloth, which was not aesthetically pleasing, and the homespun dyes were unattractive, so the people were willing to buy the official products. As for the most special commodity of this year's Zhengdan Festival, it was undoubtedly the rice transplanter. The rice transplanters were sold directly by the local government offices. Of course, there were none in stock at the moment. In the 8 counties of Hanyang, 1 unit had been placed in each county town. They were rush-produced, but not for sale yet, mainly for display and to demonstrate to the people how to operate them. As for the South, they didn't even have a physical model. A photo of the rice transplanter being used in the greenhouse was posted on the bulletin boards of the local government offices, with a text description telling the people that this thing would be promoted next year, and those who wanted one should keep an eye out. In the northern regions, as soon as the rice transplanter was displayed, the government offices were surrounded by people, all asking about its price and efficiency. When did this rice transplanter come out? When will it be available for sale? Wow, this is incredible. Even transplanting rice can be done by a machine now. With this thing, won't we be able to transplant rice without bending over anymore? That's great. Yeah, it's great, but I wonder about the price. Look at the workmanship of this thing. It must not be cheap. It's all made of iron, and these wheels, this iron chain, it looks just like the chain on a bicycle. This thing can't be cheap, right? I wonder if we can afford it. The people chattered among themselves, surrounding and drowning out the clerk from the government office. Seeing the chaotic scene, the clerk simply climbed onto a table and shouted to the crowd. Fathers and fellow villagers, listen to me. This rice transplanter was just rushed out a few days ago. It has been tested and finalized, so there's absolutely no problem with transplanting rice. This machine only requires one person to operate and can transplant 2 seedlings at the same time. Its efficiency is 2 to 3 times that of manual transplanting. If you get skilled, one person can do the work of more than 4, and you don't have to bend over. As for sales, the factory in Xing'an County is currently rushing to produce them, stepping up production to ensure a large supply before spring. They will be sold at the government offices of our various counties and prefectures. Each rice transplanter is priced uniformly at 10 silver yuan. If it breaks down during use, the blacksmith shop will repair it. Anyone who wants to buy one can start placing orders now. Bring your identification card, pay a deposit of 5 silver yuan, and come to me to get a receipt and make a handprint. The first batch will arrive on the 6th of next month. Those who have placed orders will be supplied first. Others who want to buy on the spot can wait a few days. We guarantee there will be enough for everyone to buy before spring. After the clerk finished shouting to the crowd below, they began to discuss among themselves. 10 yuan, 1/3 of a month's salary, for such a practical farm tool that could be used for several years, was indeed not expensive, but it wasn't cheap either. It was roughly equivalent to a modern person with a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan spending 1,000 on a mountain bike. You might ride it occasionally, but not often. Yet it was a practical item, and buying it wouldn't be a loss. Moreover, this was a farm tool, used to produce food, so its value was much higher than that of a mountain bike. Thus, some people decided on the spot to pre-order a rice transplanter. Everyone was out buying New Year's goods, so taking out 5 yuan for a deposit was not a difficult matter. Others were undecided and planned to go home to discuss it before making a decision. Han Feng held his 4-year-old daughter, Xiao Luolan, and watched from a distance, with no intention of joining the crowd. Today his whole family was out for a stroll. Han Feng led his 2 big treasures, while Xiao Dai and Zhaning each held a little treasure and followed behind. The family of 7 was all together. "Dad, I want to eat bamboo tube zongzi," his eldest son, Luo Cheng, said, shaking Han Feng's pant leg and pointing to a zongzi seller on the street. "All right, bye. Here's some money. Go buy some, and remember to get one for your sister too." Han Feng sent his 4-year-old son off and stood waiting for Xiao Dai and Zhaning, who were buying persimmon cakes behind him. Soon, they caught up, also holding their children. Luo Xing and Luo Ji were now only half a year old and were also brought out, wrapped in swaddling clothes. However, their mothers had different expressions. Zhaning was always happy, but Xiao Dai was a bit gloomy, all because of the books Han Feng had asked them each to write some time ago. Xiao Dai's A History of the Development of Textile and Dyeing Technology in the Han Tribe, and Zhan Ying's A Bite of the Han Tribe, had both been published and sold, but their reception among the people was vastly different. Zhan Ying's cookbook, being more mainstream and recording countless cooking methods and a large number of recipes, even covering the production of some condiments, and happening to be released during the Zhengdan Festival market, became an instant hit. It wasn't quite a household essential, but it was close. Now, in the festival market, you couldn't even buy a copy of this cookbook for any price. As for Xiao Dai's History of Textile and Dyeing, it was a niche popular science book to begin with. Not every family had a loom, so who would read this stuff for fun? The sales of this book were even worse than the previous Xianghai. Now, you could only find a few copies in schools around the country. The blow to Xiao Dai was imaginable. It wasn't really jealousy, more like some frustration. But as the saying goes, comparison is the thief of joy. Seeing Zhan Ying's book sell so well and be loved by so many people, how could she not have feelings about it? The family walked down the street, and all they heard and saw were people discussing what ingredients to buy to try out the recipes from the cookbook. Hearing this, Xiao Dai became even more unhappy and blamed it on Han Feng. Husband, you're biased. You were the one who found the topics for both of us. Now, Sister Zhan Ying's book is loved by everyone, while my book is unknown. This is all your fault." Han Feng was speechless. How could this be his fault? So he could only comfort her. A book is not good or bad. It's just a carrier of knowledge. There's only a difference between mainstream and niche. But as long as one person gains knowledge from reading your book, it is a success. How do you know that no one has benefited from your book? Xiao Dai was still unhappy. No matter what Han Feng said, he was always right. There was no winning an argument with him. But she still felt that Han Feng was just comforting her. Now that she thought about it, with such a niche book specifically about textiles and dyeing, who could possibly benefit from it? Would everyone who read her book go and open a textile factory? That was obviously unrealistic. However, no one expected that Han Feng's comforting words would turn out to be a prophecy. Someone in the Han tribe really was inspired by reading Xiao Dai's popular science book on textiles and dyeing. Speaking of the first person to come into contact with this book, besides Xiao Dai, the original author, and Han Feng, the editor, the third would have to be Bai Qi from the printing department. Bai Qi managed the entire printing industry of the Han tribe. All textbooks, books, anything that needed to be printed into a volume, had to be reviewed by him first. It was not an exaggeration to say he was the editor-in-chief of the printing department. Naturally, every book that needed to be printed and published also had to be typeset by Bai Qi. This work led him to be familiar with every book printed by the Han tribe. It wasn't that he could recite all the books backwards, but when it came to who had read the most books, it was definitely Bai Qi. He had, of course, carefully read Xiao Dai's book on textile and dyeing technology. As a man and not a carpenter, he was not interested in this kind of textile technology. But also because of his work, he became fascinated with the batik dyeing process for cloth described in the book. In Bai Qi's view, dyeing cloth and printing on paper had a similar principle. Both were techniques of applying color to a specific area of a medium. Among them, the hollowed-out batik process was the most similar because the technique for dyeing solid-colored cloth was useless for the paper printing industry. On the contrary, the technique for printing patterned cloth had the potential to be transplanted to the printing industry. This idea greatly excited him. The current printing technology of the Han tribe was not very advanced. It was basically still at the level of using movable type for text and woodblock printing for images. The printing process was also to first apply ink to the block, then lay the paper on top, and use a wool brush to rub the back of the paper to color the front. In general, the printing technology of the Han tribe was still at a manual level. The process was not advanced, and it was very cumbersome and inefficient. It used a lot of people but had low output. Bai Qi had long had the idea of improving the printing process, but he had no clue where to start. But Xiao Dai's history of textile and dyeing development gave him a great inspiration. Since the batik process could be used to dye so much cloth, was it possible to use the batik technique to dye paper? To get more inspiration, he used his spare time after work to visit the dyeing factory to learn about the batik technique firsthand. Then he was surprised to find that cloth batik did not use insect wax as the resist paste to block the dye, as described in the book. Because insect wax was rare and expensive, it was unaffordable for dyeing cloth. The hollowed-out batik dyeing for cloth, although called batik, actually used an alkaline organic paste made of a mixture of lime and bean powder brushed onto the cloth surface. The specific process was to first draw the desired pattern on a thick piece of paper. This could be any design. After drawing, a layer of tung oil was brushed on to make the paper harder and more durable. Then, a carving knife was used to cut out the parts of the patterned cloth that needed to remain white, turning it into a hollowed-out printing plate. Then, it was brushed with several more layers of tung oil on both sides to make it even more solid. Finally, this printing plate was laid on the white base cloth. A brush or scraper was used to apply the lime and bean powder paste onto the printing plate, filling the hollowed-out areas. After the entire roll of cloth was coated with the paste and dried, it was taken to be dyed. After being repeatedly immersed in the dye and then taken out to dry, the paste was scraped off. The area with the paste would then be white, while the rest would be the color of the dye, forming a two-color patterned cloth of color and white patterns. After Bai Qi understood this technique, he immediately realized that this process could be applied to the printing industry. However, when applied to paper printing, the original cloth dyeing technique certainly couldn't be used as is, because paper cannot be soaked in ink. It only needed a layer of ink to be brushed on through a hollowed-out wax paper stencil. This technique was not difficult. The key was which was faster, which had higher efficiency, which printed more clearly, and which had the lowest cost compared to the existing printing technology. The birth of a new technology is not just because there is a second alternative, but because the new alternative is better and cheaper than the original. Only then is it possible to replace the original technology. Bai Qi knew this well and began to experiment with developing a new printing technology. Drawing from the Han tribe's past experience in developing various machines and the theories proposed by the chief, Bai Qi knew that to transform any process from manual labor to mechanical operation, the best way was to make it rotate. Only by rotating could the power source be replaced with something else, like animal power, water power, wind power, or even the current steam power. all things that could turn in circles. Following this line of thought, Bai Chi envisioned a new printing tool, a hand-cranked roller with a smooth surface. He would attach a waxed paper stencil with a hollowed-out design to the roller. On the other side, he would place an ink box and install a device for feeding and removing paper. By turning the roller, he could rapidly print sheets of paper. However, while he was an expert in printing, he was a complete novice in mechanical design. He had an idea in his mind, but didn't know if it was feasible, if it could be built, or the manufacturing techniques involved. He had no choice but to seek help. But this was not something an ordinary person could handle. Those who could build machines didn't understand printing, and those who understood printing couldn't build machines. To actually manufacture this thing would require blacksmiths, carpenters, and even resources from the Research Institute. After all the best craftsmen in the Han tribe were under the management of the Research Institute. It was impossible to bypass them and build it himself. So, after much thought, Bai Chi decided to report his idea directly to Han Feng. In the field of mechanical research, Han Feng was the recognized #1 expert in the Han tribe. Moreover, with Han Feng's support, he could mobilize all the resources of the Han tribe. If resources were lacking, he could even mobilize troops to develop them. So, as long as the chief approved, it was definitely feasible. Thus, a few days later, when reporting on his work progress, Bai Chi also submitted his design sketches and ideas to Han Feng. In Han Feng's study, Bai Chi stood opposite the desk, looking expectantly at the chief, who was examining the design sketches. And Han Feng, sitting inside, was utterly astounded when he saw the sketch of this machine. He was completely shocked. A hand-cranked roller ink printing press? Waxed paper stencil printing technology? If he remembered correctly, this thing was invented during the Republic of China era in his past life. It was complemented by a Chinese typewriter invented in 1918 during the late Qing dynasty by a Chinese student studying in the United States. The two machines worked in tandem, one for typing and the other for mass printing. In the era before computers, this device dominated the Chinese printing industry until around 1990. Many people born in the 70s and even the 80s, especially in more backward areas, had their exam papers printed with this thing. The earliest Chinese newspapers also used this technology for mass printing, and it was very efficient. Han Feng had even seen these old relics in the History Museum of the National University of Defense Technology. According to the professors, in that era, not every organization could afford a Chinese typewriter because it was too complex and required a professional typist to operate. Most organizations simply couldn't afford to keep a typist. However, the hand-cranked roller ink press was relatively common. Almost every school and government agency had one. It was the main office printing machine of that era, from the late Qing dynasty until the advent of computers after the founding of New China. But Han Feng never expected that this invention would be proposed now. Although there was no physical object, just a similar idea had emerged. More importantly, the idea Bai Chi had was inspired by that book on textile and dyeing. Your idea is indeed very good, and it's not particularly difficult to implement. How about this? The development of this hand-cranked roller printing press will still be handled by the Comprehensive Research Institute. You are more familiar with the various printing processes, so you will set the various standards for them, and they will be responsible for the research and development. The funding for this R&D will be provided by the tribe. Also, this waxed paper, you will go to the paper mill and propose the technical specifications for them to develop. As for the issue of carving the waxed paper stencils you mentioned, I have some other ideas. Since printing can be solved by machinery, can't typesetting also be done by a machine designed to replace manual labor, for example, a typewriter? Hearing Han Feng's arrangements, Bai Chi was excited, thrilled, puzzled, and shocked. He was excited and thrilled that the chief had so readily supported this matter. He was puzzled because he had originally thought that even if the Research Institute was involved, it would surely be the Xinjiang Power Research Institute, which specialized in the mechanical field. But Han Feng had asked him to cooperate with the Comprehensive Research Institute instead. What shocked him even more was that Han Feng had even thought one step ahead. He had just proposed the invention of a printing press, and it was still just an idea, but Han Feng was already proposing to build a typewriter. But what was a typewriter? He had no clue. Chief, what is the principle of this typewriter? How is this thing made? Bai Chi couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought, so he simply asked. A typewriter. It also has a roller at the back. You attach the waxed paper to the roller. Below, you make a wooden box and arrange all the metal movable type inside. On top, You put a device that can move in all four directions to pick and strike the type. After selecting a character, you clamp it and strike it on the roller at the back, thus achieving the mechanical demand for typing or carving stencils. Han Feng described the structure of the Chinese typewriter from memory, but Bai Qi couldn't imagine it at all. It was indeed difficult for someone who had never seen it to imagine. This was true for ancient people, and even more so for modern people who grew up with keyboards, because the Chinese typewriters of that era did not have keyboards. It was called typing, but its shape was more like a telegraph machine, and operating it was like tapping out a telegram. Moreover, this type of typewriter was very inefficient. Its main principle was actually no different from that of a typesetter picking characters. It was just a wooden tray filled with several thousand commonly used metal movable type characters. The operator had to rely on their eyes to quickly find the position of the character, then use metal tongs to clamp the character, stamp, and print it on the paper. Therefore, even a skilled typist operating this machine could only type about 20 characters per minute. Compared to a modern coder who can type 200 characters per minute on a computer, it was a world of difference, extremely backward. But no matter how backward, you had to see who it was being compared to. Compared to the current typesetting technology of the Han tribe, the typewriter was a godsend. Manual character picking could never compare to mechanical character picking. And this was just comparing it to movable type printing technology. If it was woodblock printing, there was no comparison at all. A typewriter could type 20 characters a minute. How long would it take you to carve 20 characters with a knife? It was obviously no contest. It was no exaggeration to say that if they could make a typewriter now, it would be like black technology. And as far as Han Feng knew, the old typewriters also had their shortcomings. The shortcomings were not in the mechanical structure, but in the arrangement of the movable type. The typewriters in newspaper offices, schools, and other organizations at that time were usually arranged according to the order of radicals and components. So when you were picking a character, you first had to recall in your mind how the character was written, what its radical was, and what the rest was. This undoubtedly increased the difficulty of picking characters and slowed down the speed. But if the Han tribe changed the arrangement of the movable type to be arranged according to pinyin, then this cumbersome step could be eliminated. They could be arranged according to horizontal and vertical coordinates. The vertical coordinate could be arranged according to the initial pinyin letter, and the horizontal coordinate according to the final. This way, when the typist needed to find a character, they wouldn't need to think about how the character was written, but just silently recite the pronunciation of the character in their mind, and they could quickly find the movable type through the horizontal and vertical coordinates. With a typewriter improved by this method, a skilled worker who was familiar with the arrangement of the movable type could potentially increase their typing efficiency from 20 characters per minute to 50 characters per minute. A speed of 50 characters per minute was already better than most people typing on a computer keyboard in modern times. It could completely be called the black technology of this era. Therefore, when Han Feng drew a sketch of the typewriter on paper and explained its principle, Bai Qi's eyes lit up. His admiration for Han Feng was unparalleled. This was too amazing. He had just proposed an idea for a printing press, and the chief could immediately come up with a typewriter. And it sounded very feasible, like it could really be built. The chief is truly amazing. This idea for a typewriter is really great. If we really have this thing, then the typesetters in our printing department will have an easier time. Also, the invention of this thing is not just about its own use. Even if we can't build a typewriter, just the pinyin arrangement method for movable type that the chief proposed, if we take it back and apply it in the typesetting room, it can greatly improve typesetting efficiency. But there's one thing I still don't understand. Why did the chief not ask me to go to the Power Research Institute in Xinjiang County for mechanical matters, but instead to the Comprehensive Research Institute? Aren't they all about researching alternative tools over there, like lamps, cameras, rubber wheels, and so on? Bai Qi first praised Han Feng's wisdom, then asked about his own confusion. Han Feng shook his head and replied, "You're mistaken. The reason I'm having you go to the first institute on Lakehard Island instead of the second institute in Xinjiang is mainly for two reasons. First, the second institute is too busy right now. They don't have time to develop new projects. Many of the R&D projects I've arranged for them are not yet completed. How could they have time for this? Second, it's not that the first institute doesn't understand mechanics. On the contrary, they have taken a different path from the second institute. The second institute is dedicated to the research and manufacturing of large-scale power machinery, while the current mechanical department of the first institute specializes in small, precise, and advanced technology, like the mechanical clock and platform scale they produced last Zhengdan Festival. Their ability to develop small, precision machinery is actually not inferior to the Second Institute's. So for things like printing presses and typewriters, if the First Institute handles them, they will be more outstanding than the Second Institute. On the contrary, if you wanted to build an automated printing assembly line, I would definitely recommend you go to the Second Institute, because that's their strength. So that's how it is. Then that rice transplanter that's being pre-sold on the market now, was that also made by the Second Institute? Bai Qi nodded in understanding, then casually asked another question. That's right, but it wasn't made by the Second Institute alone. It was made by a carpenter from the Luoyang County shipyard. It was just placed under the Second Institute's responsibility for improvement and mass production. Han Feng explained briefly and said no more. Oh, so it seems the Second Institute is indeed not skilled in small machinery. But Chief, this printing press and typewriter of ours, when do you think is a good time to start? Bai Qi asked again. Go as soon as possible. Whenever you have time in the next few days, make a special trip to Lake Heart Island and hand over all three matters: the printing press, the typewriter, and the waxed paper. Get the tasks assigned first, but don't rush them. This thing is not very urgent anyway. It's not too late to start the research and development after the new year. Han Feng immediately gave Bai Qi his instructions. Bai Qi nodded repeatedly, indicating that he understood. After the matter was settled, he took his leave. At this moment, Xiao Dai also came in with a pot of freshly cooked sweet tofu pudding. Han Feng had been spending all his time in the study these days, sitting for a whole day at a time. Sweets could keep the brain excited, so it was appropriate to have some. Seeing Xiao Dai come in, Han Feng immediately smiled and said, Did you see Bai Qi who just came? Yes, I saw him. What about him? Xiao Dai asked, somewhat puzzled. She knew Bai Qi. He was the head of the Han tribe's printing department. Even her own book was typeset and printed by him. Recently, because of the essay contest, he had been coming to the house often. How could Xiao Dai not know him? You still say no one reads your book. Do you know how much knowledge Bai Qi gained from reading your book? Han Feng asked, looking at Xiao Dai with a smile. Xiao Dai was even more confused. Him? What could he learn? He's in the business of printing text. I wrote about the history of the textile industry. There's no connection. Could it be that he's also interested in weaving? Does he want you to change his job? Xiao Dai asked, her imagination running wild. Han Feng rolled his eyes, speechless. What are you thinking? He's too busy with his own work to think about weaving. It's because he learned about the batik dyeing technique for cloth from your book. He felt that the hollowed-out batik technique was very similar to printing, so he designed a hand-cranked roller printing press specifically for printing. He came here today specifically to ask me if it was feasible. Of course I agreed. His idea is very good. If it can be realized, then our text printing efficiency will be higher and the printing cost will be lower. Only when the books that carry knowledge are cheaper can we better promote our policy of universal education. Xiao Dai's mouth dropped open in surprise. She stared at Han Feng in shock for a long time before asking, That works? Can hollowed-out batik dyeing be used for printing on paper? Han Feng then explained Bai Qi's idea of using waxed paper to make a hollowed-out stencil and then using an ink roller for rapid printing. Xiao Dai listened with amazement and was instantly happy. It turned out that the book she wrote was also useful, and others could gain so much from reading it, even indirectly accelerating the development of the Han tribe's printing technology. How could this not be exciting? On the other hand, she also became interested in this so-called roller printing technology. Since the same technology could be used for printing, could it also be used for dyeing cloth? If so, could printing technology be used to give back to the textile and dyeing industry? Thanks to the incident with Bai Qi, Xiao Dai no longer fretted about her book's lack of readership. Although it was still not widely read, it had already played a significant role in advancing the Han tribe's development. It even sparked Xiao Dai's own interest in printing technology, hoping to apply its principles back to the cloth dyeing industry. However, technological progress was not so easily achieved, and she couldn't come up with anything right away. Meanwhile, as the end of the year approached, Han Feng's focus shifted increasingly to the newly developed experimental farm in Luoyang County. The 60,000 mu experimental farm that Han Feng had ordered was now essentially cleared. This vast area, 12 kilometers long and 10 kilometers wide, had been completely cleaned up by workers hired by Xian. Aside from the wild grass, all other shrubs and trees had been either uprooted or chopped down. The felled trees were taken back for firewood or building materials, while the uprooted shrubs were piled up with the wild grass from the field and burned to the ground. The resulting ash would be spread evenly over the fields, serving as fertilizer. Additionally, on the eastern edge of the experimental farm, near Luoyang County, preparations for the construction of facilities like a grain-drying ground, garages, a repair shop, staff dormitories, and temporary storage warehouses had begun. The land had been leveled, and the foundations were laid, ready for construction to start as soon as the weather warmed in the spring. As for the more urgent staff dormitories and garages, they had already been temporarily addressed with rammed earth structures and wooden garage sheds. The garages were, of course, for parking tractors, harvesters, and other agricultural machinery. The staff dormitories were for the machine operators, personnel from the Ministry of Agriculture, and engineers from the repair shop. They would all be living here to facilitate the cultivation of the experimental farm. It was now mid-13th month. The deadline for delivering 20 tractors and their corresponding implements before the Zhengdan Festival, as requested by Han Feng, was only about half a month away, just over 10 days at most. The mechanized farming experimental farm had made all necessary preparations. All that was missing were the drivers and the machinery. Han Feng was pushing hard, and Lin Fei in Xin'an County was just as anxious. With the delivery date looming, they had only rolled 10 operational tractors off the assembly line. Half the task was still unfinished. How could he not be worried? The 10 tractors that had been completed were already handed over to the driving school for the trainees to use. But this was not Lin Fei's original plan. He had intended to produce all the necessary parts first, and then assemble them all at once at the end. But the chief wouldn't allow it, insisting that he assemble a few units first for the trainees to practice on. Lin Fei knew Han Feng was right. They couldn't be short on training vehicles. Otherwise, by the time they had built enough tractors, there would be no one to drive them. But this had still disrupted his rhythm. Now, he had no choice but to work overtime to catch up. Everyone, let's push harder. We must complete the production task assigned by the chief before the Zhengdan Festival. This batch of tractors is crucial for whether our compatriots in the north will have enough to eat next year. Right now, the Shin's Guard is leading our northern compatriots in battle against those ferocious cannibal barbarians, winning victory after victory. Can you bear to see them defeated due to a lack of food? This task has now fallen on our shoulders. Although we don't have to go to the north to fight the enemy to the death, we can't hold back our brothers on the front line, can we? Remember, some of our own family members are among those brothers on the front line. There are only about 10 days left. I know everyone is very tired, but I hope you can persevere for these 10 days. As long as we complete the task of 20 tractors, everyone will receive 2 months' salary as a year-end bonus. The festival is just around the corner. With this bonus, everyone can have a prosperous new year. During the Zhengdan Festival, I will give you a half-month holiday to go home and rest well. And I have more good news for everyone. The chief is very satisfied with our progress. To show his concern for everyone, he has specially sent 200 fat pigs, 2 freight cars of cabbage, and 10,000 jean of taro vermicelli by train today for the canteen to make pork and cabbage stew with vermicelli to improve our meals. In addition, as long as we complete the task on time, besides the 2 months salary bonus, the chief has other New Year's goods to give us. We must not fail to live up to the chief's expectations for us. Amidst the clanging and various noisy sounds of the factory workshop, Lin Fei walked around shouting through a sheet metal megaphone, doing ideological work with the workers. He elevated the ordinary task of producing tractors to the noble level of life and death for the soldiers on the front line, thereby putting pressure on everyone. Then, he repeatedly mentioned the generous year-end bonus to stimulate their nerves. Finally, the immediate improvement in the canteen's food quality instantly filled everyone with inexhaustible energy. The chief and the director had said so much. Even if they had to work themselves to death, they had to do it. It was just 10 tractors left to build. They would just have to work their hardest. And so, the entire machinery manufacturing plant operated around the clock in 3 shifts, without stopping day or night. Finally, on the night before the Zhengdan Festival, the last tractor was assembled. With that, the order for 20 tractors was completed. 20 tractors rolled off the production line on time and in the required quantity. In fact, they had exceeded the task. Han Feng's calculation was that to plant 20,000 mu of land within a week, at least 20 tractors were needed. But they had already produced a prototype for verification before, the one used for finalizing the design. Now, in addition to the prototype, they had produced 20 mass-produced models. So, that was 21 in total, which meant they had exceeded the task. Tomorrow was the Zhengdan Festival, the Han tribe's New Year. A month after the festival would be the time for spring plowing and sowing. But considering the vast area of mechanized farming and the scarcity of agricultural machinery, Han Feng still decided to have the agricultural machinery team move into the site in advance. But of course, not right now. Even if the drivers were all orphans without parents, they still had to celebrate the new year. Moreover, they had just gone through 3 months of intensive training. They had to be given a holiday. So, in the end, Han Feng decided to give the agricultural machinery team a week's holiday. On the 8th day of the 14th month, they would drive the convoy on a tour of 4 counties, using the tractors to transport the newly produced rice transplanters to the counties that needed to plant rice. At the same time, it would be a demonstration to the people of the tribe's power. The Han tribe now had machinery and transport vehicles that could automatically cultivate land without the need for oxen or horses. As for why it was 4 counties, that was also simple. Among the 3 northern counties, my county did not plant rice, but focused on dryland crops and animal husbandry, so it naturally didn't need rice transplanters. Xin'an County didn't farm either. As for Weishan County to the east, which was by the lake and a major rice-producing area, it had a direct train line to Xin'an County. Transporting the rice transplanters by train would be more convenient. So, the route Han Feng set for them was to go directly south from Xin'an County, through Fuma Pass County to Hanyang County, then cross the Ru River to Riyang County, then continue east to Nanzhong County, and finally to Luyang County, their destination, the mechanized farming experimental farm. As for the rice transplanters needed by Luyang County and the downstream Dongxing County, they would be transshipped by water from Weishan County, which would be faster. Besides, if there were too many rice transplanters, the 20 tractors wouldn't be able to carry them all. And so, the young men of the driving class had a relaxing holiday. They were still temporarily under the military establishment of the Jinwu Guard, so all their festival supplies and benefits were distributed according to the Jinwu Guard standards. Now that they were officially entering society and starting to work on their own, they would also start receiving salaries from today onwards, so they could start families. These young men were taken by Han Feng's personal guards to Hanyang County to celebrate the new year with everyone in the guards' barracks. Otherwise, they would have nowhere else to go. On Zhongdan Festival Day, just like last year, many county governors from nearby counties and officials from central agencies came to pay New Year's respects to Han Feng and brought him many gifts. Han Feng also gave out a lot of year-end bonuses to officials at all levels of the Han tribe. However, unlike last year, the gifts presented from various places this year did not include any eye-opening high-tech items. After all, no matter how fast technology exploded, it was impossible to produce so many results in one year. The foundation of the Han tribe was still weak. In terms of top-level R&D talent, there were probably no more than 1,000 in total, all gathered in the 2 research institutes. And last year, the tasks of the 2 research institutes were very heavy. They even found the tasks assigned by Han Feng to be challenging. So how could they have the spare time to do anything else? During the Zhongdan Festival, the people also had a lively time. A new wave of taking photos to commemorate the occasion swept through the country. Han Feng's own family was no exception, but the only difference was that his own family had a camera and a darkroom for developing photos, so they didn't have to make appointments and queue up like the common people. This year was also a very special year. Han Feng's family had grown, which was a joyous occasion in itself. His eldest son, Luo Cheng, and second daughter, Luo Lan, had both grown safely to the age of 4. His third son, Luo Xing, and fourth son, Luo Ji, were now half a year old. Han Feng's family was becoming more and more prosperous. Han Feng, the leader of the Han tribe, was now in his prime at the age of 20, full of vigor, just like the rising Han tribe, which would one day develop into an empire. In fact, Han Feng had been working hard to establish a nation. By wiping out the cannibals in the north and capturing slaves to build the capital city, and by building the cross-sea bridge connecting the mainland and Xiongzhou Island, Han Feng's rule over the existing territory would no longer be threatened by any external enemies. The Han tribe could then focus wholeheartedly on development, increasing its population and strengthening its power. Now, the strategic layout of the Han tribe was basically complete. The former Chinese rabbit had seized power through the strategy of encircling the cities from the countryside. But Han Feng's Han tribe, due to its sparse population, did the exact opposite, adopting a strategy of establishing points to control the area, occupying the land first. Since the development of the Han tribe, almost all the transportation hubs, strategic resources, and fertile grain-producing areas discovered by the Han tribe had been occupied by building cities and migrating people, like driving nails into these places. These nails spanned thousands of miles from south to north, from the towering snow-capped mountains in the north to the overseas islands in the south, where strongholds had now been established. According to the subsequent development, as long as the Han tribe could hold these strongholds, develop its population as soon as possible, and migrate people from these strongholds to the surrounding areas, sooner or later, they would be able to connect the lands occupied by the Han tribe with a network of county towns and villages. By that time, the Han tribe would have no rivals in this world. The framework Han Feng had built was like a person's head and limbs, as well as the internal organs, all vital parts controlling the body. Rivers and railways served as the skeleton and blood vessels, connecting the vital points. Now, all that was needed was steady development to fill this body with muscles and skin, and then this person would be truly grown up. Having completed the strategic layout, Han Feng was in a great mood. On Zhengdan Festival Day, he even paid out of his own pocket to host a banquet for the officials who came to pay their respects. At the banquet, they heard Lin Fei, Dolly, Shi Xian, and others talk about the tractors and the mechanized farming experimental farm. They had not known about these things before because they had not been involved. Now that they just found out, they were utterly shocked. They had originally thought that this year's Zhengdan was not like the previous 2 years, where some dazzling technological achievements were always presented. They were too embarrassed to bring it up, for fear of displeasing Han Feng. It turned out that it wasn't that there were no technological achievements, but that the tribe's technology had made major achievements, and they were the only ones who didn't know. Chief, this matter of the tractors, why haven't we seen any notice from you? Why were even we kept in the dark? This is a great thing. If it could be publicized throughout the country, it would surely win the loyalty and joy of the people, said Yunji, the governor of Riyang County, first. Yes, Chief. When can we also see that, what is it called, tractor? Asked Jing Yan, the governor of Dongxing County. There was no intention of hiding it from you. It's just that you haven't been involved in this project for the time being. And for now, tractors cannot be rapidly promoted everywhere. But you don't need to worry. On the 8th day, the convoy will set off from Xin'an County, pass through Fuma Pass to Hanyang City, and then travel east all the way to the mechanized farming experimental farm. You county governors along the route will be able to see it when you go back. If you want to see how the tractors work in the fields, you can all go to the mechanized farming field for a group tour after the 10th. It will be a good opportunity for you to broaden your horizons and see if it's necessary to add a tractor in your respective counties. I will also issue the policies for the acquisition and use of tractors to you then. But in general, it will be similar to the current official-owned draft oxen. The government will purchase them, and the people will rent them. In their spare time, they can also be used for road construction or even for transportation. We'll talk about that later. In short, it's a very practical machine. Han Feng immediately introduced, hearing their playful complaints and inquiries. Upon hearing Han Feng's introduction, Jing Yan, Yunji, Yang Yan, and the other county governors immediately decided to go and see for themselves. The counties they managed were all major grain-producing regions. If tractors could aid in farming, they would have to acquire them no matter what. And so, the matter was settled. Even the governors of a few non-grain-producing counties wanted to go along to broaden their horizons. As Jianshi, the governor of my county, said, even if their region wasn't a primary grain producer, they had to keep pace with the chief. They couldn't allow themselves to be marginalized by him. As for Dali, the governor of Xin'an County, he was going purely to show off. After all, the miraculous tractor was produced in his Xin'an County. He wanted others to know that although the people of Xin'an ate grain grown by the people of other counties, they still made a huge contribution to the Han tribe's agricultural endeavors. After the Zhengdan banquet, the group of county governors stayed at the guest house in Hanyang County. Later, Yunji invited them to be his guests in Riyang County. Since Riyang County was just across the river from Hanyang County, a half-hour horse ride after crossing the bridge, everyone agreed and followed Yunji to spend a few more days in Riyang County. During these few days, under Shi Xian's guidance, they even formed a group and rode out to the mechanized farming experimental farm to have a look. However, at this time, the farm was still a wasteland. The trees, shrubs, and withered grass had all been burned away, leaving a vast empty space. As long as they dug channels for irrigation and cultivated the land, it could immediately be turned into fertile fields. But these county governors also knew that under normal circumstances, To turn all 60,000 mu of this land into arable land would require at least 1,000 households farming simultaneously, and the Han tribe's biggest shortage was population. But now, with tractors, they heard that only a few dozen people were needed to cultivate so much land. How could this not be astonishing? A few dozen people could produce so much grain, which meant that the Han tribe would never suffer from hunger again. Even in the event of a large-scale military campaign or a natural disaster, the Han tribe would absolutely not face a food shortage. After waiting for a few days, the group of county governors finally returned to Hanyang City on the evening of the 7th, ready to welcome the approaching tractor convoy. And in Hanyang City, on the afternoon of the 7th, Han Feng had already sent out the young men from the driving class, having them drive the convoy over from Fuma Pass. The 60 drivers immediately set off for Xing'an County. There, they received their vehicles and a large number of rice transplanters, and then headed straight for Fuma Pass according to the route set by Han Feng. A total of 21 tractors were dispatched this time, 1 verification vehicle and 20 mass-produced models. All these tractors were pulling long cargo trailers. 10 of them were loaded with the necessary farming equipment like rotary tillers and seeders, while the other 11 were loaded with rice transplanters needed in various places. The convoy formed a long line. When they passed through the Barbican of Fuma Pass and entered the county town behind it, they immediately attracted a crowd of onlookers. These were the people who had ordered rice transplanters before the new year. Having received the news today, they had all come with the remaining payment to pick up their goods, only to witness such a shocking scene. Hiss, 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 hiss. The steam tractors, puffing out gray mixed smoke, drove in a long line into the county town. The uninformed townspeople initially thought a train had entered their town. After all, with such a long line, what else could it be but a train? But they soon realized that there were no railway tracks here in Fuma Pass. So where did the train come from? It wasn't until the convoy drove onto the main street of the county town and stopped that the people realized it wasn't a train and the vehicles were not connected. Each cargo car had a tractor unit in front of it. The locomotive can run directly on the ground now? A townsman couldn't help but exclaim. Do you even need to ask? Isn't it right in front of you? Can't you see this train is different from the ones in Xing'an County? The trains in Xing'an all have iron wheels. Look at this one. The iron wheels are wrapped in a layer of rubber with treads. It looks like the same material as the wheels on a bicycle. It's probably hollow and filled with air inside. Another, slightly more knowledgeable townsman speculated. Look what's loaded in those trailers. What's that? Such a big steel roller with a circle of iron plates on it. It looks like some kind of water wheel. Where is this thing being transported to? The surrounding people also asked, pointing at the rotary tiller on the vehicle in front. At this time, the rotary tillers, for ease of transport, had been disassembled into semi-finished parts, so the people couldn't see what the complete thing looked like. It was normal that they couldn't guess. Who knows? But they should be heading east. You don't need to ask to know that this thing was made by our chief. Since the chief had people build this thing, it must have its use. A young man in the crowd also discussed. Hey, you guys think, now that this train can run directly on the ground and pull such a big cart loaded with so many goods, does this mean we won't need oxen and horses to pull carts in the future? Another young man, who had been married for a year, said with emotion. The surrounding people were stunned for a moment. That made sense. If machines could pull more and didn't need to rest like oxen and horses, then it wasn't impossible for machines to completely replace them. Well, it's possible, but it definitely won't happen that fast. We probably won't live to see that day. Don't forget, the train has been around for a few years, but they've only laid one railway from Xing'an County to Weishan County. It shows that this thing is not easy to make, and the price is definitely not cheap. How could it be used on a large scale? It's impossible to imagine it completely replacing oxen and horses. An older man in the crowd also analyzed. The surrounding people nodded in agreement. It was indeed as he said. This thing was certainly good, but it could only be regarded as a superweapon. No matter how powerful, it couldn't become commonplace. The chief probably wanted to use this delivery to let the people along the way broaden their horizons, to let everyone know how powerful the tribe was and what good things they had come up with now. The tractor convoy did not stay long in Fuma Pass. After unloading the scheduled number of rice transplanters, they quickly turned west and went to Matian County, the westernmost county of the Han tribe. Then they headed southeast to Danshan County and Hanyang County, and finally arrived in Hanyang City. And the county governors who had arrived in advance were already lined up in front of the government office. waiting to see the legendary tractor for the first time. Hiss, 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 hiss. As the first tractor, puffing white smoke, drove through the city gate, the county governors standing in front of the government office finally saw the legendary tractor that could cultivate land on its own. Of course, also witnessing this scene were the many people waiting at the government office to buy rice transplanters, because today was the day the rice transplanters arrived. Countless people gasped in amazement as they watched the convoy arrive, shocked by this fleet of vehicles that could run in the city without being pulled by oxen or horses. The train had been around for 3 years, and they had of course heard of that transportation marvel, but everyone also knew that trains could only run on tracks and were extremely expensive. This was the first time they had seen a train that could run on any surface, all over the place. So this is a tractor? It seems to be just a towing unit. It doesn't seem to have any special function, said Yang Yan, the governor of Nanjing County. First, Governor Yang can understand it that way. This tractor itself has nothing special. As its name suggests, it can only serve the function of towing and pulling. It is a purely mechanical livestock to replace draft animals like oxen and horses. Shi Xian also explained from the side, borrowing Han Feng's previous words. That's right. Although the tractor itself has nothing special, it is equipped with multiple attachment interfaces at the rear, allowing it to quickly acquire other capabilities through simple modifications. With a rotary tiller attached, it can plow the land. With a self-propelled seeder attached, it can sow seeds. Even when not used for farming, it can be used to pull carts for transportation, as the project's general manager, Lin Fei, also added from the side. He was naturally unwilling to have his achievements underestimated. The county governors were discussing the possible impact of this new machinery on the future development of the Han tribe, while the common people were all discussing it enthusiastically. It was currently the New Year period, and everyone was still idle with nothing much to do. Many people even called their children out to see the novelty. However, the convoy still had no intention of staying long. After unloading the goods in Hanyang City, they set off for the next stop, Riyang City. The convoy left through the east gate and went directly over the bridge. The people, having received their ordered rice transplanters, began to gather in small groups to study how to use this thing and how to arrange this year's spring plowing. After the Zhengdan festival, spring plowing was not far away. This was an important time to prepare for it. Not only did people need to eat well and be strong, but various farm tools also had to be repaired in advance for any eventuality. The few county governors who had lingered in Hanyang City stayed for another night. The next day, led by Han Feng himself, they rode on horseback to the experimental farm. The ordered rice transplanters had been mostly delivered along the way. It was time to start reclaiming the wasteland and preparing for spring plowing. Although the temperature was still not that high, the area of the mechanized farming experimental farm was too large, and the number of tractors was small, so they had to get an early start to ensure that they could sow on time in the spring. Fortunately, although the land in late winter was still hard, it was no match for the blades of the rotary tiller. No matter how hard the soil was, as long as it wasn't rock, it could still be broken up by the rotary tiller. Arriving at the experimental farm base in the morning, Han Feng first inspected the construction of the dormitories and sheds, and urged Lin Fei, Dali, and Shi Xian to quickly prepare the materials, manpower, and machinery for the construction of the grain-drying ground. As long as it was built within 3 months after the corn was planted, it would be fine. They couldn't wait until the harvest and have no place to dry the grain. He had lunch with the drivers. In the afternoon, everyone began to assemble the rotary tillers under the guidance of the Research Institute's technicians. What had been brought over were all parts, and now they were all being assembled on site. As one rotary tiller after another was assembled and attached to the back of the tractors, with the hydraulic pipes connected, the accompanying county governors also saw for the first time what the complete tractor capable of plowing looked like. Wow, incredible, incredible. This thing called a rotary tiller is so huge. A horizontal shaft with dozens of plows installed on it. This thing must be 6 or 7 meters wide, right? So it can plow a 6-meter wide strip of land at once. Jingyan said, pacing behind the rotary tiller to measure it. That's right. The working width of this rotary tiller is exactly 6 meters. When it's working, the driver can lower the entire rotary tiller through the hydraulic system, so that the blades insert into the soil and then turn the soil by rotating. This way, as the tractor moves forward, the land behind it is all turned over. Lu Guangzhu also nodded and introduced from the side. Yinji was puzzled. I wonder why Brother Lu is so familiar with this tractor? To be honest with you, along with Shi Xian and Yu Fu, who returned before the new year, went to the Research Institute for a tour together. So naturally, I'm familiar with it. Lu Guangzhu's face lit up with pride as he spoke of this. To be able to accompany the chief in advance to visit such an important project was, in his opinion, certainly something to be proud of. It's nothing. The chief entrusted us with the preparation of this mechanized farming experimental farm, so of course we had to understand what it was in advance. It's normal for us to know a few days earlier than you, Shi Xian said modestly, but he was actually very proud in his heart. Yunji just secretly pouted upon hearing their boasting, but said nothing. Yangyan's Nanzhong County had only been established for 2 years, and its foundation was weak and its population small, so he didn't say much either. As for Jingyan of Dongxing County, he didn't seem to mind Shi Xian and Lu Guangzhu showing off at all. Instead, he was very interested in the various performances, usage methods, and energy consumption of the tractor and rotary tiller, seemingly determined to introduce this thing. Since you've seen it, who can give me an introduction? What's this iron sheet covering it for? And this iron thing hanging at the back? If I'm not mistaken, this should be a harrow, right? For leveling the land, Jingyan asked, walking around the rotary tiller and pointing at its parts. That's right. The rotary blades are for turning the soil, but this thing is very powerful and rotates at high speed, so it can throw the soil up. To prevent dust from splashing, a layer of iron sheet is welded on to block the soil. The thing at the back is a harrow for leveling the land. And look at this row of interfaces on top. You can actually install a fertilizer tank and funnel on it, so you can fertilize while plowing. It's just that we don't have that much fertilizer right now, so we haven't installed this functional component for the time being. Lin Fei immediately gave the most accurate technical explanation upon hearing the county governor's inquiry. Jingyan nodded, marveling. He then climbed onto the driver's cab to have a look, asking the drivers about the various tricks inside. Finally, he returned to Han Feng and said with emotion, "This thing is too amazing. This initiative of the chiefs, I don't know how much grain it will bring to our Han tribe. In the future, no matter how large our Han tribe's population grows, we won't have to worry about food shortages." Chief, when will they start working? We'll start together when all the vehicles are installed. I brought the Research Institute's mechanical clock this time. We can do a practical test here and see just how fast this tractor's work efficiency really is. Han Feng also pointed to the mechanical clock held by a guard beside him and said. Hearing Han Feng's words, everyone nodded and waited. About an hour later, all 21 tractors had their equipment adjusted and their boilers heated, ready for use at any moment. When the technicians from the Ministry of Agriculture and the Research Institute reported that everything was ready, Han Feng gave the order for each vehicle to proceed to its designated work area and await his command. The first work area was 1 kilometer wide and 12 kilometers long. A tractor was placed every 500 meters, which would require 24 vehicles. However, they couldn't fill the line now, with only 21. Each vehicle's designated area was 500 meters wide and 1 kilometer long. The reason they didn't have them go all the way to the 10-kilometer end was that 1 kilometer from the base was the first main irrigation channel of this experimental field, and the tractors had to detour there. After the guards on horseback reported that all vehicles had reached their designated positions, Han Feng checked the mechanical clock. When the time pointed to exactly 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Han Feng officially announced the start of the operation. The visiting county governors and officials also found places to watch. Yu Fu rode his horse alongside the uncultivated land next to the vehicles, stopping from time to time to walk into the field and feel the tilled soil with his hands, checking the depth of the plowing and the size of the soil particles. After observing for a while, a happy smile appeared on his face. Yunji and Yang Yin rode in the same vehicle as Han Feng, also following alongside the rotary tiller to observe. Dali and Lin Fei each found a tractor and temporarily acted as stokers. These two were not stupid. It was so cold outside, and the warmest place was inside the tractor where the furnace was burning. Jing Yin was a bit foolish, or rather, more serious. To carefully observe how the rotary tiller worked, he directly became a mechanical pendant, standing on the connecting frame at the back of the tractor, looking down at the working scene of the rotary tiller. At this moment, the word shock could only describe the feeling in his heart. No matter how good the tractor was said to be before, only after experiencing it firsthand did he know how powerful it really was. Using this thing to plow the land could save countless draft oxen. And no matter how many draft oxen, the speed of animal plowing could not compare to that of a tractor. This thing just had to run a trip in the field, and the land behind it was all turned over. How magical was that? Jinsher of my county did not follow the vehicles, but rode his horse horizontally, moving among the 20-odd tractors. The question on his mind at this time was the one Lin Fei had mentioned earlier. Such a large piece of farmland, yet no fertilizer. Then no matter how high the efficiency of mechanized farming was, it could certainly not achieve the yield of manual cultivation and intensive farming. With fewer people, it was naturally impossible to farm so meticulously. This was one aspect, and it was temporarily unattainable because the population could not be changed by human effort in a short time. It took time to reproduce. So the only way they could increase the yield of the mechanized field was to apply fertilizer. But then another problem arose. This was 20,000 mu of land. Where would they get so much fertilizer? The chief might not have thought of a good solution to this problem, but he had an immature idea, which was to build a large-scale breeding farm, just like this mechanized farming experimental farm. 20,000 mu of corn would produce how much straw? And this straw could all be used as feed. Then how many livestock could this much straw feed? Also, what kind of livestock should be raised in this large-scale breeding farm? Since straw was the main feed, pigs were definitely out of the question. Pigs were omnivores, it was true, but they mostly ate grain, not straw. At least, they couldn't live on straw alone. The only other option was herbivores. The main herbivores currently raised in the northern part of the Han tribe were alpacas, donkeys, cattle, sheep, goats, antelopes, elk, and horses. Draft animals like cattle, horses, and donkeys were out of the question, especially donkeys and horses, which were picky eaters. As for cattle, if there were purely beef cattle, they could consider feeding them straw. Otherwise, they were also out of the question. And there was another key point. The profit cycle for large livestock like cattle, horses, and donkeys was slow. It took a long time to see returns, and the feeding period was relatively long. This was the most unbearable thing. After much thought, sheep were the most suitable for large-scale centralized breeding, and the Han tribe had the relevant technology and experience. Whether it was sheep, goats, or antelopes, according to the research of the Ministry of Agriculture, under artificial pen raising and feeding conditions, the breeding cycle of these animals, which was once a year, could generally be accelerated to 2 litters a year. That would be double the profit. On the other hand, sheep's wool could be used for woolen textiles. Goat's hair could contribute to sheepskin and writing brushes, and antelopes mainly contributed horns and skins. These were all added values of sheep as livestock. Their main value was, of course, mutton and milk. As for alpacas, they were indeed not bad. First of all, they were tolerant of rough feet. They could eat straw every day, even tree bark and thorny vines. They were not picky eaters. Alpaca wool was also the most valuable among wool textile raw materials. It's just that they reproduced slowly, had a long growth cycle, and the returns were slow. Even if they were switched from free-range to pen raising, they could only have 1 litter a year. But these were not the main issues. The main problem was still with fertilization. The key was to have enough fertilizer, that is, manure. But sheep, they really don't poop that much. So in the end, Jinsher was also hesitant. He planned to suggest this idea to the chief. As for what to choose in the end, he would let the chief decide. On the other side, when the rotary tillers had all worked until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Han Feng had them all stop. Then he had people measure the land and calculate the area each vehicle had worked on in this 1 hour, to see if it could reach the expected standard. After the guards' measurements, although there was a certain gap in the area worked by each vehicle, they were all about the same. This was mainly due to the speed of communicating the order. Those who received the order to stop a little later naturally plowed more. However, the work efficiency of the 4 tractors closest to Han Feng's vehicle was still quite a valuable reference, and it was basically consistent with Han Feng's previous predictions. This was also easy to understand, because even without actual field operations, tests had been done during the trial run phase. There were no major changes between the mass-produced tractors and the prototype, so it was understandable that the efficiency was the same. At this point, Han Feng was finally relieved. These machines had been running for an hour without any problems. So in the subsequent operations, as long as they were diligently inspected and repaired, there would be no major problems. Besides, Han Feng had also set up a maintenance station here, specifically responsible for the repair and maintenance of these vehicles, which was enough to support the subsequent agricultural operations. After an hour of work, the drivers were given a short break, and then they continued to work. Han Feng and the county governors had already returned to the base to drink tea and chat. talking about their field inspection experience this time. Now that you've all seen how the tractors work, what are your feelings and thoughts? Hanfeng took a sip of tea and started the topic. Chief, this tractor is not bad, but I don't think it's necessary to promote it on a large scale right now, said Jing Yan, the governor of Dongxin County, expressing his opinion first. His words surprised everyone. Jing Yan was the one who had watched the most attentively just now. Wasn't he very interested in this thing? Why did he not want it now? Oh, why is that? Hanfeng asked with some surprise. I just watched carefully and talked with the drivers. Only then did I know that this tractor can currently only adapt to dryland operations. That is, it can only be used to grow dryland crops like corn, wheat, and millet. And the main food crop that occupies the largest area in our Han tribe is rice. This is true for both the south and the north. That's why I came to this conclusion. Of course, if a tractor that can cultivate rice is developed someday, that would be another matter. Jing Yan immediately explained upon hearing Hanfeng's question. Hanfeng nodded. Yes, that's right. One is because of the scope of operation, and the other is the problem of tractor production. I don't have any plans to promote it for the time being. And even if you counties order tractors, I can't get them for you in the first half of this year. The Research Institute has other tasks to complete in the first half of the year. The others also nodded after hearing this. This thing was indeed powerful, but if it were put in their places, it wouldn't be of much use. The efficiency of mechanized farming was high, but you also had to have land suitable for it. Now, the counties in the north had basically divided the land into small pieces and distributed them to individual households. Such an environment was actually not suitable for the Han tribe's mechanized farming operations. It should be known that the Han tribe's tractors were not like the small civilian tractors of later generations, but could be called behemoths. Because the power source used was a steam engine, in order to maintain huge power, it was impossible to miniaturize it. Such giant tractors were very suitable for the vast and sparsely populated farms of Europe and America, but they were actually not suitable for an environment like the Han tribes. Only such large-scale official fields directly under the government or state-owned farms were suitable for such giant tractor operations. This 60,000 mu mechanized farming experimental farm in Luoyang County, from its management structure and social attributes, was actually no different from a state-owned farm. Although such a place was large, it was actually very easy to manage, because there were not so many people and naturally not so many trivial disputes. What about the rest of you? Any other thoughts? You can all speak up, Hanfeng asked again when no one spoke. This time, seeing that the others were not speaking, Jianshi, the governor of my county, immediately spoke about what he had been thinking just now. Chief, when I was listening to the introduction just now, I found that our mechanized farming experimental farm doesn't seem to have enough fertilizer. I have an idea about this. Chief, you see, this place will plant 20,000 mu of corn every season in the future. This will produce a large amount of straw, and we are short of fertilizer. Why not make use of this straw, use it as feed, and raise livestock centrally, establishing a large-scale breeding farm? This way, we can not only effectively use the straw, but also obtain manure from the livestock to act as fertilizer. In addition, these livestock can also bring economic benefits, enriching the market with various materials and food. Wouldn't this be better? But I just thought about it. This straw definitely can't be used to raise pigs. It can only be used to raise herbivorous livestock. Among them, sheep reproduce the fastest and have the highest benefits. But if we raise sheep, it seems the manure is not very much. I'm also struggling with what to choose. It would be great if our tribe had dedicated beef cattle. This way, it wouldn't conflict with the breeding of draft oxen. Jianshi immediately frowned and expressed his opinion. Hearing Jianshi's proposal, everyone present began to think. This was indeed a problem, and it was very feasible. The main reason was that the Han tribe had experience in centralized sheep breeding. Not to mention the official institutions, even in ordinary households, those who raised sheep would not just raise one or two. Which family didn't raise a flock? The smallest had at least 7 or 8, or even a dozen. This was unavoidable, because even if you only raised 2 or 3, 1 ram and 2 ewes, you could have 4 or 5 lambs in a year, making it 7 or 8. You know, the breeding speed of sheep is very fast. Of course, pigs reproduce even faster. Although they only have 1 litter a year, they have many piglets in 1 litter. The black and white pigs currently raised by the Han tribe have an average of no less than 5 piglets per litter, and some can even have up to 15. 8 to 10 per litter is the normal range. Your idea is very good. A breeding farm is a good idea. As for the issue of manure and fertilizer you mentioned, sheep's manure is indeed not much. In fact, pig manure is the most suitable for fertilizer. But as you said, it's not suitable to raise pigs here. Raising pigs also requires a lot of grain, not straw. But the beef cattle you mentioned can be had. Now with the appearance of our tractors, cattle are no longer the only draft animal for farming. Without draft oxen, we can still use tractors to grow grain. We can indeed develop beef cattle. Han Feng thought for a moment and said again, "Then let's do this." It just so happens that the people from the Ministry of Agriculture are also here. I will give you a new task, to build a large-scale comprehensive breeding farm next to this base. The reason it's called a comprehensive breeding farm is that it will definitely not just raise one type. It will be divided into zones. In the initial stage, sheep will be the main focus, accounting for at least half of the proportion, as the main force for consuming straw and producing fertilizer. Then, cattle will also be raised. It's a good opportunity for your Ministry of Agriculture to set up a project to breed beef cattle. I'll first propose a few standards. Since they are for providing meat, their physique must first be large, with a high meat yield. For this, we can use our local forest cattle as the main bloodline. The forest cattle are much larger than the prairie cattle. Secondly, this type of cattle must grow fast, with a short growth cycle. I'm not saying they should reproduce as fast as sheep, but the faster the better. Third, they must be tolerant of rough feed. Since they are for meat, they certainly can't eat fine feed every day like draft oxen. They must mainly eat rough feed, and also grow fast, and have a lot of meat. As for how to feed them and how to adjust the feed ratio, these are all your research topics. The last, and most important, is to prevent diseases. The probability of disease outbreaks in centralized breeding is definitely higher than in free-range breeding. How to maintain hygiene, how to improve the cattle's disease resistance, this must also be studied. I can give you some suggestions, such as cleaning the cattle pens frequently to maintain hygiene, and collecting some non-toxic herbs that can resist diseases and improve resistance, mixing them in the feed for the cattle to eat, which should have some effect. After hearing Han Feng's standards for breeding beef cattle, everyone agreed they were very reasonable. The officials from the Ministry of Agriculture present immediately took out paper and pens to take notes. Once they had finished, Han Feng continued. In the beginning, sheep will be the primary livestock, and the scale can be larger. As for the specific number, you'll need to calculate it based on the amount of straw from 20,000 mu of corn. For beef cattle, you don't need too many at first. Let's focus on improving the breed first. 1 or 200 head should be enough. After that, we'll raise pigs. This comprehensive breeding farm must have pigs, with a minimum of 500. This is mainly for experiments. Your Ministry of Agriculture will need to cooperate with the medical college in Ruyang County, Shuefu County, to primarily research sterilization techniques to increase pork yield, promote rapid growth, and improve meat quality. This technology will be led by the medical college, and your Ministry of Agriculture must also send people to participate and learn. Once the technology is mature, you will need to organize a group of people to specifically learn this sterilization technique. In the future, these people will be sent down to the animal husbandry bureaus in various counties of the Han tribe to provide livestock sterilization services for the local people. Sterilizing pigs. Sterilized pigs grow faster, have more meat, and taste better. Everyone was dumbfounded. It was the first time they had ever heard such a thing. They had no idea where the chief had heard it. Chief, is it true? What is sterilization? And do sterilized pigs really grow faster? An official from the Ministry of Agriculture asked, somewhat disbelievingly. Sterilization means exactly what it says, to end reproduction. Through a sterilization surgery, the pig's reproductive organs are removed, making it unable to go into heat. If you've ever raised pigs, you should know that during their heat period, they are particularly active, excited, don't eat well, and like to cause trouble. How can they get fat like that? But sterilized pigs are different. After sterilization, they lose their ability to reproduce and no longer go into heat. They become lazier, doing nothing but eating and sleeping all day. They don't move much. Whatever they eat turns into growth, so they grow faster. However, this technology is not yet mature. What your Ministry of Agriculture needs to do is to cooperate with the medical college on research. You will be responsible for providing the site and live experimental subjects, while the medical college will perform the sterilization surgeries and ensure the pigs survive after the operation. And what you need to do is After the medical college has sterilized the pigs, you will be responsible for raising them well, recording and summarizing the feeding methods. You also need to compare the sterilized pigs with the unsterilized ones to see the differences, which one grows faster on the same feed, and you must regularly measure the pig's weight. You need to create files for the pigs, such as who their parents are, whose offspring they are, how many days after birth they were weaned, how many days after they were sterilized, how much they eat each day, what they eat, how much weight they gain. Finally, through a large number of comparisons, you will summarize the optimal feeding plan and build up a technical reserve for establishing large-scale pig farms in the future. Hearing the official's doubt, Han Feng immediately explained. This explanation left everyone present stunned. They had thought the chief didn't know what sterilization was, that he had probably just heard it from someone. But Han Feng explained it in such detail, even saying they should create files for the pigs, recording when they were weaned and how much they ate each day. This was too incredible. But when they remembered that the person saying this was Han Feng, they were once again at ease. Who was Han Feng? He was the scientific godfather of the Han tribe. The scientific motto, boldly hypothesize, carefully verify, was proposed by Han Feng. And Han Feng's request was indeed rigorous. Not to mention pigs, even the people of the Han tribe didn't have such detailed files. Seeing everyone looking at him with a dumbfounded expression, Han Feng spoke again. Have you all written it down? Why are you looking at me? Oh, right. The same goes for the breeding of beef cattle. You must also create files for each cow, especially the parentage. This is related to the cow's bloodline, so that you can trace its genetic source when improving it in the future. It's not enough to just be able to crossbreed to get the desired breed. You also have to stabilize this bloodline. After obtaining the desired breed through crossbreeding, you need to let it reproduce horizontally for several generations. After several generations of genetic sedimentation, you can completely stabilize a new breed so that it will no longer have generational inheritance and atavism. You must treat this with rigor, treat it as a project, study it well, summarize it well, and it would be best if you can summarize some theories in the future and write a book with this knowledge. Han Feng continued, and the people from the Ministry of Agriculture kept taking notes. Although they were still confused, they all felt the chief's emphasis and expectation for this technology. Of course, these people did not dare to be careless and would definitely do a good job. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to face the chief. Then, Chief, how do we solve the feed problem for these pigs? So many pigs, what do they need to eat? An official from the Ministry of Agriculture asked again after taking notes. What do they eat? You shouldn't be asking me that, but yourselves. I've already told you, don't think about profit first. Don't think you are raising pigs, but that you are doing an experiment, understand? What is an experiment? It's classification, comparative analysis. You should get more pigsties and raise the various experimental samples in separate pens. Feed this one corn, that one soybean meal, this one sweet potato vines, that one vegetables. Compare and see what they eat to grow fast and at a low cost. Then expand the proportion of that formula for feeding and continue to observe. So, you have to find the answer yourselves, not ask me here. If I knew everything, what would you do? Hearing someone still asking this kind of question, Han Feng immediately became a little angry and guided him. He only knew that the pigs in his previous life had to be castrated. Sterilized pigs grew faster and their meat was less gamey. In the past, there were even people who specialized in this work, called chow pig castrators. It was said that they were very skilled, and it only took 2 minutes to remove a sow's ovaries and suture it. The small boars were even faster to deal with. But Han Feng had never done this, so how would he know what to do? Anyway, the task was assigned. Now it was up to them what to do. Han Feng, the patriarch of the Han tribe, only needed to supervise them. After discussing the matter of the breeding farm, the two matters of farming and breeding at the base were pretty much settled. Han Feng had the guards take some photos of the tractors working with the rotary tillers to be used for propaganda back home, and then he took his people home. The county governors also bid farewell to Han Feng and returned to their respective counties. The tasks of these county governors were also very heavy. Spring was coming soon. The agricultural counties had to inspect the spring plowing preparations in their counties. Draft oxen, population, seeds, farm tools, all problems had to be solved immediately. The manufacturing counties also had to immediately go back and arrange the production tasks for the next year. For example, the Research Institute in Xing'an County had to immediately start tackling the harvester after the holiday, finalize the design as soon as possible, and start mass production to solve the harvesting problem of the first quarter spring corn. After returning home, Han Feng received another battle report from Chu Bing from the north, reporting their achievements during this period. However, the results achieved by the Shinsguard in the second phase were not great. Chu Bing also asked Han Feng in the letter whether they should still take prisoners when implementing the third phase of the cleanup strategy next spring. If they didn't need prisoners, they could just go on a killing spree, which would reduce the losses of the Shinsguard. According to the battle report, their second phase strategy was not well executed and had some changes. It was originally thought that after the cannibals were hit hard by the Han tribe in the first phase, they would migrate south on a large scale due to lack of food and inability to survive. This way, the Han tribe could wait at their ease and find ways to annihilate their effective forces while they were on the move. However, the reality exceeded expectations. It seemed that the blow to the enemy in the first phase was too severe, or that the cannibal population had been largely annihilated. The enemies who were supposed to go south found more living space in the forest due to the disappearance of their neighbors, which solved their survival problem. Therefore, they no longer needed to go south. The empty villages left behind by those captured by the Han tribe became their new living space. In the past month or so, it wasn't that there were no teams of cannibals going south. There were 2 teams of several hundred people, and they were all intercepted and captured by Chu Bing. Perhaps the villages behind discovered that the Han tribe was blocking them, and since they themselves had gained more living space, there was no need to risk going south. Of course, it was also possible that the enemy had found a new passage and detoured south from other places. But Chu Bing and Yu Yi had limited troops and couldn't set up a comprehensive defense, nor did they find any. This was also possible. In short, the results achieved by the Shinsguard in the second phase of the strategy were negligible. The number of prisoners their main force captured at the riverbend was even less than what the 1st Battalion captured at the salt ponds. Although the salt pond area was not large, its strategic significance was very important. As long as the enemy could not get salt supplements for a day, this place was something they could not give up, and they had to continue to grit their teeth and send people to their deaths at the salt ponds. Now, although the cannibals were becoming more and more cautious and cowardly about the salt pond issue, no matter how cowardly they were still sending people to the salt ponds. Although the number of people had decreased from the previous thousands acting collectively, to later hundreds and echelons for multiple waves of salt collection, and then to later 100 or 80 people secretly mining, and even to sending people with containers to directly snatch the brine from the salt ponds, they still had not given up. The 1st Battalion's countermeasure was also simple and crude. Since you are sending fewer people now, the 1st Battalion doesn't mind. No matter how many enemies come, they will all be devoured first. The only thing they had to maintain was to not let the enemy take back a single grain of salt or a single drop of salty water. As long as the enemy could not be supplied with salt, the salt ponds would be a check on the cannibals. Chu Bing now understood the situation and began to take it easy. He left a small number of soldiers to guard the riverbend position, and the rest of the militia and the main force began to rest and reorganize, letting the military and civilians who had been busy for half a year rest for a month to prepare for the final cleanup next spring. Chu Bing's report to Han Feng also included his plan for the third phase of the strategy. Chu Bing believed that the cleanup operation of the cannibal tribe was very dangerous, even more dangerous than the guerrilla warfare on the periphery in the past 6 months, so he was not prepared to commit all his troops. According to his idea, during the cleanup process, only the 2,600 men of the Shinsguard would be used as the main force, and another 1,000 elite militia would be dispatched as auxiliary troops, mainly as guides, because they were more familiar with the climate and terrain here. Chu Bing said he wanted to temporarily reorganize the troops. In the action teams, the militia would be assigned to the squad and platoon level. Each squad would be increased by 2 or 3 militia, preferably 3, expanding from a 9-man squad to a 12-man squad. This way, there would still be 3 combat teams per squad, and it could ensure that each combat team had a local guide, which would greatly improve the combat effectiveness of the troops. Moreover, sweeping the forest and cleaning up the cannibal villages did not require too many troops. What they wanted was to exterminate all the enemies, to slaughter, not to manage. After taking down a place, there was no need for garrisoning and maintaining public order. The troops would not stop, killing wherever they went, until all the cannibals were wiped out. After reading it, Han Feng thought for a moment and felt that there was no problem. According to Chu Bing's report, the number of prisoners captured on the northern front, including all the able-bodied young men and the old, weak, women, and children of the cannibals, had already exceeded 30,000, which was enough to meet the Han tribe's demand for slaves. Even if there were more slaves, the Han tribe couldn't use them. Because these slaves did not speak the language and did not know any skills, they could only be driven to do the hardest, most tiring, and most unskilled manual labor. Even for work like paving roads, because the roads built by the Han tribe were becoming more and more advanced, not the dirt roads of the past, the slaves were no longer competent. And for manual labor like digging earth and excavating artificial rivers, things that could be done with a shovel, with the application of various engineering machinery by the Han tribe, slaves would also withdraw from these fields. After thinking about it, the only work that slaves could still do now was probably heavy manual labor like moving bricks, which required no skills. Given that the number of prisoners on the front line had already met the Han tribe's needs, Han Feng replied in a letter agreeing to Chu Bing's operational plan. In the war against the enemy in the second year of Daming, they could not take prisoners. The strategic goal was to completely exterminate the cannibal race and the giant apes. All other military objectives had to be prioritized according to this strategic goal. In addition, Han Feng also proposed a point. During the sweeping process, a three-alls policy should be implemented, namely, kill all, burn all, and bury all. All cannibals discovered, regardless of gender or age, had no third option besides being killed or captured. All cannibal houses, altars, production and living tools, and all signs of human activity had to be burned to ashes. Even stone altars had to be blown up and completely destroyed to completely erase this evil civilization from the world. As for burying all, it was to properly dispose of the bodies of the enemy and animals. Large pits had to be dug for deep burial. After spring, the temperature would rise, and it was necessary to prevent the corpses from decaying and turning into a plague. After this letter was sent, time entered the middle of the 14th month. The people in various parts of the Han tribe also began to get busy, preparing for the upcoming spring plowing. At the mechanized farming experimental farm, the tractor convoy had also been busy for days, spending half a month turning over all 20,000 mu of land, completing the preparations before sowing. In a busy and peaceful atmosphere, the second year of Daming quietly began with the melting of the ice and snow. With the arrival of spring, the people in various regions began the arduous labor of spring plowing. However, unlike previous years, many people in the north were using rice transplanters this year. This new farm tool, comparable to the dryland seeder, greatly reduced the labor intensity of transplanting rice seedlings. For the first time in the 10 years since the Han tribe began cultivating rice, the people could finally stand up straight to plant the seedlings in the fields. They no longer had to bend over, which was a huge step forward. Compared to the rice paddies in other regions, the mechanized farming experimental farm in Luoyang County was clearly more advanced. Not only did they not have to bend over, but they could even cultivate more land while sitting down. 20 tractors and 60 drivers were now working in 3 shifts, sowing day and night in the fields. Except for eating, using the restroom, and adding water and coal to the tractors, all other time was spent working. The extra prototype vehicle had now become a support vehicle, using a tractor to pull a cart of coal and water, specifically for refueling the 20 working vehicles. This work intensity was naturally very high, but it didn't need to be maintained for long. It would take less than 4 days to plant all 20,000 mu of corn. No matter how tired they were, it would only be for 4 days. After these few days, they could take a holiday and rest. And in Xing'an County, the researchers and workers had already ended their vacation and returned to work in the middle of the 14th month. The task Han Feng gave them was also very simple: to finalize the design of the harvester in the shortest possible time, and then begin mass production to prepare for the harvest of the first quarter's corn. However, since the first-generation corn harvester did not have a threshing function, another type of corn thresher had to be developed, and it was best if it was portable, otherwise it would occupy too many resources. According to this requirement, the Power Research Institute also proposed a targeted design plan. They planned to use a plunger pump as the mechanical power source to manufacture the corn thresher. When in use, they only needed to bring a tractor over to provide the original power, connect the hydraulic pipeline directly to the thresher, and it could work. This way, it would no longer occupy other steam engines. However, Han Feng did not agree to this plan. The corn thresher was different from the tractor. It was impossible for the tractor to be quickly and fully popularized throughout the Han tribe, but the corn thresher was different. This thing could be used in the granaries of every county in the Han tribe. However, They did not have hydraulic power. How would they use it? Therefore, Han Feng's final plan was to use an air compressor to provide power. All regions had well houses and steam engines. At that time, they could just attach an air compressor, and they would be able to use the thresher. But the thresher was not the most important thing right now. The priority was still the harvester. They had to harvest the corn first. As for threshing, they could put the corn cobs in the warehouse first. They could be threshed anytime. They wouldn't spoil anyway. Therefore, under Han Feng's urging and guidance, the development of the harvester progressed very rapidly. They resumed work in the late 14th month of the first year and produced a finished product in the middle of the first month of the second year. This was also thanks to the previous research. This project was already close to fruition. If it weren't for the rush to celebrate the new year and the tractor order, the harvester would probably have been completed long ago. Han Feng personally went to inspect the sample after receiving the news. After a few days of testing, he officially. Shunkan Commandery's land and water transport center consisted of 3 docks: a light vessel dock, a heavy vessel dock, and a train dock. The train dock was modeled after the floating docks in Weishan and Dongxing commanderies. The railway tracks extended right to the shore, allowing trains to drive directly onto the ships. There were also tracks parallel to the dock, used for craning cargo from the trains onto the ships. The heavy dock featured a shore-hugging bulk cargo loading and unloading berth, specifically designed for oars. Its berth could only accommodate low freeboard sunken cabin sand carriers. On shore, vehicles or machinery could directly dump bulk cargo onto the ships by the water, greatly improving efficiency. This was a method the Han tribe had summarized from past dock usage experience and recent inventions. Once such docks were built, they would still be usable when engineering machinery like loaders were equipped in the future. In addition, the dock and the train station shared a massive storage area. It had warehouses as well as open-air yards for storing ores that weren't affected by wind and rain, like coal. With a dock, a train station was naturally essential. Following past experience, this station still featured a huge waiting room with ticket windows and a railway management system. But now, this institution and building were merged with the dock. The waiting room was for both trains and ships. The ticket windows sold both train and ship tickets. The management agency not only dispatched trains, but also managed incoming and outgoing ships, completely merging the two departments. This was an inheritance of the Han tribe's mature technologies and experiences, as well as a mechanism innovation. With such comprehensive transport system management experience, the Han tribe could replicate it elsewhere, preparing to perfect their transport network. The workers unloaded tools, food, tents, and other daily necessities from the ships and began constructing this comprehensive transport system. Meanwhile, Yu Fu led his core team east on horseback. He left 100 men to survey the specific site for Changkong Commandery's city and took the remaining 100 straight to the White House tribe east of the coal mine. This trip included horses, a convoy of wagons, flocks of sheep, corn, iron tools, farm implements, pottery, cloth, needles and thread, wooden shoe patterns, and even some books, pens, ink, paper, and inkstones. They weren't just there to complete the trade agreed upon last year. They were also delivering gifts. By giving them a sample of everything, they would show the White House tribe the Han tribe's advanced technology and diverse goods, sparking their interest. This would make it easier to recruit them to work for the Han tribe. By living and working together, they could quickly assimilate this tribe, making them genuinely yearn for the Han tribe and even voluntarily asked to join. Yu Fu was very experienced in this, so he wasn't worried at all. Because they brought a lot of things, the convoy moved slowly. It took them 2 days to cover the roughly 160 kilometers to the White House tribe's vicinity. The White House tribe was also eagerly anticipating Yu Fu's arrival. Last year, they had agreed to trade their potato planting technology for a new food crop and its farming methods from the Han tribe. They also hoped to acquire the Han tribe's breeding technology. But Yu Fu had been gone for months without a word. How could they not worry? Although they had agreed on spring had been here for nearly a month. The tribe's chiefs urged the young hunters every day to look out for news of the Han tribe. If Yu Fu didn't show up soon, these people would probably go crazy with anxiety. Amidst this anxious anticipation, Yu Fu finally arrived at the mountainous area west of the White House tribe. The young hunters in the mountains finally spotted the Han tribe's convoy at a mountain pass. The Han tribe is here. The Han tribe is here. A teenage White House tribe boy shouted into the mountains upon spotting Yu Fu's convoy, calling his companions while running towards them. Several companions quickly followed. On Yu Fu's side, hearing the shouting and seeing people rapidly approaching, the leading knights quickly flanked Yu Fu to protect him. Don't be nervous. We've reached the White House tribe's territory. Those should be their people. Relax and make way. Yu Fu ordered his guards after closely observing the newcomer's attire. As he spoke, the White House tribe boys arrived. Friend from the Han tribe, I know Yu Fu. Are you here to trade with us? Our chiefs have been waiting for you for a long time, the slightly older boy said first, gesturing with his hands. This boy was the eldest son of one of the White House tribe's chiefs. He had helped receive Yu Fu last time, so he recognized him immediately. Yu Fu recognized him too. When it came to diplomacy and remembering faces, Yu Fu was a top-tier genius. Yes, friend. We're here to complete the trade we agreed on last year, and we brought many gifts for you. I hope you'll like them. Can you take us there now? Yu Fu smiled from his horse, communicating with the boy. The boy looked at the convoy behind Yu Fu and hesitated. Last time, Yu Fu only brought a dozen people. This time, he brought a full 100, all riding tall horses, plus many wagons. Such a strong force could easily wipe out their tribe, so the boy was conflicted. Yu Fu obviously saw through the boy's concerns. The White House tribe had 5 clans, totaling less than 2,000 people, with at most 200 to 300 young men. Facing 100 elite Han tribe cavalrymen on tall horses, it would be weird if they weren't scared. Haha, don't worry. We brought so many people just because we have a lot of goods. We couldn't travel this far with fewer people. If you don't want them to go over, I can take a dozen people like last time, but we have to bring the wagons. All my goods are on them. Yu Fu explained with a smile, pointing and gesturing at the convoy behind him. Hearing this, the boy scratched his head in embarrassment and nodded in agreement. He also looked curiously at the wagons. Yu Fu hadn't brought wagons last time, just a few horses, so this was the boy's first time seeing these magical horse-drawn carriages. After confirming the entry plan with the boy, Yu Fu turned and ordered, "Take half the wagons with grain and forage. Unload all the wagons carrying the sheep and herd them on foot. 2 10-man squads come with me. The rest set up camp here and await orders." "Yes, sir." The team responded in unison and quickly sprang into action. Some drove the sheep out of 3 cage-like wagons. Others separated a portion of the wagons, and the personnel quickly split into 2 groups. 20 men naturally followed behind Yu Fu. Seeing this, the boy shouted something in surprised delight, then gestured for Yu Fu to follow him. The other kids ran off quickly to deliver the news ahead of time. The boy leading the way chatted and gestured happily with Yu Fu, constantly looking back at the convoy. This time, Yu Fu brought 60 sheep, 20 saiga antelopes, 20 goats, and 20 sheep. Each type consisted of 5 rams and 15 ewes. The 5 rams of each type were carefully selected breeding rams with no blood relation to each other, facilitating reproduction in the White House tribe. It showed the Han tribe really put thought into this. The guiding boys kept looking back. Their chiefs had previously asked to buy horses from Yu Fu, offering to trade for them, but Yu Fu declined for various reasons, promising to recommend another livestock to the White House tribe. They didn't expect him to actually bring them. The sheep were driven forward by a man with a long whip. They were very obedient, grazing on the fresh wild grass as they walked. Because the journey was too far, Yu Fu didn't have them herd the sheep the whole way. The sheep had traveled south by boat, which was already very uncomfortable for them. Forcing them to walk over 100 kilometers would have exhausted them to death. So they were transported in wagons, eating fodder every day. Now that they finally saw green grass, they naturally feasted. This scene was frequently observed by the White House tribe boys. Their first impression of the sheep was good, very good. First, these animals weren't large. Though they couldn't be ridden like horses, they weren't much smaller than wild deer. As livestock for meat, they were perfectly adequate. Second, these creatures were very obedient. Driven by one Han tribe man, they walked forward obediently without running or jumping around. This meant they would be easy to manage. Third, these animals ate wild grass, which humans didn't need, so they wouldn't compete with humans for food. This was why Yu Fu chose to give them sheep instead of pigs. Pigs are omnivores and compete with humans for food, making them unsuitable for the White House tribe to raise at the moment. Finally, their pelts were beautiful. The antelope's fur was short but smooth, colored like a deer's. Having just passed winter, it was still a bit grayish-white and would turn yellowish-white when it got hot. The goats and sheep had long, thick wool. Clothes made from it would definitely be very warm, which was crucial for the White House tribe, who didn't know weaving. Therefore, sheep, in every aspect, were perfectly suited for the White House tribe. The boys were naturally overjoyed. Because the hunting grounds weren't far from the tribe, they soon arrived at the White House tribe, surrounded by a cluster of white houses. The clan chiefs had already received the news and came out together to welcome them. "Welcome, friends from the Han tribe. You're finally here. I thought you forgot our agreement and wouldn't come." The leading chief greeted warmly with a smile. Yufu couldn't understand a word he said, but that didn't hinder their communication. Facial expressions are universal. Smiling was enough. "Ha ha ha ha. Chiefs, I trust you've been well. I've brought the corn seeds I promised you, along with some other gifts. I hope you like them. These are all precious goods from our Han tribe, a token of our chief's goodwill." Yufu spoke as he walked. When the chiefs led them to a clearing in the center of the tribe, he ordered his attendants to display the gifts one by one. It was nearing dusk, and the White House tribe civilians who had gone out to plant potatoes were returning. Hearing that the Han tribe had arrived again, they hurriedly put down their farm tools and gathered at the central clearing, gasping in continuous amazement. "Someone, bring out the corn." At Yufu's word, someone immediately brought down a sack of corn from a wagon, along with a cornstalk cut at the root. Although it had turned dry and yellow, the 2 ears of corn were still attached to the stalk. Yufu had specifically found this to show them. The chiefs were puzzled but knew this must be a Han tribe food crop. They were excited but looked at Yufu, waiting for his introduction. "Chiefs, please look. This is one of our Han tribe's staple foods, corn. It's a highly adaptable crop. From southern islands to northern snowy lands, corn can quickly adapt to the local environment. It's very high-yielding and stores extremely well. Managed properly, it can be kept for 3 years, much longer than your potatoes. Look, these are corn kernels. Soak them in water overnight, then bury them in loosened soil, and they will grow into stalks as tall as this one. The stalk will grow 2 ears of corn covered in husks. When it's ripe, you can snap them off. Wait, I'll snap one off to show you." Yufu pointed to the corn in the sack, then snapped an ear off the dried stalk, peeled back the husks, and showed it to the 5 chiefs. The chiefs clicked their tongues in wonder. It was their first time seeing a crop that grew above ground and so tall. It was vastly different from the potatoes they had always grown buried in the soil. "Corn. Yes, corn. It's very delicious. You can roast it, boil it, make flatbreads, or steam buns with it." One of the chiefs tried to mimic the Chinese pronunciation of corn and looked at Yufu to see if he got it right. Yufu smiled and nodded, then continued to explain how to eat it. After finishing his introduction, he addressed the chiefs again. "I came this time to fulfill the promise I made last time, to trade corn for your potatoes, and to exchange planting techniques. The weather right now is perfect for planting. If you agree, we can start learning from each other tomorrow. I can have my men teach you how to plant this corn." Yufu used a mix of gestures and speech to convey his meaning. After repeating it 3 or 4 times, the chiefs finally understood and were overjoyed. Yes, this is wonderful. Fu, tomorrow you can also go to the fields with our people to watch how we farm. We will learn from each other," one of the White House tribe chiefs quickly said. He immediately pulled over a few men holding farm tools and gave them instructions. The honest-looking farmers patted their chests, indicating they would handle it. After finalizing the exchange of seeds and planting techniques, Yufu began to showcase the gifts he had brought. "Chiefs, our chief was very pleased with the potatoes I brought back last time. He said you are all generous, good people, and the Han tribe wishes to be friends with the White House tribe. Therefore, the chief specifically asked me to bring you some gifts." Last time, the chief heard that the White House tribe didn't have animal husbandry techniques yet, so he specifically had me bring 3 types of sheep, 20 of each. "We hope these livestock will multiply under your care. Men, bring the sheep over." Yufu didn't care if they understood him or not. He just gave his introduction and had the sheep brought forward. The White House tribe civilians and their chiefs had naturally noticed these animals brought by the Han tribe. Though they had their suspicions, no one dared to ask. Now, hearing that these were gifts for them, they were over the moon. These are all for us?" One chief pointed at the sheep, trembling with excitement. "Of course," Yufu smiled and nodded, then continued. "These animals are called sheep. They are the most commonly raised livestock in our Han tribe. Many families in our tribe raise flocks of them. There are 3 types of sheep here. The ones with yellow coats, short hair, and pointed horns are saiga antelopes. You can tell them apart by their color, horns, and large noses. These antelopes are excellent for raising. You can eat their meat and wear their pelts. Look, the shoes on my feet are made of antelope leather. Moreover, these antelopes grow very fast, and reproduce quickly. A lamb reaches sexual maturity and can breed within a year of birth. They can give birth twice a year, with 1 to 3 lambs per litter. The ones we brought are all in their prime. If you take good care of them, their numbers will double in half a year. Yu Fu explained the sheep's reproduction rate in great detail, hoping the White House tribe would take it seriously. However, due to the language barrier, the explanation was complex. After talking for a long time, the chiefs looked happy, but their eyes were glazed over. Yu Fu knew instantly they hadn't understood a word and were just smiling foolishly. Left with no choice, Yu Fu looked around and had a sudden stroke of inspiration. He pulled a man, a woman, and their child from the crowd of White House tribe civilians. Using them as visual aids and linking them to the sheep, he explained that when a ram and a ewe are together, they can give birth twice a year, 2 or 3 at a time. The civilians and chiefs finally understood, their mouths dropping open in disbelief. Friends from the Han tribe, you must be messengers sent by the gods. Only gods could possess such beautiful creatures. We are so grateful that you are giving these sheep to us. We must offer the Han tribe our richest sacrifices to express our gratitude. An older chief said earnestly, holding Yu Fu's hands with tears in his eyes. Yu Fu was equally bewildered. He was just introducing animal husbandry techniques. How did it suddenly turn to gods? Well, superstition was normal in this era. Things that were incredibly good and beyond comprehension were usually deemed gifts from the gods. A rational tribe like the Han tribe was actually the anomaly. But Yu Fu wasn't interested in sacrifices. He brought all these good things to recruit workers. After introducing the antelopes, Yu Fu introduced the black-headed goats and the pure white, fat-tailed sheep. The 3 types were easy to distinguish, but to prevent crossbreeding, Yu Fu suggested raising them separately. The chiefs readily agreed, but they didn't know how to raise them. So, Yu Fu offered a suggestion. You can choose 3 reliable families to raise the 3 types of sheep separately. My men can help them build sheepfolds and teach them how to herd the sheep and gather suitable forage. The chiefs were overjoyed, but after a heated discussion, they didn't select the 3 families Yu Fu suggested. The White House tribe consisted of 5 clans, functioning like a clan alliance. Living together normally was fine, but when it came to dividing tangible benefits, giving the 3 sheepfolds to some clans and not others would cause resentment. In the end, they opted for public ownership. The tribe would build 3 separate sheepfolds, and all the sheep would be the public property of the White House tribe. All civilians had the obligation and responsibility to care for them. As for the lambs born later, they would be distributed based on each family's contribution to the tribe. It was a compromise where no one lost out, and everyone agreed, so there was nothing more to say. Yu Fu had no objections, since he gave the sheep to them. The White House tribe could divide them however they wanted. Once the construction of the sheepfolds was settled, Yu Fu immediately dispatched a few men to lead the White House tribe civilians to cut branches or bamboo to build the pens. Each breed's sheepfold would be divided into 5 smaller pens, with 1 ram and 3 ewes housed together in each. This would facilitate future breeding and prevent diseases or breed degradation caused by inbreeding. After presenting the sheep, Yu Fu waved his hand again, and his attendants brought up more gifts. Yu Fu opened a wooden box, revealing a book, needles, thread, and scissors. He smiled and introduced them. Chiefs, this is a gift from our chief's first wife. This is a new book she wrote, called Illustrated Guide to Han Clothing. It records the cutting, sewing, and embroidery techniques for various Han tribe garments. It also includes shoe patterns and embroidery designs. We hope the White House tribe can quickly learn how to make clothes. Additionally, here are 12 rolls of various fabrics gifted by our chief. We hope you like them. Illustrated Guide to Han Clothing was the second book Xiao Dai had written over the new year. Her previous book on the history of textiles and dyeing hadn't caught on, but this one had become widely popular. It was now the second most popular book in the Han tribe, right after Zhang Ying's cookbook. Just as Zhang Ying included a cooking tip on every page, Xiao Dai added various embroidery patterns and infant shoe patterns, making it highly beloved. The chiefs looked at the items in the box and the illustrated book with Chinese characters, their faces filled with sheer amazement, as if looking at a miracle. The attendants also unloaded rolls of fabric from the wagons, cotton and linen, solid colors and floral prints, 1 roll of each, making the White House tribe civilians ecstatic. Thank you so much, Han tribe. Fu, your Han tribe is the strongest in the world, able to clothe every member in such magnificent garments. Thank you for being willing to teach us this technique. Thank you so much. Haha. Our chief also thinks highly of the White House tribe. The Han tribe is a tribe willing to help its friends. Under our chief's leadership, the Han tribe has developed to this point with the mission of helping all our fellow humans. This is our responsibility as the strongest civilization. Don't worry about it. Since the chief gave it to you, just study it well. And this is a gift from our chief's second wife. Men, bring it all up. At Yufu's call, the attendants brought up another pile of items. This time, it was a small wooden chest containing 2 Han tribe rectangular cleavers, spatulas, ladles, a bunch of glass jars filled with various seasonings, and the cookbook written by Zhang Ing. There was also a cylindrical iron stove welded from iron plates, used for heating and cooking in places without heated brick beds. The glass greenhouses in Luoyang Commandery used these. The rest included a solid wood chopping block bound with iron hoops, woks, soup pots, clay casseroles, hand-forged large iron kettles, bamboo steamers, bamboo slotted spoons, solid wood rolling pins, various pots, bowls, ladles, basins, chopsticks, spoons, buckets, wash basins, and even teapots and teacups. There wasn't a lot of any one item, but the variety was incredibly complete, as if displaying merchandise. In fact, that was exactly the point, giving them one set of everything now, so if they wanted more later, they would have to buy it with money. There was also a small stone mill, about the size of a wash basin. By inserting a stick, it could be turned with one hand. It was suitable for making tofu at home. It couldn't do any heavy lifting, but it was perfect as a gift. If they had brought a massive millstone, a single wagon probably wouldn't have been able to carry it. The chiefs and the boys around them stared at the dazzling array of kitchenware, their eyes practically popping out of their heads. If there was one thing Chinese culture excelled at, it was undoubtedly Chinese cuisine. Chinese food culture is the most diverse and utilizes the widest range of ingredients in the world. There's almost nothing Chinese people won't eat. Naturally, the various tools used in Chinese cooking were absolutely the best cookware in the world to these tribes who had never seen the world and only knew how to roast their food. Especially those heavy, dark vessels gleaming with a metallic luster. The Han tribe was actually extravagant enough to use precious metal to make cookware. With so much good iron and steel, wouldn't it be better to make more farm tools, knives, and weapons? To waste it on cookware, but this also perfectly proved the Han tribe's wealth. Without that much iron, how could they manufacture it? Then there were the exquisite clay casseroles, ceramic bowls, basins, cups, etc. Not only were they practical, but they were also incredibly beautiful, as the Han tribe had painted many patterns on them: flowers, birds, fish, insects, fruits, and so on. However, the most eye-catching items were the glass bowls and the glass jars used for seasonings. The White House tribe couldn't fathom how such crystal-clear objects were made. They looked as magical as ice formed from water in winter. In addition, there were items gifted in Han Feng's name: human-powered plows, shovels, hoes, sickles, a set of writing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones, books, and carbide lamps. Every single item was magical and exquisite. The only flaw was that these were all finished products. The Han tribe hadn't shared any of the manufacturing techniques. So, if they liked them and wanted more, they could only buy them from the Han tribe. This included the calcium carbide needed for the lamps. Once it ran out, they would have to ask the Han tribe for more. After this luxurious array of gifts was presented, the White House tribe's goodwill towards the Han tribe skyrocketed, and all their wariness vanished. Hearing from their own boys that there were still about 80 Han tribe members waiting outside the mountains, they immediately sent people to invite them in. The chief's reasoning was simple. If the Han tribe could offer so many gifts, as well as crucial things like livestock and breeding techniques, how could they possibly harbor any ill intent towards them? If they still kept the Han tribe shut out after all this, it would be truly unreasonable. And so, before the sky turned completely dark, the 80 people outside the mountains arrived with the rest of the convoy. The two tribes, totaling over 2,000 people, began a communal feast in the clearing at the center of the tribe. The White House tribe brought out potatoes, their staple food. However, to entertain their guests today, they specially brought out some dried meat as ingredients. Yufu's side also began on-site teaching, showing them how to use the iron woks and stoves. Yufu used the gifted kitchenware and stove to cook for them, while the rest of his team dug fire pits and set up pots to cook on the spot. Yufu also had his men bring out some cornmeal to make flatbreads for them. There wasn't a lot, but it was enough for every White House tribe civilian to have a taste, giving them an early preview of the flavor of corn. Whether it was because of the gifts the Han tribe had given or the unique sweetness of the corn that won them over, the White House tribe civilians absolutely loved it. Perhaps it was also because they were simply sick and tired of eating potatoes. Perhaps because Yu Fu had given so many gifts this time, the friendship between the White House tribe and the Han tribe heated up rapidly, reaching a point where goodwill was overflowing. If a stranger from another tribe saw them, they might think they were one family. Early the next morning, the Han tribe members who had stayed overnight in the White House tribe began their activities. Yu Fu first sent 10 men to lead the White House tribe civilians in herding the sheep. Their tasks for the day were: first, to teach the White House tribe how to herd sheep; second, to plan the grazing areas, routes, and times; and third, to tell them which plants the sheep could eat. It sounded like a small matter, but for the White House tribe, who knew nothing about it, it was quite complicated. Additionally, 30 people remained in the White House tribe settlement. These people not only had to look after the convoy's wagons and horses, but among them were a few dexterous individuals tasked with teaching the White House tribe women how to cut fabric and sew clothes and shoes. The Han tribe had provided wooden shoe patterns, making shoemaking easy. First, they would measure the sole of the foot to find the right size, then cut the material according to the pattern, and finally sew it together. Whether it was leather boots or cloth shoes, the patterns were universal. The only difference was the material. A few others were teaching the White House tribe weaving techniques. Weaving cloth was out of the question for now, but weaving baskets and such could be taught. Actually, the White House tribe had their own weaving techniques and knew how to make baskets, but compared to the Han tribe's intricate weaving skills, they were far inferior. The White House tribe civilians were also very smart. They knew how hard it was to come by the opportunity to learn advanced techniques, so they eagerly absorbed every skill the Han tribe taught them. As long as the Han people were willing to teach, they would learn anything. One of the wagon drivers even hung a blackboard on the side of his wagon, writing and drawing on it. He was surrounded by a group of children of all ages, all sitting there happily learning Chinese characters and pinyin from him. To get the children interested in the Han tribe's affairs, the driver also took them to identify the various gifts brought yesterday, patiently teaching them the Chinese names for each item one by one. A child's learning speed and receptiveness are at their peak during this stage of life. So, in just one day, these children memorized quite a few Chinese vocabulary words, especially the names of various objects. The driver also taught them some Han tribe etiquette, like cupping hands in greeting when meeting someone. The children learned it playfully, laughing and joking. The mothers of these children, some of whom went out to farm with the men, while others stayed home to look after toddlers or learn sewing from the Han tribe, couldn't help but smile when they saw their older children learning from the Han tribe. In the eyes of these mothers, the Han tribe was incredibly powerful. For their children to learn even a little bit from them was a tremendous stroke of luck. They had absolutely no defensive mindset, let alone any concept of cultural invasion. Meanwhile, Yu Fu personally led a team to the White House tribe's fields with the chiefs. On one hand, he learned their potato planting techniques. On the other, he taught them how to plant corn. As Han Feng had said, he knew how potatoes were planted, but Yu Fu wasn't entirely reassured. Since they were willing to teach, and he had brought plenty of people, there was no harm in learning. At the same time, Yu Fu selected a plot of land next to the White House tribe's existing fields to plant corn. During this farming process, Yu Fu subtly introduced the Han tribe's weights and measures to them, explaining to the chiefs how the Han tribe calculated land area and how big a mu of land was. He even had someone bring out a soft measuring tape made of fine hemp rope to measure the land. While planning the layout of the cornfield, he conveyed various Han tribe policies to them. For example, what a household registration was in the Han tribe, what constituted a family unit, how much land each family owned, and how the ownership of the land belonged to the entire tribe, with the civilians only having the right to use it. The tribe was responsible for maintaining the security of these lands and the convenience of their use, such as funding the construction of water conservancy facilities and irrigation systems. However, the civilians also had to contribute to the tribe by paying 20% of their annual harvest as taxes. The White House tribe chiefs listened in rapt attention, finally understanding how the Han tribe operated. As for the ordinary White House tribe civilians, their conclusion was that the Han tribe was very safe and possessed the most fertile farmland in the world. Every family with a household registration could be allocated a large piece of land. Even after handing over a portion of their grain to contribute to the tribe, they still had more than enough left to eat. This surplus grain could then be sold to the tribe at market price, exchanged for money to buy various goods, which, naturally, were the items Yu Fu had brought yesterday. These items, which seemed like objects from a fairyland to them, were things every civilian in the Han tribe could buy. Consequently, everyone working in the fields developed a yearning for the Han tribe. Even if they didn't immediately form the thought of joining the Han tribe, they wanted to visit. Even if they couldn't join, just seeing this fairyland-like place would be wonderful. While the attendants worked in the fields, Yu Fu chatted with the chiefs on the side. Once the land and irrigation ditches were measured and planned, Yu Fu had his men set fire to the wasteland, burning away the weeds and dead grass. Then, he brought out the ultimate agricultural weapon of this era, the curved shaft plow. It was human-powered, though it could be hitched to livestock if available. A few men used hoes and shovels to dig ditches for irrigation, while 2 others operated the curved shaft plow to till the soil. The sharp plowshare pierced the earth, pulled forward by an adult man using a rope. As the plowshare moved, the soil blocking its path was turned over by its 2 slanted surfaces, automatically falling to the sides and rear. This convenient and labor-saving method of tilling the soil nearly made the White House tribe members' eyes pop out of their heads. Only then did the White House tribe civilians realize that the Han tribe families could actually manage the large amounts of land they were allocated because their farming tools were so incredibly efficient. People of this era didn't know how to evaluate a tribe's strength based on industry, education, military, or social welfare. Those concepts didn't exist. In their minds, having a large population, plenty of food and drink, shoes on their feet, clothes on their backs, and a beast pelt to keep from freezing to death in winter meant a tribe was supremely powerful. They were completely unfamiliar with the Han tribe, but based on their standards for evaluating a tribe, the Han tribe was absolutely invincible. From the sheep Yu Fu delivered yesterday, it was clear the Han tribe didn't lack beast pelts, and they were so powerful they didn't even need to wear them. They had cloth. In terms of food, the Han tribe had animal husbandry, meaning they had endless meat without needing to hunt. As for grain, although they hadn't seen it all, according to Yu Fu, the Han tribe had at least several edible grains. The corn brought this time was just one of them, and it tasted good too. Add to that the plowing efficiency of the curved shaft plow they were witnessing and the Han tribe's household registration system Yu Fu had just described. By knowing how much land each family was allocated, they could roughly estimate just how much grain the Han tribe possessed. They didn't know the Han tribe's total population, but they could apply these figures to their own White House tribe. If they calculated how much land the White House tribe would have under the Han tribe's system, and what the yield would be, no matter how they calculated it, it was far superior to their current situation. Perhaps corn didn't yield as much per mu as potatoes, but the White House tribe lacked good tools, making their farming efficiency abysmal. The Han tribe was different. With various advanced farm tools, one person could cultivate a lot of land. Furthermore, the Han tribe's grain was highly storable. Even corn, which was supposedly the hardest to store, could be kept for 3 years. With all these advantages combined, the Han tribe's civilians undoubtedly lived much better lives. Fu, what is this thing called? It turns the soil so fast, one chief asked Yu Fu, his eyes glued to the curved shaft plow. It's a curved shaft plow, an agricultural tool specifically used for tilling and loosening soil. Similar tools can be collectively called plows or plowshares, Yu Fu quickly explained. Plowshares. Do all the people in your Han tribe use this to farm? Does every family have one? Another chief asked. Yes, our Han tribe also uses this to plow fields, but it's a bit different. Our curved shaft plows usually have 3 plowheads. The one given to you only has 1. This is because a 3-head plow is very heavy, and the soil resistance is much greater. A single person can't pull it. In our Han tribe, plows with 3 heads are usually pulled by oxen. Oxen, I don't know if you've seen them, are livestock similar to horses. They have horns on their heads and don't run as fast as horses, but they are much stronger. Look, this is what it looks like when a person drives an ox to pull a plow. As Yu Fu spoke, he pulled out a 5-1 copper coin. The embossed pattern on the front depicted a person driving an ox to plow a field, with the numeral 5 and the characters 4-5 below it. The back featured the minting year and Han Feng's portrait. The coin's exquisite craftsmanship made it a work of art. It was produced using the Han tribe's unique stamping process, impossible for anyone or any faction to counterfeit. Such an exquisite metal object instantly caught the chief's eyes. What is this? Is the animal pulling the plow on this an ox? It looks so big. I think I've seen this kind of animal before. The Han tribe can even tame and raise such massive animals and use them for farm work? That's incredible. What a beautiful gold object. The patterns on it look alive, and the other side is beautiful too. What do these Chinese characters mean, and who is this person on it? What is such a beautiful thing used for? I think I saw the other people you brought have this too. The chiefs passed the 5-won coin among themselves, immediately discussing and praising it, their admiration for the coin evident in their words. Yu Fu took in their reactions with a knowing smile and began to explain. This is a coin, also called currency or hard currency. It's a unified equivalent currency used by the Han tribe civilians for trading with each other. Currency, as the name suggests, you can understand it as something that can be exchanged for any good. The only difference is the amount required. As Yu Fu spoke, he poured several other coins of different denominations from his money pouch. 1 won, 2 won, 5 won, 1 jiao, 2 jiao, 5 jiao, 1 yuan, 2 yuan, 5 yuan, 10 yuan. From brass to silver ring brass centers to pure silver, 3 different colors, 3 different sizes, totaling 10 denominations, capable of satisfying any trading need in the Han tribe. In our Han tribe, absolutely everything is related to this. Whether you want to eat food, buy or sell livestock, build a house, buy a horse-drawn carriage, or pay salaries, you can't do without it. In the Han tribe, you can exchange coins for almost anything. Of course, the premise is that you have money in your hands. This is the currency created by our chief. It is divided into 3 different tiers. The Wen tier consists of copper coins. The patterns on them are rice transplanting, and plowing, representing the Han tribe's agricultural foundation. The back features our chief's portrait. The Jiao tier consists of silver-ringed copper coins. The patterns are animals, horses, sheep, and giant eagles, representing that our Han tribe's animal husbandry encompasses both birds and beasts. Currently, aside from fish in the water, our Han tribe raises all kinds of birds and beasts. Finally, there is the Yuan tier of silver dollars. The patterns are weaving, blacksmithing, sailboats, and lighthouses, representing our Han tribe's top-tier manufacturing. From the clothes on our backs and various iron tools to large buildings and sailboats, there is nothing our Han tribe cannot build. The denominations of these coins also vary. 1 won is the smallest, and 10 yuan is the largest. 1 silver dollar like this can be exchanged for 100 1 copper coins, or 10 1 jiao silver-ringed copper coins. If you want to trade for something in the Han tribe, you just take out the corresponding coins. For example, if you want to eat a meal, it only costs about 5 won to fill your stomach in our Han tribe, and that includes meat. Similarly, if you sell your own things, you can also receive coins from others. For example, corn. This year's price is about 7 won per caddy, which is roughly a bowl this big. Yu Fu explained the rules of using coins while gesturing to show them how much a caddy of corn was, leaving the chiefs in awe. Coins are truly wonderful things. Can they really be traded for anything? One chief asked curiously. Pretty much. As long as it's something the tribe allows to be traded, yes. General daily necessities, meat, live livestock, grain, cloth, tools, all can be bought with it. Even if you have enough money, you can buy your own ship. Even if you can't afford to buy one, you can rent one. Renting means you pay money, and you can use the ship for a period of time. When the time is up, you have to return it. Yu Fu explained further. The chiefs were greatly tempted. Since all the good things in the Han tribe could be traded with these coins, if their White House tribe had money, would the Han tribe be willing to sell things to them? But now came the problem. How to get the Han tribe's money? The chiefs immediately raised this question. A smile tugged at the corner of Yu Fu's mouth. He had finally steered the conversation to the main point. It's very simple. In our Han tribe, there are roughly 2 ways to get coins. One is to sell your own things. You can sell the grain you grow to the tribe, or you can sell things you make yourself to other civilians. For example, livestock you raise, pelts, or tools you make. Like the bamboo baskets or steamers I gave you yesterday. Those are made by civilians themselves and sold in the market. The tribe doesn't make these things itself. The things the tribe manufactures are usually very large. The other way to get coins is to work for the tribe. The tribe will pay you a salary. For example, building houses for the tribe, building roads, logging, driving wagons, smelting iron, mining, or even being a teacher, giving classes to children and teaching them various knowledge and skills. All these jobs pay a salary. For ordinary workers, the salary varies depending on the job, but on average, each person makes 30 yuan a month. Combined with the yield from their own fields, it's enough to cover all the expenses of a family. Just like me. I also live on the salary paid by the tribe. My job is to explore new territories for the tribe, find water sources and land, locate various minerals, and deal with foreign tribes. If I do these well, the chief pays me. The chiefs found this incredible. Now they knew the purpose of money and how to get it, but they still had one question. Fu, where does the money the tribe pays you come from? Equals 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 equals. Happy New Year to all the readers. Hearing the question from one of the White House tribe's patriarchs, Yu Fu smiled and explained. Our Han tribe's public revenue mainly comes from two sources. The first is taxation, which is the agricultural output handed over by every household to the tribe. This mainly consists of grain, as well as agricultural products like cotton, hemp, and lacquer. The second source is the profit from state-run factories. For example, the Han tribe implements a state monopoly on salt and iron. If the people want to eat salt, they can only buy it from the tribe's public salt pans. The same goes for iron. Currently, the Han tribe only has one large-scale state-run steel plant, which handles all the iron needs of the tribe. If the people want to make iron tools, they can only buy the materials from the government. These revenues represent the main income of the tribal government. The salaries the Han tribe pays to teachers, workers, the military, and officials all come from this. Upon hearing this, the patriarch's eyes widened. It took them quite a while to sort out this relationship. Such an advanced management method was completely beyond their imagination. Yet, the Han tribe had not only thought of it, but executed it perfectly. This alone was enough to inspire deep admiration and envy. Having gained a general understanding of the Han tribe's structure, the patriarchs returned to the core issue. Fu, then how can we obtain your Han tribe's money? If we have the Han tribe's money and want to buy things from you, will you sell them to our tribe? This was the White House tribe's greatest concern. No matter how great the Han tribe was, if they weren't willing to sell those advanced goods, it would all be for nothing. Of course we can sell them to you. Our Han tribe has always been passionate about our friends, and we welcome friends to come and trade with us. As for how to get the Han tribe's money, there are two ways. You can either sell things to us, though it must be something we actually need, or you can work for the Han tribe. We will pay you wages according to the salaries of our own people. As for which one you choose, that's entirely up to you. Yu Fu immediately gave them a multiple-choice question. Once they understood Yu Fu's meaning, the patriarchs immediately began discussing it among themselves. If we sell things to the Han tribe, we can get that kind of money. What do you guys think we should sell to them? One patriarch quickly asked the others. Sell things to the Han tribe? What can you possibly sell? Everything you have, the Han tribe has, and theirs is better than yours. Even the things you don't have, the Han tribe has. Tell me, what can you sell to them? Another patriarch, a middle-aged man around 30, immediately poured cold water on the idea. This. Hearing this, the others realized it was indeed the truth. Grain? The Han tribe wasn't lacking. Meat? They had their own livestock industry, while the White House tribe was just starting to learn. Cloth. To this day, they still hadn't figured out how cloth was even made, and they even needed the Han tribe to teach them how to sew clothes and shoes. Other tools. They had sharp, sturdy iron tools. Why would they come running to buy the White House tribe's stone tools? They'd have to be dreaming. On the other hand, the White House tribe needed everything, from small things like fabric for clothes and shoes, or even needles and thread, to large things like agricultural tools, iron cookware, livestock, and carts. There wasn't a single thing they didn't need, and they couldn't make any of it themselves. After thinking it over, it seemed the massive White House tribe only had one path to acquire money: selling their labor. But the Han tribe was located who knows where. How could the White House tribe work for them? They couldn't just have all the able-bodied men and women follow Yu Fu back to work, right? What about their own families? Sigh. One patriarch sighed and gestured helplessly to Yu Fu. Fu, we really love the Han tribe's precious goods. It's just a pity that we don't have your coins, so we can't trade with you. The White House tribe is just a small settlement, with few people and scarce resources. We can't produce anything you need, and even selling our labor is impossible because we're too far away. What should we do? Hearing this, Yu Fu immediately put on a look of surprise, followed by a look of pity, and finally said helplessly, "Your concerns are valid. It's true. Buying your goods is actually feasible, but the only thing we could possibly buy from you right now is potatoes. And you still need to eat those yourselves. Even if you clear wastelands, expand production, and sell the surplus potatoes to the Han tribe, you still wouldn't make much money. Your problem isn't actually that you have nothing to sell, but but that the gap in trading needs between the White House tribe and the Han tribe is too large. The Han tribe doesn't need much of what you have, but you want everything the Han tribe has. Relying solely on the income from selling potatoes definitely won't be enough for you to buy our goods. Even if the Han tribe were willing to buy your wool, your sheep have just started being raised. You only have a few dozen. Even if you sheared them all bald, how much money could you really make? Yu Fu analyzed the situation following the patriarch's train of thought, practically driving them into depression. Yu Fu made it even clearer. It wasn't that the White House tribe had nothing to sell, but that their meager income from selling agricultural products could never satisfy their desire to consume. That was the crux of the issue. Fu, is there really no other way? Another patriarch asked unwillingly. The better the Han tribe's goods were, the more attractive they became. Anyone who had seen them wanted them. And if they were allowed to use them and experience them firsthand, it would be even harder to let them go. Going from frugality to luxury is easy, but going from luxury to frugality is hard. This was exactly it. Well, Yu Fu pretended to think for a moment, then suddenly said, "It's not completely impossible." Hearing this, the patriarch's eyes instantly lit up. So there was still a turning point. Fu, tell us quickly, what should we do? This is actually quite a coincidence. Do you remember what I brought people here to do last year? Yu Fu didn't answer directly, but guided them instead. I remember. You were looking for some kind of black stone, one patriarch quickly replied. Exactly. Now the location of the stone has been found. After I went back and showed it to the chief last year, he ordered me to bring people to mine this coal to supply the tribe. Mining coal requires a lot of people, and we can't just have so many people come over without even a place to shelter from the wind and rain. So our chief had me bring some people first to build a camp for these coal miners to live in. But building houses also requires workers. Dispatching personnel from the tribe is quite inconvenient. But if you are willing to help with the work, that would be perfect. Your tribe provides the people to help us build houses, and our Han tribe will pay you wages. The chief has given me full authority over this matter. If you're willing, I can agree to it right now. If you come, I can promise you that for every day an adult laborer works for us, we will provide food and lodging, and they will earn a wage of 1 silver yuan per day. When you return home, you can also have priority to buy those goods at a cheaper price. What do you think? Build houses. We can get 1 silver yuan a day just for helping you build houses? And your Han tribe will provide the food. Yes, I'm in charge of this. If I say 1 yuan a day, it will definitely be honored. Yu Fu nodded affirmatively. Where are we building the houses? If it's too far, we won't be able to go. We still have our fields here. If all the adults leave, who will look after the crops? How many houses does your Han tribe need to build? You won't make us walk a long way, only to finish the work in a few days, and then have to come back, right? Hearing Yu Fu's confirmation, the patriarchs immediately began asking questions over each other. The deal sounded great, but whether it could actually work in practice raised many issues. It's not that far. According to our Han tribe's measurements, it's about 60 or 70 kilometers. If you ride a horse, you can get there in half a day. If you walk and travel day and night without stopping, you can get there in 1 full day and night. At the slowest, it would take 2 days. Tell me, that's not far, right? As for how many houses need to be built, I'm not sure right now, but it's definitely a lot. We haven't even mapped out how big the mine is yet. Right now, we're just getting some people to start digging. When we need more later, we'll definitely have to add more manpower. But I can tell you clearly, even if all the adults in your tribe went over, it would probably still take a year or 2 to build. You don't have that many adults, do you? Yu Fu asked them in return at the end. The patriarchs looked at each other, then glanced at the able-bodied men and women working in the fields nearby. It really wasn't that many. The White House tribe had a total population of nearly 2,000. Excluding the elderly and children, there were only about 800 able-bodied adults of working age, and that included both men and women. Of course, they themselves thought it was a lot, but compared to the Han tribe, the gap was obvious. Although they didn't know exactly how large the Han tribe's population was, they figured it must be massive. So another patriarch asked, Fu, when you say adults, does that include women? Or do you only want men to work? In our tribe, women can build houses too. Well, if your women are as capable as the men, then of course it's no problem. Women are fine too, and the wages will be the same as the men's. Even if they can't do heavy lifting, they can help cook and wash pots, and we'll still pay them. So, are you willing to come? If you're willing to help, I'll tell our chief not to send so many people over. After explaining, Yu Fu pressed them again. Well, could you let us discuss it first? Fu, You know our tribe's population. We definitely can't send all our adult men and women to work for you. If we did, there would be no one to look after the children, the fields, and the sheep you just gave us. Plus, we have to ask our tribe's people. We can only send people to work for you if they themselves are willing, a slightly older patriarch quickly explained. To be honest, the patriarchs of the White House tribe really wanted to take their people to work, but they had to consider the practical realities. They couldn't just abandon everything they had and follow Yu Fu to become laborers. They had fields, children, houses, and territory. There were many factors to weigh. This wasn't something that could be decided in a short time. Fortunately, Yu Fu wasn't in a hurry. Just the mutual exchange of agricultural techniques would take several days. So, the people Yu Fu brought spent their days teaching the White House tribe how to plant corn, sew clothes and shoes, and raise sheep. Meanwhile, the patriarchs frequently gathered their people to discuss the prospect of working for the Han tribe and building houses for money. As long as they had the Han tribe's currency, they could buy more good things. Naturally, the commoners of the White House tribe were tempted. Once the basic principle of going to work was established, figuring out how to go and how many people to send became much easier to resolve. The patriarchs raised various questions to Yu Fu. Where would the workers live? If both men and women went, could they bring their children? If the children went, who would take care of them? Yu Fu answered each question one by one. In the end, the two sides reached the following agreement. First, they would send a vanguard of 150 people, 100 able-bodied men and 50 able-bodied women, to follow Yu Fu and scout the situation. Right now, the site was just an empty plot of land with nothing on it. Sending more people would be useless since there wasn't even a place to live, so 150 was enough. Once these people confirmed that working there was viable, they would gradually increase the labor force based on the actual situation later on. Yu Fu had no objections to this. He knew very well that it was impossible to coax the entire White House tribe into going all at once. As long as he could let the initial 150 people taste the benefits, the rest would naturally follow. After finalizing the details, Yu Fu and his team stayed with the White House tribe until the corn planting was finished and the sprouts had emerged. Once the White House tribe's potatoes were also fully planted, he finally led his team to set off for the territory of the newly established Qian County. Chenkang County was the new county further west, bordering the Luyang River. Qian County was the one near the coal mine. Its specific location was halfway between the coal discovery site and the White House tribe's territory, leaning slightly closer to the White House tribe. The main reason for choosing this spot was to make it easier to absorb the White House tribe in the future. When it was time to depart, the teams on both sides were selected. Yu Fu had arrived with a 100-man team, but upon leaving, he specifically left behind a 10-man squad. This was the 16th exploration team that had originally discovered the White House tribe. Their main task was to maintain contact with Yu Fu's side and continue teaching the White House tribe techniques like planting corn, making clothes and shoes, and raising livestock. The White House tribe also selected 30 people from each of their 5 clans, making up the 150-person team. They were led by 2 younger, able-bodied patriarchs in their 20s, 26-year-old Gu Ji of the Gu clan and 28-year-old Tian Hong of the Tian clan. As the team set out, Yu Fu immediately sent a message back via carrier Falcon to inform Han Feng of the progress, notifying the chief that he had successfully persuaded the White House tribe to come work. At the same time, he dispatched a fast horse to the temporary camp in Chenkang County, instructing them to send a portion of their craftsmen, along with food and various construction tools. 2 days later, when Yu Fu led the team to the area designated for Qian County, Gu Ji, the patriarch of the White House tribe, spoke up. "I've been to this place before. When I was young, I followed my tribesmen here to hunt. It really is a good place to live. In the direction of the sunrise, there's a forest where we can gather food and firewood. In the direction of the midday sun, there's a river that provides drinking water. The land on both sides of the river is flat and fertile, perfect for growing crops. If you walk for a day with your back to the sun, there are rocky mountains where we can gather stones to make tools. It's incredibly suitable for building a tribe here. I used to think that if the White House tribe ever grew too large and our original home couldn't hold us, we would migrate here. I didn't expect you guys to find it first." Gu Ji said with a sigh of emotion. "Oh, then should our Han tribe find another place?" Yu Fu didn't quite understand what he meant. Did he think the Han tribe was stealing their territory? After all, this place was indeed quite close to the White House tribe, only a 2-day walk. So, he tested the waters with a half-joking remark. Gu Ji quickly waved his hands. "No need to change. This place is great. Many of our people have been here and are very familiar with it. Being able to work here means we aren't too far from the tribe, which will make everyone feel more at ease. Although I wanted to migrate here when the tribe's population grew, that was just talk. To multiply to the point where our current tribe can't hold us would probably take over a dozen generations. That's too long. I won't live to see that day. Since the Han tribe needs this place more right now, what does it matter if you live here? Hearing this explanation, Yu Fu felt relieved. He patted Gu Ji's shoulder affectionately and said, "It's nothing. Aren't our two tribes friends? Living closer will make communication and trade easier. We might even intermarry. Even if your place gets too crowded in the future, you're welcome to move over and live with us." Gu Ji and Tian Hong both smiled and agreed with Yu Fu's words. Fighting over territory? Non-existent. The relationship between the two tribes was currently in a honeymoon phase. Moreover, they didn't think their tribe had anything the Han tribe would covet. They were so poor there was nothing to steal. The only thing left was their population, but they assumed the Han tribe, with so many people and such a massive territory, wouldn't lack population either. So, from top to bottom, the White House tribe never viewed the Han tribe as an enemy. After arriving, the team first set up some simple tents. Then, they began surveying the terrain, planting markers, and drawing lines to map out the city's location and the roads. Distributing the farmland along the river was a no-brainer, mainly for the convenience of drawing water. As for chopping wood for fuel, that was likely off the table. This area was destined to become the main coal-producing region in the south. With so much coal available, burning wood was highly unlikely. During the few days Yu Fu spent surveying Qian County, the craftsman team from Chungkong County also arrived. The group consisted of 400 various craftsmen and 600 railway workers, making up a 1,000-man team. They hurried over, escorting a large batch of production tools and provisions. This was the first time the people of the White House tribe had ever seen such a massive construction crew. This was 1,000 able-bodied men, and they were all specialized talents with various skills, not just farmers who only knew how to dig in the dirt. The sheer number of people was almost half the total population of the White House tribe. But according to Yu Fu, they hadn't even sent that many people yet. This was just the advanced construction team, here to build houses for the people who would eventually come to mine coal. So how many people would be coming to mine coal later? Just thinking about it made them gasp in shock. Exactly how large was the Han tribe's population? Seeing such a massive team, Tian Hong, the patriarch of the White House tribe, couldn't help but swallow hard and ask, "Fu, you guys brought so many people yourselves. Do you still need our tribe's people to work? You could build a lot of houses just relying on yourselves, right?" Yu Fu was stunned for a moment before realizing that the sheer number of arrivals had frightened them. This wouldn't do. He had to keep up the persuasion, so he said, "No, don't let their numbers fool you. Actually, more than half of these 1,000 people are here to build roads. The coal we dig up has to be transported to other parts of the Han tribe, so we must build a road for vehicles to travel on. Most of them are here for the road. The ones building houses are just a small fraction. Besides, for our tribe to dispatch a single craftsman here, it costs a massive amount of resources to support their long-term stay. Their food, wages, and daily necessities all have to be transported from far away. That's why your White House tribe's help is so important. For every laborer you add to help us, we can send one less person here. So even if your entire tribe came to help, we would be more than willing." "Oh, so that's how it is. Then we will definitely help the Han tribe. Fu, please rest assured, our two tribes are good friends." With the arrival of the craftsman team, construction quickly began. Another sea of tents was pitched, and the 400 craftsmen settled in. However, the 600 railway workers didn't stay long. They had come primarily to escort the supplies and provisions, and secondly, to confirm the exact location of the Qian County train station with Yu Fu. They needed to finalize the station's location and specific design before they could survey and plan the route in between. So, after discussing with Yu Fu for 3 days, planting the markers for the station, and laying out the construction lines, they left immediately. It was only then that Gu Ji and Tian Hong truly believed those people were actually there to build roads. The 400 resident craftsmen also began their respective tasks. Building a new city meant first constructing factories and workshops, brick and tile kilns, lumber mills, stone quarries, and so on. But the very first thing that needed to be built was worker dormitories. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have a place to live, as cloth tents couldn't withstand wind and rain. For temporary camps and dormitories, structures that could be torn down once they served their purpose. The Han tribe conventionally used rammed earth construction. The benefits were that it was fast to build, materials were easy to source locally, and it was perfectly fine for short-term living of a year or two. Once the construction site boundaries were drawn, the building work commenced. The 150 able-bodied laborers from the White House tribe were quickly put to use. They were hired with money, so it would be a waste not to use them. A portion of them was assigned to log trees, led by Han tribe craftsmen to cut down suitable timber. Another group was stationed by the river to dig and transport earth, simultaneously excavating irrigation ditches for the farmland and moving the soil to the camp to ram into walls. It was precisely in this working environment that the people of the White House tribe learned more about the Han tribe. For the first time, they discovered the existence of a saw, a sharp tool for cutting wood, and witnessed countless strange woodworking tools whose names they didn't even know. They also saw convenient transport vehicles like wheelbarrows for moving earth and stone, and the rammed earth technique, which involved filling a wooden frame with soil to build walls. They also learned for the first time that earth could be burned into stone, bricks and tiles, that human waste had to be excreted in designated areas, and that this feces could actually be used to fertilize fields. Furthermore, as more and more tools were delivered, they were accompanied by various agricultural implements, as well as large numbers of rabbits, sheep, piglets, chickens, ducks, draft animals, and plenty of vegetable seeds. These were absolutely necessary. With so many people brought over, grain could be transported from various places, but fresh vegetables and meat couldn't survive long-distance transport. So while grain could be shipped, the engineering team had to grow their own vegetables. However, Yufu stated that they had too much work to finish and no time to grow vegetables. He suggested the White House tribe send people over to learn, and they could even take the seeds back to grow themselves. The engineering team would purchase all the vegetables and fruits they produced, taking as much as they could grow. Seeing the Han tribe bring in so many good things, especially the wide variety of livestock, poultry, and vegetable seeds, which were incredibly beneficial for agriculture and animal husbandry, Guji and Tianhong realized what a rare opportunity this was. If their own tribe could popularize these things, it would be fantastic. Knowing this chance was hard to come by, they discussed it with Yufu and asked him to send a carriage to take Tianhong back. He would go pick up the other 3 patriarchs, and then they would all discuss helping the Han tribe raise livestock, poultry, and grow vegetables. Yufu, of course, was 100% supportive and immediately ordered someone to prepare a carriage. Tianhong immediately boarded the carriage provided by Yufu and returned to the White House tribe settlement in just one day. The 3 patriarchs who had stayed behind were currently in high spirits. Thanks to the Han tribe's assistance, many of their people were now wearing clothes made of cloth, finally looking somewhat decent. For the sake of convenience while working, both adults and children had started tying their hair up in the style of the Han people. Although the cloth gifted by the Han tribe wasn't enough to make a pair of shoes for everyone, the 10 Han people Yufu left behind had taught them how to weave straw sandals. Straw sandals were quite good. With shoes on their feet, they felt much more confident while working. Even when running quickly, they no longer had to be as overly cautious as before. The corn planted in the tribe was also growing very well. As for the sheep Yufu had sent, the Han people who stayed behind mentioned that some of them were already pregnant with lambs, expected to be born in the summer. When the time came, one could give birth to 2 or 3 lambs, meaning the White House tribe's flock was about to double in size immediately. Whether it was the new crop seeds or the newly learned breeding techniques, everything was developing rapidly. The entire White House tribe was thriving. It was under these circumstances that Tianhong returned in the carriage. Seeing Tianhong's return, the 3 older patriarchs who had stayed behind hurried out to welcome him. "Hong, why are you back? How are things going over there?" The white-haired patriarch of the Yuchi clan asked immediately, with the patriarchs of the Bai and Yin clans standing beside him. "Life over there is very good. Our people are eating well and sleeping well. Every day, they work alongside the Han tribe's craftsmen while learning from them. They help chop trees, build houses, dig ditches, and transport earth and stone. It's very busy every day, but life is good. The Han tribe even gave each of us a linen vest and a bamboo hat. Everyone loves them." Hearing the questions from the 3 old patriarchs, Tianhong immediately began describing the situation there. The 3 patriarchs smiled knowingly, seemingly reassured that their initial decision had been the right one. But before they could say anything, Tianhong continued. "However, I came back this time to discuss an urgent matter with you. Let me tell you, The Han tribe is investing heavily in the construction over there. A few days ago, right after we arrived, I saw 1,000 able-bodied Han men show up, escorting a massive number of ox and horse carts to deliver supplies. 400 of them stayed behind, all various kinds of craftsmen. The remaining 600 stayed for a few days and then left, saying they were going to build roads. But that's not all. Although the number of people arriving later wasn't as large, the carts delivering goods have been endless. They brought many different kinds of livestock and seeds for other foods. Let me tell you, the Han tribe actually raises birds. There's a ground-dwelling bird with black feathers and a red tail. The Han tribe calls it a black-bone chicken. It's said that every household in the Han tribe raises them. People can eat their meat and the eggs they lay. I heard those hens can lay 1 egg every single day. There's also a type of waterfowl with a flat yellow beak, a green head, and a gray body. It usually floats on the river, eating bugs and small fish in the water. It's also raised for meat and eggs. Oh, and they raise rabbits. These rabbits are huge, half the length of an arm, and as white as snow, with a pair of red eyes. I heard they breed incredibly fast. They can have a litter every 60 days, with 7 or 8 babies in one litter, meaning they can have several litters a year. Besides that, there are sheep, some donkeys and mules, and something called a pig. That pig has a massive belly, sparse and short hair, almost looking bald, a long snout, a long mouth, and big ears. It grunts when it walks and grows extremely fat. It's said the Han tribe raises them specifically to slaughter for meat. This thing called a pig is easy to raise, eats anything, and grows fast. It's one of the livestock the Han tribe raises the most. The Han tribe brought all these things over to feed the laborers working there. According to Yu Fu, it's easy for the Han tribe to transport grain from far away, but they don't just eat grain. They also need fresh meat, fruits, and vegetable leaves, and those things can only be grown locally. But the problem now is that the workers are all too busy. No one has the time to grow vegetables or look after the livestock and poultry. Yu Fu's idea is to see if we can send more people over to help. He said that as long as we're willing to help, we can even take these things back to our tribe to grow. Once they're grown, the Han tribe is willing to buy them back with money. And as for the livestock, they can give us some later on. I thought this was a great thing. Even if they don't pay us, just giving us these livestock and seeds makes it totally worth it. In the future, our White House tribe will have all these good things too, and our people will live better lives. What do you think? Tian Hong poured out a torrent of words, then looked at the 3 patriarchs, hoping for their approval. At this moment, the 3 patriarchs were in a state of shock. Snow-white rabbits half an arm long, black-boned chickens that couldn't fly and only walked on the ground, flat-beaked ducks that swam in the water, all kinds of fruit and vegetable seeds, large flocks of sheep and fat pigs, many horses, and whatever those things called donkeys were. They couldn't even imagine what they looked like. Truly worthy of a tribe skilled in breeding techniques. It was exactly as Yu Fu had said. Aside from the fish swimming in the water, the Han tribe had domesticated almost every bird and beast imaginable. If the White House tribe could also learn the techniques to raise these animals, along with getting the young livestock, the tribe's expansion would be just around the corner. Just imagine, if they truly mastered this, the White House tribe could be like the Han tribe. Their people would never have to go out hunting again. They could just raise livestock at home and have an endless supply of meat and fur without having to risk their lives outside. What a wonderful thing. And this opportunity was right in front of them. The patriarchs looked at each other and then spoke in unison. This is doable. Just like Hong said, even if the Han tribe doesn't pay us, as long as they promise to give us some young livestock in the future, we can help them work. Yes, we can absolutely do this. We don't even need wages, just give us some livestock. Hong, how many more people do you think we should send? Hearing this, the patriarchs immediately started talking over each other. Well, the more people, the better, of course. But we still need to leave people behind to guard the tribe. However, I think all the children can go help. They can't do heavy labor, but they can help plant vegetables and herd sheep. Those are things children can do. Moreover, it's necessary for the children to go learn these techniques. When they grow up, they can pass them on to their descendants. If people our age go learn, we'll just have to teach the children later anyway. It's better to just let them go and learn directly from the Han tribe. Our children won't ask for wages when they go. As long as the Han tribe feeds them and gives us some young livestock in the future, that would be perfect. As for the other able-bodied adults, we can appropriately increase their numbers too. I saw that Yu Fu and his people have laid out a massive plan, marking the locations for many houses. It really isn't something that can be finished in a year or two. They definitely need a lot of people, so sending more won't be a problem. Hearing their words, Tianhong immediately shared his analysis and plans. Sending the children over to learn techniques was undoubtedly a good thing. It wouldn't take up much of their labor force, and whether they got paid or not was a minor issue. The key was letting the children master advanced techniques. The patriarchs only pondered for a moment before making the final decision. Thus, the entire White House tribe organized another team. This time, they directly assembled a group of 200 people, 100 able-bodied men and 100 able-bodied women. In addition, several hundred teenagers were to tag along. The White House tribe was practically emptying out. Most of the so-called able-bodied individuals were between 14 and 20 years old. These were the true youths. Anyone over 30 was basically considered a grandparent. A group of old men was left behind to guard the tribe, while almost all the young people went out to work. In ancient times, it was quite normal for a 30-year-old to call himself an old man. Marrying at 14, having a child at 15, if everything went smoothly, one could be a grandfather by 30. If someone who was already a grandfather wasn't an old man, what were they? But now, this group of old men had become the lonely elderly left behind to guard the settlement. It was hard to say whether this was a good or bad thing. However, in the eyes of these elders, the most crucial thing was that their descendants could learn more survival skills. A little loneliness was fine. Besides, the two places weren't that far apart. They could always come back to visit when they weren't busy. A large population from the White House tribe arrived at the construction site in Qian County. Under normal circumstances, such a sudden influx of people would definitely cause chaos. But in reality, no trouble occurred at all. This was because the Han tribe's greatest strengths were population management and engineering construction. For these 2,000 or so people, let alone a Han tribe county magistrate, even a random foreman could organize them perfectly, ensuring everyone had something to do. The newly arrived men were assigned to build houses and chop down trees. The women were responsible for digging ditches, transporting soil, and cooking. As for the hundreds of newly arrived teenagers, some were tasked with looking after their younger siblings, some herded sheep, some tended to the chickens and ducks, and some young boys carried bamboo baskets and sickles, running around collecting fresh grass to feed the rabbits. Between the White House tribe and the Han tribe's own craftsmen, from adults to children, everyone had a job to do, and everyone had food to eat. And this was a group of people who weren't very familiar with each other, living in an unfamiliar environment. Such incredible management capability was simply unimaginable in the eyes of Gu Ji and Tianhong, yet it was happening right before them. While construction in Chengkang County and Xian County was in full swing, the 30,000 slaves sent back by Chu Bing from the north finally arrived. The fleet had reached the docks of Weishan County and was temporarily anchored in the lake, waiting to be dispatched to various locations once arrangements were made. When the fleet transporting the slaves arrived at the Weishan County docks, the news reached Han Feng immediately, and he quickly issued orders for their distribution. The total number of slaves escorted back this time was over 31,600. Among them, there were over 12,000 able-bodied adult males. Of the remaining nearly 20,000, there were over 6,000 women, over 2,000 elderly men, and the rest, over 10,000, were underage youths, though most were over 10 years old. As for the younger children, they didn't come out to participate in activities, so Chu Bing naturally didn't have the chance to capture them. Most of these children under 10 were still left behind in the cannibal tribe's villages. According to the plan previously agreed upon with Lin Fei and De Li, the first priority was to meet their demand for slaves. Since half of the Han tribe's heavy industry was being relocated to the south, and the production tasks for various engineering vehicles were currently too heavy, the need for skilled workers was growing by the day. Lin Fei's idea was to transfer all the miners in Xinjiang County to the foundational factories to work as laborers, such as the steel plant, cement plant, and so on. Then, the existing workers in the steel and cement plants would all be sent to the more advanced machinery plants for training and study. As for the vacated miner positions, they would temporarily be filled by the slaves. However, this wasn't a long-term solution. The Han tribe's mining technology was eventually going to transition. Once this batch of skilled technicians was trained, the Research Institute's machinery plant could expand its production scale and mass-produce excavators and loaders. With these large machines, the slaves could be replaced once again in the future. As for how to resettle the replaced slaves, that was simple too. They could just be sent to do other things later, like building railways. Right now, These people might not know how to do something as advanced as building a railway, but after being disciplined and trained in the mines for so long, maybe they would be capable of it in the future. Han Feng directly allocated 5,000 of the 12,000 plus able-bodied male slaves to Xing'an County, assigning them to work in the mines. As for how to manage and discipline the slaves, Han Feng didn't need to worry about that at all. The people in Xing'an County, especially De Li, already had abundant experience in this area. With a single command from Han Feng, the remaining 7,000 plus men were shipped directly to the south. Of these, 5,000 were sent to the capital and handed over to Yu Ji to handle the construction of the Imperial Palace and the capital city. Yu Ji had over 1,000 Jinwu Guard soldiers under his command, all former intelligence personnel, as well as thousands of various craftsmen. Managing 5,000 slaves to do manual labor wouldn't be a problem. The Imperial Palace had been under construction for over a year, but the actual progress was minimal. Moreover, since this was Han Feng's personal home, he felt bad mobilizing the common people for such a massive project. But now that he had this batch of slaves, it was time to speed up the construction. The remaining 2,000 plus men were handed over to Yu Fu to be used for the construction of Chengkang County and Qian County. Han Feng specifically instructed that these slaves could be placed under the jurisdiction of the railway construction teams. In the future, building the southern railways would require digging tunnels, blasting, and crossing mountains, dangerous jobs where people could easily die. All of this could be handled by these slaves as the vanguard. If they died, and the tribal government wouldn't even have to pay compensation or pensions. Why not do it? After distributing the 12,000 plus able-bodied male slaves, there were still over 2,000 elderly men. After some thought, Han Feng sent all of them directly to the cross-sea bridge construction site, telling the managers there to arrange tasks as they saw fit. Any heavy labor could be handed over to these old men. The Han tribe had no intention of providing for their retirement anyway. If they died of exhaustion on the construction site, so be it, as long as they weren't eating for free. Having distributed these slaves, the remaining 10,000 plus people were actually the hardest to deal with. Among them were over 6,800 female slaves and over 10,000 underage youths. This was quite troublesome. Initially, Han Feng decided to take these female slaves to use them as silent teachers, cadavers, for the medical school's anatomy classes. But even if they were to be used as silent teachers, he couldn't just send them all in at once. Besides, Han Feng had planned to let these women have children so the medical students could practice on them, especially for obstetrics and childcare techniques. In that case, the first step was to get these women pregnant. Once pregnant, the children would have to be born, and how to manage the children of these slaves would become another issue, involving all sorts of complications. Over 6,800 women. This was no small number. Han Feng was quite worried about it. Later, he discussed it with Xiao Dai and decided to select an island in the middle of a lake in Luoyang County to build a garment factory, providing work for these female slaves. In modern terms, it was essentially a women's prison, complete with a labor reform factory where the work consisted of making clothes. The Han tribe had a lot of clothes to make: official uniforms, uniforms for workers in state-run workshops, factories, military uniforms, quilts, and so on. These needed to be replaced every year or two, requiring a significant amount of manpower. However, before entering the factory, the medical school would send personnel to screen these 6,000 plus women. Healthy, able-bodied women of childbearing age would undergo unified cleaning and disinfection. Their hair would be shaved off to grow anew, and their bodies would be washed with pesticides, for example, bathing in arsenic, to remove all parasites. They would also undergo physical examinations to ensure they didn't have any venereal diseases. After the screening, older women past childbearing age and young girls would all be thrown into the factory to make clothes and quilts. The remaining able-bodied women would be used as rewards for the male slaves who were well-behaved, worked hard, were healthy, and looked decent, allowing them to form families. But this family wasn't something they could return to whenever they wanted. The so-called family meant setting up a small courtyard in the worker dormitories around the garment factory. The male slaves could go back a few days a week to stay with the women, but they were not allowed to live together normally. If a female slave got pregnant, she would automatically be upgraded to a silent teacher for the medical school, becoming a subject for medical research. The medical school would handle the delivery and childcare. Once the child was over a year old, The offspring of these slaves would be treated as orphans and sent to the welfare orphanage under the jurisdiction of the Jinwu Guard for upbringing and education. When these children grew up, they might be selected to join the Jinwu Guard, or if not, they would enter the Han tribe's social system independently. Some might even become workers with special skills, like the newly formed tractor driving class. The Han tribe would conceal their origins, allowing them to integrate into the tribe and the nation as normal Han tribe citizens, free from any discrimination. In short, the female slaves had the right to give birth, but not the right to raise their children. From the moment they were born, the children would have absolutely no connection to them. From the perspective of those mothers, this might seem cruel, to be separated from their own flesh and blood right after 10 months of pregnancy. But if they were told the future fate of these children and allowed to choose for themselves, would they choose for their child to be born a little slave, existing as a slave of the Han tribe for the rest of their life? Or would they give up their custody rights so their child could live as a normal person in the Han tribe? Most mothers would probably give up custody without hesitation, who would want their child to be a slave for life from the moment they were born. From this angle, handling it this way might actually be a good thing. There was also a matter of principle. Although the Han tribe had a large number of slaves, it was never considered a slave society, and Han Feng never intended for it to become one. This was a matter of principle. It was true that the Han tribe currently had slaves, but these slaves were under the jurisdiction of the government. They were public property of the tribal government, a form of means of production. As these slaves aged and died, the Han tribe would eventually cease to have slaves. As long as it didn't develop to the point where every household owned private slaves, it wasn't a slave society. Moreover, the Han tribe's industrialization process was moving quickly. With the popularization of various mechanical power sources, the need for slaves would naturally disappear. Of course, having servants was still allowed, but those wouldn't be private slaves. They would be hired servants, much like nannies in modern society. That was an employment relationship between employer and employee, not an ownership relationship under slavery. This was a fundamental difference in nature. With the female slaves sorted out, that left the 10,000 plus underage slaves. These 10,000 half-grown boys and youths were at the age where they could eat a family out of house and home. They were massive eaters, hard to discipline, and what they would do in the future was a major problem. But the first issue was that the Han tribe would absolutely not raise them for free, nor would they let them eat the Han tribe's food for nothing. Before anything else, they had to be able to survive self-sufficiently. The Han tribe was very short on manpower, especially skilled workers, which were the most precious talents. And these underage slave youths were at the perfect age to learn. So Han Feng immediately came up with an idea. Organize these 10,000 youths into an engineering corps. Whether it was called an engineering regiment or a railway corps didn't matter. The concept was the same. 10,000 people was no small number. According to modern military organization, it was almost half a division. After much thought, Han Feng decided to recall the Yingyang Guard stationed in Chaoyang County on Cheongzhou Island. Chaoyang County was in the southeast corner of Cheongzhou Island, the territory of the Yu clan fishermen. The Yu clan had voluntarily submitted to the Han tribe even before the attack on the Ecchi tribe. Coupled with the Han tribe's strong policy support for coastal fishermen, the Yu clan was very loyal. Rebellion was impossible, so there was no need to keep an army stationed there. It would be better to recall them to do something else. The Yingyang Guard wasn't large. The registered officers and soldiers only numbered 2,000. It was the smallest garrison on Cheongzhou Island and had little strategic use. Recalling them wouldn't affect the island's defense. Using these 2,000 professional soldiers of the Yingyang Guard to discipline 10,000 slave youths wouldn't be a big problem. It was equivalent to one professional soldier leading 5 recruits. Every soldier would essentially become a deputy squad leader or a deputy banner officer, making management relatively easy. For now, they didn't need to teach these slave youths how to build railways. Instead, they would start with militarized management. In the short term, the goal was simple: military farming and education. Under strict militarized management, all the slave youths would be divided into squads of 5 and 10. They would undergo simple military training every day, mainly practicing formations to cultivate discipline. Then came language. They needed to learn Chinese as quickly as possible. The rest of their time would be spent clearing wasteland for farming and raising livestock. They had to solve their own food and clothing problems. After training like this for a year or two, once they had learned Chinese and learned to obey orders and discipline, They would be reorganized into an engineering corps dedicated to building bridges and paving roads for the Han tribe's railway construction. As for the locations for military farming, Han Feng had already figured that out. Currently, the Han tribe only had two places that required massive land reclamation: the capital and the newly established Chungkong and Qian counties. These were new cities that would definitely see population migration in the future. Migrating populations naturally required vast amounts of farmland. Without it, the relocated citizens would have to clear the land themselves. But if these slave soldiers could clear the land in advance, then in 2 years, the raw land would have already become mature, fertile fields. Wouldn't that be much better? Thus, Han Feng immediately issued orders to send the 10,000 slave youths to Chungkong County, Qian County, and the capital. Since the capital had the largest area and would undoubtedly house the most people in the future, 6,000 youths were assigned there, managed by 1,200 professional soldiers from the Yingyang Guard. In Qian County, because the people of the White House tribe were already helping to clear land and plant crops, the demand for manpower wasn't as high. Therefore, Han Feng sent the remaining 4,000 to Chungkong County to clear land and farm. On one hand, this would allow the slave youths to be self-sufficient. On the other hand, they could produce side dishes, grow vegetables and fruits, and raise meat livestock to supply the engineering teams there, just like the White House tribe was doing in Qian County. The 4,000 young slaves sent to Chungkong County would be managed by 800 Yingyang Guard soldiers. Plus, with a large number of workers permanently stationed there, even if these 4,000 little slaves wanted to cause trouble, they wouldn't have the chance. Moreover, militarized management was actually a very easy way to subdue them. They would be required to undergo unified drills and labor every day, followed by an evaluation in the evening. Those who worked actively and were obedient, the top 100, would be rewarded with a meat meal. The bottom 100 would be directly beaten with military canes and denied dinner. Anyone who dared to act like a troublemaker or start a riot would be executed as a warning to the others. By managing them with these methods, you'd see, within half a month, they'd all be as obedient as grandchildren. If you told them to go east, absolutely no one would go west. In truth, since ancient times, there have only been a few methods for training troops, but they are undeniably effective, especially in this era where corporal punishment is not restricted. Violate military orders? Straight to beheading. Try that in modern times. At most, you'd get solitary confinement or a demerit. Would you dare behead a disobedient soldier? Chapter 1045. The militia's observations. I typed the wrong number. The slaves transported from the north didn't stay in Weishan County for long before being transferred to various locations. The 5,000 slaves sent to Xing'an County had the easiest journey. They simply disembarked at the docks, transferred to a train, and headed straight for the mines in Xing'an County. The over 6,000 women were sent directly by boat to an empty island in the middle of a lake. A large amount of living supplies would soon follow. Next, they just had to wait for the medical school's screening and the garment factory that Xiao Dai was setting up. The other able-bodied male slaves, the over 2,000 elderly men, and the over 10,000 underage boys all transferred to flying fish ships and headed south. They were either sent directly to various construction sites or organized into engineering units and sent off to clear wasteland and farm. As for the ships that had sailed down from the north, they needed to dock in Weishan County to resupply. Tens of thousands of people eating, drinking, and relieving themselves on the ships for over a month had created a stench so foul it could make a person's eyes roll back in their head. A thorough cleaning was absolutely necessary. Furthermore, since there wouldn't be such massive batches of slaves coming south in the future, and the current slaves had already been delivered, there was no need to send as much grain north. They only needed to send enough to feed their own people. Therefore, not all the ships that came south needed to return. It was during this period of docking and resting that the militiamen who had escorted the captives south finally witnessed the true power of the Han tribe. These people, remnants of the northern tribes who had joined the Han tribe several years ago, had never actually seen what the Han tribe looked like. Although the month-long voyage had been arduous, it was all worth it to finally see the true face of the Han tribe. They still remembered the night before arriving in Weishan County. The fleet was sailing on the river. The continuous month-long journey had not only been torment for the slaves, but the militiamen sharing the same ships were also suffering. Many had begun to feel irritable and anxious. Along the way, they hadn't seen a single trace of human activity on either bank. It felt as if the Han tribe they had joined was some mythical divine kingdom, something that didn't actually exist in the world. Just as the militiamen were beginning to lose hope, a thick beam of light suddenly swept across the night sky, passing over their sails. It was the light from the Morningstar Lighthouse at the Weishan County docks. The rotating white beam could reach up to 50 miles away. The blinding white beam swept over their heads again and again, terrifying many of the militiamen. In the dead of night, they had no idea what kind of bizarre phenomenon was occurring. But just then, they heard the sailors on the ship pointing into the distance and shouting, "It's the Morningstar Lighthouse. It's our Han tribe's lighthouse. We're almost at the Weishan County docks." The militiamen immediately erupted into a frenzy upon hearing the shouts. Many ran up from the cabins, standing on the deck and gazing at the rotating white beam in the distance. In their worldview, such a blindingly intense light couldn't possibly be a human creation. "We've reached the Han tribe? It looks like one of the Han tribe's counties up ahead. I wonder how big it is and what it looks like. Do the people there look like us? Their lives must be so much better, right? What is that light? Why does it keep spinning? Did the people of the Han tribe make that? How much further is it? We can already see the light, so it shouldn't be far, right? We've been traveling for over 40 days. For a time, the deck was bustling with noise as the militiamen all talked over each other. The commotion quickly drew the attention of the captain. Hearing their discussions, the captain appeared at the edge of the poop deck and shouted down to them, "Compatriots, up ahead is our Han tribe's Weishan County. Those two continuously rotating beams of light are from the Morningstar Lighthouse at the Weishan County docks, specifically used to guide ships navigating at night. This means we've reached the busiest inland waterway of Weishan County. Once we go ashore tomorrow, everyone can get some good rest." The Weishan County ahead is a major agricultural county of our Han tribe, with a permanent population of 40 to 50,000 people distributed across its 6 subordinate cities. At the same time, Weishan County is the largest inland land and water transit hub in our Han tribe. Many ships heading north depart from here, including the Divine Strategy Guard that marched north last year. We'll be arriving very soon. When we go ashore at dawn tomorrow, you must maintain high vigilance. Don't relax your guard over the slaves just because we've arrived. We must prevent the slaves from causing trouble in a densely populated city. So everyone, push through this last bit of hardship. With so many people, I expect the higher-ups will have them disembark in batches." Like a professional tour guide, the captain gave the militiamen a brief introduction to Weishan County, giving them a basic understanding so they wouldn't cause any chaos later. In fact, this introduction proved quite useful. At the very least, when the fleet approached the docks and the militiamen saw the lighthouse with their own eyes, they didn't foolishly drop to their knees and pray to the gods for protection. They were amazed, of course, but they now knew it was an artificial creation of the Han tribe, just a supersized carbide lamp. There was nothing supernatural about it, so the militiamen didn't let their imaginations run wild. "I've seen a carbide lamp. We have them on our ship. I can't believe the Han tribe's craftsmen are so incredible that they can build a lamp this huge." That was roughly their genuine reaction upon seeing the lighthouse. Although it was late at night, the Weishan County docks were far from peaceful. The citizens in the nearby city were naturally asleep, but for a cargo transit hub, it was incredibly busy. Day and night, countless goods were unloaded from trains onto ships, and from ships onto trains. Along the shore, a neat row of tower cranes was hoisting cargo, lifting baskets full of coke over the trains, and then opening the gates to dump the coke inside. Nearby cranes were continuously loading steel rails, rebar, and massive steel ingots, all construction materials destined for the south. The Weishan County docks at night were so busy that all the cargo berths and piers were fully occupied. Since their fleet had just arrived from the north and their identities hadn't been verified yet, they couldn't dock immediately. Therefore, the fleet quickly lowered small boats and sent people to negotiate with the port authorities, while also passing on the news that the slaves had arrived. Now that they had reached their destination, the militiamen were no longer in a hurry to go ashore. The bustling night scene at the docks felt like another world to them. Even though it was the middle of the night, countless lights illuminated the docks as bright as day. Countless laborers and sailors were bustling about on the ships and the shore. Clerks wearing black cloth caps and holding ledgers were constantly shouting orders and checking cargo quantities. There was also a vendor area along the shore, selling all kinds of food: steamed buns, stuffed buns, baked flatbreads, pancakes, fried rice, and noodles, all sorts of staple foods to fill the stomach. There were also snacks like zongzi, grilled meat, rice cakes, and stalls selling homestyle stir-fries. Right next to the vendor area was a large market with all kinds of fresh vegetables, fruits, and raw meat. And because it was near the lake, there was naturally no shortage of fish and shrimp. The vendor area was incredibly lively. Many laborers who had finished their shifts and sailors who had just docked would grab a meal here. Some would order a couple of side dishes and a pot of white liquor, gathering with a dozen other sailors to drink and relieve the fatigue of their long voyage. The stevedores working at the docks mostly came here for a full meal to replenish their energy. Because of the curfew, the city was quiet, but the docks outside the city were brightly lit and bustling with voices. The city, the docks, and the ships seemed to form three independent worlds. Looking at the prosperous night scene on the shore, the militiamen from the north suddenly felt a sense of inferiority. They worried that the people on shore might mock them as country bumpkins. Even though they were all citizens under the Han tribe's rule, they inexplicably felt like they were a class below. Fortunately, this feeling didn't last long. The militiamen soon received good news. They could go ashore in batches. Their movements on shore would be restricted, and they were forbidden from causing trouble, but all their food and drink expenses would be covered by the government. For militiamen who hadn't eaten anything good in a long time, this was fantastic news. Dawn broke quickly, and the slave distribution plan was handed down. Since 5,000 slaves needed to be transported to Shingon County, 10 large ships were immediately freed up. The 10 ships docked, and the slaves were gathered and sent to the train station. Under the escort of the militiamen, they were packed into the train like sardines in a can and hauled away. This was the first time the militiamen had ever seen a train with such terrifying transport capacity. This thing could carry almost as much cargo as a sailing ship. The militiamen who witnessed the train couldn't help but click their tongues in wonder. No wonder the Han tribe could create such intricate and powerful firearms. Compared to a train, firearms were nothing. Once the slaves were loaded onto the train, the militiamen could finally rest. Since these people didn't know their way around, Lu Guangzhu, the governor of Weishan County, specifically sent some clerks from the county office to act as guides. Led by the clerks, the militiamen walked past the food stalls at the docks, drooling the whole way. Even after they had walked past, their eyes kept darting back, and they muttered in their hearts about how stingy the tribe was for not letting them eat there. But just as they were feeling dissatisfied, the clerk leading the way suddenly shouted, "Compatriots from the north, I know everyone is hungry. You haven't had anything good to eat in over a month. But the docks are too chaotic, and it would be hard to manage if everyone ate here. The governor has already prepared food for you at the post house. Please follow me. I guarantee the food at the post house is no worse than here." Hearing this, everyone cheered up and quickened their pace to the post house. The food there was indeed excellent. Classic hot pot, classic skewers, noodles, pancakes, and more. Basically, whatever could be cooked quickly was served. Otherwise, asking the post house chefs to whip up food for hundreds of people before dawn would have been too much for them. After everyone had eaten their fill at the post house, they were taken as a group to the public bathhouse to soak in the hot pools. Bathhouses had only become popular in Luoyang County and Weishan County in the last 2 years. It was only with the invention of the steam engine, which provided large boilers and water pumps, that a modern-style bathhouse could take shape. Ordinary people might not need a bathhouse since they could wash at home, but for sailors who spent long periods at sea, it was a rare place to relax. The militiamen from the north had obviously never experienced this kind of hospitality. Treating people to a meal was normal, but treating a whole group to a bath? What kind of custom was that? Some even thought the water was too hot and were afraid to get in. But after being dragged into the water by their companions, they couldn't help but groan in pleasure. Damn, this feels good. It was an experience they had never had before. After everyone finished bathing, they were taken back to the post house to sleep. There were no private rooms, but there were plenty of communal heated brick beds, kangs. The quilts were clean, and the kangs were already heated, finally allowing the militiamen to get a good night's sleep. Eating, bathing, sleeping. This full-service hospitality finally gave the militiamen from afar a sense of feeling at home. It turned out the Han tribe didn't look down on their compatriots from the freezing north after all. About a day later, the orders for the distribution of the other slaves came down. The over 6,000 female slaves didn't even disembark. They were sent directly to the lake island. However, the militiamen responsible for escorting them on the ships had already gone ashore beforehand. The remaining able-bodied men, the elderly, and the tens of thousands of slave youths were all transferred to flying fish ships and sent south, as they were destined for the southern regions. The over 2,000 elderly men were even loaded directly onto cargo ships carrying rebar. Since these ships were already heading to the cross-sea bridge construction site, the exact destination for these old slaves, they didn't bother dispatching extra ships and just sent them all on one vessel. The slave youths and able-bodied slaves were also transferred to flying fish ships and sent south. The ships Chu Bing had used for his northern expedition were mostly older three-masted and two-masted sailing ships. They were slower and fine for the less busy northern routes, but if they navigated the southern rivers, they might cause traffic jams in narrow sections. That was a real possibility, but this worked out well. The militiamen responsible for escorting the slaves were completely freed up. Leaving the foul-smelling, cramped cabins, they came ashore to wash up, eat well, and rest. Within 2 days, they would fully recover their strength. These comfortable days might not last forever, but they wouldn't be too short either. The freed-up ships needed to be scrubbed clean and then loaded with various supplies heading north. Because Chu Bing and Yu Yi had previously proposed officially establishing counties in the north, they needed to bring back a lot of supplies to support the construction there. Of course, the most important cargo would be various machines and tools, allowing them to produce supplies themselves in the north. After all, giving a man a fish is not as good as teaching him how to fish. Establishing a new county in the north was something that had been agreed upon with Yu Yi and Chu Bing long ago. Back then, they had asked Han Feng whether the northern citizens would all retreat to the south after defeating the cannibal tribe, or if they would officially settle there. For Han Feng, this was land they had fought hard to occupy and had managed for several years. How could they just abandon it? Since it was decided to officially establish a county, they had to fully support it. No matter how far away it was, they were still citizens of the Han tribe and must be treated equally. Therefore, during the few days the militia rested in Weishan County, Han Feng rapidly mobilized various production materials and officially established the administrative system for the north. The Han tribe's northern territory, currently bordering the cannibal tribe, was officially designated as Haiyuan County, meaning the source of the Great River. This was because the Han tribe's two mother rivers, the Ru River and the Luyang River, both flowed from that direction. Although the exact source hadn't been determined, it was definitely from there. Haiyuan County temporarily governed 3 county towns, which were the existing hunting ground camp, Salt Pond Camp, and the most populated River Valley Camp. These 3 temporary camps were officially upgraded to county towns, all under the jurisdiction of Haiyuan County. The capital of Haiyuan County was set at the Salt Pond Camp. The main reason for choosing this location as the capital was the terrain. The hunting ground area to the east had forests to the north, mountains to the south, and hills and basins in between. The transportation situation was obvious. It was completely unsuitable for a capital. The River Valley Camp to the west had the largest population and plenty of arable land, but it was situated in a semi-enclosed river valley. Although it had the advantage of water transport, it wasn't suitable for large-scale development in the long run. In contrast, the Salt Pond area, located in the middle of the 3, had relatively open terrain suitable for future expansion. Transportation would be easier to build, even for roads. Moreover, it had the crucial resource of salt nearby, and there was no shortage of water or firewood. Because of its central location, communicating with the neighboring counties to the east and west was very convenient. For a capital, development space, transportation, and communication speed had to be the top priorities. Although Han Feng had never been there personally, as a modern person accustomed to reading maps, he could clearly analyze the strategic locations in the north based on the maps sent by Chu Bing and Yu Yi. With the name and system of Haiyuan County established, Han Feng didn't think twice about the candidate for the first governor. He directly appointed Yu Yi. The citizens of Haiyuan County had all been brought in by Yu Yi, so his contributions were undeniable. He had worked hard leading them for 4 years, and now that the new county was officially established, transferring him away immediately would be unjustifiable. Besides, even if a new person were sent over, it might not be a good thing for Haiyuan County in its initial stages. A newcomer would have a hard time grasping the local characteristics and situation. It was better to let Yu Yi get things running. Once the construction was complete and things stabilized after 3 or 4 years, Yu Yi could be transferred back to the central government. It would be called a promotion, but in reality, it would be a reduction of power. After all, Haiyuan County was isolated in the extreme north. The governor there was a classic frontier official, truly high mountains and far from the emperor. Even if Yu Yi had no intention of rebelling, what if some fool incited him? Regardless of the reasons, Han Feng ultimately appointed Yu Yi as the first governor of Heiyuan County. Since the decision was made, support for Heiyuan County's construction was essential. According to reports from Yu Yi and Chu Bing, there was only one copper mine near Heiyuan County, and a bit further away, an asphalt lake that counted as a mineral resource. No iron mines had been discovered nearby yet. Therefore, all the iron materials needed by Heiyuan County had to be supplied by Shingon County. For the construction of the new county, iron was indispensable. To show his commitment, Han Feng directly ordered 2 ships fully loaded with cast steel ingots to be sent to them. These were raw materials. What they would be used for was up to the local blacksmiths to decide. In addition, there were over a dozen of the latest iron horse type 3 steam engines, mainly to provide power for light machinery, such as air compressors, various pneumatic tools, and water pumps. There was also a newly built corn thresher, a steam-powered grain mill, and so on. Other items included the tribe's new inventions from recent years, such as weighbridges for weighing heavy objects, mechanical clocks for telling time, and over 100 newly mass-produced hand-cranked rice transplanters. He also sent 10,000 sets of gears and chains. With these crucial components and the samples, they could produce their own rice transplanters in the future. Agricultural tools were always the top priority for any tribe or nation, unless they didn't plan to grow their own food and relied entirely on imports. But in this era, even if the Han tribe wanted to import food, no faction could provide enough for hundreds of thousands of people. Of course, besides agricultural tools, other things were also important. Looms. The North needed them badly, but Han Feng didn't need to worry about that. The main body of a loom was made of wood, and the most important part was probably the spring in the flying shuttle. Since he had already given them so much good steel, they could completely produce it themselves. As long as they had seeds, they could grow their own cotton. Besides, Yu Yi and Chu Bing had written that their area was best suited for animal husbandry, things like yaks, Argali sheep, and alpacas. With such unique livestock, developing woolen textiles was definitely the path to wealth. Clothing, food, housing, and transportation. Clothing and food were solved. As for houses and vehicles, they had plenty of craftsmen and could build them themselves. The only inconvenience was the lack of a paper mill. For this, Han Feng transferred a few craftsmen and some basic equipment from the Luoyang County paper mill, telling them to build their own paper mill in the north. With paper, pens and ink were minor things they could make themselves. However, books needed to be supplied by Han Feng, especially the newly published ones. There was another very important item, the Han tribe's newly acquired crop, potatoes. He definitely had to prepare some for them. Unfortunately, Han Feng didn't have many potatoes left himself. He had planted a portion in the greenhouse before spring, and after spring arrived, he planted another portion in the open fields. The seeds Yu Fu had sent earlier were all used up. Left with no choice, Han Feng could only send a carrier falcon to Yu Fu, asking him to purchase another batch of potatoes. In the letter, he also explained the establishment of Heiyuan County and the appointment of his brother, Yu Yi, as the first governor. He made it clear that this batch of potatoes was seed grain for Yu Yi, and Yu Fu should handle it as he saw fit. Yu Fu was naturally overjoyed to receive this letter. He took Han Feng's request very seriously. Since the White House tribe was currently in a honeymoon phase with the Han tribe, selling a portion of their potatoes as seed grain was no problem at all. Gu Ji, one of the 5 patriarchs, personally handled the matter, carefully selecting a batch for Yu Fu, about 4 or 5 tons, which was nearly 10,000 caddies. It was also thanks to the fact that most of the White House tribe citizens were currently working for the Han tribe, and the Han tribe was providing all their meals. Otherwise, they really wouldn't have been able to spare so many potatoes. In previous years at this time, they would have relied on these potatoes to get through the spring when there was no harvest. But now that the Han tribe was feeding them, these potatoes were saved. The potatoes were loaded onto carts in Qian County, transported to the Chungkong County docks in one day, loaded onto ships there, and then shipped to Weishan County over 5 days and nights. Finally, 6 days later, this batch of seed grain was transferred to the fleet preparing to head north. With this, the construction materials Han Feng had prepared for Heiyuan County were almost complete. Just in time, the militia resting in Weishan County had also recovered. Han Feng immediately ordered them to set sail and head north as quickly as possible to deliver these supplies to Heiyuan County. Meanwhile, Chu Bing had already led an elite force of 2,600 Divine Strategy Guard soldiers and 1,000 hunter militiamen to launch the third phase of the spring offensive against the cannibal tribe, the Clear and Uproot operation. Because he had discussed it with Han Feng in advance, Chu Bing repeatedly emphasized the core principle of this campaign to minimize unnecessary casualties, self-preservation above all else. If they could shoot the enemy from a distance, they must absolutely avoid close combat. If there was an opportunity for a sneak attack, they must never fight the enemy head-on. If a grassroots commander judged that their side might suffer casualties, they could abandon capturing prisoners and simply annihilate the enemy. Guided by this combat philosophy, the third phase of the Clear and Uproot operation proceeded very smoothly. To be precise, although the Divine Strategy Guard previously had over 2,000 firearms capable of crushing any force in this world, they had never displayed the true level of a modern firearm army. Every time they encountered the enemy, their first thought was, "Oh no, don't kill them, the chief wants them alive." So even though every soldier in the Divine Strategy Guard had fired at least several thousand rounds during training and possessed impressive marksmanship, they could only shoot at the ground because of orders from above. What else could they do? But this time was different. They were deep behind enemy lines with no reinforcements, and capturing prisoners would be hard to transport. Secondly, the strategic objective had changed. Annihilating the enemy was the primary goal, and capturing them alive was no longer important. As a result, the Divine Strategy Guard's musketeers finally unleashed their true potential. Often, a single squad of soldiers could easily wipe out dozens of enemies from a distance of 200 to 300 meters. Because the enemy's ranged weapons couldn't shoot as far, it was usually a one-sided slaughter where the Han tribe killed everyone without suffering a single injury. It wasn't that the enemy wasn't fierce enough. Their weapons simply couldn't reach the Han tribe. Whenever the two sides met, it was a one-sided beatdown by the Han tribe. Calling it a massacre wouldn't be an exaggeration. It's often said that a war between two civilizations with a 100-year technological gap is a one-sided slaughter by the more advanced one. The technological gap between the cannibal tribe and the Han tribe was thousands of years. One was still in the Neolithic age, while the other had already taken its first steps into the industrial age. It was completely unplayable. However, despite having such a massive advantage, Chu Bing's advance was not fast. On one hand, they strictly followed Han Feng's orders, or rather, reminders. Every time they cleared an enemy village, the battle might only take 10 minutes, but the subsequent cleanup could take an entire day. Now that the weather was gradually warming up, digging deep pits to bury the bodies and prevent plagues became a necessity. It was only because they couldn't get quicklime here. Otherwise, Han Feng would have definitely ordered them to sprinkle some in the pits. Then came the complete erasure of the enemy's cultural traces. They burned down their houses, toppled their altars, and blew up their bizarre statues. Basically, anything created by the enemy, even murals painted on cave walls, had to be scraped off with entrenching tools. In terms of erasing the enemy's cultural footprint, Chu Bing and his men were absolutely ruthless. In truth, no one knew why the chief had issued such an order. But because of their extreme reverence for Han Feng, everyone firmly believed the chief couldn't be wrong. They figured there must be some special reason they couldn't understand. For example, did it have something to do with the gods the enemy worshipped? Otherwise, why would the chief order them to burn, blow up, and topple any cannibal altars or statues they found? Moreover, this era was inherently a transitional phase from superstition to science. When encountering such things, people naturally tended to think in that direction. In addition, while marching through the forest, they had to be careful of the various hunting traps set by the cannibals, and whenever they found one, they had to destroy it completely. This wasn't an order from Han Feng, but a decision made jointly by Chu Bing and Yu Yi. Their reasoning was simple. Since they were here to wipe out the cannibal tribe once and for all, this massive forest would become the Han tribe's territory after the cannibals were gone. It would become the activity area for the northern Han citizens. In the future, their people would log, gather firewood, and hunt here. If someone accidentally fell into a trap left by the cannibals, it would be a disaster with no one around to help. It was just like the landmine villages in the southwestern borders of modern China. A whole village of over 70 men might only have 60-something legs between them, not even averaging one intact leg per person, let alone a pair. All because their legs were blown off by landmines. This was the result of enemy traps left behind after a war not being fully cleared. Although the cannibal tribe's traps weren't as terrifying as landmines, they couldn't be underestimated. The forest was so vast that if someone accidentally fell into a pit, Even mobilizing tens of thousands of people to search the woods might not find them. So it was better to be careful. Fill every pit they saw, cut every rope they found. As long as it was discovered, it had to be completely destroyed. Chu Bing's campaign in the north encountered no uncontrollable surprises. Holding the world's strongest firearm-equipped army, he was brimming with confidence. He had absolutely no worries about defeating the cannibal tribe. Losing was impossible. The only question was how soon the battle would end. If Chu Bing was confident, Han Feng was even more so. Although the war in the north hadn't ended yet, the benefits it brought were already beginning to show. 30,000 slaves had been transported to various parts of the Han tribe. 10,000 underage slaves had been sent to the central and southern regions to clear wasteland and farm. The women's prison on the Lake Island was already being set up, and the female slaves had begun undergoing health screenings by the medical school. Over in Xin'an County, because 5,000 able-bodied slaves had been put to work in the mines, the Han tribe citizens who originally mined there were all freed up. They were collectively transferred to foundational factories like the steel plant, foundry, and cement plant to work. The veteran workers in these foundational factories were screened. Some were kept to train the new apprentices, receiving a pay raise and becoming the master craftsmen of the factories. Others, who were sharper and more dexterous, were sent to various machinery manufacturing plants or the research institute's factories for further study, serving as a talent reserve for the future industrial division between the North and South. After this wave of personnel adjustments, one obvious change was that the Research Institute now had more people available. Not only were there various skilled workers, but the researchers who had previously acted as technical instructors could now return to their original posts and participate in project development. With more people, efficiency naturally increased. The harvester, which was already mostly finished, was officially finalized in early February of the new year and immediately went into production. The orders for the corn harvester weren't many. Excluding the first prototype, there were only orders for 5 machines, making a total of 6. With manpower and resources properly allocated, this only took up about half a month of the Research Institute's production capacity. A week after the corn harvester was finalized, the development of the grain harvester also passed inspection and was finalized. However, Han Feng didn't order immediate production. Instead, he lent this grain harvester to the Ministry of Agriculture, telling them to test it in the Han tribe's wheat fields during the summer and provide feedback on its usage to see if there was room for improvement. After all, the Han tribe didn't have large-scale mechanized wheat fields yet, so there was no rush to use it. Moreover, because the workers had already accumulated experience from manufacturing tractors, producing other harvesters didn't feel as unfamiliar as it did at the beginning. This highlighted the benefits of merging research projects. When Han Feng initially ordered the development of these machines, he put them all under one project. This led to a specific outcome. The large machines developed by the project used a lot of the same technology and even identical parts. For example, the core component, the power plunger pump, and similar hydraulic drives were basically all the same model. As for the chassis, the Han tribe's first steam-powered four-wheeled vehicle was essentially the earliest tractor. The loader was an improvement on the tractor's chassis, which meant they actually used the same chassis, engine, and driver control layout. They shared the same technology. The corn harvester and grain harvester were also modified from the loader's chassis. It could be said that aside from replacing the bucket, they weren't much different from the loader. In other words, the tractors, loaders, and 2 types of harvesters produced by the Research Institute all used the same chassis and control technology. Therefore, with the extensive experience gained from producing tractors, the workers didn't feel out of their depth when taking on the new harvester project. The only ones with significant differences were the excavator and the road roller. Their chassis structures were different. To make the excavator better suited for complex terrain operations, Han Feng had set the standard for a tracked chassis. This was also to build a technological reserve for other things in the future, like tanks. Although putting a steam engine in a tank seemed incredibly unreliable and unnecessary in this era, his thought process was to first develop the tracked chassis technology as a reserve. This way, even hundreds of years after his death, if his descendants had a similar need, they would remember this technology existed and could quickly graft it to build what they wanted. As for the road roller, it might not seem very useful right now, especially since the Han tribe's current transportation relied mainly on railways and waterways. But in the future, they would definitely need to build highways on a large scale, especially the internal transportation systems within each county. Adding all those winding roads together, the actual engineering volume would be far greater than the railway mileage. Having a road roller then would save a massive amount of time. Currently, the development of these two vehicles was progressing smoothly. The chassis of the road roller was already complete. It was said they were using an ultra-large steam plate rolling machine to roll the cylindrical steel drums for the front and rear wheels, and it would soon be ready for final assembly and testing. On the excavator side, the tracked chassis technology had been mostly mastered. In fact, a prototype had already been built. However, because Han Feng had recently proposed a new idea, replacing the bucket with a massive pneumatic hammer for breaking rocks and digging train tunnels, the Research Institute was still developing the large pneumatic hammer and its connection mechanism. Therefore, it was still undergoing improvements and hadn't been completely finalized. But with the increase in available manpower, overcoming these key technologies was only a matter of time. Han Feng wasn't worried about it. In addition to this, another extremely important event occurred. A technology capable of changing the world once again was born. The joint project between the Comprehensive Research Institute's chemistry team and the steel plant had succeeded. Ultra-high hardness, heat-resistant molybdenum steel alloy had been forged. This was a breakthrough in materials science and a watershed moment that could alter the industrial landscape. With this material, the Han tribe could build higher precision machine tools, more wear-resistant and heat-resistant lathe tools, and most importantly, firearms. Han Feng could responsibly say that with molybdenum steel, he could manufacture most of the repeating firearms he had seen in his past life. Machine guns were no longer a pipe dream for the Han tribe. The key question was, should he bring out such a weapon of mass destruction? Every evolution in weaponry was an increase in killing efficiency. Transitioning from the Stone Age to the Metal Age was already a crushing advantage, not to mention the Han tribe now had bolt-action rifles. To be honest, developing machine guns didn't have much practical meaning right now and might even cause unnecessary unrest. After all, once such a weapon of mass destruction fell into the hands of a few, it was hard to guarantee they wouldn't harbor illicit ambitions. However, it wasn't completely out of the question. It depended on what kind of weapon was made and how it was used. Han Feng planned to upgrade the Han tribe's naval equipment. The main flagship of the Fubo Guard Navy, commanded by Shu De, still used muzzle-loading smoothbore cannons that fired solid shot. Although the ship had a whopping 120 cannons, it was a full generation behind the Army's latest equipment. The Army was already using bolt-action rifles with smokeless powder, while the Navy was still using muzzle-loading cannons. It was a bit hard to justify. Moreover, a large tonnage battleship like the Fubo felt like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, especially when there were no formidable enemies at sea. And this sledgehammer wasn't even that easy to use. In this primitive era, it was basically impossible for the Han tribe to have enemies at sea. Without foreign threats from overseas, what was the point of a navy and battleships? The Han tribe's maritime interests were mainly to protect fishermen, resolve disputes among their own fishermen, or deal with the unlikely event of traitorous fishermen fleeing and becoming pirates. Of course, that possibility wasn't very high. It wasn't that treason was impossible, but without maritime merchants, there was nothing for them to rob. Rob coastal fishermen? Or land and attack cities? That would be the Army's job. Of course, maritime forces were still necessary. But regardless, a battleship like the Fubo wasn't very useful. If two fishing boats were fighting and you went over to mediate or arrest someone, you couldn't exactly sail the Fubo over and blow their boats to pieces, right? Or if a Han tribe fishing boat caught fire at sea, what good would sending a battleship do? After much thought, Han Feng finally concluded that what the Han tribe needed wasn't a navy, but a coast guard with comprehensive combat and rescue capabilities. With a different strategic objective, the required weapons would also be different. What do you need to stop a fight and put out a fire? High-pressure water cannons, undoubtedly. And at sea, there was plenty of water, so ammunition was never an issue. Additionally, the Coast Guard needed a certain level of martial deterrence to drive away pirates or intimidate fishermen trying to rebel and cause trouble. They might also need to temporarily blockade inland waterways. What kind of warship could fulfill these roles? So, as Han Feng analyzed, he picked up a pen and began listing technical specifications on paper. First, the ship needed a main gun. Setting aside the number of guns and caliber for now, the main gun had to be breech-loading, fire high explosive shells, and be a rapid-fire howitzer equipped with a hydraulic recoil mechanism and a spring recuperator. This was primarily for fighting enemy ships of the same class or bombarding enemy coastal targets. Most importantly, Hanfeng wanted to upgrade their artillery technology directly to the level of the early industrial era. They didn't need many guns. Even if it was just one main gun like a modern destroyer, that was fine. The key was to possess the technology. Next were the high-pressure water cannons for firefighting and riot control. To install water cannons, they needed high-pressure water pumps, which required a steam engine for power. And for a steam engine, they needed coal bunkers, water tanks, boilers, and so on. Since they already had boilers and steam engines, adding a seawater desalination system wouldn't be too much to ask, right? It was essentially just using the boiler to distill water. It wasn't overly complex technology, but having it meant the Han tribe's ships could sail further without worrying too much about their freshwater reserves. Besides the steam power system, modern naval guns, high-pressure water cannons, fuel bunkers, freshwater tanks, and ammunition magazines, since it was a Coast Guard ship tasked with catching criminals, adding a small brig wouldn't be excessive, right? Also, aside from the main gun, adding a twin-mounted large-caliber machine gun to deal with small boats wouldn't be too much, right? For example, a twin-mounted M2 Browning, or directly mounting a 20mm or larger autocannon, or even repurposing an anti-aircraft autocannon for direct fire against ships. A single burst would probably snap a small boat in half. Hiss, that seemed a bit too unhinged. Furthermore, such a Coast Guard ship also needed coastal defense capabilities. Although a navy wasn't needed right now, what if an enemy nation capable of building large ships emerged in the future? How could the Han tribe's Coast Guard sink a large enemy ship with their own vessels? Rely on a single naval gun? To be honest, anyone who knows anything about naval guns knows their hit rate. Just look at the large battleships and steam ironclads of World War II. Their hit rates were terrifyingly low. If 10 out of 100 shells hit the target, you'd be thanking the heavens. Of course, that refers to naval battles where both sides are shooting at each other. If it's a battleship bombarding coastal land targets, that's a different story. Under these circumstances, what kind of small weapon could deliver a fatal blow to a large ship? A naval gun with a caliber over 400mm, big enough to fit a person inside? Or a torpedo with a massive explosive payload, carrying hundreds of kilograms of explosives in a single round, specifically designed to strike below the waterline? Needless to say, it was definitely the torpedo. Whether it was a tens of thousands of tons massive ship or a steam ironclad covered in armor, a single torpedo hit would send it to the bottom. If it was a smaller ship of a few thousand tons, it might be blown in half directly. Even if it wasn't that dramatic, blowing a massive hole below the waterline would cause frantic flooding, leading to only one outcome: sinking. Moreover, whether in terms of cost-effectiveness or the technical difficulty of research and production, torpedoes were much easier than naval guns. Early torpedo technology wasn't very complex either. They didn't bob up and down in the water, they didn't turn left or right, they didn't automatically track targets, and they weren't wire-guided. They simply dove to a fixed depth and charged straight ahead. Aiming was also relatively easy. Just aim in a straight line and calculate the lead on the enemy's wake. As long as it hit the target, it was guaranteed to sink it. As for torpedo propulsion technology, the earliest torpedoes didn't use electric motors and batteries. Instead, they used a high-pressure air cylinder, essentially the high-pressure cylinder of an air compressor, connected to a small reciprocating piston drive mechanism, which was then linked to the propeller at the tail. Before use, high-pressure air would be pumped into the torpedo a few minutes in advance. When firing, the air valve was opened, and the torpedo was tossed into the water. The rest was just the warhead packed with explosives. Technologically, this thing was truly simpler than a naval gun, yet its power was formidable, and its cost-effectiveness was incredibly high. Compared to a naval gun that might only hit once in 10 shots, if a torpedo missed after 2 shots, the crew might as well go eat shit. To be honest, a weapon like a torpedo is much simpler than a naval gun, both in terms of technology and manufacturing processes. Aside from a few relatively precise internal components, a torpedo is essentially just a frame wrapped in a layer of iron plating. A naval gun, on the other hand, is a different story. Even for a medium caliber like 152mm, assuming a 40 caliber barrel, it would be nearly 6 meters long. If you wanted a longer range and used a 52 caliber barrel, the length would reach 8 meters. An 8-meter-long gun barrel is something that, even with 21st century technology, only a few countries in the world can manufacture. First, you need a 4-axis precision forging machine to forge the barrel blank using a mechanical hammer. Then, You need an ultra-large lathe, at least 10 meters long, to machine the exterior of the barrel. Finally, you need an ultra-large boring machine, at least 17 or 18 meters long, to drill out the interior and rifle the barrel. Compared to a torpedo's iron shell, the difficulty is like the difference between heaven and earth. But despite the difficulty, the role of a naval gun cannot be replaced by a torpedo. A naval gun can bombard land targets. Can a torpedo attack land targets? Moreover, since its invention, the torpedo hasn't been phased out even in the 21st century. Instead, it has evolved into several launch modes: ship-launched torpedoes, airdrop torpedoes, submarine torpedoes, and even the Indians in South Asia claim to have developed a torpedo launched remotely by a missile before entering the water to attack. Of course, none of that is the main point. Just remember that a 500-kilogram explosive payload is something a naval gun shell simply cannot compare to, and you'll understand just how terrifying this thing is. Han Feng listed the technical specifications one by one on paper. These were the future research directions for the Institute, but not projects to be launched immediately. Such a complex ship was a highly integrated mega-project, containing countless smaller projects within it. For the Han tribe, its complexity was no less than the relationship between an aircraft carrier and various nations in his previous life. Even if the Han tribe wanted to build it, it would probably take a considerable amount of time. Furthermore, there was no need for it right now. Resources were limited. If everything was poured into building ships, nothing else could be produced. First of all, the newly established Chungkong County in the central region wasn't even built yet, so there was no way to transport molybdenum or on a large scale. Thus, the material requirements couldn't be met. Secondly, all current research resources were focused on developing engineering vehicles. There was no spare manpower to take on new projects. Additionally, the current factories were running at full capacity producing agricultural machinery. Who had the time to manufacture guns and cannons? Plus, there were no major wars to fight right now, so building them would serve no purpose. Therefore, Han Feng wasn't foolish enough to order them to build ships right away. After receiving the news of the successful development of molybdenum steel, he first praised them, then told them to use it to run some tests on machine tools, like making tools or lathe cutters, and also for good things like pneumatic hammers for breaking rocks, to see if hammerheads made of molybdenum steel alloy were more durable. As for the list of design specifications for the new Coast Guard ship, Han Feng hid it in a cabinet in his study. It was better to keep such an unhinged weapon of mass destruction under wraps for now. It was foreseeable that for the next few years, the Han tribe's industry would definitely serve agriculture and transportation construction. This was the policy goal he had set for the year of the Great Mandate: stockpile grain and build infrastructure. This was the core of the 5-year plan, and since the plan had already been issued, it couldn't be changed arbitrarily. Meanwhile, after more than 10 days of sailing, the fleet transporting slaves to the south had arrived at the docks of Tohai County. Yu Ji, the commander of the Jinwu Guard, had received Han Feng's message early on and was already waiting by the big tree to receive this batch of slaves. Ever since the Xian tribe on Bamboo Island was wiped out by the Han tribe, the Jinwu Guard's role in gathering external intelligence had weakened. Because they had lost their enemies, Han Feng had sent all these intelligence personnel to the desolate capital to build the imperial palace. This wouldn't have been a problem, but Han Feng had given him too few people, and the workload was massive. They had been working here for over a year, yet not a single decent building had been completed. Yuji even began to wonder if he had somehow offended the chief, resulting in his demotion to building the palace here. Of course, all of this was just his idle overthinking. It wasn't that Han Feng didn't want to give him people, but that other parts of the tribe needed them more. This imperial palace was, frankly, just a home being built for Han Feng himself. How could he justify using all the tribe's resources just to build his own house? But now, with new slaves available, Han Feng immediately sent a batch to Yu Ji. Yu Ji was thrilled. With 5,000 able-bodied slaves added to the ranks, his construction team finally looked like a proper force. Moreover, a minor official who had escorted the slaves told Yu Ji, "Commander Yu, the chief said that in 2 months, he'll send you a few engineering machines. When the time comes, tasks like digging earth and leveling the ground won't need to be done by manual labor anymore. Just wait to receive them." What? No manual labor? Then why give me so many slaves? They can't just be here to eat for free, right? Yu Ji asked, completely bewildered. Of course not. The slaves are here to work for us. As for what they'll do, the chief mentioned something. Oh right. He said something about the capital's sewer system. You can have the slaves dig that. Let them handle it. I don't really understand it myself, the official said, scratching his head as he recalled. Oh, I get it. When you go back, tell the chief not to worry. I guarantee the task will be completed. Hearing this, Yuji immediately remembered. There was indeed such a thing planned for the capital. Actually, the Han tribe had had sewers before. Back when they built their first city, Hanyang City, they had dug drainage ditches along the streets. But those couldn't be considered proper sewers. They were just drainage trenches of varying depths covered with a row of stone slabs, with a perforated slab placed at intervals. That was the most primitive drainage system. However, Hanyang City was just a tiny town, not even the size of the imperial palace. How could it compare to the capital? Han Feng's vision for the Han tribe's capital was the largest city in the world. After all, it would be the capital of a future empire, so its scale had to be massive. The population living there might eventually exceed millions. Such a colossal city couldn't function without a robust sewer system. Therefore, the sewers Han Feng wanted them to build this time were not the crude drainage ditches of Hanyang City. It was a true urban drainage system, a sewer network comparable to an underground maze, integrated with civil defense structures. In peacetime, it would be used to discharge wastewater, but in emergencies, it could be used for escape. All in all, calling it an underground tunnel system wouldn't be wrong. Of course, connecting civil defense structures directly to the sewers was just a concept. If they were actually connected, the basements would have flooded with sewage long ago. But using the sewers to escape or hide from heavy artillery wasn't difficult. They just needed to build the civil defense structures close to the sewers, and when an escape route was needed, they could temporarily blow a hole through with explosives. Such escape tunnels were just a precaution. After all, Han Feng had already steered this world's technology a bit off course. In the foreseeable future, the Han tribe would definitely become an industrial civilization equipped with heavy artillery and machine guns. Against such military might, building an underground shelter was nothing. Since Yu Ji was in charge of building the imperial palace, this task naturally fell on his shoulders. After receiving the 5,000 slaves, he immediately led his people toward the site of the capital's imperial palace. He left the settling and disciplining of the slaves to his subordinates, while he went straight to find the foreman in charge of the palace construction, the same group of skilled craftsmen who had helped Han Feng build the miniature sand table model of the palace. Arriving at a temporary project command post, Yu Ji got straight to the point with the men. The chief said that in 2 months, a batch of large mechanical equipment will arrive to handle digging and leveling the ground. So, we can leave those foundational tasks for later. We don't need to put the slaves on those projects. The chief's idea is for us to use these slaves to dig the sewer system. You are the master craftsman in charge of the actual engineering. What are your thoughts? That's easy. Since the chief says dig, we dig. There's nothing to discuss. I have no problem with it. One person immediately stated. Yeah, actually, this sewer should have been dug a long time ago. First, it's at the very bottom. If the sewers aren't built, how can we build anything on top? Second, when we dig the sewers, the amount of earth excavated will be massive, according to the chief's blueprints. If we wait until the surface buildings are done to dig all that earth, I'd be worried about where to put it. Another person chimed in with support. Well, I don't object to digging the sewers either, but brothers, how exactly are we going to dig this? Are there technical issues? Don't forget, this is underground. Once people go down there, how will they tell direction? What if they dig off course? An older kiln master raised his doubts. That is indeed a problem. And it's not just about veering left or right, but also the upward and downward slopes. You have to remember, water flows downward. This sewer must have a gradient so the wastewater inside can flow on its own. Another person added, raising another issue. Exactly. The scale of this sewer is too large. We need to figure out how to solve these problems, otherwise, it will be very difficult to construct. Hearing this, Yu Ji also frowned. Although he wasn't responsible for the specific engineering tasks, he was the general overseer of the entire project. If his subordinates couldn't complete it, he wouldn't be able to report back. So, he could only rely on everyone brainstorming together. Hearing this, everyone frowned in deep thought. Some stood up and circled the sand table model, seemingly verifying the feasibility of their ideas in their minds. Not long after, a young man actually came up with a solution. This man was a carpenter who had originally come from the Luoyang shipyard. He suddenly spoke up. I have an idea that should work. Everyone, listen and help me analyze it. Everyone nodded, and the young carpenter continued. First, we need to clarify the structure of the sewer. It consists of an intersecting network of underground horizontal and vertical tunnels connected to the surface by vertical shafts, right? Seeing everyone nod, he went on. And these vertical shafts are where the wastewater enters. They are distributed along the various streets of the city. So, we can first mark out the locations of the streets, and then find the positions of these shafts along the streets. According to the chief's requirements, these shafts will eventually be covered with standardized iron manhole covers. Am I right? Everyone nodded again. Yuji, listening nearby, said, "Yes, hearing you explain it, I understand. But what you've said only solves the problem of locating the vertical shafts. What about the underground direction and the slope we just talked about? Commander, you don't rush. This project has to be done step by step, right?" The young man smiled and continued. "This sewer project is very long. You could say that however many streets and alleys there are in the city, that's how long the sewers will be. We can't just dig down from one opening and never come out. Not only would it be hard to maintain direction, but transporting earth and people to the surface would be inconvenient. So, we can use a segmented construction method." At this point, the kiln master who had raised the initial question suddenly realized, "Oh, I get it. You mean we dig down from those vertical shafts simultaneously, and then dig outward from the bottom of the shafts in both directions, connecting the horizontal tunnels between each shaft." Hearing this, everyone else also understood and voiced their agreement. Not bad, not bad. This is a great method. It will greatly speed up the construction progress and shorten the timeline. Yes, in this way, it's easier to manage the personnel. We can divide the workers into groups, assigning a few people to be specifically responsible for one vertical shaft, and then have them dig horizontally in both directions. Additionally, this breaks a very long sewer into sections, making it easier for us to orient ourselves underground. It's hard to keep a whole street straight, but if it's broken into sections, we can definitely figure something out. Hearing the young carpenter's construction plan, everyone began to echo their support. But after everyone finished speaking, they realized that the two most important problems still hadn't been solved. So the carpenter spoke up again. "Don't rush, everyone. I'm not finished. Regarding the issue of underground orientation, I actually just thought of an idea. First, we pull a string on the surface to find the point, then use a plumb bob to align it and dig a perfectly straight vertical shaft. After digging the vertical shaft, we can pull a string on the surface and use a level and a plumb bob to measure the depth of each shaft. By making each one progressively deeper, we can establish the slope. That makes it easy. As for the horizontal and vertical orientation, that's also easy. But we'll need the chief to make a tool for us, a tool specifically for this kind of work." "What kind of tool can guide direction underground?" everyone asked curiously. The young carpenter smiled smugly, not keeping them in suspense, and said directly, "Light, of course. Only light doesn't bend. The nature textbooks in school all say that light travels in a straight line. If we use a light to constantly shine in one direction, the people digging below won't veer off course, right?" Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. That's right. Why didn't they think of that? Using a beam of light to guide the direction. Using a beam of light to establish direction was indeed a technique widely used in the construction industry. In fact, modern laser levels operate on this exact principle, just in a more advanced, electronic form that emits infrared lasers to project horizontal and vertical crosshairs for marking lines. However, the carpenter obviously didn't know about high-tech devices like laser levels. The tool he envisioned was quite different from a modern level. The man sketched a rough diagram on a piece of paper and explained it to the group. "Look, we can use a bamboo tube hollowed out at both ends and lower it down from the top of the vertical shaft. At the top end, we can mount a carbide lamp to act as the light source, shining the light down through the bamboo tube. Then, at the bottom of the tube, we install a glass mirror at an angle to reflect the light coming from above straight ahead. It's best to make a bend at the bottom to turn the light shining from above into a beam pointing forward. This way, our workers down in the shaft can use the spot of light projected ahead as their direction of advance. As long as the lamp doesn't move, the direction of excavation definitely won't veer off course," the man said with absolute certainty. Looking at his sketch, everyone immediately understood the principle and couldn't help but click their tongues in admiration, thinking this kid had a sharp mind to come up with such an idea. What none of them realized, however, was that this was essentially the prototype of a periscope. By using two mirrors at 45-degree angles on the same axis, light from above was reflected downward, the exact same principle used in early periscopes for tanks and submarines. This thing is good, but I'm afraid it won't be cheap to make, right? And according to your construction method, the light has to be shining constantly while we dig. That means we'd need one for every vertical shaft. How many of these would we need? Plus, you're talking about carbide lamps and glass mirrors. How much would it cost to build just one? An older master craftsman frowned as he calculated the costs. Ahem. Just then, Yuji coughed to draw everyone's attention and made the final decision. I think I understand now. This tool is definitely useful. Since it's useful, we just need to ask the chief for it. Besides, things like carbide lamps are absolutely essential. No matter how expensive they are, we have to equip them. Don't forget, this is underground excavation. Even if we don't use this thing to guide our direction, you still need lights for illumination, right? How can you dig without light? In my opinion, every vertical shaft needs at least 2 lamps. If we're digging in both directions simultaneously, wouldn't we need lighting for both sides? Everyone nodded upon hearing this. He had hit the nail on the head. It was underground work. Lighting was a basic necessity. Without light, they couldn't do a damn thing. Seeing that everyone agreed with him, Yuji continued, "Since everyone agrees, I will report this to the chief. As for whether this tool will be made, how it will be made, what materials will be used, and how much it will cost, that's not for us to worry about. Let the chief handle it. We just need to do our jobs." Hearing this, the group raised no further doubts or objections. Consequently, Yuji had the young carpenter draw a detailed schematic, adding written explanations next to it. Yuji then wrote a letter detailing their proposed construction method and the quantities of various tools needed. Whether the chief would provide them, and how many, was Han Feng's business. Their job was simply to report it to the chief. 2 days later, when Han Feng received the letter, he couldn't help but marvel. It seemed that an educated carpenter really was different. Look at this. He had taken knowledge learned from a textbook and applied it to a practical use. However, this elementary technique of using mirrors to reflect light paths was something the Comprehensive Research Institute had already mastered inside and out, especially A.O. Fei, the head of the optics team. That was the guy who proposed the pinhole imaging theory and co-invented the camera with Chu Bing. Recently, Han Feng heard he was researching some kind of off-axis camera to facilitate quick framing and focusing, which also utilized this method of installing reflecting mirrors to direct the light from 2 objective lenses to a single point. The principles were almost identical. After thinking it over and looking at the quantity of materials they requested, Han Feng decided to reject the proposal outright. There were plenty of ways to establish direction. Their idea was good, but it was too troublesome and expensive to manufacture. Aside from digging sewers, this tool had no other use, which meant spending a fortune to build a bunch of single-use tools. It was too wasteful. In contrast, providing more carbide lamps was fine. Lamps wouldn't break. They could be used anytime, and it wasn't like they'd be useless once the sewers were finished. But having rejected their plan, he had to give them a solution, otherwise, these guys wouldn't know how to work. Han Feng simply modified their plan. He replaced the hollowed-out bamboo tube with a wooden frame made of 4 square timber strips. Then, a wooden stand would be added at the mouth of the shaft to hold the wooden frame in place. When orientation was needed, they could align the wooden stand at the top with a string pulled across the surface to find the direction. Then, at the bottom of the shaft, they would place a carbide lamp inside the wooden frame and surround it with 4 light-blocking panels. Whichever direction they needed to point, they would place a panel with a slit on that side, allowing a beam of light to shine through and illuminate the direction of excavation. This way, it only required some cheap wood. The lamps were needed anyway, so it wasn't a waste. It could be used for both guiding direction and illumination, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, and most importantly, it was cheap. Since it was single-use anyway, making it overly elaborate was pointless. It was better to make do with Han Feng's method. It was just a sewer. A little deviation wouldn't matter as long as the water could flow. Thus, when Han Feng sent his feedback and explained his reasons for rejection, Yuji and the craftsman quickly realized the wisdom in it. That's right, the chief thinks further ahead. It's not that we can't make this thing, but it's too wasteful. It's a single-use item. Once this sewer is dug, we won't need it anymore. Exactly. The chief's method of using a wooden stand and frame for orientation works too. Although the carpentry is a bit more tedious, it's not hard to make. The key is that it's cheap. When we're done, we can take the lamps out and chop up the wooden frames and stands for firewood. We won't lose anything. Everyone nodded in agreement. Now, all they had to do was wait for the carbide lamps to arrive, and they could start digging immediately. However, since they now had slaves, there was no problem starting the digging now. At worst, everyone could go measure the streets, find the locations for each vertical shaft, and start digging the shafts first. After finalizing their discussion, the group quickly sprang into action. It must be said that using slaves for technical work like digging sewers was a bit too idealistic. The language barrier made communication a problem, and these were newly captured slaves, rebellious and disobedient. Having them dig sewers right away was definitely out of the question. But there was one place perfectly suited for them: the various material stockpiles, such as the brick kilns. Building such a massive imperial palace required a vast amount of bricks and stones. Just the palace walls alone would need an enormous number of bricks. These were made from the earth excavated from the artificial lakes within the palace grounds. The total volume of earth excavated for the project was staggering. Part of it was used to lay the foundations for the palaces, and the rest was used to fire bricks. A large number of slaves were sent to the brick kilns and the lumber mills. Truth be told, although not a single palace building had been completed over the past year, a massive amount of materials had been stockpiled. They were just waiting for enough manpower to arrive to start construction immediately. Meanwhile, at the Cross-Sea Bridge construction site southwest of the capital, the over 2,000 elderly slaves had also been delivered. The official escorting them relayed Han Feng's orders. These old men had little value left, so there was no need to cherish them. Any grueling or dangerous work could be handed over to them. If they died of exhaustion or were blown up, there was no need for pity. Zhu Ping, the manager of the bridge project, immediately understood Han Feng's meaning. This meant there was no intention of letting these old slaves leave the site alive. That made things easy, just work them to the bone. So, after discussing it with the project command team, they immediately sent all these old men to the quarry to mine stone. Because the entire bridge was a reinforced concrete structure, a massive amount of crushed stone was needed for the mix. Following the principle of sourcing materials locally, their stones were quarried from a rocky mountain on the coast at the northern end of the bridge, on the mainland side. In the early days of quarrying, people had to use hammers and steel chisels to manually drill blast holes. Now, the engineering team had fully transitioned to using pneumatic hammers, a much faster tool. With the arrival of this batch of old slaves, their working methods changed immediately. Before each blast, the Han tribe workers would drill the blast holes and load the explosives. However, the dangerous task of lighting the fuses was handed over to the old slaves. Even if a few were blown up on the spot, the Han tribe wouldn't lose anything. After the rock face was blasted down, these old men were made to load the rocks onto carts, which were then sent to the crushing area to be broken into smaller pieces. The construction progress at the bridge was undoubtedly much faster than at the capital. After all, to supply this site with materials, over 80% of the Han tribe's water transport capacity had been dedicated to it. Of the three materials for concrete, the crushed stone was sourced locally, the river sand was dredged from sandbars in the middle reaches of the Luyang River, and the cement and rebar were shipped entirely from Xin'an County. The ships transporting materials on the Luyang River never stopped, day or night. Moreover, there were over 10,000 craftsmen of various trades gathered here. If they couldn't see immediate results with such resources, it would be a massive waste. Fortunately, they did not disappoint Han Feng's expectations. After investing immense resources and time over more than 2 years of construction, the rough outline of the entire bridge was already faintly visible. Today, more than half of the entire Cross-Sea Bridge project had been completed. With a total length of 23 kilometers and over 500 sets of piers, totaling more than 1,000 individual pillars, over 750 pillars had already been erected. The only part missing was the deep water navigation channel in the middle, where the piers had not yet been built. It wasn't that building the piers was too difficult, but rather a matter of timing. When the bridge was designed, the requirement was that the clearance under the middle section had to be high enough for 3-masted sailing ships to pass. The masts of these ships were dozens of meters high. For the ships to pass, they had to blow up the hidden reef in the navigation channel, the very reef that only breached the surface during the extreme low tides at the beginning and end of every month. Therefore, the construction team could only rest and recuperate every month, stockpiling massive amounts of explosives and craftsmen. They waited for those 2 days at the turn of the month when the strait's spring tide receded, then rushed to the middle to blast at once. With only one opportunity per month, one could imagine just how arduous this task was. The core issue was still technology. The Han tribe lacked suitable underwater explosives and usable diving equipment. Every time, They could only blast in shallow water or rush to do it during low tide. If they had modern diving gear and powerful underwater high explosives, that section of the reef would have been blown to pieces long ago. However, as the bridge construction progressed and the decks from both shores extended toward the middle, resupplying materials and personnel for the construction team became much easier. Currently, the southern end of the bridge, on the Cheongjo Island side, had extended 5 kilometers from the shore into the sea, 2 kilometers over land and 3 kilometers over water. The northern end of the bridge, on the mainland side, had extended 11 kilometers into the sea. Of the 23-kilometer total length, 16 kilometers had already been completed. If the difficulty of the middle section hadn't severely delayed the schedule, the bridge would likely be fully connected in another year. But one shouldn't underestimate those 11 kilometers extending into the sea. It had saved a massive amount of trouble in material transportation. Before the bridge deck was built, pouring concrete required transporting it by boat. The sea was rough, and there were reefs below. A slight mistake could cause a ship to strike a reef, run aground, or breach its hull and sink. The danger was high, and the transport volume was small each time. But with the bridge deck in place, the construction team moved the concrete mixing area directly onto the bridge. Cement, sand, and gravel could be transported cart by cart in an endless stream to the front lines of the construction site. Pouring was also much easier. Previously, they had to painstakingly hoist it from the boats into the molds. Now, they could simply pour the concrete down from the elevated bridge deck. Furthermore, as the workers gained more experience, the efficiency of tying rebar increased. Many craftsmen even spontaneously invented small tools, accumulating a wealth of experience in pouring concrete. Now, with the addition of 2,000 slave laborers and the impending arrival of large mechanical equipment, it was foreseeable that the project's progress would accelerate. Even if it couldn't be finished by the second year of the Great Mandate, the bridge deck would definitely be fully connected by the third year. However, this was a dual-purpose railway and highway bridge. Fully connecting, it was only the first phase of the project. As for when trains would actually be able to run on it, that might take another 8 to 10 years. In the second year of the Great Mandate, the focus was on accumulating reserves and construction. The Han tribe's trend of hoarding grain and building infrastructure continued, and the various commanderies and counties quietly passed the spring amidst a flurry of activity. The weather gradually grew hot and dry. It was during this ordinary yet busy spring that the Research Institute in Xing'an Commandery completed the tasks assigned by Han Feng one after another on schedule. In February, 5 mass-produced corn harvesters were manufactured. Along with the prototype, there were 6 corn harvesters in total, enough to handle the upcoming harvesting tasks in the mechanized experimental fields. At the same time, the Institute also built a grain harvester. Although the design wasn't finalized yet, it had been handed over to the Court of Agricultural Affairs for testing. As long as there were no issues, a batch would likely be produced quickly in the summer. However, after completing the corn harvester order, the Institute didn't sit idle. After seeking instructions from Han Feng, they quickly began producing tractors and loaders. This batch of tractors was primarily meant for pulling wagons, not for farming, though they did have that capability. This time, they were mainly used to support engineering construction in various places. Han Feng's order was for 10 vehicles. If they worked fast, it could be done in a month. According to his plan, 4 would go to the Cross-Sea Bridge, 4 to the capital, and the last 2 would be sent to the newly established Chongkong and Xi'an commanderies, 1 for each, for them to use first. The order for loaders was larger. These were commonly known as bulldozers. There were too many places that needed them. Not only did every construction site need bulldozers, but every mining area also needed them to load ore. After all, these machines would become the main force in mining operations in the future, gradually phasing out manual labor or shifting it to more important positions. Also at the end of February, the excavator finally finalized its design after testing. The finalized version was a versatile mechanical arm. The front bucket could be flexibly swapped out. It could be fitted with a bucket or a large pneumatic hammer. This was a sharp tool for crushing rocks and would be one of the main pieces of equipment for excavating tunnels and mining in the future. Since the design was finalized, mass production was naturally the next step. Han Feng thought for a moment and ultimately set the mass production target for both excavators and loaders at 30 units each. These machines were useful for both engineering and mining, so he might as well set a big goal. However, Han Feng also knew that with the Xing'an Commandery machinery plant's current production capacity, building 10 tractors, 30 excavators, and 30 loaders, 70 large vehicles in total, would probably take them half a year of nonstop work. But he wasn't in a hurry. Once built, these machines could first be supplied to a few important construction sites. After the pressure on the sites eased, they could be provided to various mines, which would also free up more labor from the mines. Having thus set the production plan for Shingon Commandery for the better part of the year, time quickly advanced to mid-April, entering the early summer of the second year of the Great Mandate. The weather grew increasingly hot and dry, and the various crops in the fields began to turn golden yellow. The Han tribe was soon to welcome another harvest season. At the same time, on a whim, Han Feng took his whole family to the mechanized experimental fields in Luoyang Commandery for a vacation. Calling it a vacation was less accurate than calling it an inspection. After all, this was the Han tribe's first time using automated machinery to harvest grain. How could Han Feng, the chief, not be there? This was going to go down in history. Furthermore, Han Feng had received reports from his subordinates that the breeding farm at the experimental fields had yielded results. He heard that the first batch of piglets that underwent ligation surgery was growing quite well. Given the situation, he had to go see it for himself. In late April, Han Feng took Xiao Dai, Zhaning, the now 4-year-old Luo Cheng and Luo Lan, and their 2 younger brothers, a family of 7, in a horse-drawn carriage to the farm in Luoyang Commandery. Because the mechanized experimental fields had added breeding farms and livestock breeding projects, it had officially been renamed Luoyang Farm. Although it was affiliated with Luoyang Commandery, it was under the jurisdiction of the Court of Agricultural Affairs and directly led by Han Feng, the central chief. Upon arriving at the farm, the officials from the Court of Agricultural Affairs had already cleaned up a farmhouse for Han Feng and his family. It was a detached courtyard, but the buildings were all made of adobe. Because the work here was too busy, Han Feng's assigned tasks were urgent, and they didn't know when this farm might be dismantled. They hadn't planned for a long-term stay and just hastily put up some adobe houses to make do. When the farm was being built, Han Feng had actually assigned them a construction team, but that team was entirely used for building granaries, threshing floors, and a breeding farm. As a result, even the pigsties were better than the human dwellings, as many of the breeding farm's buildings were built with bricks. However, Han Feng wasn't picky when he arrived. He had even lived in caves back in the day. Having a clean room to stay in now was nothing to complain about. In mid-April, the corn in the fields had gradually entered the dough stage. Logically, harvesting operations could begin now, but the weather these past 2 days had been gloomy, and it could rain at any moment. Such weather was definitely not suitable for harvesting. If the corn got drenched by rain during the harvest, it would definitely rot. Han Feng wasn't in a hurry either. He simply took his wives and children to tour the breeding farm first. The massive breeding farm was built in the northeast corner of the experimental fields, closer to Luoyang Commandery. The entire farm covered over 240 mu of land and was very spacious. Besides the necessary livestock pens and pigsties, a pasture was fenced off with wooden railings in the middle, planted with forage grass for the farm's cattle and sheep to graze. Just south of the breeding farm was a large vegetable patch and a manure pit. The manure pit was used to process the farm's waste and collect fertilizer, while the vegetable patch was for local supply. On one hand, it provided daily vegetables for the farm staff. On the other hand, whatever they couldn't finish could be sold in Luoyang Commandery. If all else failed, feeding it to the pigs wasn't a waste either. They felt that leaving that piece of land barren would be the biggest waste. Seeing land and wanting to plant something on it had unknowingly become a habit for the Han tribe people. Han Feng was also quite surprised by this, wondering if the talent for growing vegetables had some necessary connection to Han culture. Arriving at the breeding farm, they saw flocks of sheep grazing in the central pasture. There were large and small ones, and the number of lambs was massive. These were all the first batch of lambs born this year, currently following their mothers and bleeding incessantly. 4-year-old little Luo Cheng and little Luo Lan, upon seeing this scene, immediately charged at the lambs. Like 2 huskies crashing into a flock of sheep, the 2 children chased the lambs, running in circles everywhere. Looks like there are quite a few lambs in this batch. But didn't you say captive-bred sheep can give birth twice a year? How do you get them to have a second litter? Are you confident? Han Feng asked the Court of Agricultural Affairs official beside him, watching the 2 children darting through the flock. Chief, this is simple. Under natural conditions, sheep only give birth once a year. After the lamb is born, it stays by the mother's side, and the mother usually won't go into heat and mate again to care for the lamb. So, to make them go into heat and mate a second time within a year, we just wait until this batch of lambs is weaned, then take them all out and separate them from the ewes. Once the ewes don't have their lambs, they will go into heat and mate again. If all goes well, the second litter will be born in early winter. It's just that the weather suddenly turns cold then. Under natural conditions, with food shortages and cold weather, wild sheep wouldn't be able to keep the second litter alive even if they had one. But with artificial captive breeding, as long as we take anti-freezing measures and store enough fodder, keeping the second batch of lambs alive is absolutely no problem. Hearing Han Feng's question, the person in charge of the breeding farm immediately explained the situation. Han Feng nodded repeatedly as he listened. Hearing this, he immediately thought of the animal documentaries where lions on the African savanna had a similar habit. When a wandering male lion found a pride of lionesses and wanted them to bear his cubs, he had to kill all their existing cubs first so the lionesses would go into heat again. He just didn't expect sheep to have a similar habit. So all they had to do was separate the lambs from the ewes, and they would have a second litter. That was actually quite simple. But the point about artificial captive breeding was also crucial. Just as the man said, even if wild sheep had a second litter that year, they wouldn't be able to keep the cubs alive right as winter hit. Perhaps that was why they only gave birth once a year. Well, the sheep are being raised well, and there should be enough fodder. Once we finish harvesting the corn this time, the stock should be enough for them to eat for a long time. Han Feng nodded, asking about the fodder again. But the person in charge frowned upon hearing this and said worriedly, "We're not short on dry fodder. Those stalks will suffice. But silage would be better. It's just a pity that we don't have the technology and materials to produce silage in large quantities yet." After speaking, the person in charge stole a glance at Han Feng to observe his reaction. Han Feng, however, helplessly spread his hands. He knew silage was good stuff, but it required fermenting with lactic acid bacteria in an anaerobic environment. Lactic acid bacteria were easy to get. They could just sprinkle some cheese crumbs in as a starter culture. But the anaerobic environment was impossible to achieve. In modern times, the most common way to isolate air for making silage is using plastic bags or plastic film. However, the Han tribe didn't have plastic right now. Eucalyptus rubber did have plastic properties, but using it as polypropylene to make hard plastic parts was one thing. Trying to use it as polyethylene to blow into plastic film was a bit of a pipe dream. Therefore, the biggest difficulty became how to isolate oxygen. Small-scale production was possible, for example, using clay jars meant for pickling vegetables, but using jars to ferment fodder was obviously insufficient. The Han tribe had no plastic, and Han Feng had no solutions. Even if he could fractionate plastic from petroleum, he had to discover petroleum first. There's no good solution for this at the moment. I can't exactly weld a giant iron tank for you just to make fodder. Besides, even if we built one, it wouldn't store much fodder. You should just plan on how to store more dry fodder, Han Feng finally said, spreading his hands helplessly. Then, before the person in charge could reply, he asked again, "The sheep are doing well, but how are the beef cattle I asked you to breed and the pigs you're raising after ligation doing? Is that going smoothly?" Hearing Han Feng's question, the person in charge of the breeding farm immediately answered. To answer the chief, the ligation of the piglets is going fairly smoothly, but this is mainly being handled by the medical school. We can't really intervene right now. The first batch of castrated piglets currently numbers 243. 12 died after the ligation, but the rest are all alive and well, and they are indeed growing faster than the unligated ones. We've been keeping records of this. Han Feng nodded upon hearing this. He didn't care too much about the deaths of a dozen piglets. After all, it was their first time doing this. Shouldn't they be allowed to fail a few times? In comparison, out of over 240 piglets, only 12 failed. That was already considered highly successful. Seeing that Han Feng had no intention of blaming him, the person in charge secretly breathed a sigh of relief and continued. As for breeding beef cattle, we are currently working on it, but as the chief knows, this can't be rushed. No matter how anxious we are, we have to wait for the calves to be born. According to my estimates, it will take at least 5, maybe 10 years, and 10 generations of stabilization before we can obtain a new, stable breed of beef cattle. Han Feng nodded again upon hearing this. He could understand this too. Unlike sheep, cows have a longer gestation period. No matter how you raise them, they can only give birth once a year and only one calf at a time, so there was no way to rush it. Moreover, regarding cattle breeding, it had been nearly 10 years since Han Feng arrived in this world, and the Han tribe still hadn't obtained a stable breed of draft cattle. One could imagine just how difficult breed development was. Currently, the Han tribe possessed 3 breeds of cattle. The first was the forest cattle, originally captured by the Han tribe themselves. Forest cattle had black hides, sharp horns pointing forward, and grew thick, dark brown short hair in winter. The advantage of this forest cattle was its large size, with an average shoulder height of around 2 meters. They had solid muscles and strong explosive power. Because they lived in the forest, their diet was quite varied: wild grass, berries, shrubs, and even low tree leaves when starving. They were relatively easy to raise in places lacking forage grass. Of course, their disadvantages were also obvious. They had bad tempers, were unruly, and had poor stamina. In truth, they weren't suitable as draft animals. But at the time, this was the only cattle the Han tribe could get, so they had to forcefully tame them for work. Without a better breed, there was no other way. Later, after opening trade with the grasslands, the Han tribe acquired grassland cattle. Grassland cattle came in many mixed colors: yellow, white, spotted, but were predominantly yellow. These grassland cattle were medium-sized, with an average shoulder height of around 1.6 meters. Their horns were more curved and not as sharp, generally pointing upwards. Their advantage was ample stamina. After countless generations of domestication by grassland tribes, these grassland cattle were very docile, friendly to humans, and accustomed to being milked. If you tried milking the Han tribe's forest cattle, they would kick at the drop of a hat and be highly uncooperative. However, grassland cattle also had a disadvantage. They were used to eating fresh forage grass and couldn't tolerate stalks, shrubs, weeds, and the like. Simply put, they were picky eaters. After acquiring these 2 breeds of cattle, the Han tribe immediately began crossbreeding them under Han Feng's instructions, using grassland cattle as the sire and forest cattle as the dam. After 3 long generations of crossbreeding, they finally obtained a draft cattle with 3/4 grassland blood and 1/4 forest blood. This crossbreed was docile, friendly to humans, and medium to large in size, with an average shoulder height of around 1.75 meters. Its explosive power wasn't huge, but it excelled in stamina, making it suitable for prolonged labor. Moreover, it had the stomach of a forest cow. It wasn't a picky eater and could survive on a mix of stalks and weeds, with some better feed added during periods of intense work. It was currently a relatively suitable draft breed. However, just 3 generations of crossbreeding couldn't stabilize this breed. Often, when these crossbreeds reproduced with each other, they would suddenly throw a curveball, either birthing a freak that looked exactly like a forest cow or a petite grassland cow. In such cases, they had to select excellent crossbreeds and have them interbreed horizontally for several generations to stabilize their bloodline.